Watch my lips.
Okay.
Moser and Kane. When's the last time I ever guaranteed a Nuggets victory? Have I ever done that on the show?
It's been a
Have I? I don't think I've ever done it.
Well, you've done the loins back in the day.
You've come pretty close. Do I have to look at your mouth?
I want you to look directly at my lips. Listen to me. And for all of you who say it's over, it could be over in Game 7. I'm going to tell you right now. The Denver Nuggets are winning Game 6 tomorrow night. Look at my face. The Denver Nuggets are winning this game. And when they do, all of you who are chiming in, and I believe it with every ounce of my soul, and if they do, I want to be referred to as Emperor Lombardi by all of you.
Hold on, yeah. Emperor Lombardi.
Jokic has it inside the arc. He starts backing down Holmgren to the dotted line. Throws out of it. Strawther three. You the man! Julian Strawther, you the man! In game number 6. Timeout Thunder. Nuggets lead it by 16. Westbrook guarded by Holmgren. Holmgren. Now Westbrook goes in the rim, leans in. Layup good! 11-point lead for Denver. $1:20 to go. Mitchell has it up the left sideline. He drives in on Murray. Blocked by Jamal Murray. Loose ball Watson. Oklahoma City is not going to foul. Denver will have an opportunity and a chance to play one more game for the Western Conference Finals berth. Denver leads it by 12 in Denver with 15 seconds to go. And Game 6 is over!
I want to be referred to as Emperor Lombardi by all of you.
Give the man credit. He called it. What are you going to do? What a game. And what an absolute amazing comeback for a couple different people. And I was kind of pounding the table yesterday asking for one single thing. It's all I wanted. Because I felt like it's all you needed. Now, you got more than just that. But Jamal Murray put up what I thought was a fantastic performance. So you get the news beforehand that Jamal Murray is questionable all the way up until tip with some sort of illness. And it just feels like you keep getting, you spread your legs and you're waiting for a conga line of kicks to come your way. And I still, even with that news, was like, look, I don't know how sick Jamal Murray is, but he's going to have to be basically on his deathbed to miss this game. I don't think he's going to do that. So when you get the news he was playing, you're like, all right, good, but what is it going to look like? And to his credit, I mean, immediately out of the gates, Jamal hits 3 or 4 shots in the first few minutes of that game. Just kind of gets his feet under him and finishes. He has some spells in the middle of the game where it looks like maybe the sickness is getting to him or whatever. But I'm telling you, he played the most minutes out of anybody else on the floor. He played 42. And I thought he was fantastic in most of them. It was the one thing I was looking for. Because here's what you got again. Like, here's a news flash to Oklahoma City if they haven't found out already. You had a nice little run of stopping Joker for 3 straight games, through games 2 through 4. He's figured you out. All that non-efficient stuff that we were talking about all series with Joker is done. He's got you. Took a little bit more time in this series than maybe any other series to figure out a defense, but he figured you out. So he finishes that game. The big number that we were talking about was the assist number. That was all the way up to 8. So he finishes with 29, 14, and 8. By the way, 7 assists for Aaron Gordon, 7 assists for Jamal Murray, 5 assists for Christian Brown. Distributing the basketball was not a problem. But there's a big, gigantic, huge other storyline, which is this has now been deemed the Julian Strawther game. As it should. Julian Strawther is a very uniquely gifted player in the sense that he's got that microwave option. He's got that, if I knock down a 3, look out, I might knock down 3 more. He goes out in critical minutes, knocks down huge shots. His most difficult, by the way, was that sort of lob, turn 360, midair, catch and shoot layup thing that he had. That I think that he thought there was less time on the clock than there actually was, but to finish on that is incredibly impressive. Julian Strawther, knocking down the shots that he did, was absolutely necessary for a win and led to him closing out the basketball game, which I think was deserved and earned. But his play has now represented one of the questions that we have asked repeatedly on this show and around this city, which is this. Do you not have guys who can play, or have they refused to play them so they are not trusted in the postseason and so you just don't know? I was talking about this, was it earlier this week? Where if you were to ask the coaching staff, whether it's Michael Malone or now David Adelman, this is what it feels like the answer would be. Why don't guys like Julian Strawther play more? Because I don't trust him. Why do you not trust him? Because he doesn't play enough. Why doesn't he play enough? Because you don't trust him. Why don't you trust him? Because he doesn't play enough. Why doesn't he play enough? And you could just go on and on like that. I could do the whole Mike Brown possession after possession just doing that. But it leads to you not trusting a guy in the postseason when the guy might be capable of that. And so at least with that happening in a crucial must-win Game 6 to push a Game 7, maybe that trust gets pushed farther out now. Maybe Julian Strawther is seen as, hey, we can have an 8-man rotation off the bench. Because I'll tell you this much, with the way that game started for Westbrook, it almost felt like he couldn't play. He was unplayable at the end of the game. And that was going to be a game in which Michael Porter Jr. finished. And to Porter's credit, not great, but not awful yesterday. Knocked down 2 of 5 threes. You needed somebody like Strawther to step up and be like, hey, I can close this game out. It's going to be fine. So you get late in that fourth quarter, and I was kind of looking at the bench to see what was going to be going on. But Strawther earned the right to get some late minutes. Now, there is an underlying story that I would like to get to in just, let's say it's 6:20 this morning. With AG and that hamstring, that makes me very, very nervous. So we'll get to that in a bit. But there is going to be a massive pressure shift that goes to OKC for Game 7. You have 2 days of rest now in between today, and the game will be Sunday, 1:30 on ABC. The Nuggets have played a wildly even series with this team. This has been the kind of series that if you are not into basketball, or you're a casual basketball fan or whatever, or you used to like basketball, but then the game changed and you find it unwatchable now, this series has been one that I think you got to show people that are in that category. Watch the way that they're playing defense. Watch how physical that game is. Watch the high-level execution late in games by both teams. And watch how close this series has been, not just for this playoff run, but the entire year. These teams, through 6 games in the regular season, 6 games in the postseason and 4 games in the regular season, are 5-5. Dead heat, neck and neck, totally even. It's been an amazing series. And now, Oklahoma City has to deal with a team that's been there and done that before, was a champion 2 years ago, in a closeout situation, it's one thing to have a series tied or maybe be down a game early in a series, and it's another thing to say, you must win this game for a young basketball team where a lot of these guys haven't been there before. That's the difficulty, especially doing it, and this is important too, as the preeminent favorite, as the one that everybody expected to win. Maybe not just win this. I've heard a lot of people say the winner of this series wins the NBA Finals. I don't know if that's true or not, but you look at some of the teams left, it's certainly possible. All that pressure now shifts to the opposite direction, and who's able to handle it? Because I'll tell you this right now, back against the wall for the Nuggets, Jokic, Jamal, Christian Brown all played fantastic. They were not scared at the moment. Christian Brown had 23 points on 8 of 14 from the field and 3 of 6 from 3. Also, 11 boards, 5 assists, 3 steals, and a block. Christian Brown went from, I think, the worst game on both ends of this series in Game 5 to, I think, his best when he needed it most.
Pretty good.
There is a huge asset that might have been found in Julian Strawther that I think can provide maybe what you hope that Porter can when healthy. A knockdown dagger threat that you can't ignore on the outside. Jokic operates at a super high level when there's spacing because you can't allow people to crash down on him with double teams if you got a whole bunch of people making shots on the outside. You crash towards him, he kicks it out, and you knock it down, then it's a matter of, okay, now what do we do? Are we going to let Hartenstein go one-on-one with Joker in the paint? That sounds like a bad idea. Are you going to leave Julian Strawther open for a 3? That sounds like a bad idea. And then you start to confuse people. That's how you get backdoor cuts. That's how you get a lot of other stuff. But spacing is important. And hopefully that game provides enough of a confidence boost in David Adelman to say maybe Julian Strawther should be getting 15 minutes or something like that for the postseason. Like, you got to be able, if you're one of these guys on the floor with Jokic, you know, there's some guys' role is just, hey, sit in the corner and wait for a kick out. And then you got other guys where it's like, you got to move and you got to cut and you got to find space. Because here's what happens. You know what the best play from Jokic was last night? That little no-look whip pass right at the baseline for Christian Brown, who was cutting. And I know that cutting and doing that involves conditioning, and it makes you more fatigued, but it's something that's necessary. So, Nuggets push to a Game 7. They get 2 days rest. There is a concern, and I don't think it's a small one. The second you saw it, I think we all had the same sort of thought coming. Hopefully it's not that bad, but we'll get to it in just a second. And it all comes down to this. You can join Altitude Sports Radio at Stoney's on Lincoln this Sunday for a Game 7 viewing party, awesome prizes, a live broadcast, and a chance for you to watch your Nuggets in the biggest game of the season. It's all brought to you by Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. We'll see you on Sunday at Stoney's. So Game 7, but a concern. We get to it next.
Aaron Gordon was grabbing the hamstring late there.
Yeah.
What's the concern level there?
I mean, at this point, I have no idea. It would be high, obviously. I mean, Aaron is one of our guys that he's the reason why we've won games and won series and have a banner hanging up in there. So it's really nice to have 2 days, obviously, for all the guys to, have treatment and all those things. But I haven't gotten a clear answer. He'll get checked out. But I mean, having 2 days off, I don't think you guys realize, at least the people that cover us do, wow, like this has been a marathon. So the guys in there look like they were happier that they have tomorrow off than they were going to a Game 7. So it's going to be really nice. But to your question, it's nice to have 2 days to get guys right, going into a Sunday matinee. So, concern for Aaron is so high. He's played through a lot through this whole season, so we'll see where he's at.
It is scary. I mean, AG does something that I don't think anybody else on the roster can do, which is he is one of the guys with the rare ability to kind of guard 1 through 5. Now, there's other, you can power rank those positions and how effective he is at those. But if you need Aaron Gordon to put a body on Hartenstein, then he does it. If you need Aaron Gordon to go out and guard SGA at the top of the three-point line, he can do that too. There's just not a lot of other guys that can do it. Peyton Watson is lanky. He's annoying, but he doesn't have the girth that Aaron Gordon has. If his hammy ain't right, then that is a massive it's a massive thing. Because my guess is he's probably going to try and give it a go. But
Brett,
if you aren't right, then that's incredibly difficult. Yes.
what do hamstrings and the Wu-Tang Clan both have in common?
They're not to be bleeped with.
Yep, they ain't nothing to with. There you go. See that? That's a year working together. You knew exactly where I was going with that. I mean, there's literally a phrase.
Wu-Tang!
It's for the children. There is a phrase, literally in the English language, when you are hampered in your ability to do something, you're hamstrung.
Yeah.
There's a phrase that encapsulates how debilitating hamstring injuries are. I mean, I understand that there are some injuries you push through in the playoffs, and maybe the answer is you push through every single injury. Just ask the Avalanche players during their cup run. Landy didn't have a knee, Val didn't have a foot, and they hoisted Lord Stanley.
Sure.
I don't know where hamstrings fall into that, though. That is rough.
Well, especially in that sport, yeah, I don't know. It depends on how bad it is. I mean, Steph hurt his hamstring, and then he couldn't go, and then they were done. He's such a unique character on this team because of his ability to do so many things. He only had 5 points last night, and I thought he was great. 5 points, but he had 7 boards, he had 7 assists, and he was playing defense against some of the elite level guys across from you. So it's just something to monitor. You got a couple of days off. If it's a really bad hamstring, 2 days aren't going to make a difference. But hopefully it's just something that felt weird, I guess, and not a huge problem. Now, we're going to look ahead to Game 7 and what's needed and blah, blah, blah. We'll do that. But I do want to focus on last night because I just thought it's the epitome of what this team is. I was talking to somebody yesterday. And they're doing the what do you think's gonna happen tonight thing. I said, honestly, I don't know. If I had to put down money, I think the Nuggets win. But what I said was there's something about this team that they're just so hard to kill. You can push them away. You can think you're in a safe spot. But you always know, it's kind of like, you know what they are? They're Jason or Michael Myers. Let's say Mike Myers. You're running, right? You're on a dead sprint down the road, middle of the road. It's middle of the night. You're running your ass off, and you've been doing that for a minute and a half. You're like, all right, good. That definitely got away from him. And then you look behind you, and at a walking pace is Michael Myers, who has not lost a step. And that's kind of the Nuggets. And then you turn around, you put, five bullets in Michael Myers' chest, and he just gets back up. Like, that's what the Nuggets are. They're just like a zombie. They're really hard to kill. And you can think that maybe you got them right where you want them, and this is going to be the end of them, and you're going to put the dagger in them, and then all of a sudden they just show up, and they keep coming back. And now here's the thing. You thought you had them, but you guys are both in a closed room right now. It's a Game 7. You're in the same situation. One person leaves alive. And I'm telling you, I think Oklahoma City is scared to death of looking across there, because we all know who Michael Myers is. It's the Serbian guy. He's even got kind of the frame. An unassuming, you know what? Jokic is Michael Myers. He does everything slowly, yet it's so efficient. Doesn't have to run, doesn't have to jump, doesn't have to do anything. But he will pop out of the closet and stick you to the wall. Right?
No, I'm just picturing, the comparisons that people made online of Michael Myers standing next to Ashton Genty.
Yes.
Just waiting in the backfield, all 5'5" of him, just ready to rip your heart out.
But honestly, Jokic is him. He doesn't do anything quickly. You never really know what he's going to do. You never really know where he's at. And yet, he always wins somehow. Always. He gets the better of you. And you know what? He can't do it alone. Game 5 proved that, what we've seen all year. In fact, dude, there was a stat that I saw, a graphic that was up, I think, on FS1 yesterday. That's mind-blowing, surrounding Jokic in the postseason. Here it is. Here's Nikola Jokic's highest scoring playoff games of his career, okay? It was 2023 at Phoenix. He scored 53. It was 2 nights ago at OKC, where he scored 44. It was 2023 at Minnesota, where he scored 43. And 2019 at the Spurs, where he scored 43 again. Here's the results of those games. They lost by 5, they lost by 7, they lost by 6, and they lost by 17. Think about that for a second. Highest scoring games of Jokic's career have always turned out to be losses. Now, yesterday, Jokic plays the game like the stat line that feels like a perfect Jokic game. 9 of 14, 29 points, 14 boards, 8 assists. That feels like the Jokic game that is Nuggets offensive perfection. And I'm not saying it was perfect, but you put up 119 against that defense. Pretty damn good. Jamal Murray adding in 25 on an efficient night, which was the point. He put up 28 in Game 5, but he needed 27 shots to get there. He put up 25 on just 19 shots. It was 9 of 19 from the field. Christian Brown put up 23 on 14 shots, as he was 8 of 14. Julian Strawther put up 15 points on 8 shots, where he was 4 of 8 from the field and 3 of 4 from 3. That's where that stuff matters. Nuggets offense is built around efficiency. It's built around good field goal percentages. Why? Because typically they're getting in the paint, or they're scoring at a very high level from the mid-range. If the threes are being knocked down, then great. That's just an added bonus to it. But their game's always been inside. They led the league in points in the paint per game. And I think it was like 2 points higher than the number 2 team in the league. I'd have to go back and look, but it was something like 57.5 points per game as opposed to 55 for the second team. Like, wasn't even close. But when Jokic gets 8 assists and throws in 29 points, that's the recipe for success. So you get more of that in Game 7, you should be in good shape. By the way, some Adelman post-game. Here is David Adelman on Michael Porter Jr.
Small thing. I know Michael's been struggling. Mike made it 2 early threes. It kind of loosens up the floor a little bit. It allows you to play in space much easier for Jamal and Nikola, and then obviously Julian in the second half. So you had 2 guys make impactful threes where you're allowed to play the way we want to play offensively. And outside of the end where we turned it over, I thought we took care of it pretty well throughout.
That sounds like what I said earlier. Doesn't it? As long as you have somebody out there. For you. Thank you, Christian. As long as you have somebody out there to space the floor and give Jokic room, and Murray for that matter. That's all it takes. And whether Michael Porter Jr. is hitting shots or not, the reason why he plays, the reason why David Adelman has kept playing him is exactly that. They don't leave Porter open. But now you have another option. Now you have somebody who can do that and is healthy. Now, not experienced. I don't think you want to go to him for like 38 minutes in Game 7. But knowing that Julian Strawther can come in and do that is an added layer. You know, I asked this question yesterday, Nelly. If you remember, I said, is there anything that we're going to learn in this Game 6? Like, is there anything that's going to be new? And it didn't feel like it. No, at this point, it's felt like it's 2 teams. You know exactly who you are. Let's go out, slugfest. Whoever comes out still standing is the winner. And Julian Strawther added some new. Not that he didn't play in this series, but he wasn't really given full run at this. But he walked into the game and immediately knocked down a 3. Like, no hesitation, was not scared. And that's the guys that you need. That's the mentality that you need when your back's against the wall. That's something that matters. Another thing that was done differently. Now, I think slightly different situation. So the score was, I think you were up, I guess it was the same. You're up 8 heading into the fourth quarter again. Adelman made the decision in Game 5 to not start Jokic to start the fourth quarter. Or he made the decision in Game 5 to keep him in and let him play the entire fourth quarter. And in this game, he put Jokic on the bench. Here's Adelman on the decision to do that.
Well, it's going to be one or the other. Like I said, last game I kind of kicked myself for not taking one of them out. And Nikola seemed, body language-wise, like he wanted to sit for a second. The beautiful thing was I had 4 timeouts again. I know it didn't work out last game, but that does let you control your substitutions. And those guys held water, to start that quarter. So this was an incredible team win.
Yeah, so he's basically said the mistake that I made in Game 5 was not resting one of them because he played both Jokic and Murray for the entirety of Game 5 in the fourth quarter. This time, he puts Jokic on the bench. He starts the fourth quarter with Murray, swaps them out, or puts Jokic in, takes Murray out for a couple minutes, then puts him back in. Like, that's the way he handled it there. Worked out this time. Who knows what happens in Game 7? Again, I've been somebody that, like, if he's got to play 48, then he plays 48, and I don't care. You got to win. So, couple texts coming through here. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. This is a great question. It says, Kane, help me out. How many coaches' challenges do you get in a game? I believe the answer's 2. Right? You get 2, don't you? But you have to have timeouts and all these different things. I know what you're referencing, though. There was that play. Chet Holmgren is driving to the hoop. Jokic just stops. Holmgren misses. He falls. And they call a foul on Joker. Why not challenge it, is what you're asking. Because I was screaming the same thing. because I think that was Jokic's third foul. Just as an aside, again, I'm trying not to do this because we could, but I don't see the point ever in doing stuff like this where we're talking about refs a lot. They're waffling on whether they're letting guys play or they're doing ticky-tack fouls is insane. And I'm saying on both sides before some Oklahoma City fan is like hate listening to this show says something to me. On both sides. Jokic was very clearly fouled on one side of the floor and it was not called. And then I think SGA was very clearly fouled on the other end of the floor and it wasn't called. But then the next possession, it was like ticky-tack foul, and then they started, I'm like, just make up your mind. Make up your mind. By the way, it's one challenge, and if you win it, then you're awarded a second challenge. That's the ruling. But I'm just like, make up your mind. Oh, are we playing this way or not today? Because I think it confuses the players. You know, you continue to watch some of these guys, especially get like in the paint. Caruso, in the way that he guards Jokic, is just insanity. But I'm like, if that's the way that you want the game officiated, then officiate it that way. But you can't have a different set of rules for different guys. And I'm not even talking about SGA to Joker. I'm talking more like bigs to smalls on the floor. You can't do that.
The thing on that Holmgren play is if you look, Jokic he didn't bump him hard, but he did bump him just a teeny.
But that's because Holmgren jumped into him.
One of my point is, though, you got to keep in mind, that's enough force to knock Holmgren over. All you got to do is sneeze on him. Jokic didn't do anything wrong.
That is
true. That dude he's a toothpick. Jokic just went.
Oh, the AC could have kicked on you.
Yes,
saying.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Jokic could have sneezed. He could have. Who was the guy that was standing next to LeBron and just blew in his ear?
Oh, Lance Stevenson. Yeah. Yeah.
That would have knocked over Chet. So the refs have to keep this in mind. But what you said and what everybody was saying online last night, it reminded me of what Jared Bednar said during the Avs Stars series.
Exactly.
Of, I'm okay if you call everything. I'm okay if you call nothing. Just call it both ways.
Yes.
Just be consistent.
And just keep it consistent the entire game. You know, I honestly don't even think it was like a both ways thing. Like, I don't think one team was benefiting more than the other. I just think they were bad. They were just straight up bad. So again, I don't enjoy talking about refs because it's uncontrollable and it just feels like you're yelling at a wall because nothing's going to change because of it. But God, was that annoying. Whew. So 303-504-0925. We are broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. And now it's official. We have a Game 7 that will be right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 1:30 Sunday afternoon. Some good, also some bad in that game that I want to get to in just a second. Stick around. What is this from, Nelly?
It's from what you said you were going to talk about with this upcoming Nuggets game. The good, the bad, and the
right.
ugly.
Yes. The good's obvious to me. Another good Jokic game. I think Jamal, everybody's going to make this the Strawther game, and he deserves a bunch of praise and a bunch of love. I think this is a lot about Jamal. I thought Jamal was fantastic. And it's something I was begging for. Like, it's the easiest thing, I think, to turn the Nuggets' fortunes from bad to good. The best thing you can do is just look towards Jamal Murray and be like, can you give me one? So Jamal Murray was 9 of 19 from the field, 25 points. You won by 12. Jamal Murray was also 9 of 19 from the field in game 3 for 27 points, in which you won. It just feels like when he plays efficient basketball like that, the Nuggets have a really tough time losing. Because you're guaranteed at least one other guy to go with Joker. And the fact that he did that, and I think it was pretty obvious, multiple points in that game, where he was feeling it. He was feeling whatever the illness was that he has. David Adelman talked about that in the postgame.
Yeah, shout out to the training staff and our medical staff. I mean, he woke up. There was a high likelihood he may not play. And, you get the IV in you, you get the meds in you, fluids all day. And I kind of was watching the first 6 minutes like, is this real? Can he do it? And I thought he had good energy and good juice. There was a couple times where he really didn't want to go back to get the ball because he was so gassed, having a hard time breathing. But that's Jamal Murray. It's almost like the worse it is, the better off it's going to be. And what a tough-minded man. Now I can say that. I mean, this guy's a dad and shows up, finds a way to play, and gives us 25, 8, and 7 in a elimination game.
That is so true, by the way. Like, the more adversity and stuff that Jamal is facing, the better he is. I still remember when he was in the bubble, and it's like he couldn't breathe at the end of that one game. And they go, what led to this effort? And he's like, I just want to win. And then they said, all right, we'll see you on Thursday. We play Thursday. Like, all of that. When Jamal is pushed to the brink, Jamal steps up and plays fantastic, and credit to him because I thought he was great yesterday. Great. And he had to be. He wasn't alone. Christian Brown, I thought, was fantastic in that game as well. Now, there is a major sort of concern. Two of them, actually. We talked a little bit about Aaron Gordon's hamstring. That is scary. Scaring the living hell out of me. You need what he brings to the table as far as physicality against a very physical team and ability to guard multiple guys. The Nuggets still do a lot of switching, and he is able to switch from how many guys can do this? I can switch from guarding Hartenstein or Chet Holmgren, and they can switch me on to SGA, and I can defend both. There's just not a lot of guys in the league that can say something like that. So his hamstring is concerning. Here's the other concern. Russ has been a mess. Just a mess. Now, to his credit, he had a couple of really big plays late in that game. He had a huge tip back for a layup on an offensive board. I think it was off an air ball or something like that. Somebody shot an air ball, and he put one in. He did the same thing again. He made a couple of big plays late. Had a nice block as well. But that initial sort of burst of him being in the game, turned the ball over, bad shot, missed shot, it was a mess. And it's kind of looked like that for the majority of this series. He had a really good first game. He had a pretty good second game. He scored 19 points, but he turned the ball over a lot. And ever since then, it's just been like, yikes. I think you want to get a boost, you could get one from Russell Westbrook just having a decent game in Game 7. And to be honest, he's had 4 straight sort of clunkers. I think he's due. So that's the hope. That, along with Gordon's hamstring, is not as bad as it looked. By the way, I need clarification on something. Speaking of Jamal, so Jamal has this really great game. He took that elbow to the face. So was it Jalen Williams? Who was it?
Which one?
There was one, he was out at the three-point line. He was right in somebody's kitchen. I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Wallace. Somebody did that rip-through thing with the elbow, but brought their elbows up. And I mean, boom, clips his chin. We all know this about Jamal Murray because we've talked about this before. Dude doesn't flop. And so when he was on the floor, before I saw the replay, my wife was watching. And she goes, oh, it's not that bad. And I go, babe, Jamal Murray does not flop. If he got caught in the face, and he got caught in the face, and you saw in the replay, like, it's a straight shot to the jaw. How is that not a flagrant? Isn't that by definition a flagrant? It's kind of like high sticking. The intent of it doesn't matter, but you got to know where your stick's at. You got to know when you rip through with the elbow. If you catch somebody in the chin, you're going to get a flagrant off that.
That's one of my favorite things that NBA refs do when they go over to the mic to explain a foul call after a review. They're basically like a lawyer on the stand explaining their decision. And they'll go, it wasn't a flagrant because he was moving his elbow up in a natural motion towards deflecting the ball upwards or something stupid. He hit him in the face.
Right.
Quit logicking your way out of this. Did you see it or did you not see it?
But he came with a rip through. And if you look, his arms are down here, and then he goes actually up. It's like by definition. That's a flagrant every time. So anyway.
And I'll tell you, Brett, a secret to another Jamal game. This was potentially the Jamal Murray flu game, quote unquote. I heard people before this, when the pregame injury report came out, people said this was going to be his flu game.
Right.
So for game 7, if anybody's listening on the Nuggets staff, I have gone on Google Maps, and I can tell you that a half-mile away from the Thunder Arena, there is a Domino's Pizza. Someone order a poisoned pizza, deliver it to Jamal Murray's room, and Jamal, eat the whole pizza.
I eat the pizza.
No one else ate the pizza. It's 300 East Main Street in Oklahoma City. Go there. Make it happen.
I eat the pizza. Nobody else eats the pizza. That was the weirdest part of that entire documentary. It was like, all right, we got it.
And for 30 years, everybody's been calling it the flu game? Why wouldn't you just let that myth continue?
You can also just kind of say that you got really drunk, Michael. I mean, nobody really cares. It's fine. Get drunk the night before, and then you're feeling whatever. You know what's really encouraging, though? Really encouraging? The Nuggets have had a problem in this series. And it's kind of flown under the radar, but it's made a huge difference. And it went against them in the first quarter, and it drove me nuts. And so I'm looking through all these different things. It changed for the rest of the game, thankfully. But the Nuggets have had a really tough time just closing quarters. Like they would have this 7-8 point lead that would dissipate, and it would be a tie game at the end of it. It's happened over and over again in this series. So, in the first quarter, the Nuggets are up 10 points with 3 minutes left. And by the end of the first, it's a 3-point game. And you're like, really? It felt like you were dominating the game, and then you get sloppy late with turnovers. And, I mean, guys after made buckets are going coast to coast unimpeded for a layup is ridiculous. So then the second quarter, you go back to around that same time frame. The Thunder are up 8 with 3 minutes left. And the Nuggets are the one that cuts it to 3 before the end of the half. Remember that Lou Dort, it was actually tied. Lou Dort hits that last second shot before the half to put him up 3. So then you go to the third quarter with 2 minutes left in the third. It's a tie game, 80-80. You end that up 8. Those are the swings that OKC has gotten in this, especially in close games, that have killed you, that later as the game progressed, you started to take advantage of and do it the opposite way. It's huge. So I want to talk more about that in a bit. Obviously, we're going to preview Game 7 as we head into the weekend. 2 days off for the Nuggets before they play 1:30 on Sunday. For that, I think it's going to be a classic. Game 7 in Oklahoma City. So we'll get to that, but I want to spend most of today focusing on how they got there, because what they did last night, was a recipe of winning Game 7 as well. To watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can order online, and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe to the channel today. And don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Watch my lips.
Okay.
Moser and Kane. When's the last time I ever guaranteed a Nuggets victory? Have I ever
been a
done that
while.
on the show?
It's been a
Have I? I don't think I've ever done it.
Well, you've
you
done
come-
the loins back in the
you've,
day.
you've come
but-
pretty close. Do I have to look at your mouth?
I want you to look directly at my lips. Listen to me. And for all of you who say it's over, it could be over in Game 7. I'm going to tell you right now. The Denver Nuggets are winning Game 6 tomorrow night. Look at my face. The Denver Nuggets are winning this game. And when they do, all of you who are chiming in, and I believe it with every ounce of my soul, and if they do, I want to be referred to as Emperor Lombardi by all of you.
Hold on, Emperor Lombardi.
Jokic has it inside the arc. He starts backing down Holmgren to the dotted line. Throws out of it. Strawther three. You the man! Julian Strawther, you the man! In game number 6. Timeout Thunder. Nuggets lead it by 16. Westbrook guarded by Holmgren. Holmgren. Now Westbrook goes in the rim, leans in. Layup good! 11-point lead for Denver. $1:20 to go. Mitchell has it up the left sideline. He drives in on Murray. Blocked by Jamal Murray. Loose ball Watson. Oklahoma City is not going to foul. Denver will have an opportunity and a chance to play one more game for the Western Conference Finals berth. Denver leads it by 12 in Denver with 15 seconds to go. And Game 6 is over.
I want to be referred to as Emperor Lombardi by all of you.
Emperor? You called it. You know, I made a reference earlier, and there's a number of people that we need to talk about for good and bad reasons last night. Obviously, this is being dubbed the Julian Strawther game, and I think that's totally fair because he came in and provided a spark that I did. You know, we asked the question yesterday, are we going to see anything new? Are we going to learn anything about these teams heading into Game 6? We're all like, nope, I think it's just kind of line it up and let it fall. And then Julian Strawther comes in like, maybe I'm a rotational player now for as long as we can stay in the postseason.
They don't win without him.
Of course not. They also don't win without what I thought was a phenomenal Jamal game. Considering, I don't know what the illness was, Vic. I was following your tweets throughout the pregame of he's a game-time decision and he's really sick and all this different stuff. I thought Jamal was fantastic last night. Like, from the jump, he was active, knocking down shots, aggressive. You could tell at times there were some lulls where maybe the illness was coming in, but I thought he played great too.
Well, his first shot was a 4-point play. And
Yep.
at that point, you're like, okay, this is how you get the party started, right? This is how you get the party started. Boys, this is shaking up to be one of the more classic series in recent NBA history because a 68-win team. Think about this, Moj. And by the way, welcome, Moj. I didn't know you were going to come in today. You okay?
He's all right.
Yeah,
he's,
I'm
we're
basically
gonna see.
Trying.
Okay. Because I thought you were going to be out, but thank you for coming in.
Yeah, I'm not I'm not feeling super great. But
You
okay.
look terrible.
Thanks, buddy.
A 68-win team is on the brink right now. A Game 7 in their arena, and a huge advantage for them. They feel that way. But I cannot wait to see how those young players respond with all the pressure in their hands.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, is Sunday going to be a window into the past and the future?
So I know because it's Friday, and the next time that we talk to you will be Monday, the day after the game, because they have 2 days off now before we get to Game 7. And we will break down Game 7. But can I focus on a couple of things in the middle of that game? First of all, I made a reference to Jokic in the Nuggets kind of in general, but I think it really applies to Jokic. Jokic is very much to me like Michael Myers in that you sprint down the street to escape Michael Myers, right? And he's just walking slowly behind you. He's not moving fast. He's not jumping high. He's not really running. He's not really doing anything. And he's always just kind of right there. And he's also what? Impossible to kill. Like, the Nuggets are just impossible to kill. I don't know what it is about this team. Whenever you feel like you got them cornered, they come back, and you called it, Vic. They win this game. Now, all the pressure shifts to this young team who hasn't been in this situation before, and they're looking at somebody that's like, dude, this is another Tuesday to me. What do you mean? I've been here over and over again in my life. I don't care. It's crazy.
In fact, I told you they'd win last night. I felt very good. I feel pretty damn good about Sunday. I'd feel a lot better if, there's only one if, Aaron Gordon's hamstring, which happened at the most inopportune time, late in that game. He said, even after the game, he said, yep, we'll see how I wake up in the morning. We'll see. Do I think he's going to play? Sure. Do I think he's going to be 100%? No. That's all this team needs, right? MPJ's not at 100%. Now Aaron Gordon will not be at 100%. No matter what, when he plays Sunday, he's not going to be the Aaron Gordon we've seen in these playoffs because of that hamstring. So, even after all that, don't matter. The Nuggets have been there. The Nuggets, nobody has played more Game 7s in the NBA since 2018 than your Denver Nuggets. This will be their 7th. Consider this. Their coach, who coached all of 3 regular season games, he's already coached in a Game 7. He's 1-0. Mark Daigneault has never seen a Game 7.
Yeah. There's going to be a pressure that's mounting on them. By the way, here's Gordon after the game.
So you're limping a little bit. How are you feeling, and how nice is it to have actually a couple days off again?
I feel okay. We'll see. I'm going to start the recovery process now and make sure I'm getting ready for Game 7.
You kind of grabbed at your left hammy. Did you feel it on that kickball play? Was it before that?
Yeah. I just reached out and just not entirely sure what happened. So, like I said, I'm just going to recover, see what I can do Game 7.
It's freaky.
You know how your emotions get barbaric at times during the game? Am I the only one that wanted Aaron Gordon to sit on Alex Caruso? Just to sit on him.
Oh, my God. Caruso is the most annoying player in this series. He's the most, because I know everybody's like, oh, the bald head and the headband and the face and all that stuff. I'm just saying, like, I don't want to do the ref thing. I mean, we'll talk about it at some point, because I don't even think it was like favoring one team or another. I'm not even saying that. I just couldn't stand how it's like sometimes you can punch a guy in the face, no problem, and other times you just can't. You can't touch anybody.
It's inconsistent.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. And Caruso's like the prime example of this. What he's able to do to people where he puts his hands underneath your armpits and like wacky inflatable tube mans it, and they're just like, yeah, it's fine. It's like, what do you mean that's fine? What do you mean? Makes no sense.
He's annoying. He's irritating. He's tough to watch. You'd want him on your team. Clearly, you would want him on your team. If there's one role player from that team I would want, it's Alex Caruso.
But he
makes veteran plays.
He only does what they allow him to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like he's being punished for it. I completely agree with you, Cater. It's just that's what they're allowing him to do.
Let me tell you something though. So there was, to me, a huge thing that I noticed after the first quarter, and I started looking back in the series, and it's been a problem that has plagued the Nuggets over and over again that I don't think we've discussed all that much. So I went back and looked at it just in this game specifically. The Nuggets come out of the gates first quarter, they're pretty good, right? They got a 10-point lead with about 3 minutes left, 2 minutes left in the first quarter. And then that dwindles to a 3-point lead at the end of it.
Very quickly, too.
Very quickly, you have some turnovers that lead to quick buckets for OKC, and you're like, dude, all that goodwill you built up in the first 10 minutes of the game now disappears, and it's virtually tied at the end of the first. Like, what the hell happened?
Russell Westbrook was not good last night.
Awful. He made a couple of nice plays on some offensive boards late in that game, but that initial thing from him, I don't know what was going on. He led the entire game with 4 turnovers in only 17 minutes. But they've had a tough time just closing out good quarters. It feels like a lot in this series. But then you know what happened afterwards? The Nuggets were the team that closed out quarters. In the second, OKC started to have some stuff rolling. They had a 9-point lead with 2 minutes left. And I'm sorry, a 12-point lead.
Yeah, 12-point lead.
12-point lead with 2 minutes left.
I thought that was the most critical juncture of the game was late in the second quarter where the Nuggets could have easily let go of the rope. You're down double digits in an elimination game, and you're sitting there going, oh, God, what do they do now? Because it wasn't pretty, bro. It was very scary at that point. It looked like Oklahoma City was going to win the game.
And then they get the tie late in the second that ends with Lou Dort hitting that last second shot before halftime. So a 12-point lead turns into a 3-point lead, so you do it back to them. And then again, it's a tie game, 80-80 with 2 minutes left in the third quarter, and you push that to an 8-point lead by the end of the third. Like, closing out these quarters have been so massive for each team. It's just who's taking advantage of it.
Your point is correct. 2 minutes left in the first half. Holmgren makes it 3, and they're up 58-46, and the Nuggets can do nothing right at that point. And you figure, well, are they going to run out of gas?
Yeah.
One of the most important shots in that game. Do not discount the very next shot made, Christian Braun's three-pointer from the top of the key. And at that point, he was 3 of 4 from downtown. Christian Braun had a monster night, by the way. Monster. Career playoff high, 23 points, and 11 rebounds for CB. That 3 he made from the top of the key stemmed the tide and gave the Nuggets life on the way to the locker room. That was a huge momentum turn.
Yeah. Huge.
I don't know about you guys, but I kept waiting for the run that really never came.
From OKC?
Yeah, for OKC. I kept waiting for that push, and then the Nuggets have, 5 out of 6 empty possessions, and they hit a couple threes, and you're like, oh, God, no, here we go. But you know what? It never came. As you talked about it, some tied stemmers, not only from Christian, but also from Julian Strawther, and he made some big buckets,
Huge.
to even create more separation and basically tell OKC you're not getting back in this one. It was cool to see.
You're so right, though, Brett. The final 2 minutes of each quarter. So the Nuggets got back into the game in the final 2 minutes of the second quarter.
Yep.
Now we go to the final 2 minutes of the third quarter. It's all tied up. It's a tie game with 156 to play. Shea just makes a layup. You're like, oh, God, this is going to come down to the fourth, isn't it? It's going to be intense. Here are the next shots by the Nuggets at that point. Strawther, three-pointer. They're up by 3. Next time down, Jamal makes a layup. They're up by 5. Next time down, another Strawther three-pointer. They're up by 8. Next time down, the Strawther layup where Jamal throws it to him and he sort of oops it. He turns around with the shot clock winding down. They're suddenly up by 10. Julian Strawther, in the course of a minute 50, gave the Nuggets life that would lead them to this win. They don't win without him. We knew that he would get more minutes. I saw it after Game 5, the way he just carried himself in Game 5. They found something, boys.
Yeah.
They found something in Julian Strawther. What a big discovery.
Well, and we'll get to audio of David Adelman afterwards because he was talking about both Strawther and MPJ, and I think it's important for what the Nuggets want to do. Now, again, with everything that happened last night, now pushing to a Game 7, we got a lot of ground to plow before Sunday, 1:30 in the afternoon, ABC, national television, Game 7. There's also something else that in watching this series I think is really cool and really rare, especially in today's NBA, that we'll get to in just a couple of minutes. You can always get in touch with us. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. But that unique sort of quality that this series has between these two teams that I don't think the NBA's had in a while. We'll get to it next.
AAA, we've talked about them before. AAA service, plumbing, heating, and electric. All your needs taken care of. And I have a lot of needs because I can't fix a damn thing. If something breaks down in my house, I don't know about you. If you're the Mr. Fix-It type of person, great. I am not. I call AAA, especially now that summer's approaching and things are heating up and the AC always seems to go out of whack, something's always wrong with it, they've got a $49 AC tune-up special going on right now. Give them a call. Schedule an appointment, $49 to look at your AC. Schedule an appointment today. It's very easy. Just go online at AAA, that's AAA today.com. AAA today.com.
Gordon just runs right into SGA. Tried to draw a foul, didn't get it. Three-pointer Murray. That one misses. Got his own rebound. Back on top to Christian. Porter three. Yes! 69-69 the tie. We got the Billy Madison special for you.
Hey, I know this is being dubbed as the Strawther game. Well, guess what? You can hear Julian Strawther on with Raj and Coach at 10:30 today. How about that? Here's the quality this has, and I'll ask both of you. Now, I have a father that I think is much like other people. I'm 35 years old. I think most people who have dads that are around my age will have dads that say sort of the same thing. I loved basketball, and I can't watch it anymore. You know those guys, right? Those ones that are out there.
There are a lot of them out there.
There's no defense, and it's all about the threes and the no fundamentals like those guys. My dad is one. Now, when I moved here, he started following the teams that I was talking about because he listens to the show, and he fell in love with them. And he especially fell in love with Joker because I think most people can. He's got a very pleasing game, especially to that crowd. This series is one that, first of all, has been fantastic. God, has this been a great series. But this is one that I think you could show basketball fans of any era, and I think they would love what they see in this series, honestly.
It's got everything.
I think it's one of those brutally physical, really defensive, high-level IQ offense. Maybe you get turned off by the foul baiting and stuff like that. That's probably the only bad thing to it. But I mean, as physical of a series as I can remember in a long time.
All I can think about, guys, is that Denver Nuggets are probably sitting there going, gosh, we should have won this series by now. We gave a couple away. Oklahoma City's probably sitting right now saying, gosh, we should have won this series. We gave a couple away. Both teams are thinking the exact same thing. That's how tight it's been. And let's not discount this, all right? The Northwest Division, and usually people don't care about divisions in basketball, but you can't discount the fact that 3 teams are still playing in the Northwest Division.
I know.
The team representing the Western Conference will come from the Northwest Division. This division, these teams play each other, and they go at each other's throats. Think about the rivalries going forward. Minnesota, Denver, and OKC.
Yeah.
I could really use me a good scrum.
Well, what happened last night, by the way, Vic? The cameras didn't show when there was a scuffle.
Yeah, a little bit.
Between Gordon and Caruso.
It was pretty simple. Caruso is an irritant. Gordon was he was lining up to get the inbound, and Caruso did what he does. He wore him like a thong.
Okay.
I mean, you've seen Caruso do that.
It's pretty much what he did.
It's the perfect
he kept trying to get in front, and then it was a mess.
And Aaron Gordon was like, dude, calm down.
Yeah.
Just calm down. This is an inbound. Get off of me.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? That frustration led to a turnover on that inbound.
And it led to a run by OKC that actually helped their cause. That's when they made their run.
But I could use a little bit of a Game 7. You know, just everybody wants it so badly type of situation. A little scrummy scrum there. That'd be good.
Yeah. Let me tell you. The way, and I do want to talk about this at least for a second. But there's a couple points in that game that I was very confused. When they called Joker for the foul on the Holmgren layup that he missed, where Jokic just stopped. Can I ask you a question, Vic? Because Malone was like this too. Why the hell would you not challenge that?
No, I agree with not challenging that.
Okay, explain it. Explain that
And I'll
to me.
tell you why. It's very simple. These games are so important, and they're so close. I know that was the wrong call. We all know it's the wrong call. But if there's any chance that the referee upholds the call and you lose that challenge in a game of that magnitude, that will hurt immensely. In fact, if I'm a coach, I would never challenge a call in the first half unless it affects the foul. Like if my best player is about to get his third or fourth foul.
That was Jokic's third.
Okay. But it was still too early at that point, I think, to blow the challenge whistle. And if he was proved right, we all saw it. We all know it wasn't a foul. And yet, we've all been proven wrong at times. I think there was a bigger one than that. If there's one they could have challenged, there was one by Shea late in the game. The one where Jamal Murray got up and did the mime. He mimed Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. He looked like Gary, the inflatable character. That I'm so glad that Jamal did that on national television. I'm so glad.
Yes, we need some more shaming in the NBA. We need to shame people.
Players need to shame themselves.
Pretty much.
I'm going to walk away from this series. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is an outstanding player. I'll never take away from his talents. He's also shameless. He falls more than He has taken over the mantle from Anthony Davis, right? AD falls. And we all thought, man, do you lack that much coordination that you're falling?
Embiid.
Shea falls just as much as AD.
At least, though, there are times when he does not get a call, and that makes me happy. I would hope that would change the habits of an SGA, but it won't. I mean, let's be honest about it. But that being said, when you go back to the Holmgren situation, if he and Joker actually, like, if their jerseys touched, that has to be the max of the contact on that play. Let's say their jerseys rubbed against each other.
Well, and then
that would be the extent of it.
All right, so is this the play, Nelly? Is this what you pulled up behind? Oh, that's the Jamal.
Yeah, that's where he flops, and then Jamal goes, I'm glad he did that. I'm glad. Not only does he fall, look at him. He just takes his time. He's laying down there. Oh, my God. My appendix. Guys, my appendix.
So here's the other thing that happened in that game, and this is what's funny to me. So my wife was watching, and so it was when, who was the player? Was it Wallace that hit Murray with the elbow to the face?
I thought that was Jalen Williams.
Jalen Williams, okay. So Jamal falls, and my wife goes, before seeing the replay, she goes, oh, it couldn't have been that bad. And I go, babe, Jamal does not do that. Like, if he gets hit and he's on the floor, it's because he got hit hard, okay? You see the replay. That's the classic thing of it's like high sticking in hockey. I know it's not intentional.
Whip your elbow.
But when you do that rip through and your elbow goes right on somebody's jaw, isn't that an automatic flagrant?
Supposed to be an automatic flagrant.
It's automatic.
It used to be.
It's supposed to be. Joker got one earlier in the series.
Yeah.
Remember the one Joker got earlier in this series? When Dort was on him?
How is it not a flagrant?
I wasn't watching the broadcast because I was at the game. Please tell me what they say on the broadcast about that.
They said common foul. They just I don't remember the exact words. They just said common foul, ball out, Nuggets, whatever. But it's like he clipped him right in the jaw. I don't know.
I'm looking at the play where Chet falls, where Joker was just sort of next to him, and they called that foul. I want you to go back and look at this. Okay, call it whatever you want. But the extra drama in Chet falling. So he falls, and then he sort of rolls around.
Well,
too.
he sort of twists and screws himself into the floor, spins, and then looks up. Yeah.
Do you think, because remember what I said going into this series, I said the Nuggets got to play fire with fire. You got to fall a little bit more, right? You just got to fall because that's what they do. Do you think they actually work on this in OKC? I mean, look at this. Watch his fall. Look at this. Look at that extra drama. Like digs himself into the ground.
I would hope that professional teams are not working on how to fall the best to get a call. I hope that's not part of their practice.
Look at this. Here's another replay. Here's the replay of Chet just, oh my God. Where do I go now? What do I do?
I mean, it's.
By the way, he jumps toward the
into
front,
Joker.
he can make a layup off the glass easy without the two touching, but he works his way toward the front of the bucket on the jump. It's egregious.
By the way, Texter says this. This is what they said. They said for the Jamal thing that it was a natural basketball motion.
That's stupid. But then if that's the case, then Joker's elbow to Lou Dort was a natural basketball motion.
Right.
That is a subjective, stupid rule. It's stupid. What do you mean natural motion? Anytime you swing your elbows and make contact, that's an automatic flagrant.
So that's the stuff, again, I don't want to harp too much on the ref stuff because I don't think it was like heavily favored one side or the other. I do think that the Nuggets got their fair share of like makeup calls when they got bad ones on the up. In fact, right after that Chet play, the Nuggets got one on the opposite side that was like, that's not a foul either. What are we doing here?
I agree. And I'm willing to say it goes both ways.
Yes.
Hey, listen, Joker flops.
Sure he does.
The only thing Joker doesn't do is he doesn't add the drama of falling all the time.
Yeah.
Right? That's the one thing Shea does. Shea falls.
Hey, so there's a very key question that I want to talk about this multiple times this morning. We just discussed this yesterday. The guys on the bench, the depth of this team, it's a very chicken or egg thing. Can they not play? Or do you not trust them to play because they don't play? Does that make sense? Like, here's what I said earlier. The same thing applies to Adelman that I think applied to Malone for years, which is, why isn't this guy playing? Because I don't trust him. Why don't you trust him? Because he doesn't play enough. Why does he not play enough? Because I don't trust him. Why is it? You know what I mean? It just goes like that over and over and over and over again. And then you watch Julian Strawther just walk into that game, and Vic, he immediately is like, give me the ball, I'm going to knock down a three. Boom.
Slow heartbeat.
I mean, he had no fear of the moment at all. None.
He came on our post-game show afterwards, and he talked about the moment. And, again, I got the indication after Game 5 he was going to get more minutes because he's getting it done on the defensive end. And that's the most important thing for this team, defensively holding your own. And he's done that.
So, yeah, get your cough and your sneeze out. In the meantime, I want to play some audio from Adelman. So this isn't on Strawther specifically. He was actually asked about MPJ. Here's what he said.
Small thing. I know Michael's been struggling. Mike made it 2 early threes. It kind of loosens up the floor a little bit. It allows you to play in space much easier for Jamal and Nikola, and then obviously Julian in the second half. So you had 2 guys make impactful threes where you're allowed to play the way we want to play offensively. And outside of the end where we turned it over, I thought we took care of it pretty well throughout.
I've made this argument forever. Porter hitting shots or not, the reason he's still playing in the series, the reason why they leave him on the floor is because they respect Porter's outside shooting defensively. They have to guard him. That creates spacing that not a lot of guys in this team can provide. That's just the truth. They will leave guys open on this team. They will not leave, even if Porter's struggling, him open for 3, at least intentionally. And I don't know how many other guys do that. Well, if Porter isn't on, I thought Porter played all right in the game last night. Knocked down a couple of shots. But here's the great news from yesterday. Let's say that Porter's shoulder's really bothering him and he's not making shots in Game 7. You got an option now. Because Strawther can do that. They are not going to leave Strawther open for a 3. They aren't going to. And the spacing allows Jokic and Murray to do what they do best.
It's interesting. I thought about that, Brett. I'm trying to get in the head of OKC. I don't know that it's possible. Are they going to think to themselves, well, he can't do that again? Or do they have to think to themselves, all right, they just found another weapon and we have to guard that? I don't know how they're going to react to it. I certainly don't think they're going to leave him wide open, but are they really actually going to key on Julian Strawther when he's in the game? I don't know.
I'm going to say something irrational that has nothing to do with what's happening on the court because as fans, sometimes we get irrational. What's the number one reason you want to see the Nuggets knock out OKC? Some would say, wow, you're sick of the OKC flopping. You're tired of Alex Caruso's face. Young and confident and arrogant at times you want to see. The number one reason I would like to see the Nuggets advance to the next round, I don't know what it is about the smarmy nature of Mark Daigneault. I don't know what it is that bothers me so much. Maybe it's just me, and I apologize in advance. It's just me. I don't know why.
I don't like Daigneault at all. I don't like how I don't like his general look.
I don't like the way he holds his hands. I don't like the way he paces. I just don't. It makes no sense, and it's irrational. Again, I'll admit going forward, it's completely foolish, but it just bothers me so much. So much.
I think you're right. I feel the same way. Daigneault's on our hate list, remember?
And do you remember what the stipulation was on the list? It has his name, and then do you remember the parenthetical?
He's French.
There you go. That's why he's annoying.
It's the same emotion. He never smiles. Dude, get out of the. You're not in the biology lab.
Can I just say, there's something else in these last couple of games. It took longer than expected, but it's death, taxes, and Jokic will figure you out. At some point, he will figure out how to attack you.
Yeah.
For 3 straight games, OKC made that switch. Game 2, 3, and 4, they had Jokic in a bit of a pretzel, trying to figure out how do I fix this. And a lot of that has to do with other people have to help him. I understand. But look at Jokic's last 2 games. The beacon of efficiency, I think in NBA history, Nikola Jokic, has gotten his efficient game back. And it's like, I found it. What did we say yesterday, by the way? What's the key to the Nuggets? get Jokic's assist total up, right?
Yep.
He gets 8 last night. Most he's had all series.
Not only that, the Nuggets surpassed a lot of figures that they haven't seen in the postseason. First of all, they had 58 points at the half, which is the most they've scored against Oklahoma City in a half. So the offense was rolling. They got the rebound total up again. They out-rebounded them. They had 11 offensive boards.
Yeah.
11. That's a lot against that team.
I think they had 16 in Game 5. They're good on the offensive glass.
But they also turned into second chance points. It's one thing to get offensive boards and keep things alive, but the second chance points last night, let's see, it led to 23 second chance points. It's getting to the glass, getting another shot of it, and making it. 23. That's a lot.
By the way, to support your point yesterday about the assist total for Joker, this graphic was on FS1 yesterday. Jokic's highest scoring playoff games of his career. He had a 53-point game in 2023 at Phoenix.
Lost.
He had the 44-point game 2 nights ago against OKC.
Lost.
He had a 43-point game in 2023 against Minnesota.
I don't remember.
Lost by 6.
Lost.
And he had a 43-point game in 2019 against the Spurs. They lost by 17 points. Whenever Jokic does the high point total thing, the Nuggets lose. Give me the stat line from last night from Joker. 29 points on 9 of 14 from the field. 14 boards, 8 assists. That is the quintessential Nuggets are playing good offense game.
He was also going to the line, and that was important too. They're actually giving him the opportunity to get to the line and knock down some free throws, and all of that helps. Yeah, it's other guys were making too. I mean, other guys were making shots, and that's incredibly important to the structure and the makeup of this team.
Here's my comfort blanket as we go to Game 7.
I'm talking about when his assist totals are up.
Yep.
I can sleep comfortably knowing I know 2 guys that the gravity of the game will not affect them. I know it will not affect Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. It won't. Nobody's played in more Game 7s over the last 7 years than those 2 players. Nobody in the entire NBA. So I know the gravity of the moment will not affect those 2. I can't say the same thing about a single Oklahoma City player. I don't know how they're going to react. And that makes me sleep easy. It really does.
Just quickly before you get to break, let me see this. I'm looking up Shea stats in elimination games. So he's played in 5. He averages... Oh, this is so hard to find. Why is it so hard to
How
find?
you would find that from the get-go.
18.6 points per game.
Mm-hmm.
And he shoots 53% from the field. That's pretty good. He actually
really
has
good.
some really good efficient numbers. He shoots 58% from 3 in closeout games. Or elimination games, I should say.
You know, the role players, this is where Strawther was so huge last night. Can he do that on the road? Usually role players like that, their numbers are not nearly as beautiful on the road as they are at home. Because at home, you're comfortable. You have your hometown fans. You feed off the energy. Can he replicate anything close to that on the road? I never expect it. I think when you go to the road and you play in games like this, your bread and butter have to carry you. Have to carry you to win. And the bread and butter is peanut butter and jelly in this case. It's Jamal and Joker.
Yep. And they got it last night. Get more into that as we go along. Preview Game 7, which is Sunday at 1:30. Stick around.
Gordon peels off to the right wing, throws out of Murray for three. Yes! 11-point lead for Denver, 93-82. And this is Denver's big lead of the night.
Yeah, shout out to the training staff and our medical staff. I mean, he woke up. There was a high likelihood he may not play. And, you get the IV in you, you get the meds in you, fluids all day. And I kind of was watching the first 6 minutes like, is this real? Can he do it? And I thought he had good energy and good juice. There was a couple times where he really didn't want to go back to get the ball because he was so gassed, having a hard time breathing. But that's Jamal Murray. It's almost like the worse it is, the better off it's going to be. And what a tough-minded man.
Can I help you? I have the flu. Super nauseated for a few days, a lot of barfing. It's a total disaster. Plus, I have a ton of work to do, so I need the good stuff. The Mariah needs to sing tonight stuff.
It is true from Adelman. The harder it feels like it gets for Jamal, the better that he plays.
100.
Now, I know that he's questionable with the illness thing. Here's one thing I do know about Jamal. He would have to be dying to not be on that floor. And my only question was not whether he's playing or not. My question was, how effective is he going to be?
Brett, he didn't even shoot around. Every NBA player is so rhythmic and so habitual when it comes to their pregame shoot. They do the same thing. He didn't shoot at all. He wasn't on the court. First time he stepped on the court is when the team came out for the layup line.
Did you think he might miss? Did you honestly think he could?
I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with me today. As soon as I didn't see him warm up, now you go to DEFCON 1.
Did you say DEFCON?
I know. As soon as I said it, I go, Moser's going to jump all over that.
Hold on a second. Let me back you up a little bit. You're coughing, you get all this. I got snot all in me too, but...
Speaking of on their deathbed, the only way you were going to get Moser to speak this morning is saying DEFCON. That's the only way you do it.
The recent rains, every plant and tree in Colorado's like, sup? Yeah, it's time to spread my seed.
Mm-hmm.
Time to go full Zlatan on this whole area.
Just spreading investments all over
Spreading investments all over. And my car is covered in pollen, Vic. So it goes right up your nose with a rubber hose and gets in all your your orifices. Probably gets in that hole in the back of your jaw.
Yep.
And that's what happens. So that's what's going on with you. It's DEFCON, C-O-N, not DEFCON.
I know what it is. I know. As soon as I said it, I knew I said it wrong. I know. You don't have to keep repeating
Which Def Jam was it again?
Death Jam? Yeah, great.
Guys, I think David Adelman is the new head coach of the Denver Nuggets, win or lose on Sunday.
How do you think so, huh?
Yeah.
Well, they certainly seem to respond to him, Vic, and he's a bright guy. I mean, I think that he's been a guy that's been looked upon as having a nice future already before this opportunity. And the players seem to respect him, they respect his basketball mind, and I think they respect his calm nature. He seems like he's got a pretty damn good grasp on things, and as a player, I'd like to have that too.
I encourage you all, for those of you who appreciate feature writing, I encourage you, if you have a subscription to The Athletic, and if you don't, Moser will give you his numbers, his password. Jason Quick
I think somebody else is using mine. I really do.
Not me. Jason Quick wrote a piece on David Adelman. Quick is based in Portland, so I think he knows the Adelmans really well and that family. And it's a long piece on the history of David Adelman, how he grew up in a coaching family, how he spent some time in Children's Hospital with major kidney issues as a kid, how he overcame a lot while in the hospital. He was a ball boy for Portland, all that business. And he built himself into this coaching prodigy, really. And here he is, yesterday, celebrating his birthday, 44 years old, and calm, never gets over emotional.
Beautiful baby coach.
Never looks stressed, just very calm. And he won himself the biggest game of his life as a coach, of his life. And he's on the precipice of another 7-game elimination game this Sunday. I don't know, guys. Maybe they hire a GM who says, I've got my guy.
Sure.
But I don't know if there's another person more equipped to handle this roster than David Adelman right now.
Well, he's doing it with aplomb. and he's been around, so he knows all the guys very well. I would hate to be a GM to come in. This is just me. You're hiring me as the GM. I would want my own guy. I wouldn't want to have a guy already in place flung upon me.
Yeah.
Because that's a part of a GM's job. And there's a comfortability factor there. But maybe they could work very well together. Either way, he's going to have a job at some point. I think he's proven that. I just think he handles things well. Clearly he knows the game inside and out. He's basketball
accountable.
Yeah, he's a basketball geek, and he is absolutely accountable. He's comported himself quite nicely, and it's admirable, given the circumstances. And if they can pull off Game 7 on Sunday and get themselves into the Western Conference Finals, then he'd be my choice, no matter who the damn GM is.
Here's a quote from David Adelman. When we beat Sacramento in the first game, that was his first game he coached after Malone was fired. First thing I thought of when it was over was all the great assistant coaches who never got a chance to do this. It's an honor. There are 30 of these jobs, so I'm just trying to honor that as best I can. And if I end up getting this job or another job down the road, I want to make sure that in my head all the time that this moment is there, and every day I do it, I remember this moment. And David Adelman doesn't take it for granted. He doesn't.
Well, let me ask you one thing, because a texter asked this, and it's the same thing I was thinking. I've thought about this for a while now with Adelman. Obviously, the voice is different, the messaging is different, because they're two different personalities. But schematically or in whatever way you want to call it, just from a pure coaching way.
Schematically.
Telling you that was coming.
Yeah. What's the difference between him and Malone? Because they feel
he throws a lot more zone.
Okay.
He throws a lot more zone.
Rotationally and stuff like that, it feels very similar to what Malone would do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the way he spreads out minutes, the guys he decides to play, the guys he doesn't decide to play, that feels very Malone-ish to me.
I've never seen this much zone defense run by the Nuggets, and a lot of that is the product of Shea, right? You got a guy that's able to get inside defenses, so you got to zone it up. They threw some 1-3-1 at him. I don't know how much 1-3-1 you see in the NBA, but it's not often. So that's the biggest, schematically, the difference I see.
Yeah. But he's done a great job. I asked the question yesterday, have the Nuggets, based on what you thought when they fired Malone and Booth with 3 games left in the regular season, overachieved? And the answer was yeah. Think about this. You are taking a team that I thought was left for dead, okay? That I didn't know if they would even be, it could have been a play-in team for all we knew at that time. And now you've taken a 68-win team, best team in the NBA, to the brink. A Game 7 in the second round of the postseason. That's pretty crazy.
We've talked about it before, but let's reiterate what Josh Kroenke said at that news conference when both are gone. He said
it to me.
Yeah, he said, "Look, there's more out of this basketball team."
Oh, Juice is high C.
There's more. I got to be honest with you. I think he's got a pretty fairly good grasp on the makeup of his basketball team. And he's proven that to be absolutely correct.
We all felt that way, though, right? The reason we were so frustrated towards the end of the regular season.
It's because they were up and down and all around, and they looked gross doing it.
But the bottom line was, we thought they were better than that.
Correct.
We're this team's better than the way that they're playing right
now.
But
to have the guts to do it with 3 games left in the regular season and kind of throw that postseason on the line with it, it's a very rare thing, a very rare happening. And clearly that was a good choice because this team has responded in all kinds of ways. And they're doing it. They're taking the 68-win Thunder to Game 7 on 2 days rest for the first time in a month. This is going to be awesome.
You know what this does? It firms up in my brain, too, something that we've talked about many times. Regular season don't mean crap. It means seeding. But look at the West. The number 6 seed is already in the Western Conference Finals. That's Minnesota. Number 6 seed. They're waiting for you. This is a team that won 68 games that made history, and everybody was comparing them to some of the greatest teams of all time. And I kept saying, yeah, what have they really done? They're right there with the Nuggets. You cannot separate these two. They're right there. One team won 68 games, the other team won 50. Do you notice an 18-game disparity when these teams meet? Do you see that?
No,
Well,
clearly
Vic,
not.
they've played 6 postseason games and 4 regular season games, and the record is 5-5.
The reason why OKC won 68 games, there are 3 reasons. Young and hungry, deep as can be. Their second team was winning games by 30 points, guys. Their second team. And they hadn't been there before. They didn't know any better.
There's something to it. It's what we were talking about. Young teams haven't been in this situation, and that's where, you know what? If they go out and they play a great Game 7 with all the pressure on them, never experiencing that before, then you know what? Hat tip, way to go. Very good basketball team. You get to move on. But God, am I curious to see if they can actually do it.
Here's what I do know. The Nuggets are not going to be – the Nuggets, I would say that they have to feel they're playing with house money right now. They know they're a good basketball team.
They will have the slowest heartbeat ever in that Game 7.
Hey, they're probably going to enjoy the situation, enjoy the moment. OKC had all kinds of expectation on them for being a 68-win team and number 1 overall, and they've been pushed to a Game 7.
Sure.
And they know that anything can happen, and they know they've got a problem now with big Nikola Jokic that they're going to have to try and solve. And I don't even know if they think they can.
Well, hang on to this for a second. We'll get back to it in the 8 o'clock hour. 303-504-0925. Can listen to us anywhere, by the way, on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com.
Guys, did you make a resolution to improve your health in 2025? Here we are in May. The year's almost half over, if you can believe that. Well, do yourself a favor, and if you're not feeling like you used to, if you're feeling sluggish, low energy, sleep patterns are off, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and see if you're dealing with low testosterone. It happened to me. And over time, you just started not feeling like yourself, and before you know it, you're got low T, and the doc says, hey, sorry, you're just getting older. Well, no, I'm going to do something about that. And so I did go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900, or go to their website. They've got a low T quiz that's very easy to take. Takes 2 minutes, 10 simple yes-no answers, and then schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Cost of the appointment's only $99, includes T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day of your appointment, your visit is absolutely free. You're going to see higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, better sleeping, waking up feeling refreshed, all that sort of thing. No more brain fog, and there's no need to wait. 5 locations in Colorado. Give them a call, 720-440-7900, or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Mitchell has it up the left sideline. He drives in on Murray. Blocked by Jamal Murray. Loose ball, Watson. Oklahoma City is not going to foul. Denver will have an opportunity and a chance to play one more game for the Western Conference Finals berth. Denver leads it by 12 in Denver with 15 seconds to go. And Game 6 is over!
It all comes down to this. You can join Altitude Sports, Sports Radio at Stoney's on Lincoln this Sunday for a Game 7 viewing party. We'll have awesome prizes, a live broadcast, and a chance to watch your Nuggets in the biggest game of the season. It's all brought to you by Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. We'll see you Sunday at Stoney's. So, the beauty of having a Game 7 that you are experienced in, your opponent is not. You have a whole bunch of guys that will have slow heartbeats in this game. And if you're David Adelman, what is the best route of attack to go after OKC? What do you do? Do you change anything?
You don't do a damn thing. I mean, what do you expect them to do? I mean, this is who they are. This is what they have.
Well,
I can tell you one thing they can do. Okay, I'll give you something. Normally in these Game 7s, in these elimination games, both teams naturally are going to come out tight. You're going to see a very clanky game. There's going to be a lot of missed shots.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if shooting percentages were as low as they get. Shots are going to be tough to come by. I think you have to establish early, go to the hole.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And number 2, possessions will be the premium in this game. Possessions. You cannot afford to cough the ball up without getting a shot. You have to get a shot every time down.
It's an excellent point. You can't have – if you miss the shot, you miss the shot.
You miss.
But you can't have empty possessions where you don't even get a shot off.
See, that's a backbreaker in a game like this.
That's what I was thinking, though, Vic, was even though the Nuggets have been in a Game 7 before, OKC is the best defensive team in the league over the course of the regular season and very, very difficult, obviously, in this game. But if you are relying on outside shooting to win the game for you, I just don't think that that's the strategy to go with. I know they have 2 days of rest now. I know you're tired because you haven't had much rest at all.
But those 2 days are huge. First time they've had 2 days in 3 weeks, not since April 26th.
So go in attack. Attack the rim early in that game. Try and get some guys in foul trouble. Hey, I'll tell you what, Shea having 4 fouls early in that game didn't hurt. Didn't hurt him
he sat
going early to the bench in the third quarter.
Exactly right. Normally he doesn't go to the bench that early. That was a big factor.
Attack is what I would say. You're going to have a much better shot trying to get things inside than you will shooting from the outside. Now, if you get the outside shooting too, then it's just a bonus. I went back to Game 7 of the Clippers game just to kind of see. So the Nuggets put up 120 in Game 7. But you remember, that game was just like, it was over by the second half, right? They shot 11 of 29 from 3, which is really good.
I think
for Nuggets standards.
The Clippers got to a point where they realized they just couldn't win.
Right.
I don't think OKC, they won't get to that point. At least not in the third quarter. Maybe in the fourth quarter, but not in the third. Those young guys are going to continue to push.
You know what's crazy? Advantage Minnesota. I'm looking at projected schedules that the NBA releases. If the Nuggets win on Sunday, they would start the Western Conference Finals Tuesday.
No,
they would get
one
day off.
Well, if OKC won last night, Game 1 would have been on Sunday.
Well, that's at least 2 days off.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
This is one.
Yeah, that's a big.
Day
That's a big
off.
no. That's a big no.
Game 7 with all that intensity.
The only
and
saving
you're
grace,
giving these
Vic,
teams 1 day off.
Gosh, it's almost like that's happened before this postseason.
The only saving grace would be you're at home. You're just going to stay at home.
They're not at home. They have to fly back from OKC.
No. I'm talking about for Game 1.
Oh, gotcha.
God, you're right. I didn't even think about that. I just figured they'd be on the road for the rest of the postseason.
You're home. And when was the last time a 4 had home court advantage in the Western Conference Final or any conference final.
I thought for sure they would allow this team, any team that emerges from a 7-gamer, 2 days off to collect themselves. That's crazy, man. Crazy,
Yeah,
bro.
we're gonna get the old Jamal. We play Thursday. Like, remember that in the bubble?
Mm-hmm.
Like they're being put through that ringer again. But I think the main story heading into Game 7 is this.
Aaron Gordon was grabbing at the hamstring late there.
Yeah.
What's the concern level there?
I mean, at this point, I have no idea. It would be high, obviously. I mean, Aaron is one of our guys that he's the reason why we've won games and won series and have a banner hanging up in there. So it's really nice to have 2 days, obviously, for all the guys to, have treatment and all those things. But I haven't gotten a clear answer. He'll get checked out. But I mean, this having 2 days off, I don't think you guys realize, at least the people that cover us do, wow, like this has been a marathon. So the guys in there look like they were happier that they have tomorrow off than they were going to a Game 7. So it's going to be really nice. But to your question, it's nice to have 2 days to get guys right, going into a Sunday matinee. So, concern for Aaron is so high. He's played through a lot through this whole season, so we'll see where he's at.
I said it after the loss in OKC, the Game 5 loss. I said, okay, devastating to lose when you're leading late, but look at the carrot that's dangling if you win Game 6, and that carrot is rest, the kind of rest they haven't seen in weeks. Yeah. It's been weeks.
I mean, one extra day is, at this point, one extra day is incredibly valuable.
Well,
incredibly valuable.
Not to mention, Moj, kind of going back to this, AG, this is such a freaky concept to me. AG's kind of got like, what did he have, 5 points last night or something? 5
points, yeah.
And I thought his impact was great on the game because he is one of the few people, not just the only guy in the Nuggets, but one of the few people in the league. How many guys can do this? He is tasked with defending a guy who's, I don't know how tall Hartenstein is. He's around 7 feet tall.
He's a 7-footer.
7-footer. Go guard the 7-footer. Oh, here comes the high screen and roll. We're going to switch. Now you're on SGA. And in both instances, you're like, AG's got him.
Yeah.
Like, how many guys can do that?
You
That's
feel
the
confident.
uniqueness that he brings to the table that will be missing if he, God forbid, he can't go, but even if he's hindered with a hamstring, like, that's the stuff that you can't ask somebody else to do. Like, Peyton Watson's a good lanky defender that can bother people, but he doesn't have the size, the physical size that Gordon has.
I'm going to say something that sounds so defeatist and so against my mentality and so ridiculously field day that I'm almost ashamed.
Don't you say that you don't care if they win or lose this
game.
game.
I care. Oh, no, I care. I want them to win. Oh, of course I care.
No, I know, but that's okay. Say what you're going to say then.
But I feel as if the Nuggets have already done more to prove people wrong, doubters wrong, than anybody ever expected already.
Well, that's true.
I suppose, but I think
it's not going to take the sting away if you lose.
Of course not. I'm not saying it will. You want to win.
Because you have the best player on the planet, though, Vic, nobody ever lets you off the hook.
Well, that's what we were saying yesterday. I said, did the Nuggets already overachieve what you thought they would? And the answer was yes.
I mean, I think the answer is yes, but that's us because we're close to the situation. I think that if you're talking about national pundits and whatnot, and the expectations even before the season began, when you have the best player in the world, people are not going to let you off the hook for a loss.
Yeah.
At any point, probably, unless it's an NBA Finals, and again, it's an epic battle.
They have an opportunity. How about this? Let me pose a question to you as we head into Game 7 on Sunday. One of the most shocking things in recent basketball memory was in 2020 when the Nuggets did what? They came back from down 3-1 twice. 2 consecutive series in a row to win. For you, would you be more surprised if the Nuggets won this Game 7 again to advance to the Western Conference Finals, or when they did that in 2020 in the bubble? What is the more shocking thing? Considering where our mindset was heading into the postseason.
Well, considering how young they were 5 years ago overall,
Because they did that against the
and hadn't really done jack squat. They did against the
Jazz and the Clippers.
Correct. They hadn't done jack squat as a unit. The two big guns on this team, a little before AG even got here, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
I would think that I would be more surprised with what they did before. The 2-3-1 comebacks.
Vic, what about you? I'll repeat the question. I don't know if you were listening. What would be more shocking to you? As shocking as coming back from down 3-1 was twice in the 2020 bubble playoffs.
This is more shocking.
If they won Game 7 this year?
Yeah, this would be – shock's not the word. This would be more impressive. It's more impressive because –
yeah, good change to the word. I like that.
It's a much better team you're facing.
That's what I was thinking. This team won 68 bleeping games this year, man.
And there was no home court in the bubble. It was neutral court.
Yeah, but there's at no point in this postseason have I felt like they were done. I thought they were done twice 5 years ago. I'm like, okay, this is over. They're done.
I get it. I just, maybe it's recency bias on my part, maybe. But I just feel like this is and the fact that they had to already survive a 7-game series with little rest.
But especially that Clippers series. Didn't you think that they were done?
Of course.
Yeah, until Paul Millsap got in a fight or got in an argument, they were done.
Hell, they were down 16.
Right. They were down 16 on the verge of elimination in the elimination game, and they came back in that one, and then boom, boom, boom.
Moshe, when you said in the Clippers series, didn't you think they were done? And I said, yeah. I thought you meant this one.
No. I didn't.
I thought
no.
this one was done.
I'm talking about
After Game
2020.
3, I thought it was over. I was like, all right, well, they just don't got it. I guess we head to the offseason. Big changes coming. Honestly.
You know, it's beautiful because last night the Nuggets had the entire stage to themselves, the only NBA game. On Sunday, it's going to be the same thing.
Yep.
A Game 7, the only game on television for the NBA. And it's going to be a sight to behold.
Sight to behold. Might be. I hope it is. I hope for our sake it is a sight to behold. I hope it's.
But let's go back to that
by
word.
the way, if the Nuggets are going to win, it's not going to be like last night. It's probably going to be one of these grind it out.
Well, let's go back to the word
get it done
that Vic used.
Fourth quarter.
It will be so damn impressive if they can go to OKC. That place, Vic, you were just there. I've been to a game there as a regular season game. That place is loud. That place is crazy.
One of the loudest I've ever heard.
You go to that place for Game 7, and you throw a dagger into a team that won 68 games. When you were left for dead, you fired your coach. You fired your GM before the season ended, 3 games before. You have no depth on this team. You get one guy in your starting 5 that is forced to play with one arm. And you defeat a team that can go 10 deep, 12 deep if they wanted to. The level of difficulty that you have just set this sort of standard to get through to a Western Conference Finals, not to mention go to Game 7 the previous series, team that has 68 wins has been waiting 8 days for you to get there. I mean, it's insane to think that they could do it.
I have a couple thoughts. I'll save my second one. I want to talk about Russell Westbrook, the good and the bad, because there was some good that he gave them last night that has to go noted, very much so. Okay. And I want to bring this up.
So can you save that for the next segment? Okay.
I'm going to save that. And the other point I'm going to make regarding, I'll ask you this question. Who is more nervous right now? The Nuggets fan base or the OKC fan base?
Okay. Get to that in just a second. Before we get to break, I did Moshe, I want you to watch this. You asked me yesterday, Vic, as I get the PGA Championship on in here, who my favorite golfers were. I said, yeah, I like Xander. I like Bryson. I love Tyrell Hatton, because he is a psychopath. I want you to describe what you're witnessing here, Moj, with Hatton. So he's in the rough.
He's in the rough. He knocks it up toward the green, but he absolutely fluffed it. So he chunked it out of the rough, trying to get out. Now he's beating up the grass. Like there's a earthworm in there that called his mother a name.
He's only one off the lead.
He spikes his club in the rough, and then he spits. He goes like this.
Yeah.
And then hits it again.
He's done that. He's mad at himself. He's probably the angriest golfer on any tour. He's a live guy, but he's probably the angriest golfer on tour. Every shot he seems to be.
He hates it.
Yeah, he hates himself, and he hates the golf ball, and he hates the course.
I'm playing today. I'm going to flub a shot somewhere. I'm going to, and I'm going to spit where I flubbed the shot.
Well, he just made triple
call.
He just made triple. He just made triple bogey.
That was the last one.
Okay, he made.
That was the last one in the group.
Brett, after that fluff shot, he chipped it onto the green. It got about 6 feet from the hole, then it rolled all the way back off the green back to him. He made triple.
My favorite story from him, by the way. He hits a shot. He looks at his caddy, Vic, and he goes, "Is that the worst shot you've ever seen?" And his caddy's just silent because he knows he's mad. And he goes, "I'm asking you, is that the worst bleeping shot you've ever seen?" I love this guy.
Yeah, he's an Englishman.
Well, I'm a big Hatton guy. Anyway, get to those questions. Vic's talking about Russell Westbrook, and who's more nervous? Nuggets fan base or Thunder fan base? Get to it next. All right, where do you want to start, Vic? You want to go the Russell route or do you want to go the fan base route first? You asked 2 questions, so where do you want to go?
Well, the fan base route's a pretty easy question to answer. We'll start there.
Okay. So what Vic asked
can you?
was,
But do me a favor, if you would, please, Vic, with your Ben Franklin glasses.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Would you pile
go
on?
fly a kite.
Would you please pile on like 3 more questions? Just keep throwing them out. Just keep throwing another log on the fire, and let's just do it all.
Hey, since you're heavy baggage this morning, I figure I'd ask a couple more since you're not contributing much to the show.
Dude, I don't feel well.
That was a long-ass question.
Yeah.
Who should be more worried? Can we talk about Russ? What about zone defense?
We'll take this one first.
Who's got the pressure?
The fan base that is most nervous, is it the Nuggets or is it the Thunder? I don't think there's any question it's the Thunder.
Oh, there's not a doubt about it.
There is something. Moj, we've been here before with the Avs, haven't we? God, this team is good. I feel like they should win a championship. They're that level good. And then you don't. There is a pain to that feeling that is almost indescribable. I'll tell you this much.
The people who don't...
OKC does not have a championship. OKC.
Let's put it this way. For the people who don't ever get that way, like they don't feel that pain, it doesn't bother them or whatever, they can't understand people like us who do feel that pain and why that pain is so bad. One of those people is my brother-in-law. He simply can't understand how I have an aversion to watching hockey at this particular moment. I'm like, dude, you don't understand. You can't understand. It hurts. It wasn't supposed to be this way. It's hard.
You're so right. OKC has not felt enough pain yet.
How much more we got to lose?
Well, let's think about it this way. Oklahoma City has, I think by record, their best team ever. I don't think even the Durant, Westbrook, Harden teams.
It's one of the best teams of all time. Yes.
Now, you could say that maybe you thought the Durant, Harden, Westbrook teams of, a decade ago were better. I mean, they did make the finals. They were really good. But to have a 68-win team, to have an MVP on this team, to have the expectation that this is our year for a championship, and to have that potentially cut short in the second round by a team that is clearly flawed is a wild experience.
Well, remember what I told you during the Nuggets LAC series? I said Oklahoma City's sitting at home after sweeping Memphis, and they are rooting wildly for the Clippers. They don't want the Nuggets. Here's why. You have to eliminate a former champion. You have to eliminate a team with the best player on the planet.
Yeah. It's a hard thing to do with the team that's been there and done that. Now, you may have more talent. Listen, teams that win for the first time eventually obviously get over teams that have been there before, and they become one of those teams, and Nuggets did it. Maybe OKC will do it. I hope they don't do it. But until you do it, man, there's always that question. Vic, you're the one that was telling me, and Brett as well, I'm sure, was it on air or off air, I don't remember, that people in OKC were already planning a trip to the finals.
100%.
Like they already have it all mapped out.
Yep.
They were doing pretty much the same thing we were doing last year in Game 7 in the Minnesota series when the Nuggets were up by 20. Hell, I remember the Nuggets were up by 20 in the third. I remember turning to our producer saying, hey, we should call the Dallas RSN and make sure that we have fiber at the arena. We're making plans.
Right. It's, for them, I think it's terrifying. I mean, Moj, I've had almost little to no taste in this with the team that I love and adore. But the Lions won 15 games last year, best team I've ever seen in my life, to get B-slapped in the first playoff game.
Yeah, but they also had a bazillion injuries. I mean,
I'm just saying, like, when your team is not used to being in this place and you finally have expectation, and then you feel like it's on the brink, you're terrified.
Doesn't anybody on OKC have a bad hammy or a tweaked wrist or a finger that's bothering him?
Shea was pulling at that hand.
He was pulling at his right hand
Didn't seem to
last
bother
night.
him, though. He scored.
Yeah, he was totally fine after that. But why don't they have anybody walking around with a limp?
Well, SGA fell on a couple occasions. Lou Dort, my God, he took a big dive. I thought Lou Dort was on the verge of campaign death. Which was the worst flop? I'll give you 3 of them. The Chet Holmgren roll around on the floor after Nikola brushed him. The SGA where Jamal Murray got up and mimicked him, like Gary the inflatable doll, or Lou Dort trying to set a pick, being touched on the back and flying on the floor a good 25 feet.
The Dort one was the weirdest. Do you remember, didn't that happen last year in the playoffs with LeBron, where LeBron, like, slid all the way to the first row of the benches, and you're like,
yes,
bro, you're 260 pounds, okay? I don't think anybody pushed you that hard.
Gary the inflatable doll?
Probably the Dort one.
I'm looking at him right now. The Dort one is egregious. I didn't see it in slow-mo, and now that I'm looking at it, literally, he's going to set a pick. Jamal puts a hand on him, right? A hand. And he just takes that hand and launches himself straight to the ground.
Going to the other thing you wanted to discuss, though, was Westbrook. Westbrook was awful when he first entered the game.
Mm-hmm.
And it led to a big run by OKC that eliminated, you had a 10-point lead in the first quarter, and that dipped down to 3 or 2, I think, late in that first. Largely because Westbrook just kept turning the ball over.
The key to Russell Westbrook is knowing when to play him and what point of the game to play him. He's going to play. He has to, right? He has to.
Yep.
He played 17 minutes last night. He played fewer minutes than Julian Strawther, actually. Now, you get the pain. You get the version that you saw late in the first half where it was just one-on-one, turning it over, forcing the ball. He had 4 turnovers in a span of like 8 minutes. But then you've got the Russell Westbrook who really saved your bacon late. And again, the good and the bad. Do you remember late in the game when, the game felt out of reach, but still the Nuggets, 3 straight possessions, they got stripped?
Yeah.
You remember that late?
It was brutal.
Yeah.
It was brutal.
And so then they bring in Russell Westbrook. And I'm like, well, I wonder why they're bringing in Russ. But Adelman knows now what we all should know. If there's one person who's not afraid to go to the rim in any situation, it's him. And that really turned things because all the Nuggets were doing is dribble, 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 let them come get you. Well, you're working right in Oklahoma City's hands. They were doubling you and making steals. Russ was like, no, screw that. I'm going to go straight to the rim.
That's exactly what he did. You should listen to Kaz's call of those turnovers as well. He's like, okay, this possession, they turn the ball over, turnover that. He's like, you got to hang on to the basketball. It's what you have to do. Another turnover.
It was painful because they were.
But then on the last one, he goes, essentially, you cannot turn the ball over this trip down the floor, and they turn it over.
Moj, they were crossing half court and then just stopping there and allowing OKC to double.
Yep.
It was crazy. Here's from the 720. You fools talking about other people flopping, and you have Nikola Jokic on your team. That's insane. Ian says, come on, Nuggets don't flop, Joker.
Joker flops.
Yeah, listen.
Joker flops, yeah. But Joker doesn't fall. Like OKC, there's different versions of the flop.
That's exactly right.
You can flail, and there's no doubt. Listen, we can look in the mirror. We're not too proud.
Sure.
He flops. But whoever sent that text, thank God I'm not on the text line. You cannot say that the Nuggets have more floppers than OKC because it's not even close.
The difference between flailing and becoming a human mop is, in my book, significant.
I'm also just begging for people to listen to the show, please. Don't be selective about this because we've said multiple times, Joker flops. I said at the beginning of the show, I hated the reffing in the game because on both sides, they were just ridiculous. They would call it physically and then not physically. I said, I don't even think a team had an advantage as far as who got the benefit of flop calls or not.
Yeah. How many guys...
I'm begging you to listen.
Seriously, though, how many guys...
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
How many guys end up on the court? I mean, do you really have to end up on the floor all the time? Really?
They fall. They fall all the time.
I mean, Shea takes it to the bucket, and if there's anybody around him, if it's not just a clear breeze to the cylinder, he's on the floor.
It's so comforting and satisfying when he does flop and he doesn't get the call and the Nuggets have a 5-on-4 the other way. David Adelman said this. The ability to play your game in key moments is the most important thing in basketball. Play your game. And unfortunately, ingrained into SGA's game is the ability to embellish. And in key moments, that's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt you more than help you. And there were moments last night. There were moments where that embellishment did not help his cause. And gosh, in Game 7, if you thought he embellished last night, just wait till Sunday.
You know what else I noticed with the wrist or finger or whatever thing he had going on, SGA? Did you guys get this feeling? And I don't want to make any allegations, but did you get this feeling? Because there's a lot of guys, whether it's the NBA or like a pickup game, that do this. They miss a shot, and then there's a lot of this stuff going on.
Yeah, there's something going on. Mm-hmm.
But they make a shot, and then they run down the floor, and they'll miss one and be like,
Damn.
painful.
Yeah,
feign a heart attack.
I
hate that stuff. I hate it.
In the last 2 months, Vic, my ring finger on my right hand, this finger right here, not this one. You've seen that one.
Yeah.
This one. It clicks. I got a bad. See that? See that clicking?
No.
I got a bad click in it, and I don't know why. No other finger does that, but that ring finger on the right hand, right there, it clicks.
I don't care.
Well, I'm just saying. You know, top
At
athletes.
no point will that affect my life.
Top athletes in the world, you know, sometimes you got to yank on that finger a little bit. You know, like Shea did last night.
It's another one of those things that you say something and then you stare at me like I'm supposed to respond to it, and I don't know what you want me to say.
Do you want
literally
sympathy
saw
for me?
No,
What do you want?
but Brett literally saw it clicking.
I don't see a finger click.
If,
I see you
there's
going
anything
like this.
I could care less about in this world, there are so many things. Your clicking finger is probably at the top of that list.
Yeah, well, I had to hear about the massive hole in your face yesterday for 3 hours.
But I had a reason to talk about it because you guys asked about it. Nobody asked about your finger.
The damn sports radio.
But the ability of me to relate to situation.
Yeah, right.
Hey, guys.
Do you know who's flying under the radar from last night, by the way, that deserves a ton of praise?
Christian Brown.
Christian Brown. It was
Christian Brown at
fantastic.
23 and 11, career playoff highs. He saved the game, I thought, in late second quarter. The Nuggets were down by 12. Chet made a three, and you're starting to think, might they let go of the rope here? He turns around after Chet makes the three and then makes a top-of-the-key three, follows it up I think it was 30 seconds later with the corner three to tie the game. It was a 12-0 Nuggets
The corner
run
three
at that
tied
point.
it at 58.
Yeah. And it was sparked by Christian Brown. I thought Christian Brown was magnificent.
You know, we brought it up the other day. You know, what's going on with number 0? I mean, what's happened to him? You know, is he lacking confidence? He's not making blah blah blah.
Well, he had a really bad game 5.
He did. What I don't want to do though, excuse me. What I don't want to do. Listen, this guy's not a baby anymore. I mean, he may be a young man, but in terms of NBA experience, he's not a little baby. He's been around for 3 years. He's now a starter in the National Basketball Association. I'm not going to treat him like, you know, oh, you did good, little guy. And
No, he's a veteran now.
And last night, Vic, I'll tell you what gave me great hope is that he behaved like it.
Yeah.
He responded after a crap game and said, you know what, I can be better, and he got his confidence back.
You know what? As you were saying that, it just dawned on me. I think I just came up with the solution, not to prevent NBA flopping, but perhaps to tone it down a little bit. I think I got it. Remember how I said, you can ask the refs to police it, but they never will because they get fooled a lot by players. I've always maintained that if you want to eliminate flopping, it starts with the players. They have to police themselves. I got it. When Jamal mocked SGA openly on national television, we need more of that. And not only do we need more of it, we need it more dramatically. An open dance.
I couldn't hear
if you think, if Nikola, when he brushed on Chet, Nikola should have just sat there and he should have just fell to the floor and mocked Chet Holmgren.
Well, what was the reaction on the broadcast? I didn't have the volume up at that point on the Jamal wacky.
I didn't hear it either. I just saw replays of him doing wakey inflatable tube man.
Okay, I got an idea It's not the players, but it's how the crowd could do it. Vic, if the Nuggets get through, if they win Game 7, they get through to the next round. They play Minnesota. Somebody from Minnesota flops. Go to the guy who runs the sounds in the video board, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Get a bell. Shame. Shame. The
That
whole
would be
crowd
funny.
shames them, like Game of Thrones. Like they are forced.
That would be
18,000 people all in unison start shaming that person.
But I think it takes player to player shame. You know, a player of Jamal Murray's presence, he's been there, done that. Him actually going to the stage and saying, I'm going to do some Shakespeare in front of you guys, and pulling it off was awesome. Because people will pay attention to that. When a player knows, right? Players know. Instead of just doing this like, complaining, actually mimic what they did.
Yeah.
It would be entertaining. I thought Jamal was entertaining last night when he did that. Hey, the gal who did the shame, Game of Thrones.
Yeah, it's the hottie from Ted Lasso.
I don't know if she's a hottie.
Are you joking?
She's the owner of the soccer team.
Wait. Are you kidding me right now? You're telling me I don't know that woman's name, that actress's name.
Hannah Waddingham.
What about her?
You don't think she's a hottie?
You got issues.
Are you really?
You got issues. You do. You have like who's the other person he doesn't think in?
Anna Kendrick.
Yeah, I don't like
She looks
even
like a
talking
rat.
to you.
She's got a rat face.
What's her name again? What's this lady's name?
Hannah Waddingham.
She's beautiful, absolutely stunningly beautiful. You got a problem.
Like, are you kidding me,
Yeah,
Mose?
you know, you're just a angry old disgusting man.
Again, I show up to the company Christmas party with this woman on my arm. Okay, hey, it's my new girlfriend Hannah. Moser walks away, goes, see the bag that Brett's with over here? She's hideous.
I would say,
really?
Which website did you find?
You really are. I mean,
you are insane.
You're
an insane person.
Beyond insane. I don't. You know what? Based on your judgment of beautiful women, I don't trust your judgment on life.
Take a lap.
Your judgment is so bad.
I can come around to Hannah Waddingham. I cannot come around to the other one.
No.
I won't come around to the other one.
Hannah, what do you mean come around?
Like we have to convince you?
I could come around to her perhaps, but I certainly could not to what the other one. What's her face? The rat.
I don't trust your judgment on life. I don't think you should be allowed to talk on this show anymore.
No, shut him off. Shut me off.
Moj. I'm going to apologize on the front end because this is incredibly insulting what I'm about to say. The standard that you have for what is a beautiful woman.
My wife is a total babe.
She is.
That's what's odd about this.
But the fact that you think you're in a stratosphere that like Hannah Waddingham, if she saw you, she would be blown away by you.
No, she
and
would
it's like,
she'd think I was. She'd probably think I was a total turd.
She'd think you were Matt Damon. You're a dead ringer. You look exactly like Matt Damon. She'd confuse you two.
Like, I honestly think that every woman that exists is probably too hot for me. That's how my mindset is. It's like, you know what?
You're not going to get me. Anyway, all I was trying to say is she's the.
It doesn't matter what you
she's
say.
The
You
shade
shut up.
chick from Game of Thrones. That's how it started.
No, it started by saying the hottie from Ted Lasso, and you said, I don't know about hottie. That's what you said.
You shut your mouth. Keep it shut.
I'm sorry. I just had like a hard factory reset in my brain when you just said that.
I can't even talk about. I can't talk about sports right now. I'm
we
done.
are done with this segment.
I'm useless.
Hey, I do have something that's not hottie related and it's not Nuggets related that I want to talk about for a second. Just a second today, because we got a lot of ground to plow for the game last night, leading into the game coming up Game 7 this weekend, 1:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And it has to do with, in a way, John Elway. We'll get to it next.
I don't know how insulting me is going to make this a better segment.
The Emperor. See, and Vic didn't even hear it because he's not in his chair. Such a bummer. There's one person you guys can always count on to be here at the beginning of a segment. Hi, my name's Brett.
Well, don't.
Are you sure?
Oh, I am sure.
How could you be so sure?
Because I'm always here. I'm just always here.
I think I said it yesterday. I don't know, 10 times, maybe more.
What's that?
So the Nuggets are going to win this game. There's no doubt in my mind. Vic said it. We all said it.
So you're the court jester.
Pretty much. I'll take that. Sure.
There was it's actually really funny. There was a court jester. Have you guys seen this story before? This is real. His name was Roland the Farter.
Yeah, I did see that.
You ever heard of this guy, Vic?
Yeah.
I'm after the last segment. I don't know if I can continue the show, but that's fine.
Roland the Farter was he lived in 12th century England, and the king just thought it was funny to have a guy around that farts on command, and he was paid a ton of money. Well, whatever they had at that time, a ton, to just perform for King Henry II. He was rewarded with a house in 99 acres for that.
It's a lot of land.
Hey, here's a story I wanted to get to.
A lot of land for going to Taco Bell.
We all know the story of how John Elway became a Denver Bronco, was not originally supposed to be a Denver Bronco. I had no idea this was happening. Seth Wickersham has written a book. If you haven't seen this yet, the book is largely about Caleb Williams last year when the draft was approaching, was so concerned about being drafted by the Bears, he was this close to doing an Elway. And he tried multiple different ways to do it. He wanted to manipulate a trade with the Vikings. For whatever reason, he wanted to go to Minnesota badly. And they kind of knew that the Bears are not going to trade the number 1 overall pick and who they see as the best quarterback to an in-division team, so this is going to be a problem. But his dad, this is a quote from his father, Chicago is the place quarterbacks go to die. His dad then went on to say, we need to go to the Vikings. Let's do it. Ryan Poles said, we're drafting you no matter what. That only left one option, to publicly attack the Bears in the city of Chicago, hoping it would make the situation untenable.
Jesus.
He's worried about taking the bullets, his dad said. I don't care. I just don't disagree with this bleep, you know? I'm more interested in making sure that he can do what he wants to do. They were this close. The reason they didn't is Caleb Williams was so concerned that they weren't going to do anything, that Chicago would take him regardless, that he didn't want to be an enemy of a city that he's just walking into.
Are you sure he's not an enemy now?
He was this close as well to signing with the UFL for a year to avoid the draft.
I wish you would have.
Can you believe? And the fact that this has gotten out with direct quotes from his dad when he is currently the quarterback in Chicago is crazy.
It's pretty crazy. He also said the dad that the rookie cap just hates it. Calls it unconstitutional. It's the worst piece of bleep I've ever read. It's the worst in sports history.
Who said that?
His dad.
His old man.
So his dad is claiming that he was never quoted?
No.
He's
the
saying
rookie cap.
The
in
rookie
the
wage
CBA.
scale.
I'm sorry.
He says that the CBA, the NFL CBA, is the worst piece of blank I've ever read.
Imagine if this came out about Bo Nix.
Did I tell you I rode in the shuttle bus with Caleb Williams' mom and dad when they played CU? Remember they played CU 2 years ago. So they were in a parking lot far away from campus, and we rode in the same bus. Very pleasant people, mom and dad. And I would never have expected to hear this.
I mean, that's some sort of like LeVar Ball stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, can you believe that?
You know, it's interesting. Wasn't it? What game was it? Was when Caleb Williams went to the stands and was breaking down in front of his parents? Was it his final game at USC?
I think so. Yeah.
That's a weird, some weird stuff there.
Can you guys take yourselves back? Because obviously I didn't live through this, but when Elway pulled that move, and look, Denver's the recipient of the superstar guy, so I'm sure they didn't mind all that much. But what was there sort of an air of like, I don't like the way this guy carried himself before he got here?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But there was a particular coach that Jack Elway had a history with that he didn't want his son playing for him, and his name was it Frank Cush?
Frank Cush.
Yes.
The
Frank
head
Cush.
coach of the then Baltimore Colts.
Yeah, and he and Jack Elway, who was a former college coach himself, had a history. There were some things he didn't like about that coach, didn't think that John would relate to him, and it was that particular coach which caused him to seek another team. It wasn't necessarily the Colts. It was that coach.
Correct. Yeah. It's a fast. I mean, you've seen the 30 for 30, correct?
Say it again, sorry.
From Manning to Elway?
Yes, that was 30 for 30.
Is that no, from Marino to Elway.
Marino to Elway.
What is it, Manning?
Or
Elway to Marino, whatever it is. Elway to Marino, I guess is what it is. Marvin Demoff. That
from Blackledge to. All right.
It was. I mean, you talk about a fascinating look, and the way that things went down, and the absolute meticulous note keeping that he did. It was really, really cool. Really cool.
It's just I've always wondered that, and it's the same thing that if the whispers were true about Shedeur and Dion. Remember, Dion said there's some teams in the NFL he just ain't going to. Remember that? It was some quote that was I'm paraphrasing. This is close to that.
That's a couple of years ago he said that.
Well, that's when he thought that Shedeur was going top 5.
Correct.
Gosh, it's just if I'm a Bears fan and you're hearing this come out, I mean, I guess you got him and he seems to be happy now, but still,
I'm not sure that he and his old man are wrong. I mean, look at the guys who have gone there.
What does it matter now, though?
I mean, it doesn't, but Wickersham's writing his book.
Well, this is what I'm asking. Like, if this was Bo Nix, if this all came out later and it was like Bo Nix's dad just didn't want him to play for Sean Payton or whatever, some made-up reason why they hated Denver, and then he had a good rookie year and he seems to be fine, but this story comes out, how would you feel? Because you'd feel some way about it.
I would feel like this. Dad's a whack.
Okay. Well, but the thing is, it's not just his dad. His dad was acting kind of on behalf of Caleb. I don't know. Anyway, just thought that was interesting. In the meantime, we talked a lot about the game last night, but how about heading into Sunday? A 2-day rest. Heading into Game 7, keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Vic, 1:30 on Sunday. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game 7, Nuggets, Thunder in OKC.
It's Game 7. Shooting will be very difficult. Very difficult. Everyone's going to be tight on both teams. Please attack the rim early and often. Do not settle for jump shots in this game. Attack. Force the issue at the rim. You have to. That's how you win these kind of games. You have to attack.
Why are you whispering at me?
Because I want the point to be clear. It's going to be an attack game. If you settle for threes, I don't think you're going to win a Game 7. Settling is your enemy. Attacking is your friend. Attacking good, settling bad. Don't settle. Attack. Make it feel like the grapes of wrath in OKC and get the hell out of Dodge as fast as you can.
Keys to the game, brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used, all in one place. That's keys to the game.
Doesn't that make you feel a lot better?
I have keys.
What are yours?
You take the finest concoction of biofreeze and stem cells, and you put it directly in the hamstring of Aaron Gordon. That's what I think the key should be. Like, just get his hamstring right,
I
please.
am concerned I am concerned. I'm very much concerned about Aaron Gordon's hamstring because that isn't a 2-day fix, right? Oh, that extra day on a hamstring. I mean, look at Steph Curry. He's missed an entire series.
Can you just inject stem cells? Is that a legal thing? Can we do that?
I don't think it's illegal, but I think it's
frowned upon.
Well, I just think it's experimental type of stuff.
Well, it's time to experiment. It's Game 7.
There are going to be 2 winners out of this series. Whoever emerges on Sunday, and the other winner, truth be told, the other winner is Minnesota. That's going to be sitting there with at least 6 days off. Because Game 1 will be Tuesday.
Oh,
we
we cross that bridge when it comes. Hey, you got to get there first.
I know.
And you know what? The last time that happened, guess what? You took Game 1. You still did. On the road, by the way.
Man, that's why this whole the Nuggets are tired and fatigued. Remember, they had one of the best records in the NBA in the second game of a back-to-back. Jamal Murray has said several times, I play better when I'm tired. Maybe this team needs... You know what? From now on, here's what I recommend. David Adelman, the day before each game, have your team run marathons.
Yeah.
Everybody, marathon.
Yep. I'm telling you. There's a quality to this team. They can't be killed. They will come back and continue to come back and continue to come back. So OKC, I think, is going to be feeling some pressure. We'll get more into that in the 9 o'clock hour. Reminder to you guys, it all comes down to this. Join Altitude Sports Radio at Stoney's on Lincoln this Sunday for a Game 7 viewing party. Awesome prizes, live broadcast, and a chance to watch the Nuggets in the biggest game of the season. All that's brought to you by Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. See you on Sunday at Stoney's. Back after this. They're underdogs again, but that has been the case this entire series. On the Circa Sportsbook, heading into Game 7, 1:30 on Sunday, Circa has the Nuggets as 7.5-point dogs. If you think they're going to win, well, guess what? That money line is plus 260. You can make a pretty penny on that, along with all the game props that you could imagine right there on that Circa Sportsbook. Amazing odds, the best odds in the game, tight money line splits, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Pressure.
Hey, Brett,
Yeah.
will you allow me on this platform, this show that features all of us, will you allow me to get something off my chest?
Nope. It's like, what? Just say what you got to say. What do you mean? Why are you asking permission?
Just allow me.
No.
I can't hold it in.
If you're leaving it up to me, I'm going to say no. So you either just do it or I'm moving on.
Every year around this time, I come up with this rant, and every year it gets worse and worse and worse. Every year I get more angry. Yesterday, my nephew had field day at his school.
Oh, God.
He's a third grader. He ripped the competition in the 50-yard sprint. And there were no awards. There were no ribbons. There's no reward. It was just everybody run and everybody laugh and smile. My niece had a field day that encompassed simply a bouncy castle and a bunch of ice cream. What?
That sounds pretty good.
The hell is going on? What the hell is going on where you have a race and you don't award the winner of the race? Explain this to me.
I don't know, man.
You said to give you a moment. I've given you a moment.
But explain, speak softly and speak slowly. How is that okay? How is that? Who comes up with the idea that, everybody wins?
I don't know. See, these are all, you're asking me questions like I'm in charge, not in charge.
Okay, so your baby girl, your beautiful baby girl,
she's going to be yesterday.
She's going to be at field day someday soon, real soon.
How
will you
she's
react?
Going to smoke.
Okay,
see, it
how
won't
will
matter.
you react?
It won't
to that?
matter, though.
How will you react if you see what I witnessed yesterday? And I've been seeing this for 20 years. My kids went through it. It's still going on. How are you going to react today?
I don't know.
I guess my question is, why are you at your third grade nephew's field day?
Because it's right down the road for me, and I wanted to see him smoke the competition.
Well, he did. Your personal satisfaction should
But that's
be enough.
not what it's about. It's about this. It's about lifetime memories. It's about, dude, Moj, I don't know about you. People listening. And again, maybe I'm just weird.
losing some things like in field day and relay, all different kinds of things that helped shape a drive for me, I suppose, Vic.
Competitive fervor?
Competitive fervor, sure.
I remember as a kid waiting
that
for field day. And actually, I remember thinking, okay, here's what I'm going to do in this event. I remember days before saying I would strategize.
Yeah, but I think you're wired differently.
Yeah, you're also like a bit crazy.
Bear, yeah. I think you're a little bit different than the average person, Vic.
Okay, I just wanted to establish that. Then I'm crazy. I'm crazy.
Yeah,
No,
I don't think
no.
most third graders are a week ahead of field day watching film and really strategizing on what's my best route to beat people in the potato sack race. I don't think they're probably thinking about that.
I think there should be winners and losers in all competitions.
What is wrong with telling kids you lost?
I think that's fine, but I'll be honest. I don't think that the field day thing for a school, they think that's their platform to do. I think they just think it's just a fun day for the kids to have.
Well, what's a spelling bee? Hey, do kids win or lose in spelling bees?
Yeah.
Okay. So the kid who lost in the spelling bee, he can face humility, but the kid who lost in the sprint can't. Humility teaches.
I don't know. I don't have the answer for you. My guess is they probably think this is just a fun day for school, and then they have sports on the side that they do that people do get trophies for.
If I went to band camp with Nelly, I'd get my ass kicked.
I don't think they have awards at band camp. Maybe they do. I don't know. I've
Nelly,
never been there.
did they have awards at band camp?
No, our award was whether or not we could actually march together in a formation on the field. We didn't give out trophies for anything.
But I think probably in their minds they're like, oh, if you play in this organized soccer league, then there's a trophy at the end of that, and that's how they win. This is just, hey, guys, let's go run for a little bit. I don't know.
You know what? I've got a great appreciation for band.
You know what?
Hang on a second.
When your kid's in it, Brett, I think you'll have a different feel. Right now, it doesn't affect you.
Nelly, I love the way you can take it.
Maybe.
Though. I got appreciation for band people because playing instruments is not easy. It's a difficult thing. Hold on a second.
Just kidding.
I'm going there. Don't worry. And then, walking around in formation and, making an O or something on the field, it takes practice and whatnot while you're playing your instrument and all that kind of thing. But to this day, I can't help but think that it's maybe the geekiest thing ever.
What?
Like, you're playing Dungeons & Dragons while you're playing your tuba marching around on the field. I don't even know how to describe it.
What does that have to do with field day?
I'll tell you what. I remember doing field day. I remember we did get ribbons. The ribbons were still being given out when I did the thing. I had my fair share of ribbons. But I also remember, I think I just threw them away afterwards.
Yeah,
because when I played, like in a baseball tournament or something, or a basketball tournament, and we won something, I kept those. I kept those trophies.
The deeper issue is this: we are castrating the art of competition in this country.
Jeepers.
Listen to me. It's not about the activity. If you don't want to participate in the activity, don't participate. You have just go to the playground. But there are those kids who want to compete. Competition is good. It's not bad. It's good. Why are we so averse to competition?
But does your nephew know he won the race?
Hell yeah, and he was crying they didn't win anything.
He was crying about it?
I want to win.
I want winners. You should have just brought a whole pocket full of blue ribbons and given him one then.
No, dude.
Take it upon yourself.
No, dude.
I don't know what to tell you.
Dude, competition is we're getting competition brainwashed out of our brains.
I think that field day is just, they think it's something different now. Again, when I'm assuming your nephew also plays in organized sports, right?
Sure.
They play in those, they win, and then they get something at the end of it.
Okay,
they get that,
but
that's
school
organized.
related. This is school related. At school, you have different functions that take place. Like, I agree. If you don't want to go to field day, you don't have to. Just like if I don't want to do spelling bee, I don't have to. But leave it for the kids who want to compete, though. Because there's a handful of kids who want to compete. Listen, I wanted to beat Kevin O'Neal in that. I wanted to beat him, and I planned for it.
Remember all these kids' names? I don't remember anybody from my elementary school. I swear to God, I don't remember a single name.
I got a couple, couple.
But I don't have a long-standing grudge still where it's like, Eric Johnson, that guy. I swear to God, EJ. Anyway, all right. Is it off your chest? Are we good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Sorry
cool.
about that, everybody. I
It's fine.
apologize. I know I'm a weirdo. I just, every year it comes up, and every year I have to talk about it. My bad. Sorry.
So heading into the game on Sunday, the Nuggets had a couple of things that went their way. My big thing heading into the game last night was very simple. It was Jamal Murray's got to play well. And then I found out that Jamal Murray's sick, and then Jamal Murray might not play at all. If he does play, he's probably going to be hindered by whatever this illness is. And I thought Jamal was fantastic. I think he came out of the gates firing. He obviously had the 4-point play to start the festivities off. But he was looking to be aggressive the entire night. And that version of Jamal is a very, very tough one to stop. And that allows Joker to do some of the Joker things that he wants to. When you're hitting shots from the outside and you get Jamal doing that, it's a perfect recipe. And all we've kind of talked about is, because this is my thought anyway. If Joker and Jamal play well, somebody else will carry the rest. In the case of the game last night, it was Christian Brown, who also really, really helped you. And he needed to. Why? Because Aaron Gordon had 5 points in that game, and Russell Westbrook was not very good in that game. Porter hit a couple of shots, but not super impactful. And then you got Julian Strawther, too. I think just by happenstance, a couple other guys will step up. I don't know who the others are going to be, but a couple will. But if you give me those top two, I think it's like 9 out of 10 times you're going to win the game.
Listen, everybody can't be good all the time, right? It's always going to be 2 or 3 guys that carry you. If you're Oklahoma City right now and you're looking at that game last night, you know who you're blaming? Jalen Williams, J-Dub.
Sure.
He was 3 for 16, 6 points. He's had an awful series. Couple games where he's shined, but 3 for 16, 6 points for a guy who made the All-Star game?
Yeah.
He's an All-Star.
Do you know what he's shooting in this series, by the way? He is shooting 33.7% from the field.
Yeah, that is not good.
He's an All-Star. Who's had, it's funny because Jamal Murray gets a ton of heat for not being an All-Star. What's Jamal Murray in this series versus J-Dub? One's an All-Star, one is not.
So the second best players on each team is what you're asking.
Yeah. I'm just curious, what are their numbers comp?
Jamal is averaging 22 points on 41% from the field and 34% from three.
All right.
Jalen Williams is averaging 16.5 on 33% and 21 from three. Now, well, it is pretty close, actually. So he's got 5.5 rebounds a game and 5.8 assists. Jamal's at 5 and 5. So Jamal's been better.
Jamal Murray's outplaying the All-Star. Jamal Murray last night, don't discount. He had 25 points. He also had 8 rebounds and 7 assists. That dude was flirting with a triple-dub last night.
Now, you did say this in the previous series, Vic, about how defensively it can take a lot out of your offense. Jalen Williams is guarding Joker a lot in this series, and that's not an easy task.
No. You're thinking of the other Jalen Williams.
No, we're talking about this. We're talking about the smaller Jalen.
No, I understand. No, that's what I'm
guarding
getting.
Joker.
He does sometimes. They do that.
He does. No, Vic, he's right. He has picked him up.
They do the smaller guy thing with the bigger guy behind him.
He has done that.
There's been that. He guards a bunch of different people. Like, he's got a lot of defensive responsibilities. All I'm saying.
Let me put it this way. I don't know how often he guards him, but I've seen it, and it was noticeable at the time because he's only 6'5".
Especially earlier in this series, they were doing a little bit of that.
Yeah, if I'm Oklahoma City right now and I'm pointing to somebody who is playing terribly, it is J-Dub. Did you see that? Didn't he blow a dunk or a layup?
Yes. Yep. No, he's in one right now. And, hey, good for us.
If you're the Denver Nuggets going to this game, though.
First of all, I'm not going to refer to him as J-Dub. What are we doing?
Who said that?
I did.
Oh. Is this shut me off?
Yes.
You're the one who called him J-Dub. We're just letting you flow. I don't know what you...
Well, that's because Marlo, every time Marlo goes, well, he wants to be known as J-Dub. That's fine. I want to be known as Blinky.
Well,
No, shut him off. Shut me off.
You wanted to be known as the Emperor, and then there's a rejoin on the show where you're the Emperor now.
Called the Emperor. No, if I'm the Denver Nuggets, I got to be going into this game on Sunday thinking, you know what? We got him exactly where we want him. And the Nuggets don't care about going into that building. Doesn't bother them. They've played well in that building. They play not so well in that building, but they've played well in that building.
Yeah.
So I would go in with house money feeling like we've got him right where we want him. Let's go get it. I think everybody should be loosey-goosey, ready to go.
They're certainly feeling less pressure.
Sure.
Less pressure than
make no mistake about it. All the pressure in this Game 7, or the vast majority of it, is on Oklahoma City. The only pressure the Nuggets might feel is, hey, man, we don't want to waste another year of this core.
Get back to this in just a second. It all comes down to this on Sunday, 1:30. You can join Altitude Sports Radio at Stoney's on Lincoln for this Sunday's Game 7 viewing party. Awesome prizes, a live broadcast, and a chance to watch the Nuggets in the biggest game of the season. And all of that is brought to you by Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. We'll see you on Sunday at Stoney's. So, giving you the keys already, some things to look for looking ahead to Game 7. And what is something from Game 6 that they can replicate going to OKC on Sunday? We'll get to it next. The Nuggets shot well in Game 6. I don't think that that's a strategy you should rely upon heading into Game 7 because things get tight, people feel the pressure, and the shooting typically tends to be worse than in previous games. Get to the rim. Force the issue on these guys.
Let me ask the more educated opinion of Vic Lombardi this question.
Said he's more educated than me?
Well, I'm just curious as to what he thinks. Vic, what do you think that OKC is most fearful of from the Denver Nuggets? The style of play or how it's employed?
I think OKC is most fearful of themselves freezing up in a moment that they've never faced. I think that's I guarantee you in the room, their coach is wondering whether or not those players who played loose and free and swarming defense and all this stuff, I'm just wondering if he knows what he'll get out of his team Sunday. I think that's the biggest concern for OKC.
Watching the Nuggets pick up guys just across midcourt and hassle them, I like that. I mean, that's a page out of the OKC book, but I'm not even specifically talking about picking up quarter, even full quarter, anything like that, but just once they cross midcourt to be all up in their jock, I like to see it.
Well, I think
the Nuggets can't do it as well as OKC does, but they can hassle them.
You know what else? Attack. Like, SGA had 4 fouls early in the third quarter. Had to leave the game early in the third quarter. And when he's out of the game and Jalen Williams is 3 of 16 from the field as their second best player, it puts a lot of strain on some of the other guys to knock down some big shots to keep them in it. I think if you just play the same game that they're doing, man.
Yeah.
Like, they attack you, they might flop for a call. Like, you do the same thing.
What's the spread in this game? Not that it matters because they've had OKC's the favorite in every
7.5.
7.5 on
So they've had OKC. What were they? 5-point favorites yesterday. The spread's it's useless, right? It doesn't matter in terms of the outcome because this series, as we've come to understand, is right down the middle. It's about as close as it gets. There was one aberration game, but other than that, it could have gone either way. I'm sure Denver's sitting there right now after that game last night saying, damn it, we should have won it by now. OKC is sitting there right now saying, damn it, we should have won the series by now. They both are.
Yeah.
But this much we know. We are guaranteed 2 things. These are 2 observations. 1, Denver's been there before. Nobody's played more Game 7s since 2018 than your Denver Nuggets. This will be their 7th. Number 2, we know that the gravity of this moment does not affect Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic.
Mm-mm.
It doesn't.
Could you throw in the other guys in the starting 5?
Well, the reason why I'm not going to throw them in is because of the body of work with those 2 in elimination games. It's really outrageous how good they are in elimination games. And I don't know about the health of AG in that hamstring. So you're right, as a team.
That's fair.
But 2 players on the Nuggets team, there's only 1 player that I don't think the gravity of the moment will affect on the OKC team, and that's Alex Caruso.
Here's an interesting stat. Maybe Perk would like to see this. I don't know. Nikola Jokic reached 2,500 postseason points in his last time out. His 92nd career playoff game. And he currently sits at 697 assists. No player in NBA history has ever reached 2,500 points and 700 assists in fewer than 100 playoff games. Mm-hmm. The guy to set the record at 100 playoff games was his teammate Russell Westbrook. But Joker is going to do it in 93 games. He's going to do it on Sunday. He'll have at least 3 assists to be the first player ever and the only player ever to get 2,500 and 700 in less than 100 games.
I don't do this often. I don't like to do it because I think it's very verboten. I told you guys on the air yesterday, I said the Nuggets are going to win last night. I guaranteed it. I think they're going to win Sunday.
Just look this up, by the way. Jokic stats in Game 7s over his career. He's played in 6 of these. He averages 24 points, 15.5 boards, 7 assists on 43% from the field. Jamal Murray in Game 7s. He averages, in his 6 games, 25 points, 4 boards, 4 assists on 44% from the field. So between the 2, they average 48 points combined in Game 7s.
What kind of game do you think is is best for the Nuggets in terms of pace, score? What do you want to see?
Sloppier the better.
Slop, me too. Chaotic, sloppy, nasty, ugly.
Amen.
Pig fest.
Because the Nuggets,
pigs rolling around in that mud. Just a bunch of pigs just rolling happy.
Here's the thing, though. The experience part of this, Game 7s are typically sloppy and ugly. They usually are. It's tough to make shots, tough to get an offensive flow going. Guys are pressing. Here's the difference, though. In a situation like that, if the game is ugly, the Nuggets will be like, yeah, so what? We're fine. We're fine. Thunder might panic. Like, oh, God, we're playing. I got to make a shot. Like, that might be their mentality, where the Nuggets are just going to be chill. That is a giant snake in the middle of that fairway. Oh, my God.
There's a big old snake in the middle of the fairway at the PGA Championship.
No.
What kind of snake is that?
I don't know.
Why are they so close to it?
Well, because it's not poisonous, but that idiot... The idiot volunteer tried to flip it over with his shoe, and the snake did one of these kind of deals. And he's just trying to get from A to B, man. And
no, you're not allowed to get from A to B.
Dude, that's massive. That's a huge
It's
snake.
like a 4-foot snake. It's a big old snake.
Where is this being played at?
Quail
Hollow.
Hollow.
That's right.
It's outside of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, so it is snake season now, and they're starting to emerge, rattlesnakes.
Oh, I saw one. Vic, you'll be proud of me. I'm trying to start running. I'm trying.
You are?
I am. I'm not good at it.
Can I train you?
I'm not good. Well, I need to. I'm working. Vic, I can't run like half a mile without stopping yet. Like, that's how bad it is for me right now. So I'm working my way towards
I'm proud of you.
Thank you. I'm trying my best.
Proud of you.
But I took my dog. We were running around the neighborhood. A little gardener snake, little tiny guy.
I would jump too.
But I jumped.
Yeah, I
jumped
would
big
too.
time. Yeah.
There's a trail behind my house, South Table Mesa, that is renowned. There's snakes galore, rattlesnakes.
Oh my God. Yeah. Green Mountain.
Yeah.
It's Green Mountain or Table. They're notorious for rattlesnakes. Notorious.
So there was a snake, running this trail, and you're running uphill. There's a snake they sun themselves, these rattlesnakes, and they act like they're dead because they're
like
just
that.
stretched out. And you're like, okay, well, this snake is dead. No, it's not.
Nope.
I've got a family of snakes that lives in my backyard. I've seen one come out of I have this retaining wall. I've seen him come out of the wall. It's like he got into the wall somehow, and that's probably his nest. Anyway, every year there are little snakes that come out of it.
Sounds like you need a lawnmower.
Well, that's the problem is that every year, I want to say every year, I check every time I mow or edge. But I've nailed him with a mower one time. And then I nailed one time with a weed eater, and I kind of broke his back, and he
I don't like doing
half
that,
slithered
dude.
underneath my deck, and I'm like, oh, dude, I'm sorry.
I know, man. As much as I hate them, I can't hurt
I know,
them.
I feel bad because they're good for your yard, man. So I'm like,
They're
listen,
good for my dogs that I let outside.
my dogs couldn't care less about snakes. Anyway, that's all I got.
What about
You're so right about that, though. Like, I fear them. I hate them. I think they're disgusting. But I don't want to run them over.
Yeah, I'm like, it's okay, buddy. You're okay. I'm sorry. I feel bad. I try to help them out because all they're trying to do is get some bugs.
I have a general rule about bugs, okay? There's not snakes, but bugs. If you're outside my house, you're fine. If you're inside or anywhere, like if you're in my garage, that is, to me, inside my house, you die if you're around me. That's my rule. Includes, like, I
What about a random human?
You die. You stay out of my garage. Anyway, hey, couple things here. One thing we haven't discussed. You got in a big to-do with DMac yesterday about how to handle the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Well, Jokic sat, Murray played. Here's Adelman.
Like I said,
Hold up.
Well, it's going to be one or the other. Like I said, last game I kind of kicked myself for not taking one of them out. And Nikola seemed, body language-wise, like he wanted to sit for a second. The beautiful thing was I had 4 timeouts again. I know it didn't work out last game, but that does let you control your substitutions. And those guys held water, to start that quarter. So this was an incredible team win.
So he takes some ownership of one thing. He goes,
Yeah.
my mistake was both. Like not having one sit in Game 5. That's what Adelman
playing
just said.
both. Both things can be true. Here's my retort to all this. The Nuggets did not lose Game 5 because Joker played the entire fourth quarter. Nor did the Nuggets win Game 6 because Joker rested. They won Game 6 because they got it from everybody.
Yeah. Yep.
They lost Game 5 because those everybody's, they didn't participate. Had nothing to do with rest. Had to do with the other guys in Game 5. Where were they?
Well, they were
nowhere
missing.
to be found.
Well, they were missing, Vic. That's what I mean. I don't want to say they were missing. They were physically there. They were missing shots, is what I'm getting at. They weren't MIA, so to speak, but they were MIA putting the ball in the bucket.
Yeah.
So speaking of,
I don't think there's a right or wrong answer there. I do. I believe it. Now, Game 7. Let me ask you guys this: Game 7. What do you advocate?
Whatever
it takes. I don't care.
Whatever you got to do. Again, this is like if they need to play 48, then they play 48.
But when I will say this: when I watched Joker go to the bench, like he did early last night, and I watch him, and I just watch the team for some minutes, and they either maintain or they actually excel. It's such a big luxury for this basketball team. I mean, it's really, really. Mm-hmm. It's a luxury that you don't expect and you don't always get, but when it does happen, it makes you feel pretty good.
Hey, here's the other question I have. I'm going to throw one of these out there. How about this is just a made-up number in my head. Brady and his bets. Over under 15.5 minutes for Julian Strawther, who came in the fourth, hit some huge shots, and finished the game. 15.5 minutes for Game 7.
What did he play last night, 20?
20.
Over. They found something.
Okay.
You think so?
This could be a huge find.
Did they find something or did they get lucky?
They found something. I thought he played admirably in Game 5, earned those minutes. I told you he was going to go. I told you guys he was going to get more minutes. He did.
I'll tell you one thing, though. Well, first, Moj, over, under. Vic says over. 15.5 minutes.
I'll say, well, I guess it depends on how the game is going.
I'll tell you who it depends on. His minutes are going to be directly dependent on
Russell Westbrook's minutes.
Russell Westbrook's play.
Yep.
If Russell's on his game, then Strawther is not getting over 15.5.
Russell had 17. This is the first game. This is the first game of these playoffs where Russell Westbrook did not have the most minutes off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Your question yesterday of what would surprise you tonight? I think my response was, well, if Julian Strawther comes in and scores 28 points, right?
And I mocked you, and I said, you think that's going to happen?
If he comes in and scores 28 points on 11 of 17 shooting, I'm like, but that's also not, I agree with you, that's not going to happen. So, well, he didn't go for 28 points.
It felt like
but it. But he played, I mean, his buckets were not just good. They came at the right time.
Here's what
they came at when you needed the buckets. They came.
Wasn't just the right time. It was also, and this to me is the biggest thing, and maybe the biggest reason why you think he will get a lot of run in Game 7. He was not scared the second he stepped on the floor. He's like, "Give me the ball. I'll shoot. I'll shoot. You guys want somebody to shoot? I'll shoot it. No hesitation."
Interesting fact about Julian Strawther: as clutch as he was, do you know he still doesn't have his driver's license?
What?
Yeah. Peyton Watson usually drives him around.
There's a huge thing. I'm not kidding. A buddy of mine has a daughter who's 20 who also does not have her driver's license. It's a big thing with kids now who they don't want to drive. I don't get it. What's going on here? A lot of kids just don't want a driver's license. It's like, how do you want to get around?
They Uber.
Well, Julian Strawther's 23 years old. He doesn't have a driver's license.
No.
Wow.
Like maybe if you grew up in New York City, like maybe that would make sense to me because you're not really driving around New York anyway. You're taking a lot of public.
You want to get it just to have it though, don't you?
Do you know my grandfather, my late grandfather Victor, who died at the age of 86? I was named after him. He never once in his life had a driver's license.
Really?
We had to drive him around all the time.
You probably didn't need one in Italy.
True. Never got one here.
Where he's from, Vic, you just hop on a tractor and go wherever you want to go. It's
RTD bus, but I drove more RTD buses in my childhood with my grandparents.
Down to the Woolworths?
Wait, drove or rode?
Rode down to the Woolworths.
Sometimes I drove them too.
I didn't know. Like you're a man of mystery, Vic. You're like you've been a custodian, you've been a sportscaster. I was like, RTD driver? I would believe it.
We used to do this as a kid. This true story. My grandfather had a lawn service that I helped him with in the summer. We would take the lawnmowers and drive the RTD bus at times to Wheat Ridge. Hop on that sucker, go to Wheat Ridge, mow lawns. We would walk that RTD bus.
Where would you put the mower?
Just right in front there. The guy would get all mad.
Really?
We would walk. Well, a lot of times they wouldn't allow it.
Well, yeah, because you got like gasoline on the bus. It's probably not safe.
What do you want me to do? Walk 6 miles? This is public transportation.
I love the idea. Just some kids walk on there with just giant tanks of gasoline. Like, it's fine. Just drive straight and we'll be okay.
Just go, dude.
Can I bring this 50-gallon drum of petroleum onto the bus, please? Is that cool?
It's just uranium. It's not a big deal.
No big. Here,
I got yellow cake in my bag. So what?
Everybody gets a free Geiger counter, okay? If you're worried about it. I mean, all right. Relax.
Vic's just wheeling Chernobyl right there on the RTD bus. Just
Hey,
be like,
gotta get around.
It's going to be fine. I've already done my safety checks. Anyway, hopefully, well, you know what? Hopefully Julian Strawther can be that. He can be that guy. We just asked, right? Like, yesterday we were talking about mowers and weed whackers and weed eaters and whatever. We're like, who's going to be the weed eater? Who's going to be the guy that just, like, he takes care of the rest of the stuff, the final sort of piece to finish it?
Well, Christian Brown was a little bit of that. And
I thought
Christian
Brown.
Yeah.
Totally, it was Christian. I don't know what you call Julian Strawther, what he was, but he was something else too. Maybe he's picking up the dog poop before everything starts. It's like something.
He's working the loppers. He's the loppers.
He's what?
What's a lopper?
You know, those you cut the branches, loppers.
I think Lopper was the one who's saying girls just want to have fun, right? Is that who you're talking about?
Those are called loppers?
Loppers.
In fact, you guys got me going. You got my juices flowing. I'm going to mow today, even though I don't have to. I just feel like it. Just going to get a good mow in. Really good mow. Good, tight mow. Tight.
What's that mean? What is it?
Tight, yeah.
What is a tight mow?
You go as low as you can without ruining the grass. You go really low.
I feel like I need to take mine down like another notch. It's
Yeah,
still like...
there's an art to that. You can't take it too low early. You got to take it low when it's time.
Mine is like some Quill Hollow rough right now. Even when I cut it clean, it's still like I want to leave enough or I'm not getting in the danger zone.
You know what I like doing? I like going low. I like going low with good lines, Brett. Like good lines, clean lines.
Mm-hmm.
And I like just sitting there maybe with a cup of coffee and just staring at my lawn, comparing it to my neighbors and just mocking them, laughing at them. Love it.
Say it to my wife all the time. I mow and then I just stare at the window. She goes, "What are you looking at?" And I go, "Just look at it."
Yeah.
Look at it.
It's like my field day. I just competed and I won.
Big game on Sunday. Vic's going to have a nice, tight yard.
I reckon he is, yeah.
And then he's going to watch this game because you aren't going to OKC, right?
No, I'm not.
Plus, you got to do studio stuff, right? You're going to be working.
Got studio stuff this weekend, and I'm actually thankful I'm not going back there.
Hey, how was that? I thought you liked that place.
It is, but I'd rather be here.
Okay. Well, the only win there came when Katie was there, so that's a good thing. But I guess the idea is that a lot of people came up to see you guys last night post-game, did they not?
We had a packed house, dude. It was loud.
That's cool.
I mean, they were so cool, man. Nuggets fans were so into it. They were chanting, "Let's go Nuggets" after the game. And we had an hour post-game show. Julian Strawther joined us up there. It's awesome.
By the way, he's going to be on today, correct?
Man, he's doing a media tour.
10:30 today.
10:30 today.
With Raj and Coach, yes.
That's cool.
So, again.
You know what a good story would be? Ask them to ask Julian. I will be his driving coach. We'll do student driving. Actually, Moser, you'd be better at that. You're much more in tune with automobiles. Moser, teach Strawther how to drive.
No,
personal coach.
Hang on. If Moser were to do that, you can't tell him how the engines work and the
don't
pistons
talk.
firing. You can't get like the mechanics of it.
Yeah, don't
Just like,
talk.
this is drive. This is park.
By the way, I learned to drive on a stick shift. I think
Most of us did at that age. I did too.
And you want to talk about getting browbeaten by your old man trying to go around the block in a stick shift, and you're no. I said let the clutch.
Hey, ask these youngins. Brett, can you drive stick?
I not. How do I explain this? I did when I worked for.
You can't. Hey, Nelly, can you drive stick?
I cannot drive a stick shift. No,
dude, that is funny. That's a line of demarcation right there.
We had a '53 Chevy pickup with 3 on the tree. It's awesome.
Yeah, but see, this is a useless skill now. There's no point to having it.
It's fun.
You can.
A lot of cars still have stick shift.
Go to Europe, Jack. There's stick shifts all over the place.
So what? Why would I go to Europe? I'm an American.
I had that little Fiat in Italy, Vic. I had that little Fiat in Italy, man, on those roads to Villa San Michele. Oh,
Hey.
dude, I was flying.
It gets scary, though. If you're on a hill, if you're like parked on a hill, and you hit that clutch and don't keep the foot on the brake, and you got cars behind you,
Yeah, it's going to roll
dude,
backwards
that's
a little bit.
scary.
Yeah, you got to be fast about it. You got to boom, boom. You got to go break the gas, clutch pop.
Bam, bam.
Zuga, zuga.
Zigga, zigga. Flipper.
Go to Europe. There's stick shifts everywhere. That's okay. Stay in the good U.S. of A. Did you just show me how to use the stick shift motion?
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America?
All right. Final thoughts on Game 7 next.
Guys, did you make a resolution to improve your health in 2025? Here we are in May. The year's almost half over, if you can believe that. Well, do yourself a favor, and if you're not feeling like you used to, if you're feeling sluggish, low energy, sleep patterns are off, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and see if you're dealing with low testosterone. It happened to me. And over time, you just started not feeling like yourself, and before you know it, you're got low T, and the doc says, hey, sorry, you're just getting older. Well, no, I'm going to do something about that. And so I did go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900, or go to their website. They've got a low T quiz that's very easy to take. Takes 2 minutes, 10 simple yes-no answers, and then schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Cost of the appointment's only $99, includes T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day of your appointment, your visit is absolutely free. You're going to see higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, better sleeping, waking up feeling refreshed, all that sort of thing. No more brain fog, and there's no need to wait. 5 locations in Colorado. Give them a call, 720-440-7900, or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
One last time, join Altitude Sports Radio at Stoney's on Lincoln this Sunday for a Game 7 viewing party. There will be awesome prizes, a live broadcast, and a chance to watch your Nuggets in the biggest game of the season, all brought to you by Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. See you on Sunday at Stoney's.
That bumper drive you crazy?
What?
That bumper that we just had drive you nuts?
Hey, guys, go back and look at the play in which Aaron Gordon injured his hamstring. It occurred with $1:30 left in the game.
It was sort of awkward because dude was falling on the floor in front of him. He's trying to get out of the way.
No, but I want you to see what led to that steal. Chet Holmgren fouled the living crap out of him, and there was no call.
Yeah.
And when you usually have situations like that and a player's frustrated because he got fouled, it only leads to more trouble, and that led to that. God, I hope that hamstring isn't bad. But, when you strain your hamstring, here's the bottom line. That's not a 1 or 2 day injury, guys. It's not. It's just not. He is not going to be the same on Sunday.
Yeah, even if it feels okay, it's also
not.
like a ticking time bomb.
Yeah. So the expectation going to Sunday, Nuggets fans, I'm going to lay it on the line for you. Ain't no way that thing's going to be healthy Sunday.
Well, then what do?
You manage it best you can.
If he can't go, then what
then
do
you got to rely on your bench.
Well, who's that?
Peyton,
are you gonna?
Peyton
I
Watson.
understand Peyton's going to get the most minutes, but would you even remotely go beyond that? Would you even remotely think about Zeke or anybody else?
Whatever it takes, bro.
Flacco?
I mean, this is where you are.
It's a lot.
But you strain a hamstring, 2 days ain't going to do anything for you.
Yeah, it's freaky. Again, here's AG after the game. If you guys missed it.
So you limping a little bit. How are you feeling, and how nice is it to have actually a couple days off for once?
I feel okay. We'll see. I'm going to start the recovery process now and make sure I'm getting ready for Game 7.
You kind of grabbed at your left hammy. Did you feel it on that kickball play? Was it before that?
Yeah. I just reached out and just not entirely sure what happened. So, like I said, I'm just going to recover, see what I can do Game 7.
So hopefully he gets whatever whatever helps the most in 2 days. I mean, he's going to need every bit of it. Because, again, he brings something to the table that other Nuggets don't have. Other players in the league, like there's few that can do this, which is I can guard Hartenstein and I can guard SGA. Whatever you need.
How lucky are we in Denver, Colorado, one of the great sports cities in the world, to have this weekend, to have another game, to have a stage like this, to have all eyes of the NBA will be on this game Sunday afternoon. It is now, we're approaching mid-May, and we are still here. Despite all the critics, all of the experts, they all picked the Clippers to win the first series, correct? Remember that?
Correct.
Yep.
Most people of those critics thought that Oklahoma City was most likely to sweep than this going 7. Well, here we are at 7. The Denver Nuggets have had more injuries. They've had less free time. They have less of a bench. And here we are. Here we are. And I'm telling you right now, take all that aside. AG injured. AG's got the hamstring. I feel good about Sunday, boys. And it's a weird, warm feeling that normally, you know me when it comes to the Nuggets. I'm way too emotional. I feel good.
So many teams pull nobody believed in this crap. But this is where if the Nuggets wanted to pull that, they'd be absolutely correct.
Well, I got them pulled up here. So out of the 12 predictions from ESPN's basketball writers, Thunder in 6, Thunder in 7, Thunder in 6, Thunder in 6, Thunder in 6, Thunder in 7, Thunder in 7, Thunder in 6, Thunder in 7, Thunder in 7, Thunder in 5. The one person that chose Nuggets in 7 was, I never know how to say this guy's last name. Help me out, Vic. It's Ohm. And then
Yes.
is it Young Misuk? Young Misuk?
I'm not sure how you pronounce his first name.
He was the only one that took the Nuggets and took them in 7. So 11 OKC choices as opposed to 1.
Who do you think most, and again, a lot of this is going to rely on the availability of Aaron Gordon. But if let's say Aaron were fine, let's say he were healthy, which he's not, but let's say he were. I'm led to believe. I bet you most people would take the Nuggets in this game.
They've got a lot going for them, Vic. They've got a lot going for them. A lot.
I don't know if I feel that most people would, but I will say this. There's a confidence that you have in Jokic going to a Game 7. That you've seen this team before. The big question is going to be for OKC. And I'll tell you this right now. If OKC finds a way to win on Sunday, I think it's, to them, way to go, good on you, tip the cap. Like, for a young team in that moment that hasn't experienced that before, to beat a former champion from just a couple years ago and the best player in the world on the opposite side of the floor, it would be a hell of an effort from them. A big one. Because I really do feel like the Nuggets, they're going to feel pressure because it's a Game 7 and everybody feels pressure. But this isn't new. Everybody that's on that floor, like, think about the guys who are getting real playing time in this series. So, obviously, you're starting 5. They've been doing this for years together. Russell Westbrook has played in a lot of playoff games. Now, he's never been a champion before, but he's played in a lot of these different moments. The only guys that really haven't, like Watson and Strawther, have been there, but not really gotten real playing time in situations like this, so maybe they might be sort of your wild cards. But everybody else, it's kind of like I don't think they're going to be stunned by the moment or anything, right? OKC, I have no idea. Chet's never done this before.
Exactly right.
Shea's never done it before.
Until they're in that position, they probably themselves don't know what they're going to get out of each other because they have not been in that position before.
Man, people are killing Shea for his floppage. It's not just us. It's not just Denver. It's not just, we're biased, obviously. National folks, man, they see it. You know what, Shea Gilgeous, as much as he's going to win the MVP, he's a tremendous, fantastic player. He is the modern-day James Harden. That's what he is.
Yeah.
No, that's what he is.
I mean, as a guard, yeah.
Yeah.
But there's plenty of bigs that do it. AD does it.
Yeah. But he is the closest thing to James Harden we've seen.
So again,
he uses the rules to his advantage. He's an extraordinary shooter. He can shoot from anywhere, and he's ultra talented. He also uses the rules to his advantage. Both can be true. It's okay. It's the truth.
So, 1:30 Sunday. Can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Now to our favorite part of the week, please. Drunk Takes. Drunk Takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly. Why is Scooby-Doo part of them? What? Why is Scooby-Doo... He can't... Dogs can't talk.
I think Scooby and Thelma had something going on.
Oh, for God's sake.
Did you say Thelma?
Is that her name?
Her name's Delma, but it doesn't.
No,
it's
Velma. Velma.
Velma. With a V, right? Velma. That's what I meant.
I don't watch cartoons.
I mean, the amount of just factual thing. First of all, Velma and Scooby, odd enough to start with. And then Moj indignantly saying, "It's not Thelma, you moron. It's Delma."
That sequence right there epitomizes this show to a T.
I sounded pretty indignant. I really did.
Go ahead, Nelly. Monte Stebbins, you have 5 minutes starting now.
Are you sure it's not Monty?
Or it could be Monty. Monte.
Monty.
Stebbins. Stevens. Whatever. If that sounds remotely like your name. 303.
You sound a little bit like P and Keel, Key and P Heel. It's wait, what did I call him?
P and Keel.
P and Keel.
What's next?
Are you going to OKC or not?
Yes, I'm on the plane today to OKC.
Okay. I need you there, and I need you to be all up inside him today
I
or
just
tomorrow.
did.
It's an odd request.
Who did you want me to be all up
Jamal
inside?
Murray. I wanted you to be angry and make him angry.
What's next?
Yeah, I like the tongue.
Yeah, I think the tongue is accurate.
No problem with the tongue, but I don't even know if I have one of those anymore. When the lady
Poll
does
question, not Brett Kane Radio. You a tongue guy?
What was that from?
That was when you guys were talking about taking your temperature regarding the Nuggets. And it's your favorite way to take your temperature. You tongue guy?
Yeah. You tongue guy? Forehead? Armpit?
I think tongues are disgusting.
Elsewhere?
What's next?
Vic, I can see you playing with it, by the way. I know you. You're going to your hole.
Stop playing with
Are
your
you
hole,
are
Vic.
you in pain or are you okay?
It's just fascinating when things develop in your mouth that you're not used to. You just go there. They told me not to eat, but I was too hungry, so I ate this bar. And now I have a full hole full of this doughy stuff. Store it there like a chipmunk.
Yep. Glad your tooth's out. All right, go ahead, Nelly. One
I
more one.
can't talk. My tongue keeps going back to the hole in my mouth.
I don't need to know what your tongue's doing.
It's the weirdest
I
thing ever.
I have zero
Like that
interest
thing?
in what your tongue can or cannot do.
No, but it's not a hole. This is a deep abyss. This may go all the way down to my feet.
I think anatomically that's not how that works, but again, I'm no biologist. How would I know? All right. Game 7, another one. Sunday, 1:30.
I'm glad we have to wait. I'm glad that there are
Couple days rest, yeah.
over 40. I'd say 50 whatever hours right now. 50. What are you? 51 and a half hours from right now.
When we meet again, we'll be at the sanctuary on Monday.
Yes, we will. Cannot
Together.
wait. Cannot wait. All right, guys, have a great weekend.
Do you think we'll be talking about a win or a loss?
A win. Nuggets have a lot going for them, Vic.
I think it's a dub. I do.
I mean, again, I don't think you're going to be able to pound a nail up their backsides.
Are you winning a
OKC.
championship? A championship? All right, have a great weekend. Hopefully we're discussing the Nuggets moving on to Western Conference Finals against Minnesota. Talk to you on Monday. Love you. Bye.
I got a hole in my mouth. I don't know what to do with my tongue keeps going back there.
Add it to all your other holes.
And we've got a Game 7, baby.
You the man.
You the man.
I see you, Kaz. I didn't think you had it in you.
And
I
that
didn't think you
man.
had that swag about you, Kaz.
Julian Strawther Royale with cheese. The Julian Strawther game. 119-107 over the Thunder, and the Nuggets stave off elimination until Sunday at 1:30, where they head back to Oklahoma City and see if they can't secure a date with the Minnesota Timberwolves. That was, from start to finish, outside the end of the first quarter, that's as perfect of a team game as you can play.
Are you talking about the Russell Westbrook stretch of basketball for the Denver
The
Nuggets?
chaos for 2.5 minutes.
Let's just call it what it was. It was the Russell experience.
We'll get into the Russell
the wrong
experience.
side of it. And there's the good side of it as well. Raj, before I get distracted, because we're going to break this game down.
Don't allow yourself to go negative.
No, I'm not.
There. We can't do that.
But
off
can
the
I go
bat.
positive real quick for our real morning sprinters that have been listening to us for quite a while? You and I have talked about the negativity of bringing our wives to significant events at Ball Arena. My wife was at Game 7 last year with me on a date night against the Timberwolves. We know how that ended up. She was with me for Gabe Landeskog's triumphant return to the ice in Game 3, I believe it was, of the playoffs. We know how that turned out for the Avs. And so I said, I'm never bringing my wife again. Well, guess what? I brought my wife last night.
Woo. Well, selfish you.
We exercised the demons,
Yeah,
baby.
you did.
Wifey's back in, man.
You did.
She's back in.
This house is clear.
Unbelievable game from top to bottom. AG does get hurt at the end of that. We'll get into that in a little bit.
Don't love it.
How does that factor into Sunday's game? But for 29 minutes of MPJ, he gets 10 points, 2 of 5 from 3, 4 of 9 overall. Joker, 29 points, 14 rebounds, 8 assists, 25 points from Jamal Murray, 11 of those coming in a Murray-Fleury-esque first quarter. Christian Brown goes off. I didn't think he was going to put up 20. Well, he put up 23, 11, and 5 in 39 minutes. And then what you had that was missing in Game 5, you had a bench. Peyton Watson, even though he puts up 4, he was effective.
Impactful minutes in back-to-back games.
Big-time block. Russ, although it was chaos at the end of the first, outside of those 2.5 minutes of the end of the first, I was totally fine with Russell Westbrook. And then Julian Strawther is the hero of the night. We will have Julian Strawther join us in 25 minutes from right now.
How cool is that?
So 10:30, Jules, Straws.
Jay Straw.
Let's
go, man.
Royale with cheese. I'm going on the Quentin Tarantino route.
Do you know where Julian Strawther grew up?
I know where he went to college. He went to college at Gonzaga.
He's a Vegas guy.
He's a Vegas
cool as
guy.
that.
All right, I like that.
I'm kind of a Vegas guy myself, man.
But you're a vagabond.
Well, I got to claim
lived
something.
a million places.
Where do your parents live?
Here.
Yeah, so you call yourself. Where do my parents live?
Well, because I'm from
here. They
here.
live in Vegas, man. So I feel like I'm kind of a Vegas guy. You know? Parents live there right now.
You've lived in like 30 places.
Yeah, a little more than that. It's north of 30.
Would you call yourself a Utah guy?
I do not claim that state.
Would you call yourself a Minnesota guy?
Beer's cold.
Beer's cold. They got some good beers
really cold
out there.
beers
They
up
sure
there.
do. They sure do. Your favorite part of the game last night?
This postseason, even the wins have been pure torture. The kind of basketball that you are just gripping your remote at home or potentially your cold beverage in the arena and just waiting to throw it. Because the Nuggets have been really frustrating at times. You know what last night was? It being in Ball Arena for the first time it felt like in a while. Last night was really, really fun. It was a fun game to watch.
Again, outside of a 2.5 minute stretch, right? You're up by 10 with 2:30 to go in the first quarter. Outside of this little stretch where it shrinks from a 10-point lead down to a 3-point
I
lead.
lost my mind. I was actually in the KSC suite visiting some people. I apologize to any of our fine sponsors because I did not handle myself well when Russell Westbrook was doing what he was doing.
That was the only time that you wanted to launch a beer at the television or, God forbid, on someone's poor, unsuspecting head 3 rows beneath you, Coach Sanford.
A little bit too in the fourth quarter when you were kicking the ball around.
You were kicking the ball around.
It was about 2 or 3 possessions.
There were 3 straight turnovers within I think it was like 75 seconds. It might have actually been under a minute. at that point, the game did feel in hand. Like, it would have had to have gone all wrong on 8 straight possessions.
I kept saying to myself, this isn't Minnesota from last year. This isn't Minnesota.
It's not going
Is
to
it?
be.
This
No,
isn't
and then,
it. This can't be it.
You know when I knew it wasn't going to happen? When Jamal tries to save, was it a ball save that he tries to throw back to Joker at the end of the fourth, or was just an errant pass? And Joker, being the greatest time waster in the history of sports,
beautiful,
just walks the ball down to the corner, knowing that he's going to pick it up and take a backcourt violation. But he killed an extra 5 to 7 seconds off the clock. And that stuff matters, man, especially when that lead starts to shrink and shrink and shrink. When he did that, I went, they're taking the air out of the ball. Even if they kick this thing around and there's another 3 or 4 turnovers, there's enough rope that they can hold on to the end of this thing. I knew it right then. I went, they're going to be fine, even though it's going to be a little bit ugly. It ended up not being. They cleaned it up at the end. They hit their free throws. You get a 12-point win. That was perfect. And I was pessimistic. Maybe it was the migraine yesterday. I was in a terrible mood.
You know what, Raj? You played your cards perfectly yesterday.
My role.
And you didn't. You know what? You didn't overdo it. I was proud of you yesterday.
Thank you.
You were grumpy. You were a bit of a skeptic. You kept coming up with statistics that would prove that this is an unlikely outcome.
That it doesn't happen.
This is most not. But you didn't go out and do this, theatrical Raj curse. You just, you know what you were? You were your just typical punchable face yesterday, and I loved every bit of it.
I appreciate that. I'm glad that I've got a special place in your heart.
It was great. We all have a bit sometimes that we have to play, and you played it brilliantly.
And my guy, you've been calling for Julian, or not Julian Strawther, for Jalen Pickett, and I think that's it felt like a little bit too deep of a bag to grab into.
Just because there hasn't been any run.
There's a dude that's right there, and I've been saying it for 2 games. I go, why didn't you play him more in game 5? Then obviously you get the long run here in this game. He's going to play 20 minutes in game 7. They found something. And maybe it dries up in game 7 because it's much harder for a role player to step into the road and have that type of impact. The momentum doesn't quite feel the same if you hit 3 or 4 shots. Although you've been there before. What's better? Does it change from player to player when you can silence a crowd, or you get to blow the roof off of Ball Arena like he did last night?
Silencing a crowd is arguably 10x better than blowing the roof off.
But does it take
your
a
home
certain
crowd.
player?
You know what kind of player it takes in both cases? And it's what I was begging for coming off of games 4 and 5 from the Denver Nuggets. It's a player that lacks the F word. Fear. Julian Strawther played fearless basketball last night.
I thought he played fearless in game 5.
I did too. You knew who played fearless basketball last night from the very opening tip of the game? Christian Brown. And could we have said that coming out of really his postseason? His postseason has really been marred by a massive drop-off in production. Last night he just said, I'm going to go play ball. I'm really good. I'm really talented. I've done significant things in the postseason of my career already for this franchise when I was 21 years old, 20 years old. I don't even know if he was legally able to drink, and he was serving up drinks behind the bar in the parade celebration. The guy let it hang, and it was awesome to watch. But Julian Strawther, man, that was the thing that I loved, is he played the game of basketball last night, whether it was his alley-oop that he caught that was significant and a beautiful end of a run of basketball.
We're gonna call that an alley-oop.
I mean, whatever. It went in the basket. It's great. He played fearless basketball against a team that a lot of people do fear.
Should call that an alley-oop 10 minutes from right now when we talk to him. Hey, great oop. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean the air ball that I saved us on? Who shot that? Was that Russ?
Of course.
That was a Russ air ball, wasn't it?
It was Jamal.
It was Jamal.
Oh, it was.
Okay.
I'm almost certain Jamal saw him cutting backdoor, though. Hold on, let me pull up the play. Let me see if I can pull up the play.
Find the play. And
true.
When I watched it, I have not rewatched that play. When I watched it live, it felt like an air ball.
All right, let's real quick. Jamal Murray, which statement is more true? He was really sick going into that game and might not play, or that air ball was really a pass to Julian Strawther.
I think he was legitimately ill. Was there a chance he wasn't going to play in the game? No shot. And he said that in the postgame presser on ESPN. He like laughed. He was like, there was no chance that I wasn't going to play. I do believe his.
Do we know what the illness was?
No, but his pregame routine was completely different in different spots, different timing. That makes me think he wasn't all there. But was it going to keep him out of a game 6? No shot. He would, if Jamal had stayed out of a game due to illness at home, back against the wall, after the regular season that we had, and the turmoil, the questions around the contract, is he really giving it his all? You imagine he sits out due to illness? There was no shot he was going to sit out last night.
I loved whatever the genesis of the illness was. Because,
I don't think it was a construct.
Because he did not look fatigued or bothered at any point in time. Let's see Jamal Murray here.
I don't think it's... I think... Oh, no. You know what?
Yeah, that's a pass.
That's a pass.
It's a real pass. And a sweet oop.
Okay, it's a pass. I stand corrected. When I watched it live, I thought it was just a turnaround, get the thing up because of the end of the shot clock. There were under 5 seconds on the shot clock. Strawther had to shorthand it as well. Okay,
the angle I had of Julian Strawther, he had such an unlikely angle to make this basket. He was back, like I couldn't believe it. He shot it completely blind as he was facing away from the basket. It was beautiful.
Yeah, totally a pass, not an air ball. When I watched it live, I thought it was just him trying to short arm a ball and get it to the hoop as quickly as possible. Cool. Easy pass. Pass. The Julian Strawther game. That's what you're gonna go back and look at this. You will go back and go, why wasn't that dude playing way more, way often? And I think last night, David Adelman signed his name on the dotted line. David Adelman is your head coach of the Denver Nuggets moving forward into next year.
I'm not there yet.
What? How are you not there? In what world are you not? In what world would Julian Strawther have played 5 minutes last night under Michael Malone? In what world? No world. No shot.
Raj, I love David Adelman. Genuine.
He hasn't
authentic,
done enough.
Brilliant.
He just pushed one of the best regular season teams in the history of the NBA to 7 games.
You want to know
when you
something?
are clearly flawed and injured. He hasn't done enough.
You know what I want him to do in Game 7? I want him to do exactly what he did in Game 6. Coach for his basketball life.
He hasn't done enough. It's insane.
I want more, Raj. Do you not want a Game 7 victory? Do you not want this thing to continue? I do.
Dude, he's done enough. They go,
Give me
is
more.
1 game enough? 1 game.
Dude,
So
you're going content
It's
mode.
Game 7 of the second round against the 1 seed.
So
and
you're
you're
content.
hurt, and you have a 6.5 man rotation. 1 game. Am I content right now? You better believe I'm content right now.
Oh, so you don't care about Game 7?
Everything's gravy to me right now. Gravy.
Are you kidding me?
Gravy. I think they can do it, but everything's gravy.
There's nothing gravy about this.
Julian Strawther joins us at 10:30. The morning sprint live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Just a few minutes from right now, we will be joined by Nuggets guard Julian Strawther from Gonzaga. Huge game from Strawther.
Wait, is that really his middle name?
Julian Strawther out of Las Vegas, Nevada, that we learned today.
Puerto Rican American hero from last night.
Puerto Rican American hero. He's certainly a Nugget hero, man.
Oh, my God.
He ties his season high with, how many points did he have last night?
Was it 15?
Was it 15? No, he had way more than that.
I had 15. He had 15.
No, he had 15 like 10 or more times during the regular season.
Yeah, not as high.
Not as high.
Playoff high.
Playoff high without a doubt. I mean, did you ever think that he was going to play? Like, think back to when they removed Malone. If they don't do that, is there any shot that he plays? Is there any shot that happens last night?
Maybe. The only way I'd say maybe is I was watching all the antics pregame with regards to the release of the information that Jamal Murray was going to be questionable.
I don't think that was constructed.
Dude, you haven't been around the dark arts of high stress, high stakes coaching. I come from a background of college football, which is the most paranoid sport in the world. NFL's probably worse. College football's pretty dang bad.
Just smoke and mirrors.
And there is so much you do with smoke and mirrors. And you know what I think? Even if Jamal was just not feeling great, and hey, let's roll with this, because that's something that does get to the other team where they have to start considering, okay, what's this going to look like? Who are the players that potentially could play? How does it change our attack? And I even watched that Julian Strawther was interviewed in the pregame by Altitude TV. I believe it was with Katie Wingy. And I was watching from Colorado Social at Ball Arena last night. I'm like, they're really going in on this thing, man. Everybody's in on. The entire KSE family is on board with this thing that, hey, and if you don't think that opposing teams watch the local RSN's coverage when something like this goes down to see, hey, is he playing or not? You're crazy. So Julian Strawther's getting interviewed. And what I'm thinking at that point in time, I'm like, even if Jamal Murray plays, I love the fact that Julian Strawther is getting revved up, greased up to be at least prepared to go out and give some form of a massive performance.
People are livid with me about saying that I'm pleased. I am satisfied so far with what has happened in the playoffs. And yeah, I get it. Like, you're a win away from truly contending now. You're a win away from giving the opportunity to exercise the Minnesota Demon. I understand that. You want that. I want that as well. I do. I get it. But I think you need to look at the season as a whole. Look at all the chaos that happened with this team, man. They fired their head coach later than any team in NBA history that was playoff bound. Any team. Look at the chaos, the turmoil. Look at the injuries. Look at the non-existent bench, man. Look at all of that. So yeah, I'm more than okay with what David Adelman has done so far, because he's taken that dumpster fire, let's call it what it was, on its head at the end of the season. The Denver Nuggets were a dumpster fire at the end of the regular season. You don't fire a head coach without doing that, right? He made the right decision, Josh Kroenke. He wanted some juice. And if your main goal for the rest of the season was juicing it, Adelman's done that. Again, he has pushed the best team in the NBA to a Game 7 where anything can happen. And now you can rely upon your veteran leadership, the guys who've been there and done that. Jamal is an amazing player in back-against-wall scenarios. So is Nikola Jokic. Do I want more? Yes. But if you ask me at the end of April, if this is where they are, I take it and I run away without knowing what the result is on Sunday. So yes, I'm satisfied. Of course I am. I'm satisfied with the result of the team, and I'm satisfied with the result of the interim head coach. He has done more than enough to get my stamp of approval. I don't know what it matters. And I see like Neil's being a sourpuss right now on the text line. would I have begged for Adelman to go if Strawther didn't play last night? If they lost in the same fashion, where the bench wasn't doing anything and you just begged that MPJ was going to do something, or Jamal was bad, or Russ was bad, and Strawther was just sitting there on the bench and didn't do anything, I would say, yeah, there's probably still I need to see from him, or I need to see that full interview process pan out, of course. But we're living on a razor's edge right now with this team. We're living on a razor's edge with Adelman. So when you do something positive, it tips the scales in one direction. When you do something negative, it tips it in the opposite direction.
Which is why I think Game 7...
Because the data set's small.
But which is why I think the Game 7 performance, the second Game 7 performance of David Adelman's head coaching career in the NBA is going to really matter. And I want it to really matter for the trajectory of this franchise. That's going to be really important because you got to remember here, Raj, you're also hiring a new general manager. And if you don't have any...
That is the fulcrum point. I'll give you that.
100%.
And text line's been going on. That is the fulcrum point. If the GM doesn't see eye to eye with the head coach, that's the biggest reason why both Booth and Malone were let go. So I understand that is the tipping point with this new thing. But he feels like he's the best option.
Raj, I'm here for David Adelman.
He's not a Malone clone. I see these texts like he's not a Malone
No,
clone. Malone
totally
would not have
different
played.
personality.
Malone would not have played Julian Strawther last night, and you probably would have lost the series in 6 games. He's not a clone. Call me short-sighted, but I told you how I'm living my life with this Nuggets team. I told you months ago how you should live your life with this Nuggets team. You live and die day to day with them. Blow it up after a loss, and you think you can win a title after the other. I haven't changed. I'm not flip-flopping. I am who I've been since February. I've told you this, people. Either get on board or don't.
Raj, I am rooting so hard for the hiring of David Adelman to be the next head coach of the Denver Nuggets. But I'm rooting for it because you have to make the decision. There's no questions asked. And if you go 2-0 in your career in a Game 7, this coach that we're watching, Dags, what's the guy's name? Mark Daigneault? Is that right? Daigneault. This guy that he's a professional, stand there with his teeth in his mouth type of a coach. Very, just don't like him. Just not my favorite. What's his career record in Game 7s?
Has he played in one?
Correct. You're going to have a chance, David Adelman, to be 2-0 in Game 7s against 2 really good basketball teams.
You have Pete DeBoer on your hands right now behind the bench of the Denver Nuggets. Is that too sacrilegious for me to say right now?
Stop. Because then that means that you fizzle out in either the Western Conference or in the finals.
I still think they can do it. I do. It's a toss-up in Game 7, man. I think they can do it. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined coming off the heels of a 15-point performance, 3 of 4 from beyond the arc, 4 of 8 overall from the field. It is Nuggets guard Julian Strawther. Julian, how are you this morning? Thanks for your time.
I'm all good. How you guys doing?
We're doing great, and mainly because of you. I want to know, what was the first thing that Coach Adelman said to you yesterday pregame, and what's the first thing he said to you postgame?
Before these playoff games, Coach has been in my ear telling me just to stay ready, and they understand what I can bring to the game offensively. And, post-game, it was kind of the moments like I told you so, he just reiterated how proud he was that I was ready to impact the game, especially in the elimination game.
Julian, as a high-level athlete, which you clearly are, and unbelievable background at Gonzaga, 40-point game, I believe it was, against the University of Portland. How have you stayed ready from an athletic and mindset perspective, not getting these opportunities really until last night? How have you stayed ready to capitalize on your opportunity?
Just understanding how the playoffs work, just watching years past and see how you never know when it'll be your night, and you never know when someone will be asked to step up, and understanding that I was in a situation where, any given night in the playoffs, I could be thrown in. Any given night I could get a DMP. Just sticking with the same routine, being consistent, and treating it like a professional. That's what my vet, DeAndre Jordan, always tells me what to do.
Any given night, certainly anything can happen, but you can also find something, like find a thread, find a feel for a shot. Did you start to find something in Game 5 in limited minutes?
Yeah, just being able to go out there and see one go in, especially just it being a shot at the end of the shot clock, a tougher shot. It just kind of let me drop my shoulders a bit, and I could feel out the game some more. So I was coming into last night with a bit more confidence.
So with that confidence, do you bring that into a meeting or a conversation with your coaching staff, being like, hey, guys, there's something cooking here. It's obviously up to you guys whether or not I play, but I'm starting to feel just a little bit better, a little bit more consistent and ready if you guys tap my numbers. Is that something that you bring up to them either post-game, Game 5, or pre-game, Game 6?
Not even. It's one of them things where, I completely trust the coaching staff and the decisions that they make throughout the games. And I understand that, they know the game of basketball at a high level. So, they went home and they watched Game 5. And I feel like we all understood that I kind of had an impact in that game and I could bring some energy to the game. So I came into last night knowing my role could be a little bit bigger.
Julian, when you knew you were in your bag last night, and we were talking about it earlier when we saw the alley-oop-ish type pass with your back completely to the basket, contorting around. What was it? Was that one of those plays you black out and it just went in somehow, some way, or is that something that you've done before?
I can't say that I've done that one before. Last night might have been a first. But, like you said, it's one of them things where you're just so in the game that you'll try something like catching the ball with your back turned and shooting it all in one motion. But it felt like a natural move, and I knew the shot clock was getting close to going out, so I had to make a play.
Nuggets guard Julian Strawther, our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline, after he and the Nuggets extend the series to a decisive Game 7 coming up on Sunday at 1:30. Pre-game show starts right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 at 1 p.m. Julian, obviously, team game. I don't want you to have to harp on yourself too long, although we've been doing it for the first 30 minutes of the show for you. Who was your favorite player last night?
My favorite player is easily Jamal Murray last night. Just like you guys, I find out that Jamal is sick, and I'm obviously not happy about it. But, the way that he approached the game, and you could just tell pregame that he wasn't going to let nothing hold him down, and he understood the magnitude of the game. So I'm just super proud of how he handled that.
Julian, what has David Adelman meant to you, and what do you believe are his attributes that make him an NBA head coach?
BA's got thrown into the fire. Obviously, it was just unexpected with the timing and everything, but the way he's handled everything has been amazing, and just the energy he brings to the locker room. He's done an amazing job of just rounding the guys and just rounding the troops. And I feel like we all just are rallying around him, and we're all just super happy for him.
Talk to me about what felt like a career performance from Christian Braun last night. Bounce back. That was something that you guys had to do. The surrounding cast around Nikola after it's a losing effort when he throws up 40. Did it feel like you guys had to pick him up somehow? And was Christian the guy that led that?
Yeah, especially just being the younger guys. Obviously, CB has been so big for us all season long. He's came through so many times, and he's just a born winner. With his back against the wall, he's going to give everything he got, and especially, like I said, the younger guys, we just went out there and we emptied the tank. We have fresh legs, and we know that our vets have been playing 40 minutes a night, and that we had to relieve them somehow, some way.
On that of emptying the tank, now you get 2 days of rest ahead of Game 7 in Oklahoma City at Paycom. What's your mindset to follow up a performance yourself like you had in Game 6 to be ready for Game 7? And as a team, where are your guys' heads at with regards to going out and doing something that nobody expects you to do?
Yeah, personally, it's just right now about, last night I had the night to enjoy it, but today and tomorrow, just flushing it and resetting and refocusing and understanding that it's not about replicating a performance. It's about going out there and having an impact on the game and impact on winning. And as a team, I feel like our mindset stays the same. I mean, back against the wall again, elimination game again. I think we all can come together and get it done.
Nuggets guard Julian Strawther, our guest here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Julian, we appreciate the time. Get some rest. We cannot wait to see you guys take on the Thunder in Game 7. Again, 1:30 p.m. tip right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Julian, from the bottom of all of our hearts, thank you so much for a memorable performance. That's one that Nuggets fans are going to remember for quite some time, man. Congratulations on that.
Thank you guys for having me.
There he goes. Julian Strawther, Nuggets guard, 15 points last night, 3 of 4 from beyond the arc in just 19 and a half minutes. Nuggets get a 119-107 victory over the Thunder. They extend the series to a decisive Game 7 coming up on Sunday. We'll continue breaking this thing down. I also have in front of me, we knew we had the NFL schedule, Coach, but did you know I have every single game spread for the Denver Broncos in front of me right now from week 1 through week 18. We'll get into that and so much more, as well as a return of one of my favorite things on the morning sprint, the big play replay. No, it's not football season, but the Nuggets edition. That's coming up at 11.
What is good, Colorado? Well, I'll tell you what's really good. It's Game 7, the best 2 words in sports. And as the sports action is heating up with the Nuggets, it's also heating up at Circus Sports Colorado. Opening up the Circus Sports Colorado app, I just checked the updated odds, futures to win the 2024-25 NBA championship. The Oklahoma City Thunder, believe it or not, are even money. And they have to get through the Nuggets in Game 7. The Nuggets at plus 1,000. So if you're loving what you're seeing from those Nuggets, download that Circus Sports Colorado app because it's sports betting the way it should be, with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. So make sure you download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. And a reminder, you must be 21 years or older. If you've got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Special thanks to Nuggets guard Julian Strawther, who joined us last segment. If you guys missed anything, just search The Morning Sprint wherever you guys get your podcast. I would also assume you can find it on the Altitude Daily at the end of Friday today. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, KJ Granderson behind the glass. If you guys want to take us wherever you want to go, do so on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. Nice insight there from Strawther. And you know what? I think he put to bed, because is everyone in on the ruse?
Never.
You talk about how it's smoke and mirrors in college football and in pro football and the NBA, and it felt like is there a little bit of conspiracy here happening with Jamal Murray? Some gamesmanship.
I love gamesmanship. I'm hoping it was gamesmanship.
Is everybody involved in the ruse?
If it was a pure ruse, gamesmanship, then David Adelman, he is 100% your head coach for the Denver Nuggets. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Because he's already got that going on.
Dags, he lost that one right there head to head in terms of dealing with the shenanigans that, in reality, Jamal Murray's probably sick.
Probably sick.
Yeah, like
he put that to bed.
I just love it all. I love all the dark arts.
There's so many Reynolds wrap headwear guys here on this station.
No, it's just like who's the other big time Reynolds wrap headwear guy on our lineup here?
Scotty and TP.
It's Tyler Polumbus. Scotty
Polumbus. Less so much. I think Scotty's more like, I've been there, I've done that, I've seen everything,
right.
So I'm not going to take everything on its face.
Tyler Polumbus played for...
Why he gets mad at me.
Played for Shanahan's and played for McDaniels. Those two guys definitely engage in some of the gamesmanship of... Think of Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots didn't engage in insane levels, asinine levels of gamesmanship. I mean, heck, think about all the Spygate stuff that happened. I'm telling you, man, when the stakes are high, money is really, really, really on the line. Your legacy is on the line. In the case of David Adelman, frankly, his job may have been on the line yesterday.
It may have been. And you know what? Screw it. I was going to wait to do this for later on. And we're going to get into the big play replay coming up in 15 minutes from right now. NFL notes at 11:15. We'll pop some tops at 11:45. If he hasn't done enough to already guarantee him the Nuggets job, which I feel like I'm right there. And I don't know, it's probably 60-40 on the text line. Disagree with me as compared to agree with me that he's done enough to already get the job.
Where I disagree is that the sentiment that Game 7 doesn't matter.
No,
with regards to David Adelman's employment.
How do I get you
coach
over that though? I don't feel unemotional about Game 7.
You feel like it's on borrowed time.
No, I don't think the Nuggets are
icing on top of what
the cake hasn't been made, but I still feel like I can get something sweet out of it, even with a result that I don't like on Sunday, because of how far they've gotten with the situation that Adelman was given.
I'm going to go back to the very essence of why Josh Kroenke made the decision to move on from Michael Malone and Calvin Booth. Said that there is more juice left to squeeze out of this team.
There certainly is.
And I still think that applies to Game 7.
But, have they not already squeezed some juice?
They have, but that's the coolest thing right now.
It's not a full glass of orange juice, but it's enough to wet your whistle.
Here's what I believe to be true. The Denver Nuggets are good enough and are a good enough matchup against the Oklahoma City Thunder, even in their building. They've proven that. I feel like they've proven that in 2 games. In Game 1 and in Game 5.
Both teams feel like the series could already be over.
It's wild when you think about it. Okay, if you're looking at this series, and this is a quintessential Game 7 or 7-game series. Quintessential. Both teams feel like they stole 2 games.
Dallas and Colorado, man. It's the same. We're watching the same series. I just hope that it goes the other way.
The Nuggets stole Games 1 and Games 3. And both teams have won a runaway game, right? I mean, clearly the OKC's Game 2 was a bloodbath. And then OKC, they feel like they stole Games 4 and Games 5. And then the Nuggets outright win convincingly, not dominant like the OKC Thunder won Game 2, but they were in control of the majority of that basketball game last night. It's all going to come down to Game 7. And I want Sunday to be here so soon. And I'm glad it's not going to be here too soon because I'm glad the Nuggets get a little extra rest.
Has he done enough to guarantee himself a head coaching job in the league next year?
If there's
one other opening job.
That's the hard part. And unfortunately right now, it's with Matt Ishbia as your owner. You want to go coach for Matt Ishbia at the Phoenix Suns and all their shenanigans they deal with there? I wouldn't. But
unless
you
someone
never know.
else gets fired from here on out, but it's hard to find.
And the NBA is so wild. Everybody's making moves in season now. It's just kind of like the NHL where you're making moves in season and then you're potentially just riding with what you got, or you make a decision to promote somebody from within. In my heart of hearts, Raj, I think that David Adelman is going to be the head coach of the Denver Nuggets.
Me too.
And here's why. Because he's going to win his second Game 7 on Sunday.
Oh, if he wins Game 7 against OKC,
that's why
sign the contract the next day.
And I actually believe that he is going to outcoach Mark Daigneault. He is going to outcoach him in Game 7.
I think he has outcoached him for 6 games in the series. I do. I think there was one mistake that was made in Game 5, which was like, we saw a little bit out of Strawther, but we're going to hold on to him. I don't think it was a mistake to continue playing Joker. And I know DMac's going to get on for the next 3 hours and go, hey, look, they sat Joker at the beginning of the 4th and they won the game. Well, no, they won the game because they got contributions up and down the line. They won the game because they got 23 from Christian Brown. They won the game because they got 15 off the bench from Julian Strawther, not because they sat Joker for 3 minutes in the final frame.
They also won the game because they got an efficient Jamal Murray, which he really hadn't had. I mean, not insane levels of efficiency, but
it was fine.
But an efficient Jamal Murray.
5 of 6 from the line, 9 of 19 overall, 11 points in the first.
Wasn't that awesome to hear from Julian Strawther when you asked the awesome question? I love that you asked him. Who's your favorite player last night?
I can't take complete credit for that line of questioning. That is stolen completely from the incomparable Connor McGahey. That's one of McGahee's favorite post-game quotes to do is, who was your favorite player tonight? So I'm stealing that from Connor. I do appreciate
So
the
Connor
kudos,
McGahey didn't need to go to the almighty journalism school at Syracuse to learn that line of questioning. You just need to go to the almighty school of Connor McGahey.
I tried to.
Who is, by the way, my favorite Chassa.
Playing some golf. Playing some golf with him
He's
today.
my favorite Chassa high school soccer referee. I've learned that about my guy McGahey. I showed up to Valor and I see McGahey walking in with his whistle. He's ready to.
You hear that? Valor Athletics has a mole inside refereeing in Chassa. That's what I heard.
Oh, all we need is more drama because there's a news outlet that just wants to come after every single thing with really nothing to talk about.
Controversy.
So lame.
Sorry. Go on.
Sorry
about,
that we want to win
Jamal.
championships.
Go on about Jamal.
Jamal Murray was a revelation last night. I hope he's sick again for Game 7. I really hope he's sick for Game 7 so that he can go have a Jordan flu game again, 2.0. Jamal and Murray flu game. Eat oysters, clams, mussels.
You're not a shellfish guy?
Oh, I love shellfish. My body at times refuses oysters in a bad way.
Angelo's, man, happy hour, little $1.50 oysters, $2 off some wine. You and I got to go find one beers, one wines.
Just as long as it's not one oysters, because I'm going to find one bathrooms.
We need 2 dozen oysters.
Quicklies.
I can crush a dozen and a half oysters by myself in 15 minutes and not even think about it. I love an oyster, man. There's nothing like that. A little bit of that sauce. What's that sauce called? The like that vinaigrette. It's not a vinaigrette, but what's it called? It's something special. Something French. It's not an amuse-bouche, but it's something like that.
It's the lynch-bouche.
It's the lynch-bouche. Amuse-bouche. Not a cocktail. What is that sauce? Oh, mignonette.
Wow.
A mignonette. That's what that is.
Yep. I went to public school, Raj. I don't know these things.
Yeah, the same.
I just coached at a private school. I didn't go to one. It's not my DNA.
I took Spanish, man. But you're the one who can actually speak
Latin.
it, and I can't.
Be honest. You took freaking Latin. Did you?
Why am I getting painted like this?
Did you take Latin, Raj?
I did not take Latin.
You didn't go to Latin grammar school?
I did not go to Latin grammar school. Hashtag the flu arrow game.
Flu arrows.
So if last night game wasn't the Julian Strawther game, Royale with cheese game, it could have been the flu arrow game. but he didn't go off. Like, did you feel like that was the game that Jamal Murray won for you? No.
It's still out there.
It's still out there.
Still hanging in the balance.
This nebulous Jamal Murray's going to go off for 40 game, and everyone's going to have their jaws on the floor in Oklahoma City, much like what happened against the LA Clippers coming down from 3 games to 1. It's still out there.
And you know what? If that Aaron Gordon hamstring pull-up in the final moments of that game ends up costing him Game 7 availability, you're going to need Jamal Murray to have the ultimate Murray flurry to win Game 7.
On the other side, we will go through one of my favorite things on the morning sprint. We're taking it back. It's normally a football thing. It's normally a Broncos Monday thing. The Big Play Replay, Nuggets edition, next. The morning sprint on a beautiful Friday mid-morning. Watch us on the Safeway Twitch stream. You can also watch us on YouTube at Altitude Sports Radio. Subscribe today so you don't miss a thing. Join us on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour at 303-504-0925. I might get snippy with you, but, we all love you. You understand that.
When's the NBA going to announce the MVP?
They do it Sunday?
Por favor. I would love the flopper to be announced on Sunday.
Did you think he was overly floppy last night? Did he have a floppy appearance?
Chet Holmgren was a little floppy. I wanted to make sure that Chet was still alive after the assault that he sustained from Nikola Jokic when he tumbled.
After Joker
didn't
touch him?
Joker
just kind of pulled the chair out?
Joker just was in the same arena as him. And then he's like, oh, God!
It's writhing in pain on the ground.
Just got sniped.
I have grown a greater appreciation for Shea as the series has gone on, because there's been spots where I've been like, how is he getting that call and Joker's not? But I have not hated his play as much as I did James Harden, and I think that's a check mark in my book for him.
Yeah.
Right?
I've gotten more respect for Shea as a defender this series than I thought I would. As a really good rim protector, a guy that typically isn't tasked with that, he's got great ability to block shots.
At the same time, though, I look at the MVP race and I go, if you're watching these two dudes play against each other and the overall teams that they have around them and the consistency of the help that they have around them, in what world are you looking at Shea and going, yeah, that's the most impressive basketball player on the planet. That's the most valuable player on the planet. You can't do it. And I know that the voting is already closed, but you had ample opportunities during the regular season to see this go head to head. And more often than not, you're left with your kind of scratching your head going, what are we talking about here? It's one of the greatest regular seasons in the history of the sport. The only player all time to finish top 3 in points, assists, and rebounds. The only guy. He is currently leading the playoffs. If I'm correct, going into last night's game, was leading the playoffs in points, assists, rebounds, and steals. I think was the 4th one that he was up in there. If at very least he was top 3 in them. And you're going to look at those two players and those two surrounding casts and go, and I know the surrounding cast for the Nuggets was good last night, but consistency, they are not. How is that dude the MVP over Joker?
The Oklahoma City Thunder has so much incredible depth, so many different players that can knock down three-pointers. This is a team that, in the history of the NBA, has the 2nd best net rating. And you know me, Raj. I love me a good, solid plus-minus, a net rating. This is the 2nd best team in the history of the NBA with regards to plus-minus during the regular season. Nikola Jokic is reading the floor incredibly well. He has in these last 2 games. And I think he's made adjustments game to game so as not to have one of these 44-point outputs, which typically just don't yield great results for the Nuggets.
Getting Hartenstein to the elbow is a read that I think they made last night that was perfect. And I wonder if they can take advantage of it going into Game 7. If you can get Hartenstein up to around the free throw line, and you can get that entry pass, and it feels like it always gets blown up when it's Russ making the entry pass, but when Jamal makes it, it's perfect. Every time. Christian, more often than not, but Jamal, it's always perfect. And it's the best 2-man game in the sport. If he's able to get Hartenstein out to that free throw line extended and then spin off of his left shoulder, they unlocked that last night. And that's something that they did not have for the first 4 games of the series. Granted, Joker did go off for 40 in Game 1. He was perfect there. I think that they found a way to unlock that piece of Nikola Jokic last night. But before we continue on anything else, let's get into it. Our big play replay for the Denver Nuggets. Mr. KJ Granderson, what is first?
Murray has it for Denver, guarded by Wallace. Beats him across the timeline. Thought about a 3. Cross-court pass to Jokic. Jokic dribble handoff over to Christian. Christian has it, gets a pick from Jokic. He goes baseline, throws it on top to Murray. Cuts against the grain, long 2. Jumper's good. 7-point lead for Denver, 25-18. Murray's in double figures already with 11.
I didn't think there was a singular big play that Jamal had during that first quarter. I chose the one that he had the pull-up. He ended up deciding to wait for, I believe it was Chet Holmgren, fly past him, passes up on the 3, steps in, pull up little 18-footer, hits it perfectly. Was it a big play, momentous? No, but that first quarter certainly was.
Being in the arena, there was a tension, a palpable feel that is Jamal Murray going to have it tonight? And guess what? He answered in the first quarter.
He was excellent. That pull-up, and again, extend your lead a little bit farther, 25-18. Jalen Williams had just made a 3. I'm not going to say it was monumental, but you could start to feel OKC start to tighten that grip a little bit, and they would continue to do that in that first quarter until Christian Brown hit a big-time 3 with 3 minutes to go.
Gordon has it at the point, over to Jokic. Jokic back over to Gordon. He's got real estate. Gets down the lane. Kick out 3, Christian. Yes! Those are the ones you got to make. Denver has their big lead of the night. They're up by 10, 30-20.
A beautiful sign of things to come, and schematically and spatially for the Denver Nuggets. In that first quarter, you got 3-point contributions from everybody except for Nikola Jokic, and I knew in that moment that you were going to have a much better opportunity to spread OKC's defense and get some things done.
8 of Christian Brown's 23 points on the evening come in that first quarter. He goes 1 of 2 from 3, 3 of 5 from the field. He also adds 2 assists, 2 rebounds, and 2 steals in the first quarter alone. That type of energy, it can not only push a team off the wall when your backs are against it, it can push you through a series. I've said, I think them getting to a Game 7 is awesome, and I feel like everything is cherries at this point. It doesn't make me feel like they can't do it. They can.
What we didn't see in that first quarter at all was the double clutching before you shoot. The head fakes with nobody else around. You saw Christian Brown grip and rip, and you love the confidence going into the second.
He gripped and ripped early and at the end of the second, right? And I know that this wasn't the final 3 of the second quarter, but it was big because it tied the game.
9-0 run by the Denver Nuggets. Lou Dort going to come in. Jalen Williams, the backup, goes out. And here we go. Inbound in the corner, Christian 3 for the got it! Tie ball game at 58. Now the Nuggets looking for one stop here.
Christian ties the game at 58. Granted, again, not the final 3-point shot in that quarter. We know that Lou Dort threw another one to Mars that somehow comes down wet in the bottom of the bucket. That 3 with 19 seconds to go. It was everything, right? Absolutely everything for me. You had to make sure that you stayed within puncher's distance and being within a shot. That guaranteed you being within a shot going into the half.
The theme in that second quarter is close out the quarter effectively, and you did it. You did it incredibly well, and that ends up being the theme as we get into the third as well.
Yeah, you were down, at 58-46, I think 2 minutes before that. And it felt like OKC was starting to make their big run, and you went, oh no, what's going on? Are they going to lose this game? 2 minutes after that, it was at the 2:20 mark that they were down by 12 points. 2 minutes after that, Christian Brown hits the 3, and we have a tie game. Dort goes on, 3 points, didn't faze me whatsoever.
By the way, those 3-point shots in person from Lou Dort, I felt like they were in the 300 section. They are the highest 3-point shots I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it's like a coffin corner punt. When's it coming down?
Wild. It's from Australia. He's a punter. He loves getting it up in the air.
Is Lou Dort Australian?
No, but he feels like it.
I think he's French.
Lugens. His name's Lugens.
He's Canadian? Is he French-Canadian?
His name is Lugens.
At least.
He may be. I don't know.
He's from somewhere on the globe.
Lugens is French for moonball.
All right. We had some big moments. Obviously, Christian Brown had the biggest moments in the first half. But there's a reason why we didn't have Christian Brown on the show today. We had this guy on the show today.
Murray, guarded by Casey Walls, gets a pick from Strawther. Throws it over to Jules. In a 3. Yeah! Julian Strawther coming up big. He gets a pick from Jokic. Moves off of that. He's at the wing now as Murray. Dribbles through the lane. Throws out of it. 3-pointer Strawther. Got it again! Julian Strawther in the third puts Denver up 8 on a 15-4 run. Denver will wind this puppy down. The hot hand is Julian Strawther. Left side of the midcourt circle is Jamal Murray. He gets a high pick from Christian Brown. Another one from Jokic. 6 on the clock for Jamal. He goes to the left hand. He backs up in the paint. Strawther layup. Got it again! That's 8 in the corner for Strawther!
Imagine how much of an idiot you would be to have to think that was an air ball and not a pass. Imagine. Just imagine. Julian Strawther, unconscious.
Third quarter belongs to King Julian.
3 of 3 from the field, 2 of 2 from 3, 8 points, a +6 rating. He would add a rebound. That is the Julian Strawther game. It is the Royale with cheese game. You will remember that, especially if Denver goes on to win this series on Sunday. Nuggets fans will never forget where they were, especially if they were inside Ball Arena, watching Julian Strawther come alive. And we saw Sean Keeler come out with an article just a couple of minutes ago. Did Julian Strawther single-handedly maybe vindicate Calvin Booth?
It was a Strawther and a Brown game, both draft picks from Calvin Booth. And it does show us that as coaches and general managers, you live minute to minute. Do you not? The results make you just go crazy one side or the other.
You could feel it happening in Game 5. And that's why I was so upset after Game 5 that, like, why didn't that guy play? But so many times in playoff series that go the distance, you have to find little nuggets of success even when you lose games. And I always go back to this. The Avs and the Vegas Golden Knights in 2021, the Avs had a stranglehold on the series, and they ended up winning the second game at home, but they held on for dear life, did the Avs. And Vegas, I looked at Mark Springer and I went, oh no. It was 2-0. You thought the Avs were going to win the series, but Vegas found something on the forecheck, and I was terrified. I wonder if OKC saw Julian Strawther in Game 5 and went, I really hope that they don't realize what they just found there off the bench. Well, they did. They found it, and they utilized it.
The feeling inside of the building was someone that we haven't depended upon needs to step up. And when it was Julian Strawther, it was pandemonium. The amount of high fives that were given with regards to every time Julian Strawther did something was so cool to be a part of. So electric.
Keep it moving on. It wasn't just Julian Strawther. It continued to be big-time plays from big-time players off the bench.
Murray goes to the left hand against Caruso. He stops. It'd be nice to get a score here in the corner over to Westbrook. Westbrook throws it away again. It's a 2-on-1. Jalen Williams, reverse side layup, blocked by Peyton Watson. Loose ball comes down to Strawther. What a play. Strawther has it to the rim. He leans in. Layup no good. Put back by Westbrook is in. 9-point lead for Denver, 95-86.
Peyton Watson. The length, athleticism, and transition, fantastic. We've got to work on his finishing at or near the rim on the offensive side. That's the area that I'd love to see more from Peyton Watson. But you just heard Russell Westbrook's lone highlight from last night's game.
It came at a big moment, though.
Big moment.
It matters when you succeed and when you don't.
It felt tight in that moment.
Right. Imagine if the Russ chaos at the end of the first quarter happened, I don't know, with 4 minutes to go in the fourth.
Have we ever seen that in the regular season when Michael Malone was still the head coach?
It matters when you suck and when you don't.
Those were the games for me that got me very concerned with Russell Westbrook as part of this team in the postseason. Although the Clippers series was Russell Westbrook's the reason you're still alive. So he has his place, and I don't want to kick the dude to the curb because I still think he's more than capable of giving you something that gives you an opportunity to get over the hump, even in Game 7 against OKC. I don't want to see Russell Westbrook play hero ball. That's what the end of the first quarter felt like.
Yeah.
It's like, this is potentially a legacy game for me, a career-defining moment against my former franchise. We don't need that, Russ. We just need you to make the right play.
You mentioned you need to see more finishing around the rim and more shot-making capabilities from Peyton Watson. We forget he's 22.
He's a youngster. And you know what else? I was talking to Nate Kreckman last night at the game. He hasn't played much basketball at any point in his career. High school at Long Beach Poly, Krecker brought this up. It was COVID in California. He didn't play much basketball at all.
He played 32 games at UCLA, and none of them Was he a starter?
I was joking.
Not one of them.
I was joking that he needs to be shipped off to the Adriatic League and go play some off-season basketball in the Balkan Sea.
I don't want this team to play more basketball
I want Peyton
outside
Watson
of the
to.
regular season. I want none of them to be on a court outside of the regular and postseason. None of you.
Right to jail, right away.
I agree. You don't put that evil on me.
We made a lot about Michael Porter Jr. before this game. What were your impressions of MPJ last night?
Good enough. Serviceable enougBut the reason why it was serviceable enough is because they found a way to lean on a different player to have big time minutes and 3-point shots.
Of the starters, Michael Porter Jr. had the lowest net, +5. Jamal Murray was a +28 last night,
I thought MPJ was fine.
He stayed afloat. That's like as a starter on this basketball team going into Game 7, he stayed afloat.
I do think going into Game 7, though, you can't rely upon, are you banking on 20 plus from Christian? Are you banking on 10 plus to 15 from Strawther? The answer is probably no. You're hoping that you get something just shy of it. If you're just shy of both of those numbers, then MPJ at just 10 points feels like you're asking for more than he can bite off there. Now, all of that goes by the wayside if Aaron Gordon is healthy. If AG isn't just a 5-point player last night and he's healthy going into Game 7, that's where my point value gets, that's where the delta gets swept up, is AG. I thought MPJ was fine. 29 minutes, 4 rebounds, 10 points, hit a 3 at a big time.
Is there a path forward to beat OKC in Game 7 if Aaron Gordon isn't available?
Isn't available at all.
Hamstring ruled out. Is there a path forward to winning the game?
Jamal Murray has to have a Jamal Murray game.
That's it.
Jamal's got to go off for 40 plus. You have to have that one game where everyone in Oklahoma City looks around and goes, what just happened? What? I thought that was supposed to be left in the bubble. I thought that was a COVID thing.
You're going to have to outscore your problems.
Yeah.
Because
you'll have to win the
Gordon,
game 132 to 128, but that doesn't happen in Game 7.
Aaron Gordon is the defensive glue that holds this team together. He's the same player that D's up Chet Holmgren and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's otherworldly. It's not showing up in the offensive output in the last several games, but you will have to outscore your problems via Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic, maybe Julian Strawther.
We'll get back into the insanity that was Game 6. Start previewing Game 7 coming up on Sunday afternoon. But before we get to that, on the other side, KJ's NFL notes. I have every single Broncos game against the spread. We'll get into those on the other side.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day on the morning sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League. We'll get back into Game 7 of the NBA's second round in the Western Conference. Huge Game 6 win for the Nuggets. Again, if you missed any of Julian Strawther's interview, we had him on at 10:30 this morning. Just search the morning sprint wherever you get your podcasts.
He was awesome. Like, really good insight, really thoughtful answers. I loved having Julian on.
If you missed any of that, just make sure you go back and get it in the podcast later on today. But to the gridiron we go. KJ, what's first?
Well, guys, if you didn't hear Raj yelling earlier, I'm going to go ahead and put another quarter in his machine here. Yesterday, we did our way too early Broncos schedule prediction. You guys both had the Broncos going 11-6 this season. But the conflict, not just like on our show, but amongst the entire station, is what happens with Kansas City. We all know the Christmas Day game will be the one to watch, but first things first on FS1 broke down why Denver and Kansas City aren't even rivals yet. So why is so much stock being put into that Christmas game?
First left-handed pass he ever threw. Was against Denver. The first game he actually suffered a significant injury. Chiefs won anyway. Was against Denver. The only thing he hasn't done to Denver is beat them in the playoffs, and that's because for most of his career they haven't sniffed the playoffs. And the one year they did, they just needed to win that playoff game. That then Sean Payton loved that matchup so much. And Sean Payton right now is because he beat Vance Joseph, Vic Fangio, Daniel Hackett, Jerry Rosberg, and Sean Payton. So Sean Payton's the 5th Broncos head coach he's beaten. Bo Nix was the 7th starting quarterback after Russ, Teddy, Drew Lock, Joe Flacco, Case Keenum, and Paxton Lynch for the Broncos he's beaten. So 12 combined coaches and quarterbacks.
Bo Nix would have to become a bona fide star, and Patrick would have to continue to play the regular seasons how he has the last few years, where he's not that spectacular regular season quarterback anymore. I don't think either of those things is going to happen. I actually think the Chargers have a better chance of having this division rivalry than with the Chiefs than the Broncos do.
Cool. Talk your mess. The Chargers, the Chiefs, in my humble opinion, going into the 2025 season, do not have the defense that the Denver Broncos have.
They certainly don't.
The Chargers, on paper, statistically had a fantastic defense in 2024. They didn't go out and add to that strength by bringing in incredibly talented veteran players that were impactful in a run to the Super Bowl, or multiple runs to a Super Bowl, for the San Francisco 49ers and Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga. They didn't go out and draft one of the top 10 unanimous rated players in this draft at the nickel/corner position in Jahdae Barron. Defense gives, really good defensive teams does give Patrick Mahomes problems. We've seen it. Broncos have been an issue for Patrick Mahomes. Has he ever really looked comfortable in the last two-ish years?
No, but how many games has he really played against you? I think you could say, I don't know, a third of them. He's really been playing against you. Because now we have to look at there's like this finite time where the Chiefs actually care about regular season games. And you have to hope that you're going to slot in on that. And actually, well, the Broncos do. They are right in the middle of the Chiefs have to actually give a damn territory this year. You don't get them at the beginning, and you don't get them at the very end. You do get them at week 17, but it's not the final week of the season where there's a decent chance that their playoff spot might just be locked up. Like weeks 11 and 17, you're getting the real Chiefs. So we might learn this year. It not being a rivalry is crap. Like, are we just throwing out the history of the two teams? The reason why it's a Christmas Day game this year, Christmas night game this year, is because of, one, the history, and two, the second part of the rivalry, it's now relevant again. We've had this weird thing where, like, the Chiefs and the Broncos have been these ships that, like, pass in the night over the last 2 decades. Have they not? For all those years when Peyton Manning was here, what were the Chiefs?
And then you go back to the John Elway era where he owned the Chiefs, 17-6.
The Trent Green years.
Is there any Steve DeBerg in there, or is that
might be?
All right.
Yeah, they've always kind of been passing when they've been good and when they haven't been good. And now you're finally seeing what we hope is starting to be the tail end of the Chiefs dynasty. Now, we know if Patrick Mahomes plays for another 10 years, it's going to continue for 10 years. The Broncos are actually a threat. They're a very good team with a very good defense. So I think it's a little bit of a slap in the face of Denver. KJ, next.
You know what, Raj? I'm coming right back to you because you have every single game from the Broncos 2025 schedule against the spread. Raj, talk to us. What do we got? What are we dealing with?
I sure do. At this point last season, exactly on this date, last year, May 16th of 2024, do you know how many games the Denver Broncos were favored in?
I believe it was 4.
It was 2.
That's incredible.
They were favored on May 16th of last year.
I remember bringing that up on Dempsey and Company a year ago.
To win 2 football games.
I have 2 middle fingers.
Football.
How many games do you think they're favored in this year?
10.
17 games.
10.
They are favored in 13 football games this year. An 11-win increase in terms of
Band sounds
favorability.
pretty good. I'm not dancing.
Here's the teams that they're favored against. Tennessee,
Yep.
Indy,
Yep.
Cincinnati,
Mm.
the Jets, the
Yep.
Giants, the
Yep.
Dallas Cowboys.
Mhm.
Houston on the road.
I called that one yesterday.
Vegas, Green Bay,
Called that one
Jacksonville,
too. I called Green Bay.
and the Chargers at home. They are favored in every single one of those games. Their largest favorite spread this year, week 1, 7.5 points against Tennessee, and week 7, the same 7.5 points at home against the New York Giants. Their smallest favorite spread this year, weeks 9 and 15 at Houston and at Houston and home against Green Bay. Those are 1.5 point favorite spreads.
Who are you favored against probably last year? Definitely Carolina. I remember that one well. And probably home against Vegas.
The Broncos were favored in only 2 games. They were a 1-point home favorite against the Raiders in week 5, and they were a 2.5 point favorite at home against the Carolina Panthers in week 8.
That was it.
Those are the only 2 games. Again, this time last year, this exact date last year, they were favored in 2 games going into the regular season, now favored in 13 of 17.
What's different in terms of what Vegas knows now that they learned in the 2024 season?
Their quarterback can play.
And?
He's not a world beater yet, but he can certainly play.
And
that defense is real. That
it
dog
is real.
hunts.
Because you were coming off of a season in which you gave up 417 points against one team in South Beach down in Miami, and that was still lingering. This is a very different beast on that side of the football.
The biggest road dogs this year for the Broncos, week 5 and week 17 at Philly and at Kansas City. You are 4.5 point road dogs in both of those games. 4.5 points.
Both teams.
You know what?
So you're telling me there's a chance?
You're telling me there's a chance?
That's the NFL, though. The spreads are just rarely bigger than 5 or 6.
3.5 at home against
It's a parity
Indy
league,
feels
man.
like what's the spread that you like the most? I said I wasn't going to go over all of them, but stop me when you go, I really like that one if I were a betting man.
Fire it away, baby.
Home against Tennessee, week 1, -7.5.
Love it. Hammer it. That's my number one.
Home against...
I'm not a believer in Cam Ward. You can stop.
He's
Call
like,
off
Raj,
the
you're
dogs.
right. You're not going through 18
Cam Ward.
games. Not on my watch.
Cam Ward's going to start the Defensive Rookie of the Year campaign for Jahdae Barron by serving him up, too.
Jacksonville, week 16, -5.5 at home.
Jacksonville,
I like that one.
Jacksonville scares me a little bit. Travis Hunter. They have a quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, that in the last 3 years, he hasn't been dog doo-doo every single year. He's
No, 2
done
years
some
ago,
good
he
things.
was solid. I mean, there's a reason why he got paid that contract.
They are a capable team, and plus they have the cheesiest head coach in football now.
My favorite point spread this year, week 2 at Indy, 3.5 point favorites.
That one scares me.
I know it does.
It does.
Why does
Danny Dimes?
Why does Daniel Jones scare you?
Because he's actually
It's like
not that bad.
The Giants contract is one of the worst quarterback contracts for a guy that actually played that I can remember.
I can just see the Danny Dimes redemption story coming was Shane Steichen finding a quarterback that actually can read a defense and can actually deliver the football with some semblance of accuracy.
Is that the spread that you hate the most? -3.5 at Indy?
Keep going.
At
I don't love
LA,
it.
plus 1.5. Week 4, home against Cincy, -2.5.
I don't love that.
Don't love that one either. That might be my least
still
favorite.
scares me. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins scare the
We
crap
know
out
the
of me.
Giants and the Jets, or the Giants and Jets are 7.5 and 6.5 point favorites respectively.
You should win those games, but they could be close. You just never know with that London game. I don't love those spreads.
Home against Dallas, 4.5 point favorite.
I like it.
At Houston, 1.5 point favorite.
I like it.
Home against Vegas, 6.5 point favorite. You chose them to lose that game. You're not the only person on this radio station that's done it, and I think you're insane.
Cool. Call me insane.
Home against Kansas City, 1.5 point dog.
That's the one I predicted was going to be a victory for the Broncos.
All right, so you might like that one. On the road, Washington, 2.5 point dog.
That's a fair line.
Home against Vegas, 3.5 point, away against Vegas, 3.5 point favorite.
Like it.
That might be my favorite one too. That one and then the Jacksonville 5.5. I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, I'd say I don't like the Colts line, and I love the Titans line.
The craziest thing that I learned from that very quick and maybe stupid exercise was they were favored in 2 games last year at this time, and they're now favored in 13. I know Vegas is all about getting the VIG right so that they make the most money, but at some point it is an exercise of like, we think this team is good or we think this team sucks a lot. 2-13? That tells you that the odds makers go, that's a really good football team.
They have a quarterback.
They have a chance.
Last year, they didn't have a quarterback according to Vegas.
KJ, what's next?
ESPN's Seth Wickersham is coming out with a book later this fall called American Kings, a biography of the quarterbacks. And here's a quick insert surrounding Caleb Williams in the NFL draft last year. Quarterback Caleb Williams was so concerned about being picked by the Chicago Bears in 2024 that he and his family weighed circumventing the entire NFL draft, consulting with lawyers to figure out a way around the league's collective bargaining agreement while considering signing with the United Football League. His dad, Carl Williams, went to great lengths to try to circumvent the NFL draft, wanting to give his son an opportunity to choose his future employer. The Bears had not drafted a star quarterback since the 1980s, and their recent draft selections, Mitchell Trubisky and Justin Fields, didn't pan out. Carl Williams was worried that with the franchise's history, stadium uncertainty, and offensive performance under then head coach Matt Eberflus, Caleb Williams wouldn't have the organizational support to succeed. Guys, I'll ask you, should this be considered fair or foul for Carl Williams, knowing how Dion was treated for essentially doing something similar?
Caleb Williams doesn't appear to be the answer from my perspective. And I didn't love what I heard coming out from Caleb Williams throwing coaches under the bus from last year. Granted, they were a different staff.
About not teaching him how to watch film. Is that what you saw?
Yeah, they told him that. So with the quarterback, this is the thing. I wanted some way more context on this. I didn't like the quote, but Caleb Williams came out and said that no coach told me what to watch when it was game week.
I watched film by myself.
Do you think that Peyton Manning needed somebody to tell him what to watch?
No, but did Peyton Manning need someone to tell him what to watch when he was 21? Also, Caleb Williams didn't grow up in a household that was headed by an NFL quarterback father. So I think maybe pick another quarterback.
Do you think Tom Brady would ever go, where?
There you go.
Where? Can you tell me what to watch?
Tom Brady
Where?
works for me.
Come on, man.
Manning, I go, he was an NFL quarterback from the time he was 7 years old because he grew up in an NFL household. Now, it doesn't always happen with that, but it helps.
And there is a real thing with quarterbacks, like, you have your meeting. So Caleb Williams had his meeting with offensive coordinator Shane Waldron throughout the course of the week in a game plan week, and you're watching film with him. What he's referring to is the extra time, the bonus time that you put in as a professional. Well, guess what the coaches are typically doing during that time? They're game planning. They're putting together the third down
They're
plan.
clipping together other films so that when you see them tomorrow, you have film
prepared.
to look at them. Yeah.
So guess what a professional does? They learn how to watch film in the offseason, and they pick the brain of the offensive coordinator in that point in time.
I would assume, and tell me if I'm wrong, like, again, you are quarterback coach, is what you did for 25 years, among other things. Don't guys have the ability to like hire a film coach or a quarterback coach?
Oh,
like
I hope
a
not.
guy who doesn't know how to watch or thinks
ironically-
he can get better at watching film. Isn't there someone to be like, hey, I'll pay you $25,000 a month to come teach me how to watch film?
What we ended up doing so ironically, that's been asked of me in the high school level. Like,
oh God.
And I'm like, no, I'm the guy that's going to tell the quarterbacks how I want this play read and how this defense needs to be broken down. So please don't go out and hire somebody else. And oh, by the way, I'm not for hire. You can't pay me extra money to tell your son how to watch film. They're going to get that from me in real time.
You can extort yourself if you really want to.
I don't want to.
I know the youth hockey individual coaching and skills pay structures, and like they don't call them agents, but they call them advisors pay structure, and what they actually do to advise these players. Extortion is the word. You could find a way to do that if you wanted to, but I appreciate that you have a soul, unlike Quail Hollow and the worst leaderboard that I've ever seen.
And the Kardashians.
And the Kardashians. I found out that if you guys were listening to the show yesterday, Hunter Mahan, former PGA Tour golfer, said that Quail Hollow is like a Kardashian. It's beautiful, it's well put together, but it doesn't have a soul or character. We found out that Hunter Mahan isn't playing in the event. He just like said it because he felt like it one day. And I love that guy even more now. NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at MountainHighAppliance.com, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. Locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at MountainHighAppliance.com. We'll wrap this thing up with a pretty little bow, pop some tops, and hand things off to PhD from 12 to 3.
Looking to tackle your real estate needs? Well, I could not be more excited to tell you about my personal favorite real estate agent and family in the state of Colorado, and that's Barry Remington and the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Barry is a proud Colorado native who grew up in Arvada, attended Fairview High School, and played inside linebacker for Coach Mack at CU, where he still holds the all-time tackle record of 493 career tackles. With years of experience and over 40 homes sold each year, Barry and his team consistently deliver results. Barry treats clients the way he wants to be treated, with hustle, discretion, and honesty. Don't settle for just any agent. Work with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Visit barryremington.com for more information. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond.
It all comes down to this. Join all of us at Altitude Sports Radio at Stoney's on Lincoln this Sunday for a Game 7 viewing party. We're going to have an awesome prize list, a live broadcast, and a chance to watch your Nuggets in the biggest game of the season. It's all brought to you by our friends at Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. We'll see all of you Sunday at Stoney's. Sunday afternoon at Stoney's on Lincoln.
I did not want to leave Ball Arena last night, and so I went up to Colorado Social with my lovely bride.
You were everywhere
I was
last night.
omnipresent. You know what I was last night? I was exactly what the scouting report was on me, a total media hoarder, we'll call it. Hoarder of media, of screen time, airtime. I was in that space last night. I was in my Enneagram 7 extrovert mode. But after I didn't, Colorado Social, I was talking to my wife, and it's like, I don't want to leave Ball Arena. And then I got a wild hair up my nose. I said, I'm gonna road trip with our boys to Oklahoma City. 10 hours and 10 minutes. I'm gonna make the drive. I gotta find tickets. I started looking at hotels, the Marriott properties in downtown Oklahoma City. And I know OKC very well, the city, because I spent 3 years recruiting Barry Sanders' kid, Barry J. Sanders. So I stayed in Oklahoma City in Bricktops or Bricktown. I think it's called Bricktown. It's like $118 for hotels.
Yeah, but you can't find a ticket.
I mean, don't we kind of know a Kroenke family member somehow, some way? Isn't there like some? So I'm not going to throw it out in the universe, but
I don't know if you can get the boys in. You can get in with a media credential. I don't know. One of them could pass as me. I'm that small.
No, you're not. You're not an 8-year-old with a mohawk.
I think my ID has a little bit of a beard on it too.
So I think I'm. My wife told me, she's like,
mohawk.
My wife tells me this morning. She's like, last night. She's like, wait till you wake up in the morning. You think it's just dumbest idea. I wake up this morning, and go, honey, I can't wait for the road trip with the boys to Oklahoma City. She's like, you are not going. You're not taking my boys.
How does that woman get through a day? Not only with the 2 lunatic boys that you have, and they're great.
They're lunatics.
But lunatics.
Lunatic.
Compounded with you waking up next to her, going, gas up the car, we're going to OKC. Like, it's not the first time you've ever done that. I guarantee it.
No, I've done it many a times. Just different things. Like if I...
Christmas night, Kansas City, let's gas up the car,
Hey, you guys ready? You ready? Let's go film our own Hallmark movie.
All ye faithful, joyful and triumphant.
Oh, man. So I think
that's the hellscape that just runs in your wife's head all day.
And I think the combination of not being able to maybe find the tickets, the get-in price is like $270 per, and you throw some fees on it, and you're looking at a good solid $2,500 trip. Probably not going to happen. So I'm going to be at Stoney's. I'm taking the whole family to Stoney's, and we're going to get lit.
Before we get back into the Nuggets and the big question now, after the jubilation of Game 6, and you should be jubilant today. After all that, the big question is, will Aaron Gordon be able to go Game 7? I saw a couple of stats that I just want to throw your way.
Oh, here we go.
First off, did you know that on this day, in 2012, Rockies pitcher Jamie Moyer became the oldest player in Major League history to record an RBI?
46?
He was 49.
It's a good
He had
deal,
a 2-run infield single in the 4th, en route to 6 1/3 innings of 1-run ball.
Did he pull his hamstring on that play?
No, but he outran the ball. Paul Goldschmidt, who was with Arizona at that time,
really good player,
fielded the ball.
Is he done?
No, he's with the Yankees, I
was.
believe. I think he's a Yankee.
Yeah.
So
Good
he
player.
legs out an infield single. Dexter Fowler scores from second. 49 years old, oldest dude in Major League history to have an RBI.
So how are we going to tie this into Aaron Gordon?
I'm not going to tie it into Aaron Gordon. I just thought it was interesting. Also, the other thing that I saw was interesting, and it must be nice, Paul Maurice, the head coach of the Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers.
Paul Goldschmidt is hitting 346.
For the Yankees?
Yes, this
Good for him.
season.
Jeez.
Gosh,
Helps to have
dang
that
it.
short porch in right
At
field,
37 years old.
Short porch and right.
He's only got 5 bombs.
Oh,
He's hitting
right.
346, man. 22 ribbies.
Just slapping it all over the place.
Playing some ball, man.
Paul Maurice, head coach of the Florida Panthers, ever since he came over from the Winnipeg Jets and took over the Panthers, they are a perfect 26-0 when taking a lead after any period ever in the playoffs. That means if they've led 1-0 after 1, they win the game. If they lead 2-1 after 2, they win the game. They have never lost a game when leading. Must be nice. Must be nice.
You know what OKC's never done in this current iteration?
Win a Game 7.
Mm-hmm.
Now, does it make it a lot easier if Aaron Gordon can't go for the Nuggets?
What do you think, Alex?
I think it makes it exponentially easier if AG is not playing because of his hamstring. If he can't go, I get back into my mindset that I was in yesterday. I'm now nervous again. I feel fancy and free, and whatever happens on Sunday, it's fine, but I think good things are going to happen on Sunday. That's what I felt like up until the AG thing, and now where it's coming down hour by hour, where it goes, we actually think it was worse than it actually was last night. I start to feel like I have a migraine again.
Is there
and I don't love that
any
feeling.
information that's coming since last night on AG, or are you
Not from the team, but like Vic this morning was like, that's an issue. I didn't love how Vic talked about it this morning, and Vic's as close to that situation as you can possibly be. If he can't go,
if Aaron Gordon is just ruled out for Game 7,
this is what it probably looks like. You're going to get 44 minutes from Joker and Murray,
each.
right? They played just south of that last night, but 44 minutes at least from both of those dudes. Brown's going to play 40 minutes. Watson's going to play a half hour. Westbrook might play a half hour. MPJ, even though you don't know what you're going to get out of him, maybe you get a great version of MPJ, but maybe you get the minus 17 net and 3 points on 7 shots version of him, and you can't shrink that to 24 minutes. That has to be a half hour.
Raj, I think
Strawther 25 minutes?
Raj, I think your math
okay with that.
I think your math might be eluding us a little bit.
What?
I think you just played 2 entire games with the total minutes allotted for the Nuggets.
Well,
you had like 7 people playing like 37 minutes.
Well, yeah, because you cross over players and times.
Yeah, but like there's
Like,
got to be a
look
couple
at-
guys
look
in
at
the
a bu-
20s, right?
Yeah, I mean, in the
Not everybody's in the 30s and 40s.
I don't know. I don't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I had 6 players right there.
All right.
6
all right.
players.
I'll
If
just
you
give
have
a hard
only
time.
6 players,
Aaron
yeah,
Gordon,
those are what the
Gordon's-
minutes look
listen,
like.
man,
I don't
Aaron
think
Gordon.
I'm that far. We all know I'm
Bro,
not good at rudimentary math, but I don't think I'm off on that.
You know what Aaron Gordon's going to do? He's going to have some incredible anti-inflammatories shot up into that ham bone.
The anti-inflammatories, man.
He's going to play. That's Mr. Nugget. He is playing Game 7
no way you
against
keep him out.
Oklahoma City Thunder. He is playing. And you know what? Just like Jamal Murray in his sickness game, his might not play game, who played great basketball, Aaron Gordon's going to play fantastic basketball in Game 7. Gritty basketball. And just solely his presence on the court, you know what that is for the rest of the team? It's a big old fat shot in the arm, man, of energy. That guy's going to lay it on the line. Do you have any question about that?
No, I don't think he's going to be held out. If MPJ played in this series, if Jamal played and he's not holding that guy's got as much heart as anyone on this team. He's playing. Now, is he going to be 60% of himself, 75% of himself? I'll still take that. I'll take that version of AG. If you can give me a handful of minutes, I'm fine with that, man. But if he can't play, it's a tall task. If he can't play, then you are banking on, I need Jamal Murray in the bubble. I need Bubble Murray to win this game. It could happen. We've seen it happen before. I'm trying not to get negative. I've been in such a good mood today, man.
Who would play the defensive role? I mean, you basically have to. It's got to be Peyton Watson.
Peyton Watson.
He's got the length, athleticism. He doesn't have the. Does DeAndre Jordan have to play a little bit?
I think you missed the guy that you need to say before DeAndre Jordan. If we got 20 minutes out of Julian Strawther last night, Zeke Naji.
Gosh, I don't know, man.
Talk about vindicating Calvin Booth. Could you imagine back-to-back games where like Strawther goes off for 15 in game 6, you don't have AG, and Najee comes in and he plays like 12 to 15 minutes, puts up 7 points, 5 or 6 rebounds, is a +6. Could you imagine the vindication? It's a possibility. It could happen. I hope it doesn't. On Fridays, we pop tops. Let's get to it, Coach. What we are watching this weekend, obviously, it's a given. Sunday, 1:30, we're watching Game 7. It's going to happen. For me, though, I am so intrigued to watch hockey tonight. And it's because I love licking up Toronto Maple Leaf tears. It's a team that's built to lose. It's a team that felt different this year, right? They got through the first round. They feel like they're a little bit more gritty. They've got the goaltending. They have some defense. But lo and behold, after going up 2-0 and almost sweeping the series, essentially, against the Florida Panthers, the defending Cup champions storm back. They win 3 straight. Austin Matthews has 0 goals, and Mitch Marner's going to leave them for nothing in the offseason. There's nothing I love than watching Toronto Maple Leafs fans cry. I had them in the Cup final. Now that the Avs aren't in, I don't care what my bracket looks like. I'm popping a top to watch the Maple Leafs lose in Game 6 tonight.
That sounds tasty.
Tasty. Salty.
We all know
like a cerveza.
The most important game, maybe in the season of the NBA, is Game 7. Nikola Jokic, MVP Nikola Jokic, against the alleged MVP. So I'm certainly going to be popping all kinds of one beers tops in that particular performance. But another one for our very fine friend of the program is fallen upon tough times. And that's Chris Armas in the Colorado Rapids. They need some good vibes in the Rocky Mountain Cup this Saturday night at 7:30 at Dick's Sporting Goods. So I'll be popping the top to that.
That's going to do it for us. For Coach Sanford, for KJ Granderson behind the glass, my name's Alex Ryan. PhD is coming up next. Join us on Sunday at 1 p.m. at Stoney's on Lincoln for a Game 7 viewing party with Milagro Tequila. Win signed Nuggets gear. We cannot wait to talk to you on what we hope is going to be a victorious Game 7 Monday reaction. That'll be at 10 a.m. on Monday. Can't wait to see you guys. Have a great weekend.
53 seconds to go. Inbound goes to SGA. He's up the left sideline. He's guarded out there by Christian Brown. He goes to the right hand. He's in the paint. Throws out of it. Isaiah Joe, sidestep three. That one's short. Rebound down to Christian Brown. And they're going to foul him with 40 seconds left to go in the basketball game. Ball Arena crowd sensing a Game 7. And Mark Daigneault has seen enough. He is going to his bench. He has waved the white flag in game number 6.
Let's get into it, man. What a night last night at Ball Arena. As for me, that was it, man. For David Adelman, like, you're the guy. You're the guy. You coached your own game. You did not follow in the footsteps of Michael Malone. Not that that's the worst thing in the world, but you created your own path as far as I was concerned. You got the best out of your team. You adjusted to things that you were kicking yourself about. More specifically, he said about Jamal Murray, resting him, not Jokic, but Jamal in the fourth.
Which he talked about pregame and then did in this game.
Then he did it. And he did make an adjustment in the fourth quarter under the virtual identical circumstances, up by 8 going to the fourth. And it wasn't that, it's not about Joker not being Joker. He's Joker. It's about just getting everybody together, going together. And in game 4, he only rested Joker for 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Yesterday, he let it play out. He was patient with it. He trusted his team. And trusting your team, man, that is such a big deal. And the end result was trusting a first-round draft pick in Julian Strawther, who just was, I think, on a cloud, man. Just on a cloud.
Now, let me throw this out there, and we got to go back, revisionist history, I guess. You win game 1, game 2, you get blown out. Yeah. Julian Strawther's career high in the postseason was in that blowout.
Oh, I didn't even realize that.
I think he had 9 points in that blowout because everybody got to play, right?
Okay.
And David said something after the game. He said, if there's a silver lining, it was getting guys in there to go in and get some sort of experience.
Yeah.
We saw game 5, Julian got in and got a few more minutes, and I thought was active. I had nothing wrong with his presence in there in that game 5. And now game 6, he comes in, and once he makes that first shot, we had him up on that Koso set after.
I saw he's doing every media appearance.
And
so with you guys on NBA TV, he's on the morning sprints. Like, this guy, he's getting it.
When he said, I saw that first one go in, and it didn't touch anything but net.
Feels good.
And he goes down the sideline, and his brother, his actual brother.
Was that who that was?
Was on the front row, and he's high five.
I was wondering. I just thought that was a random fan.
Yeah, I thought it was just a random fan, too, till we came up there afterwards, and he said he it was his brother.
That's awesome.
And it was funny because Vic asked him, he goes, I said, man, what did you pay for, to get him sitting on there? He goes, wasn't any of my money. So he said, I'm on a rookie deal.
Oh, good for his brother.
But it was a cool moment. But I can you go back to game 2 in what to us was a meaningless blowout game, but it was significant minutes in a postseason still going against NBA guys. Maybe Strawther, maybe that was what he needed. He needed that blowout game to get in and get that
maybe.
Because he may not have got any other chance had he not done that.
Yeah, all I know is it was freaking fun. It was fun to watch. Congratulations, DMac. You got the biggest I Told You So game in the history of I Told You So games.
Thank you.
I hope that you brought a change of underwear to the game because I can only imagine what happened to yourself, the feelings that were going on inside of you as Julian Strawther was just unbelievable. And then you get Swatson out there, gets the block, crowd goes nuts. That was as much of an I Told You So game as DMac's ever had in his entire life. I've been doing radio with him for a long time.
Felt good.
But we talked yesterday on the show, and we did say you guys see more of Julian Strawther in this game.
We did, and we said, listen, I got yelled at. I got berated.
Not about that.
Berated by Vic.
Well, that was about when you said Adelman cost him a game.
Well, he made some changes, didn't he? How he approached things.
And did we not also say yesterday that he's growing on the job too? This is learning experience.
And I'll tell you this. Malone doesn't change his stripes, and they lose. You want to know a difference between Malone and Adelman? They lose that game yesterday with Malone. I really do believe that.
Are they in that game?
Maybe not. Maybe. I don't know. If I'm going to give Coach Malone a little bit of respect and say maybe he could have gotten him all the way to Game 6 in the second round. I mean,
Certainly he's done more than that. But I'll tell you this, Malone is stubborn, and I don't think he would have made significant changes. I think Jokic would have started the fourth quarter. I think blah, 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 blah. I don't think he would have played Strawther like he did. I think he would have leaned on Westbrook more. I do not think they win that game. And I think Adelman, in my opinion, coached a lot like Malone in Game 5 and then looked at things fairly.
He stayed on the chalk on Game 5.
And I think he was his own man in Game 6. And you know what? As far as I'm concerned, I needed to see him be his own guy, and I needed it to succeed, and it did. And whatever happens in Game 7, I really just can't think of a guy who would be a better coach for this group of Nuggets players who's unlikely to have a major roster shakeup. If there was a major roster shakeup coming, okay, it could all be different, right? But is there? I don't think so.
Might be tough to do. Couple things that struck me. One the change adjustments. We've also talked about this during this run, and I think we even asked. I think we asked this question during this week to somebody, but them playing more zone, coming in and doing different thing with zones.
Zone's interesting.
The interesting thing was, and I sent you that article, and that's one of the reasons I sent you that article also, not only to learn more about David growing up as a kid, but if you went back and read that article I sent you, he said, I brought my sister, who's a state, high school basketball coach and been to state finals, and his high school coach who's won multiple state championships. And so we sit around the dinner table at night and talk a lot about zones and what they saw. And I was like, because I told you, in one of the games, it might have been 5 when they came out, when it was really working early. I said, dude, this almost looks like a 1-3-1. I've never seen that in the NBA. And then it morphs into a 2-3, and then it's a 2-1-2, and it's a
2-3 man.
It became instead of just saying, here's a zone, go run our zone, and you never work on it. You can tell they've been working on this.
They still need to work on it. It's got a couple of little flaws, but it's interesting to watch. It's different.
Yeah, but
it leaves the dunker, if it gets broken, it leaves the dunker spot unbelievably vulnerable. And the Thunder did take advantage of that.
And I will say this, if you go back and look at the outside guy, when that wing on the offense raises and goes free throw line extended above, and you're that low wing guy, you can't stand outside and just stay there.
Wow.
And I went back and watched a couple of those Hardenstein dunks on the baseline, and there was a guy, same guy twice, and he's standing out there high, and I'm like, dude, once that guy vacates the area, you got to
Well, they probably got to work on it a little bit more.
You got to drop back to the thing.
Yeah. It creates a certain amount of chaos. It's got some flaws,
Well, every defense does. But
Sure.
No, I tell you what, I'm not sure that wasn't one of the biggest games, and I've called Nuggets games for a lot of years. That's not one of the biggest winning games I've ever seen.
Awesome.
Take it to the bank, flu game. Take it to the bank every single time.
Yeah,
Just bet on
sick.
it.
I told him he needs to eat a bad hamburger tomorrow night and be sick for Game 7.
By the way,
you know what? We're on air when the news comes out and it says Jamal Murray questionable with illness, and I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, he's gonna be fine. He's gonna be out there. Not for 1 second did I think that he wouldn't actually play in the game, but then. As I'm sitting there, I'm listening to Andy and Nate almost their entire show, and they're breaking it down as every guy starts to come out onto the court.
Yep.
And I'm like, God, Michael Porter Jr., Jamal Murray did not come out on the court.
He didn't.
Okay. Now all of a sudden you're like, now this is a little bit weird.
Yeah. Players tend to be creatures of routine. His routine, he's one of the later guys out there with AG for the most part, warming up. Russell Westbrook's out there like 3 hours before. Now,
he came out. He was coming out when we were just getting off our show.
That's right. You do understand there is a gym right above the Nuggets locker room inside the building. So, you can have a little gamesmanship and you can get up as many shots as you want. I'm sure the guys actually probably do that. They probably warm up on the court, but they probably do their own thing up in the gym upstairs. However, it is a wild thing to break a very significant routine. So when that was happening, Tyler, when I'm looking there, I'm like, whoa, this thing might be for real. Like this could be. And then they announced he was starting. And then Adelman goes in the postgame. I was watching him for the first 6 minutes, like, I might have to just take him out. And then Murray afterwards, if you saw him after the game, Dude was definitely sick. I listened.
He didn't look as bad as the game in the Clippers series.
He
right?
didn't look good either, though.
But
man.
he didn't. But he wasn't Jamal.
He wasn't Jamal.
He was still snarky Jamal.
Well, yeah, that's that's never
That
gonna
ain't gonna
change.
change.
But they said he was taking other tests too. So I think he thought it might have been other things. When you think of other things, you still think of COVID these days. And had he tested positive for COVID, I mean, what exactly are you doing there? And it's
nothing.
Well, it sounds like, you don't even want to test for it, right? But it sounds like they did or something like that. I don't know if it was COVID, but it was something. It was something that if the results were in a different way, he might not have had a choice to play or not. So it did not go in that direction, thank goodness. And then it was IVs and everything you talked about, all the things that you talked about, liquids, IVs, the whole thing.
But the biggest thing is that whether we're talking flu game or not, because he seems to always play well when he's not under the weather. Shea Gilgeous was asked, he goes, when I saw that, he goes, I knew he was playing. I mean, Shea knows him from the Team Canada and everything. But he doesn't try to do too much. And I think when he gets himself in trouble sometimes, he's trying to do too much. And he's dominating the ball, and he's trying to do this and go one-on-one and this and that. And he wasn't doing that last night. He was moving, cutting, come over, place, shot. And then again, kind of like Strawther, he sees that first shot go in, and Dort pushes Hartenstein into Jamal, and you get a 4-point play on your first bucket.
How great was that?
I mean, and you see that go in, you're like, okay, I'm good.
There's so many great storylines, though. 10-point lead, you put in Russell Westbrook, and it's gone. Like, whoa, what happened there? The AG situation, the flopping situation,
which is hilarious.
The Strawther stuff that's going on. There's so many different levels to this game. And, of course, what's about to happen next in Game 7. Man, I'm so psyched that we're here to talk all about it. PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and a spectacular one. I want you to have a spectacular weekend. It's given that better medical practice leads to better outcomes. That's what the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can do, treating men's sexual health issues right here in Colorado. So what do? Simple. The success rates, he said, well over 90%. You get that initial visit, it's $99, not too bad. You get a consult, a T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. And they've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. And there's 5 locations up and down I-25. Listen, this is easy. Call today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Well, it's going to be one or the other. Like I said, last game I kind of kicked myself for not taking one of them out. And Nikola seemed, body language-wise, like he wanted to sit for a second. The beautiful thing was I had 4 timeouts again. I know it didn't work out last game, but that does let you control your substitutions. And those guys held water, to start that quarter. So this was an incredible team win. Small thing, I know Michael's been struggling. Mike made it 2 early threes. It kind of loosens up the floor a little bit. It allows you to play in space much easier for Jamal and Nikola, and then obviously Julian in the second half. So you had 2 guys make impactful threes where you're allowed to play the way we want to play offensively. And outside of the end where we turned it over, I thought we took care of it pretty well throughout.
Well, that's the big decision, resting Joker in the 4th. And Adelman said he saw different body language out of Jokic. And, okay. I asked Jokic about it afterwards. I said, do you prefer, and Jokic was like, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. It was a pretty funny answer. Like, for a guy who thinks out everything, is so smart about basketball, he really, some
days cool, some days.
I don't know. I don't know.
But listen. Here's the cool thing about this Game 6. Joker was brilliant again, and no one's talking about it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he was absolutely brilliant again in Game 6.
Because you got the flu game and you got Strawther.
Yeah, and he has 29, 14, and 6, or 8, 29, 14, 8, and no one's talking about it. And I think that's good for the team.
It's so good for the team. It's so much better than 44-5.
And no one else doing anything.
Well, that's the end result of 44-5.
No.
Here. Well, you disagree with me?
I disagree from this standpoint. I think the 44-5 comes because no one's doing anything.
Exactly.
When he had 61 in Washington.
It's semantics because everybody's saying the same thing. Of course, it's better when the team is involved. It's just it comes down to difference opinion on why he goes to 40.
When he had 61 in Washington, his 61 triple-double, by the way. Mm-hmm. And I was at that game. I called that game. No one. AG didn't play. Jamal didn't play. And no one else was coming along. Joker said, you guys ain't okay. And he had to. So I think there's some of that involved. But you want to talk about the brilliance? You said, Joker said, I don't know.
Well, let's play it for you. I can even play it for you because Dan's got it. Go ahead, Dan.
What goes into whether you would rather start the 4th quarter and just keep playing the entire second half, or no, it'd be better if you rested just a little bit?
To be honest, I don't know. Sometimes it just feels maybe I should just play, and sometimes I don't know. It doesn't really have a pattern, I think. I really don't know. I really don't have an answer for that.
What did you say specifically?
I said, was it different tonight than in Game 5? Because he goes, there's not a pattern for it. I really don't know. And I'm like, well, was there a difference tonight than in Game 5 where it's 2 different things? And his answer is, I don't know.
I think there is a pattern. Yeah, when I got to.
But he didn't say that. He didn't answer that.
Because that's throwing your teammates under the bus.
I think he would be honest with that if
whether he knew or didn't know. I will say this, though, and it goes back to what we said yesterday. I think the biggest key wasn't necessarily resting Joker. But now you brought Joker in, and you took Murray out for like 3 or so minutes.
It was beautiful.
And now Murray, I don't think really did anything after that, coming back in, wasn't hitting the shot. But that's, to me, and we talked about it yesterday, what they should have done in game 5.
Sure.
And Adelman said the same thing.
He did. We disagree just a pinch because I would still say I would want to see the other guys get into the flow of the game without Joker for a little bit.
Have you seen it all year at all? Come on, man.
No, but I've seen every single game all year. Joker resting for about 4 or so game minutes, whether they're up or down during the regular season for the past, not this year, like almost every year.
Yeah.
It has been the way they've operated. You could count on one hand the amount of times he's started in the regular season in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, I think it only happened 2 or 3 times. Maybe.
And starting in the 4th quarter when you have the lead is like
Yeah, rest him there.
Forget
I
it.
agree with that.
And don't forget in game 4, yes, he started on the bench in game 4. 2 minutes and 7 seconds, guys. That's it. And Adelman was patient because that lead, they were up by 8, kind of dipped a little bit, went up a little bit. But when they put him back in finally after about 4+ minutes, his first shot was his only 3 he hit the whole game. And then Julian, then they went on their roll, and then they got up by 16. And when Julian hit the bucket and they're up by 16, it's over. Then it's just math. Then it's like 3.5 minutes of where, you're going to have, and they did turn the ball over a couple times.
Okay,
I know
I don't know about
Murray
you guys,
twice,
but you
Gordon once.
You had 3 straight turnovers, and I was having that flashback.
I know.
Because when the Nuggets go cold, it feels like they go cold worse than any team I've ever seen. And I am thinking to myself in that moment, are they going to score again?
Yeah.
3 straight turnovers. They cut it down to I think it was 9. And then they had an opportunity to cut it to 7 right after that. And I was like, oh, here we go.
And the one good thing Russ did, because I didn't think he played great, but they're trying to, and Denver's got in trouble too much last couple of years trying to end the game with 3 minutes to go by just holding the ball and not getting any shots. Murray got picked twice. Gordon got picked. And on the one he got picked is when he tweaked his hamstring in like at 2 minutes. But if you go back in after that happened, 3 straight turnovers, the one good thing Russ did, now they got him on the side, and they're like going to go chat me. He goes, fine. Goes right by him and goes to the basket and lays it up at the rim. And I'm like, see, you're going to, and that's what you got to do with double teams. Got to attack double teams.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to come out and try to play this thing. I'm not going to waste time. And that was the one really good play that he made. I want to say this, and I don't even know if you guys noticed this. And again, we talked with Julian Strawther up on the set. He talked about his shots, and he said, didn't have time to think. Ball came, bing, bang, bang, bing, bing. I thought the great play, talking about awareness, the lob for Murray, the shot clock was running down. I don't think he had time to catch it, pivot, turn around, now jump back up, and he kind of realized the shot clock was coming down. What a great play. But do you remember when he made 2 free throws late?
Okay, I'll follow you.
He had 7 points. He had a 3, that little turnaround lob, 2 free throws for 7 points in the fourth quarter. And I saw it when it was going on. I said, let me ask you this. You're talking about just shooting and not thinking and blah, 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 shots going in. I said, what did Joker come up and say to you before you shot those 2 free throws? And you want to talk about the mind, you just talked about the mind of Nikola Jokic? He smiled. He just come up to me, and all of a sudden he's talking all about the defensive set and what we're going to get back into and what we're going to do, where I needed to be and what I was doing. He said, next thing I know, I turned around, the ball's in my hand. I didn't have time to think, and I shot the free throw. And I'm like.
Because everything was about after you make the shot.
Yeah.
After you make the shot.
After you make the shot.
Here's what we're doing. Oh, that's kind of cool.
And he goes, by the time he talked to me, and I'm like, yeah. And then the ball's in my hand. I said, I didn't have the time to think about situation, game, score. And I just shot the free throw.
That's
and
a subtle moment. That's cool.
And I thought.
Little positive reinforcement.
That was Joker on purpose, though. Don't you think? I mean, I think
that's
Joker,
next level stuff.
I think that is next level Joker stuff on that one.
That's a good one. That's good next level stuff.
Yeah, and because when I asked him that question, and I don't know if anybody else noticed it, he smiled because I think he realized too, Joker's just trying to, keep me in the right frame instead of trying to think, I got to make these free throws, or if they hit a 3, it's going to be a 6-point game. And so I think the free throws went from 9 to 11. I thought that was brilliant. Brilliant.
Joker, I don't know. It's random. Baloney.
Well, I bet he doesn't know. You know what I bet he doesn't know? I bet he hadn't spent a dime to think about it. That's what that meant. That I don't know means I hadn't spent a second.
Well, wasn't it fascinating, guys, though, for the 3rd straight game, they would have an 8-point lead going into the 4th quarter? Was that just unbelievable?
I almost wish they didn't. I was like, here we go again. Been here, done this one. I don't like this territory.
You're nervous about it. They got it up to 11. They got 4+ minutes with Joker on the bench. He smartly took Jamal out just for a couple minutes. It wasn't long at all.
What does the Julian Strawther game mean, if anything, for Michael Porter Jr. in 7?
Oh, okay. Go ahead. But
everything. Here's my conclusion I came to. And Joe, I don't know if we have this sound too. Porter joked about it also. Some guy said, hey, he had a bounce back game, really came back and had a bounce back. He goes, I didn't have 25, I had 10.
I know.
That was a great line. But here's my conclusion.
We'll dig that up. I know exactly what
We
you're talking about.
don't need Porter to have 25. But we need Porter to have a little impact.
Yeah.
And 2 of 5 from the 3. I heard you guys, I think you and Sanford were on with Dan last night. That's 40%. That's what you need from Porter.
That, to me, is solid. I thought Michael Porter Jr. wasn't spectacular. I thought he was solid.
Can we just talk about where our expectations are for a $30 million man? Like, I just can't help but laugh at it. We've now gotten to the point where we just give me something solid. Just something okay.
But it has to come.
I don't need 25 points. Just give me solid.
Solid, I know what you're saying, and you're right, because it's a lot of money. But solid works.
But if he's a starter and he's making $1 million, are we still not disappointed how he's played?
Yeah, I mean,
it feels different.
Solid works when Jamal is playing really well and Joker's Joker. Like, you need just solid. What you don't need is 2 minutes of Russell Westbrook at the end of the first quarter almost giving the game away. You don't need that. And you did not get that from Michael Porter Jr. It was just in the pocket, solid. Here he is talking about that moment.
How are you feeling? Well, how were you able to power through that and put up the 10 points you did?
You say 10 points like it's like 25. But, I mean, I just got to stay ready. I mean, there's so much going into being a good basketball player. And then for me, with what I've been through, there's so many extra things I have to be on top of. And when I hurt my shoulder, I'm not able to be on top of the things like I want to. I haven't lifted in the weight room for 2 weeks, and I'm a dude that likes to lift every day. So I don't feel as comfortable and confident in my shot as I want to feel throughout these playoffs. But I'm still out there, and I'm still, trying to space the floor, like I said, and I'm shooting it when I'm getting it, whether it goes in or out. So I just got to stay confident, and as my shoulder continues to heal, once we get this Game 7 win, hopefully I'll continue to heal it through.
It goes on from there. It's interesting he talks about the weightlifting stuff, like being out of rhythm with what he usually does. It's funny because, like, when you watch Michael Porter's pregame, dude, I mean, if he puts up 33s, he's hitting 27 of them. Just real casual, whatever. But that's not game action. There's only one way to do that. So whether or not you buy it or not, and I guess I defer to you guys about your physical preparation before games in terms of how it impacts how you actually play, like in the heat of the battle at the highest level of competition. Is that kind of legit? He's not able to lift. He's out of his routine, and his shot is being impacted by it.
Yeah, I don't know so much about the lifting part. Scott would be able to answer that better in basketball. That seems like it would be relatively minor in the big picture right now. But I'm a big believer in routine, for sure. And anytime you just get out of your routine, whatever that might be, whether that's the ice tub, whether that's the cold tub, because I got to do this on my shoulder, I don't have time, whatever. Those are things that mentally, as an athlete, you're just like, I didn't have the time, I didn't have the space to do what I usually do, and you'd like to think that they wouldn't grind on you, but they do. They do.
I think Mike suffers at times from a little sports anxiety or performance anxiety at times, and I think when, as Tyler just said, you get out of that routine, that could contribute to it.
Mm-hmm.
Doing that. I remember having a discussion one time with Ed Green a million years ago. We were talking about working out and doing different stuff. And Ed Green, saw him this year, by the way.
Ed Green, the weatherman?
Yeah.
Okay.
Always in great shape, still in great shape.
All right.
Looks fantastic.
Okay. All right.
But we were talking about it, he goes, and I'll ask either one of you guys, compared to what you're doing now compared to 3 months ago, right? He says, you know what I find out? He said, the other day, and he'd been working out for a while. The other day I reached in, boom, 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 pulled something on the shelf, and it dropped, and I caught it down here. He said, when I work out, I find my reflexes, for some reason, is so much better. And I thought of that the other day because I did the same thing. I was doing something fell on my hands, and I caught it down here with the other hand. Now, I may have just been lucky, and I did whatever, but it feels like the more you work out, your reactions are so much better. So it has nothing to do with her. Well, the ball's probably heavy. Well, it has nothing to do with that. But your reactions change. And listen, you're a specimen now. But would you not say your reactions over the last 90 days of doing your workout stuff is better than it was 6 months ago?
Yeah, a lot of it's just mental, right?
Right.
A lot of it is I just got my body going. I'm in a routine. I'm doing things. I'm working on it. I would have to imagine, especially at this point in the season, for basketball players, when they say they don't get to work out, they're not trying to get stronger. They're not trying to get faster. Lifts can be rehab in nature. They're recovery oriented,
Or maintain, or
yeah, and even maintenance at this point is probably pretty relative. It's how do I get my body to just feel good?
I know. I saw Joker the other day. I don't know if it was after the Houston game they win, and they had this little curtain where they had the weight room set up. He's doing Russian deadlifts. After a game, he just played 36 minutes. I'm like, now I'm sure he's not doing full heavy.
Yeah.
He's not going looking for a PB.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm like, he still just played 36 minutes, and however many minutes he played to the season, and you're doing Russian deadlifts.
Yeah, that's not what I would envision. If I'm being honest, that's not how I would picture it in this point of the season.
And you know who else was going in there and doing a lot? Michael. I've seen him do the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm like, and that may be it. And especially for guys that had surgeries, and you've had the bad back too, doing something that you feel strengthens your core and your back, I guess you could still do some of it. But if part of that routine is Russian deadlifts and you got a bad left labrum, guess what you ain't doing?
Mm-hmm.
You ain't picking 225 up with that left arm, right? So that might be part of what he's talking about.
So if Jamal can play really well, which he did, Jokic can be Jokic. If it's more balanced, and then the secret sauce is if you can get really something special from
off the bench.
Oh my God. You're going to beat Oklahoma City on Sunday. You will. If you can have a game like that, you will beat Oklahoma City. Now, maybe that's hoping for too much, but you got enough out of Michael Porter Jr., and maybe, yes, for the money you're paying him, you should expect more and get more.
But injured, let's get what we can get.
It is kind of what it is. By the way, Aaron Gordon only had 5 points yesterday.
Well, that's the biggest concern of the game is Aaron Gordon's health. I mean, what's the deal on that, Hamby?
I tell you what, why don't we take a quick break? We'll come back. And let's get into that and start turning our focus a little bit to Game 7. It's PhD on 92.5.
I mean, at this point, I have no idea. It would be high, obviously. I mean, Aaron is one of our guys that he's the reason why we've won games and won series and have a banner hanging up in there. So it's really nice to have 2 days, obviously, for all the guys to, have treatment and all those things. But I haven't gotten a clear answer. He'll get checked out. But I mean, having 2 days off, I don't think you guys realize, at least the people that cover us do, wow, like this has been a marathon. So the guys in there look like they were happier that they have tomorrow off than they were going to a Game 7. So it's going to be really nice. But to your question, it's nice to have 2 days to get guys right, going into a Sunday matinee. So, concern for Aaron is so high. He's played through a lot through this whole season, so we'll see where he's at.
Yeah, and join us at Stoney's on Lincoln this Sunday for Game 7. Got amazing prizes, an autographed Nuggets jersey, broadcasting live, and it's the biggest game of the season, brought to you by Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila, and Michelob Ultra, the official beer of the NBA. We'll see you Sunday at Stoney's. Let's go through the...
Are you going?
Not sure. I think so. My older son's running the Colfax Marathon on Sunday, so I'm going out there to sort of rah-rah him up. Proud
So
of
what
him.
do you do? Just stand by the end and go?
Well, the way the Colfax Marathon is, there's spots that you can, get to along the route. So I was going to take my little bling bicycle and kind of ride around and see him at this spot, that spot, and the other spot.
Yeah.
So it's not,
and then catch him in 2 or 3 spots?
that's the hope. The Colfax Marathon, I've done it twice. It's a great race. You don't get like 6 deep on the sidewalk for the Colfax Marathon. You get a lot of people drinking brunch drinks, like what's going on here, up and down Colfax and then up to Lakewood to Casa Bonita and whatever. Wonderful race, but it's pretty easy if you can get around to see your favorite runner along the route. So I'm proud of my kid.
Wait, you run east to west or west to east?
You kind of you run around the city a little bit, and then you run up Colfax to Lakewood past Casa Bonita.
So you run east to west.
Yeah, well, but then you turn around on Colfax and you run back down Colfax.
Okay.
The difference is when you run back down, you sort of go towards the Empower Field, and then you come back and blah, 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 all that sort of stuff.
Where's it end?
It ends at, I believe, City Park. I think. City Park? Wash Park. Well, City Park, I think. It ends there. Yeah.
Cool.
So anyways, long story short, we'll see how things go. I want to rah-rah for my kid, and then, theoretically, timing-wise, everything goes okay for him. That'd be great to go on
Then
over
just
there.
ride the bike over to Stoney's?
Go right over to Stoney's and watch the game. So that's where I'll be. So hopefully we see everybody out at Stoney's on Sunday. And you're going to
possibly
be at Game 7.
Possibly maybe in Game 7.
Well, okay. And Tyler was going to hitch a ride with
Hey,
Mike Sanford.
Mike's talking about driving down to OKC. I'm like, I'm in. I'll go with you, dude. I will. I'm being dead serious. I'd absolutely do that.
If we got somebody to call that wanted to do a road trip, would you just go with a random stranger?
It's a little different. It was sitting in a car with the rando for about 10 hours each way.
A little tricky.
5'10" supermodel?
Let's go.
All right, let's talk about, and we'll get to Game 7 here in a second. Let's get to Aaron Gordon, and then we'll talk about flopping and all that, which I think actually worked to the Nuggets' benefit last night. But what has AG's injury history been this year, Scott?
Calf.
All right, so now we're hamstring.
Looked like it. Yeah.
Have we been?
Did he take it? Because the way he was grabbing it, I was trying to figure out if that looked like he took like a knee to it or something. Or
it's when he had that turnover late. And
I know
Caruso dove at him and he kind of jumped over him in a kind of a weird way and came down.
I did not like the way he was massaging that. That's all I know.
Can I ask a dumb question? Is the ankle bone's connected to the neck bone? Something like that.
Wait. We need that Jameis Winston soundbite right now.
Oh, I know. That would be perfect.
My left elbow, it's connected to my right knee, the right knee to the left ankle.
Okay. Is that the same leg? A dumb question.
That's right.
Is that the same leg that he had the calf issue?
It's the right calf, so you can see the guard he's got on the right calf.
So
you
it's
see
his other leg.
Well, and that is usually the way it goes down when you're overcompensating on the right side. It's usually something on the left.
All right, so this is something new then.
Yeah.
This is something new. What's our concern level about this?
None.
Why?
Because it's house money, and you got 2 days, he'll be all right, or he won't. And listen, I thought.
Okay. So it's not a big deal whether he's all right or he's not?
No, I think he'll play. I don't think there's going to be anything bad about it. Let's see how function he was. You saw the what is that tape? The kinetic tape or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
You see that right there. He had kinetic tape on his calf, so that looked
Pretty
like.
sure that's voodoo, but that's all
it
right.
might be, but I didn't think he was very functional last night. I thought he was okay.
He barely, one of those dunks, I'm like, ooh, that just does not look like Aaron Gordon I know.
Yeah, he looked like a guy that was because he'd had those games where he'd play really good and then he might drip down a couple games or so and then he'd come back up and I thought he looked a little slow last night, to be honest with you.
But how important is it to have him out there that you have to account for?
You got to account for him. Yeah, and it's good. I mean, he had a big 3 early. And then only scored one more bucket the rest of the game.
But you still had to keep tabs on him.
Yeah. And
he's still a
good.
body.
Yeah, he's still a body.
A strong body, no matter what. Maybe he's not as explosive and this, that, the other. It's a bummer that it's a different body part than's been hurt before, you know. Well, actually, maybe it's not a bummer. Maybe it's a healthier thing, and hopefully he just tweaked it. It's really not that bad. But he's got to play no matter what,
Well,
right?
he didn't come out of the game immediately,
No.
so that was encouraging.
But he didn't play the same either.
Well, it was only a minute 50
It was right
left.
at the end.
Okay.
Yeah. I think he struggled all game, and everybody saw the hamstring, and all of a sudden goes, oh, that was the issue. That's why he wasn't real active in the whole game.
It makes me wonder, because the play was relatively benign there. It makes me wonder, was he dealing with something basically the whole game? And then that's when it kind of like,
tweaked it again.
Kinda got him.
I'm not so sure that's not true, because I watched the whole game, and I thought he was inactive for the most part. Now he had 5 assists in the first quarter, and it was 7, I believe. So he was making the right decisions, and he's a body, and he's a leader, and you need him. But I'm with you. I'm not so sure that there wasn't an issue going into it, and that was the tweak, because that was at 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
He hadn't. They're 5-0 in the playoffs this year when he scores 20, I think. 4-0 or 5-0, and he wasn't even close to that last night. I mean, he wasn't a threat of that. I think he was 2 of 7.
We'll get to what we think is going to happen in Game 7 here just after 1 o'clock. Real quick. The flopping. My God, with Oklahoma City. And I get it. You kind of have to embellish it and whatever. Okay. But the 2 moments that were just like, you really got to be kidding me. Actually, there were 3. There was Strawther when he barely touched Dort, and Dort went flying across the floor.
That was a horrible call.
Okay.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Then there was
Dort does it every game, though.
Okay. Then there was the Jokic on Chet going to the rim where he stopped. Jokic stopped, and they called it, and Chet's flopping and flying all over the place.
That was a weak call, especially if you see Christian Brown get a layup over Chet later, and Hartenstein basically bumps and pushes him. More contact there than on Joker.
And then the last one, after all of it,
that was terrible.
Was SGA driving to the hoop, and nobody touched him.
Did you guys see Jamal right after that?
That was the funniest part.
It was hilarious.
Jamal was like Gary the inflatable guy. You know, it was hysterical. And you know what? I think it fired Jamal up. Because I think it was Jamal like, you got to be kidding me with this. This is like ridiculous. And I'll tell you this. After that, the energy picked up. And Strawther hit some big buckets, and the temperature climbed inside. I think it backfired on Oklahoma City. I couldn't help but be snarky. I mean, look at Jamal. It's hysterical. Yeah. So Jamal's changing right next to Julian after the game, and everybody's surrounding Julian, and I just couldn't help myself.
Do you think Chet's okay after getting fouled so hard by Jokic?
He'll be all right. That's the least of my concerns right now.
What did Jamal say?
Listen again. Jamal's laughing. The person that you heard laughing, you got to listen. But the person laughing is Jamal when he heard the question.
Do you think Chet's okay after getting fouled so hard by Jokic?
He'll be all right. That's the least of my concerns right now.
I think all that helped them. I swear to God. I think it was so ridiculous and so stupid. I think it got them going because it was so absurd.
Well, Dort's not at all serious, and he's drawn 2 or 3 fouls that you're like, come on, including in Game 5 against Joker.
Do you think Adelman should have challenged at least the Chet one?
No.
Why?
Because it was early second quarter. It felt like this game was going to come down.
Early in the game, yeah.
Yeah, and there was contact enough that first of all, and I was told this by an NBA official person who said Mark Davis didn't like to
overturn
himself. And in fact, he said one time, because he listens to what's going on back in Secaucus, he goes, the people back there say, that's incidental. No, it wasn't. That's a foul, and it's standing. And in the past sometime. And so I wouldn't have challenged it. In fact, I think I was sitting with Dempsey up in the set, and I said with Scott Bay, I said, yeah, you could challenge it. It shouldn't have been called. That's a bad call. But because there's a little brush on it, you ain't going to win it. And now you have no challenge the rest of the game. So if I was going to be an a-hole and challenge anything, I'd have challenged that one that happened at 2 minutes left in the game when Shea did his thing. If I was going to challenge one, I'd have challenged that one just to go, come on, man. Come on, man.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But I would not have challenged the Joker and Chet because there was just enough of I thought it was incidental. It shouldn't have been called, but I don't trust an official on that thing.
I think it makes Oklahoma City look soft. They're getting ripped on left and right with memes and video replays and all sorts of stuff. People are wondering where their head's at. Let's get into that because that might be what Game 7 comes down to, and that's what we got next.
All right. The weekend is upon us. And I know a lot of you guys that might need a new vehicle. You're going to go car shopping this weekend. Don't drive all over the state. Just go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Excuse me. They've got the best prices. They've got the best inventory. They've got the best experience. And that's why I need you to go to Phil Long Ford this weekend. With over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams and you're going to get the best price. Guys, they lock those vehicles in at incredible rates so that you, the customer, get to save the money big time in comparison to other car dealerships. With over 1,000 cars and vans and trucks, whatever you need, whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, it's already on the lot. Don't drive all over the state. Relationships matter to me in life. That's why I've been a customer since my rookie year at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to do the same thing. Once you buy the first vehicle, you will become a customer for life. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. Remember that they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, make sure you keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very, very long time. Feel free to check them out online at phillongford.com.
Murray, guarded by Case Walls, gets a pick from Strawther. Throws it over to Jules in a three. Yeah! Julian Strawther coming up big. Denver leads it by 3, 83-80. Dribbles through the lane, throws out of it, three-pointer Strawther. Got it again! Julian Strawther in the third puts Denver up 8 on a 15-4 run.
So much fun, man. Such a great day. All right, let's hear from the Joker. Let's look at Game 7 a little bit, huh? That's kind of juicy, Game 7.
Hopefully we're going to rest a little bit because we're playing 7, 6, 13 really hard games in not back to play, but like every other day. So hopefully we're going to have some rest and get ready for the game.
Nicola, I think if my math's correct, these two teams have played 10 times this year and you both won 5. How much difference is there between these two teams in your mind
between us and OKC?
Thunder, and I mean, how evenly are you matched, and what will it come down to in Game 7 to determine the winner as far as you're concerned?
Probably defense. I think probably defense details, rebounding for us, especially because how much they're attacking the glass, turnovers for us. Depends how the games will open up. If we slow down and if they start running, I think it's depends how the games opens up. Because they want to push the pace, they want to drive and kick, they want to find open looks, and we kind of want to maybe a little bit slower game to get open looks differently. So it's I think it's interesting to watch, and I think the details is gonna defense box out turnovers. That's gonna probably decide the winner.
There you go, and that's our guy Mark Kisler from the Denver Gazette and Nikola Jokic. What's Game 7 going to come down to? He says defense and the small things. I tend to agree, and it just seems like inevitably Game 7 will come down, in my mind, to the last 2 minutes.
Which would be good.
Yeah.
When you're the team that's not supposed to win.
And who's going to make that shot and who's not.
Just getting to Game 7, it does make you wonder just a little bit. Is Oklahoma City are they just a little bit too early? Are they a little bit ahead of their time, right? Have they really been battle tested like the Nuggets have? I mean, obviously we talked a lot about the fact that they didn't have any close games this year. What was the stat at the beginning of the series? Games decided by 9 points or less. They only had like 5 of them the entire year.
Not
whatever.
many.
8, I think. Yeah.
Eight. And I do have very genuine hope that team is just maybe a year or two ahead of where they think that they are.
Let's hope so.
Maybe.
Let's hope so. I think it'll be another game of runs. I think the Nuggets will have a run. I think they'll have runs.
It does feel like the Nuggets why do their turnovers come in spurts the way that they do? Can't we just have a turnover here and there rather than 3 or 4 in a row?
Well,
that's kind of basketball.
For me,
NBA.
For me, last night was example, and I think they did it in one of the games. Might have been the game they had to win in overtime. I don't remember. But they get in that prevent offense, and you only get 24 seconds. And so if it's a 3-minute game, 24 seconds is nothing. And now, and then if it turns out you turn the ball over at the 15 mark of that 24, you really did nothing trying to be safe.
And they went to that with about 3 minutes left, it felt like. And what were they up by? 12, give or take?
12, yeah.
They were up by 12-ish, give or take, with about 3 minutes left. And you could see they just get past the half-court line, and they just kind of settle in the corner.
And that's the most dangerous part of the basketball floor is the corners at half-court.
Yep.
Dangerous. And they let them reach a little bit, and they got away with it. Okay. But you gotta be tired with the ball. You gotta know you're gonna get hit. I mean, Jamal did it twice, and then AG did it right after him. So, and that's why I said to Russ, the one really good play Russ had, they're gonna try to come at him. He said, "Fine." Whoop, goes right by the double team.
Oh, and he took it to the rim.
It has a layup at the rim.
That was beautiful.
That I thought was the one great play Russ made in that game last night.
The Nuggets hit Strawther made his third of his three-pointers with 3:56 left to go to give them a 16-point lead.
There you go.
That is a huge lead with under 4 minutes to go.
But you can't go turnover.
No, you cannot. And, you make it interesting because, Chet misses a shot, and then Strawther actually missed a shot. Then Shea made a 7-foot shot, and then the Nuggets called a timeout. And you're just like, all right, we're up by 14 here with 3:11 to go, right? Like, we're good. And you are good, actually, but it gets nerve-wracking because if you turn the ball over a couple times, and then sure enough, after the timeout, Jamal Murray loses the ball. That's a turnover. They get a dunk. Jokic turns the ball over. Shea gets a bucket. And then, thank God, Jokic got fouled, but he misses, or he makes his free throws, which is good. And, that gave you a little breathing room. But, yeah, it got a little hairy there. It got down to 9 points. You get down to 9. But, I mean, there's a minute 45 left with a 9-point lead. Listen, I'm not saying it's never happened, but seriously, it's like Major League Baseball players and errors. They make so few errors, you could really say they never make errors. But, no, I've seen them make 1,000, and especially if you watch the Rockies. You can say, hey, I've seen basketball games where they score 9 points in a minute and a half.
Game 1. The Denver Nuggets did it.
But in all honesty, it really in NBA parlance does not happen that often because one team has to be horrible and the other team has to be perfect. So the game to me, Scott Tyler, really was not that close because you were up 16 points. Now, it could have gone the other way too. The Thunder could have lost by like 24 points at that point. They could have just said, well, forget it. But instead, they made it a little bit more interesting. But that was not a close game, in my opinion, because of how the Nuggets put it away.
And because of games 4 and 5, even though you're at 16 at the 350 or whatever you said it was, and they cut it down to 12, you start getting nervous. And I think they got it to 9.
Because we're fans, and fans just get ants in our pants. And am I wearing the right shirt? Am I sitting in the right seat? Am I this? Am I that? Am I the other thing?
They asked me last night, do you want to go on the trip for Game 7? And I go, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. I'm like, well, I don't want to be the jinx.
Yeah, you got nothing to do with it.
I have nothing to do. But I'm
laughing when you're telling me this story.
I said that to my boss, Matt
Are you
Kroll.
really believing that?
I was at the time.
Why?
I told Matt Kroll, I said, man, I mean, it's okay. I said, listen, you haven't put me on the trip, and I don't want to go there and they lose Game 7. They're like, oh, Hastings game, you lose Game 7. And then in my drive home, it took me to my drive home, and I think I talked to Scott Bay, and I go, wait a minute, I won in Game 5, and they blew that game. Maybe I'd be the good luck.
Okay.
So now I'm like, hey, Scott, I'm in.
You got nothing to do with it one way or the other.
Well, I'm in.
You should go. Well, good. You should go. You should be there. And I'm glad you're going to be there.
That's coming from the man that talks about the no-hitters in the middle of the game. Just keep that in mind.
Oh, ain't no doubt about it. I wish I had magical powers. But if we had magical powers like that, would really be sitting around here doing this.
Now, I'm going to drop the you didn't play card, and it's not different. It's from this standpoint. Have you ever known any guy that played in the pros that didn't have a little superstition? If they didn't, they may not have superstition. They had stitions.
I was superstitious about not being superstitious. Like in my head,
yes, exactly.
I was like, well, I'm going to do something different every game. Like I'm not putting my socks on the same way. I can't do that because that's bad luck to be superstitious.
Dude, I did the same thing and I wasn't playing. I had no control. I wasn't even getting in the game.
My only thing I did every single game, I had one thing. I cut my fingernails before every single game. That was it.
You may not be superstitious.
A little stitious.
But you're a little stitious. That's stitious.
A little bit.
But I'm telling you, that was the first thing Matt Kroll, our TV boss, comes over. Is that, hey, blah, blah, blah. I think we'd like you to go to Game 7.
Don't be silly.
And I'm like, man.
You got nothing to do with
Well,
nothing.
I did think he had Ellie. Listen, the only good thing is positive. I've got to see a lot of Ellie stuff. I said, Ellie, I think I had a game, but she doesn't. It's next weekend. I'm like, and then I said, and plus, I said, man, I haven't been. I said, I could be the jinx. I actually said that to a boss. And I got to believe Matt Kroll is looking at me going,
what a lunatic.
Oh, what an idiot. I mean, he probably thinks that anyway, let's be honest. But But that's the first thing I thought. I'm like, oh my God.
I mean, all I could think to myself is after all that, Scott, after all that.
Well, but
if we wanted to go beyond the scenes after all that.
No. Well, but then, like I said, now I'm driving home. I go, wait a minute, I went in Game 5 and they blew that one.
This series with the Nuggets and Oklahoma City this year could not be more even. They've faced each other 10 times. In the regular season, 1 win at home, 1 win on the road for both of them. In the playoffs now, wins at home, wins on the road for both of them.
2-1 at home, both teams.
This is as close as you get. And this Oklahoma City team was the best team, record-wise at least, with the best depth in all of the NBA. And there's your Denver Nuggets, who let go of Calvin Booth and Michael Malone with 3 games to go. There's your Denver Nuggets right there with these guys.
Well, and since it's almost break time and we haven't talked Rockies yet, let me just throw Rockies.
Back at it tonight.
Yeah, back at it.
Uh-huh.
The Nuggets now have as many playoff wins as the Rockies have the entire season.
Wow. You are right about that. 7.
That's pretty impressive.
You are right about
They
that.
have as many playoff wins as the Rockies have on the season.
Whoa. Wow.
Wow. That walk of shame might be a real thing.
It might be a real thing.
Could they be the worst team ever? Oh, I didn't even think of
I mean,
that.
if they're going to go big, what was the old saying? Go big or go home?
Go big or go home.
Well, they're on pace of doing it.
Unless you're at the blackjack table.
All they got to do is keep doing what they're doing.
Hey, let me speak about go big or go home. But one big go big or go home story with blackjack.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I'd played early and won, and I had a because I just always won one. I had a $500 chip.
Okay.
Purple. Do you know they were purple?
Mm-hmm.
And I only go to Vegas and say, okay, I got this much. I'm going to lose it or I'm going to win, but I'm not going to lose more than that. And I got 500.
Yeah.
That's all winnings.
Let's double that sucker up.
But I said, one hand.
Yeah.
Never been so nervous in my life.
You know, they say statistically you have a much better chance of winning one hand than sitting there and trying to grind it out for 2 hours.
Get it out. Bing, boom, bang. $500 chip.
What'd you get?
What happens if you have like 2 8s or 2 aces?
I am praying to God for nothing to split.
Right.
I'm praying to God for not a 4-7.
Okay. What about doubling down?
You know?
You don't want to double down.
I don't want to double down.
So you're looking for like dealer shows a 6 and you got like a 10.
Yeah.
Something like that would be perfect.
So I pop up and I think that I get 19.
Great.
I'm okay.
What's the dealer show?
10.
Well, you're not going to hit. You're just going to. You're not going to double. You're not going to split.
It's not ideal.
But you're not. You don't have to use any more money.
No.
But it's not great.
Flips it over 2.
Okay.
Still not great.
Hey, hold on. Do you know what the 2 is for the dealer? 2 is the dealer's ace.
Well, there you go.
That is a disaster when they pull a 2.
I'd be
disaster.
I'd be crapping my pants if I were you right
but
there.
I like that better than if it had been a 10.
Sure.
Well, okay. All right.
She has to hit.
Well, yeah,
but give me that big boy. Give me that big boy, baby. Jack, let's give me that Jack.
I'm waiting for a face card, and I'm happy. 7.
Uh-oh.
That's good. You win.
19 push.
What do you mean you win?
No, you don't win ties.
What kind of math are you doing over there?
I thought the dealer had 11. You got no
12.
She had 12 and a 7. That's 19.
Gotcha.
I had a 10 and a 9.
12. All right.
I grabbed that 5. I go, thank you very much. Put that 500 back in my pocket. And
walked out.
So once in my life, I played a $500 hand, pushed it, and I cashed that thing in and came back from Vegas
Pushes a win.
with $500.
Yes, sir.
If you want to reach out to us on the text line and you don't want to be a gutless wimp like Scott, it's the Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Would love your feedback. And I am anticipating an apology from Vic Lombardi. And I hope I can get that coming up. It's PhD on 92.5. Dan, what time is Vic Lombardi going to call to apologize to me directly? Because wasn't his comment, "I don't know ball"? Wasn't that the when he said I was so wrong?
I heard him talking to some guy and think he's on the golf course.
It's on the golf course?
Yeah, I guarantee he's
Hiding.
He's not listening.
Oh, really? So there's no
He's
schedule.
hiding on the golf course.
So there's plenty of time for him to call and say I was a complete idiot for having an idea of how things should be handled that was exactly handled as it was last night. But now Vic's playing golf today, not calling in to yell at me. Okay, just checking.
See, in my
it
old
was
thing-
different circumstances.
Little.
Really? Yeah. They were home, not in Oklahoma City, I guess. What else was different?
What was the score?
It's an 8-point difference in games 4, 5, and last night.
In game 5, going into the fourth quarter,
8 points.
We were up by 8?
8 points.
Okay, all right. Seems pretty similar.
It was exactly.
That's pretty close. I mean, it's not exact, but it's
no.
It's pretty close.
What were they?
Exactly
Game 4, were they up 7 or 8?
8 points.
And they did sub Joker.
2 minutes and 7 seconds.
And sub Joker and lost.
2 minutes and 7 seconds.
Game 5, they don't sub Joker and lost. They went back to subbing Joker. The big difference, I'm telling you, sitting Murray down, I thought that was the biggest thing. And then you know what?
Fine by me.
Russ is killing you. Strawther's playing good. Russ, sit down.
That's what we said. That's what we said about Game 5 too.
That was the decision right there too.
I was really scared because when I was watching the game, I was like, wow, this game is like exactly what we called for. It's way more balanced. Michael Porter Jr., it's not spectacular, but he's not killing you either. It's solid.
Right.
And I'm like, oh my God, this game is going to come down to Russell Westbrook. And that scared the crap out of me. Yeah. I was like, oh my God, this is going to come down to Russell Westbrook. But that's when Julian Strawther stepped up, and it didn't come down to Westbrook. And Adelman was smart to judiciously use Westbrook. He didn't play 32 minutes. He played like 17. Perfect. Russell Westbrook shouldn't even be your 6th guy. He should be your 7th guy. And last night he was, and it was fine. And you should have seen social media. I don't know if you guys are looking at it at the end of the first quarter. Oh, my God. Westbrook was getting crushed.
Ramona Shelburne even chimed in.
Everybody was chiming in. Ramona and all of her unnamed sources were chiming in. It was something else, man. But to Russ's credit, in the second quarter, he played better. The putbacks, he goes to the boards hard. The putback rebound bucket was great.
That was big. That was a big bucket.
You know, he had an opportunity in the fourth there for a real easy putback tip in.
Oh, yeah.
And for whatever reason, I don't know why he tried to so aggressively jam that thing. And he wasn't even close to getting his mitts on the ball. Why didn't he just tip that sucker in?
Tyler, it was that. It was going up for a layup and jamming it like in the wedgie spot right there instead of just going. It was like, oh my God, here we go again. But Julian Strawther, thank God. And Adelman, smart enough to say, keep going. And made all the difference in the world.
Who again, yesterday, we all said they got to play Julian more.
Yes.
You got to get him in there. I still think that Game 2 blowout helped him with his confidence because he got to go in and see the ball and get up and down and run. I thought he played good in Game 5 in the short stint that he did have. Hit a 3 in that one. But I love what David said after the game. He said, Michael hit it in a couple threes in the first half. And then Julian kind of replacing that and doing it in the third and fourth quarter. That opens the floor for us. They were better in the paint yesterday. And if you're going, what did they start in the Game 2 loss? Or Game 4 loss? 0 for 15 starting the game with 3. 0 for 16 starting the game for 3. Now, and I think you ended up with 32 points in the paint. And they led the league with points in the paint at 58. No one has to go out and guard anybody. And I'm going to throw a name at 128, an hour and a half into the show that we've not even mentioned. Christian Brown, you want to talk about a bounce back game?
He was great.
I thought he was fantastic.
He was great.
And he was not good in games 4 and 5. He was fantastic.
He was great on the boards, too. I mean, not only was he scoring, he was huge on the boards.
And that's what he can give you when he's not making shots. He can get there. And I'm going to tell you what else. Oh, they got him out on the break. Remember what we said about Porter when he could see that first one going? Now, he missed the first one but made his second three. But when he could see the ball go in early, I think it's better for Porter. I think for Christian Brown, if you can get him out on a break and get a layup here or there early, I feel like all of a sudden the shots go, okay, I can make some of these.
Yeah, he was great. And 3 of 6 from 3, 8 of 14, efficient on the night. 23 points, plus 14, 11 rebounds. He was great. He was great. And it's balanced. 29 from Joker. Not a triple-double, though. Hey, Dan, when was the last time Joker actually had a triple-double?
He had 2 in the Clippers. 2 or 3 in the
Clippers. So
Clippers.
it's not. He has not had a triple-double in this series.
I don't think so.
Isn't that interesting?
No. He had, we call when it's misses a triple-double by 1 digit.
Sombor.
It's a Sombor double.
What, Belgrade?
It's the Belgrade double when he missed it by 2 digits. So he had a Belgrade double last night.
Yeah, it was 29, 14, and 8. Belgrade. He had a Belgrade.
But those are his numbers he needs to live at.
I'll take it all day. The triple-double's fun, and it's a nice stat. But, 29, 14, and 8, something around that. That's Jokic. That's great. Fine. Perfect. Turnovers,
and
only 1 turnover.
And that was late.
Russell Westbrook with 4 turnovers. Oh, my God.
By the way, it's game 5 against the Clippers was Joker's last triple-double.
Wow. Okay. I wonder, game 5 against the Clippers, so he's gone 8 straight games without a triple-double? Wow. I bet you he didn't go 8 straight games in the regular season without a triple-double.
I think he was it was like 1 of every 8 games, 1 every 9, something like that.
Yeah. That would feel like a long stretch without him going for a triple-double. All right. Game 7.
What'd you play for?
What do you think?
Don't they say game 7s are the greatest thing in pro sports?
Let's go through it. Experience against not experience. Dagnall, the coach, Oklahoma City.
Not a lot.
By the way,
experience.
I do like him. I heard the morning sprint and Mike Sam was like, I don't like that guy. He looks like he chews tin or something. I don't know. He doesn't like him. I like Dagnall. I think he's a smart guy. I think he's a really good coach. And I'm a fan of his.
He's okay.
Okay. All right. He doesn't piss you off by looking at him on TV?
I don't really know anything about him.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't know.
I think he wastes challenges sometimes in tight games. To be honest with you.
Okay. Well, I'm a fan. I think he does a pretty damn good job. Listen, he's got so many guys off the bench that can just play for him. It's crazy what he has coming off the bench.
He's got guys that don't play much that would play tons for Denver.
It's bizarre. Like, hey, if this guy ain't feeling it, I got 3 other guys that can do the same thing.
Yeah, but he's had the luxury of being able to do that all year, which when we talk about for David Adelman, that's not the luxury. Like, you had to gamble by playing these guys, whereas he knows he's been able to do that.
Hey, does Caruso have your respect, or is it a face you want to punch?
No, I like watching him.
I want to punch him right in the forehead.
In the headband, right square in the headband?
I'd love to have him on this team.
Okay.
He's fun to watch, dude.
Yeah, I'd love to have him on this team, but he ain't. And so, in fact, I was sitting by Dempsey during the game. I said, I'd like to punch him right in the face. I mean, the way he acts and stuff, I would like to knock him out.
How about getting in with him and AG mixing it up? Who you like that in a dark alley at night?
No, he's also one of those guys that is gonna. What are you gonna do about it? He's one of those guys.
DMac.
He's one of my guys.
Yeah, he's one of those guys.
he's an or what guy.
He's an instigation to the point guy, and he's going to grab and hold.
Oh my God, he doesn't stop.
Yeah,
he's like Brad Marchand.
You know what he is? He's a G League guy that had to fight and scrap.
He's a really good Faku.
Well, he's a G League guy that had to fight and scrap to get to the NBA, and he's going to play the same way once he got here. I mean,
there you go.
He played for Dagnall in the G League.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he played for Dagnall in the G League, and he plays like a G League guy that had to fight and scrap his butt off to get to the NBA.
There you go.
And he's going to play that same way here.
Because
there's not enough guys that play that way.
He's been a pest against the Nuggets on a variety of teams.
Yeah, Chicago, L.A., you're right.
And he's fighting. Jokic is so much bigger than him. He doesn't care.
No.
He's still all that stuff. He was about to get in a fight with Aaron Gordon. It'd be a quick fight for Mr. Caruso.
The conversation he had with Murray, and he said something about watching your elbow. He goes, man, I didn't even touch you. He said, your elbow's right. He goes, my elbow's right here.
All of it.
Yeah, I'd like to punch him right in the nose. But I'd also love to have him on my team.
White dude that wears the headband. He's my kind of guy.
Yeah, he's the fish that saved Pittsburgh. That dude.
Going back.
Yeah, go look up the
he might be more semi-pro with Will Ferrell. Who knows?
Go look up the white dude in the fish that saved Pittsburgh. The only thing he doesn't have is knee pads, but he wears those long sleeves down to his knees.
He's a throwback guy.
He's the fish that saved Pittsburgh. What'd they call that guy? Crash or something?
Boy, your memory. I know the movie. I know Dr. J was in. I even know the theme song. The fish that saved Pittsburgh. Whoa. It's the fish. But I don't know the story.
Is that him? Do you see it?
No, I've literally never heard of the fish that saved Pittsburgh.
It's an old. It's like 1979.
Yeah, but look up the character, the white dude with headband and fish that saved Pittsburgh.
Good luck finding that.
Oh, I guarantee it's on the web.
White dude with headband and fish that saved. You think that's going to pop right up on the internet?
I guarantee it pops up.
Does experience matter in Game 7?
Hold on. Let me try this. White dude
white dude with a headband that was in Fish that saved Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Dialing music, Dan.
Dialing music.
I'm something, Dan.
Dan, you need a button right by you that just
something,
Barry Manilow.
Here we go. According to AI overview, the white man with the headband in the movie The Fish That Saved Pittsburgh is H.S. Tilson, played by Jonathan Winters. He is the owner of the Pittsburgh Pythons basketball team.
Jonathan Winters? The Jonathan Winters?
I don't think so.
Can't be. There's no way the Jonathan Winters could be playing a basketball
player.
player.
Googled white dude with headband in The Fish That Saved Pittsburgh. That's the answer.
No, I got you. And you don't know who Jonathan Winters is.
But do they have an image?
He's a big old fat comedian from back in the day. Best known for, I don't know, being Jonathan Winters. There's no way that's Jonathan Winters in that. Anyway, all right, we're getting down the wormhole here. Let's talk about Game 7. Game 7. Focus. Does experience matter? Because the Nuggets have the most. And Oklahoma City has the least.
No, I mean, the single biggest thing that I'm banking on in Game 7, and I do believe it, Oklahoma City's they're a year or two ahead of where they actually think they are. Where they probably are is just they need a little bit more experience. They need a little bit more bite. They need to get burned once or twice. But they think that they're there. They think that it's their year. They think that they've arrived. And in Game 7, this Nuggets team has just been there, done that so many times, including very recent history.
Okay, the dude didn't wear a headband, but this is his character.
Okay, that's the guy. I gotcha.
All bloodied and
I gotcha. Scrappy-Doo.
Yeah.
Scrappy-Doo guy.
He's Caruso.
Okay.
Can I just give you breaking news? No one gives a rat's about the dude in the St. Pittsburgh.
But that's Caruso.
I gotcha.
He's just a scrappy dude that you want to knock out.
You want to punch him in the face.
And this guy, the same thing. You knocked him out. He just went and made 2 free throws, and that's what Caruso does.
He's the guy. He keeps coming back.
I'm putting a new rule. Only references from 1990 and beyond.
Really? We're in big trouble here then. Yeah. That's my whole Kelly Leak thing is out the window.
None of the people that were born in 90 listen.
Really?
Yeah. They're not out of here.
Dan was born in 1991.
See, there you go.
Wait, saying he doesn't listen?
What?
That was pretty good, Dan. Good.
How about Dan and David Adelman share a birthday?
How about that?
Fellow Taurus.
Congratulations, Dan. Yeah, David kind of played that down, didn't he? But
you get another blow-up doll, Dan?
No, that's only for fantasy football punishments.
Okay.
Boy, this is the second time we've had a coach, because Ty Lue celebrated a birthday during the playoffs, coaching a game on his birthday.
We're sending him home, aren't we?
Sunday we'll be at Stoney's on Lincoln to watch Game 7, autographed Nuggets jersey, broadcast and live, biggest game of the year. Brought to you by Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila, and Michelob Ultra, the official beer of the NBA. Dan will be doing In the Paint live from Stoney's. Berto will be doing the pregame and postgame, and then, all the chaos of, Game 7. We'll get to maybe a little bit early prediction because we don't have another show. We're just back on Monday.
It could be
Who
fun.
knows, man? I don't know.
Could be
Who knows?
Prepping for the end. What's next? Or we could be prepping. Can they beat Minnesota finally in the postseason?
Or we could be looking deep into those OTAs for the Broncos coming up.
When do they start?
They start next week. Well, actually, no. They've been going on. But the
mini camp.
Yeah, well, mini camp is like June 10th, 11th, and 12th. But Sean Payton does not like the media around. And he could have made a lot of things. Do you know we haven't even talked to the media has not been made available to any of the free agents yet?
Well, they've been doing that for 3 years.
Yeah, so but it's even starting later. Like it's hard to describe how the Broncos made a couple of hirings too. I don't know if you caught that.
Jordan Dizon's back.
How about that,
my teammate from the Buffs.
Yeah.
Who was one of Matt Russell's right-hand men.
That's pretty cool. Went to the Eagles for a couple of years.
Yep, got himself a ring. And now he's back.
Yeah, and
what position's he doing?
He's director of player personnel.
Yeah.
Oh, so you got an inside guy.
Well,
And there's a new assistant GM, basically, that takes Darren Muji's spot that George Payton hired. You realize Sean Payton hasn't really brought in his guys. The whole, Sean Payton's going to move George Payton now and bring in his own. You realize that has not happened.
Other than a couple of coaches and players?
Well, coaches, but everybody was thinking that Sean was going to get rid of George and the personnel department and take over all that.
Well,
that has not happened.
In the 60 seconds we got here, do you think that he didn't try?
I do not think he tried.
Ooh.
I think they're getting along great.
What do you think?
I really thought he was going to blow him out. I did. I put me in that camp that thought he was going to blow him out and bring
you're not the only one.
His own staff. So but I'm with DMac. I think they get along great now.
Yeah. Well, I think they get along great now, but I still think he tried, and I think that's where you come with a strong owner because we saw an
Dude, they had a date. They were dating at the Nuggets game.
That's 3 years later.
That was
I'm talking
so
about
forced.
3 years ago.
That was forced?
That was so forced.
Really?
No chance those two are going to get steaks
They were holding
together.
hands.
I got to tell you, man.
Do you think those two have ever gone out to dinner, like one-on-one? No.
One-on-one?
Yeah.
I doubt it.
So why the hell do you think they're going to a basketball game together unless something weird happens?
It looked a little stiff. I'm not going to
They're
lie.
not at Shanahan's on Wednesdays?
I've never seen
I bet you they've gone out in a group before.
That's different, radically
But
different.
just like we're boys and we're hanging out.
Let's go have a coffee and brunch.
The two of them together?
Mimosas on the golf course?
I doubt it.
Lattes.
I'll
They're
meet you
called
up
lattes.
Can I just tell you? I
I'll
think
meet you at Coeur d'Alene.
I think one of the reasons they balance each other out is George is kind of a straight arrow, man. And Sean is sizzle. Sean's all over the place.
Yeah. But I still think Sean tried to wield a heavy hand early, and I think Greg Penner said no.
Well, I think Greg Penner, the buck stops with Greg Penner.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, did you guys see the how much does the owner of your NFL team, what's their worth? Did you see that chart that came out?
No.
Oh, it's fun.
I know we're going to win.
We won $77 billion.
Jeez.
We won by like $30 billion. The second place was, I think, Kansas City of all places.
Which surprised me.
It's crazy because they're, I know. No, I swear to God.
That's
I'll
surprising.
I'll look it up. We'll get into no dumb questions. We'll get into Let's Football Go. It's all still here. Hey, we got a Game 7. We'll see you at Stoney's on Sunday. It's PhD. All right, I'm here to talk to you about Low T and the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Sex drive could be bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts. What happened to me? My God, it's ridiculous. Well, it could be Low T. And listen, this could help you and change your life. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're experts in treating Low T. If you're like a lot of guys, it's just, a few weeks you get back on this thing. You're feeling better. The brain fog goes away. You're a new guy. So check it out at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the Low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. You're good. Draw that blood, and you'll have the result within 30 minutes. The appointment's only $99, a T and a PSA test your way. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So call them, 720-440-7900, or simply visit the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, you guys got any no dumb questions off the top of your head? I can always go to the text line, Twitch, YouTube. Fine to do that, no problem. But I just want to, clear our, our fog brains.
I got one that just hit me a while ago.
All right.
You talked about the PGA's going 107th PGA. Seems like it's early, but maybe it's the perfect time.
What's going on right now?
What's going on?
Good old Quail Hollow.
But this time of year,
don't know any of these guys.
This time of year,
Yeah.
softly.
I know these guys, but I think the leaderboard is a bunch of dudes I've never heard of in my life.
But that's how the PGA rolls.
I got you. Go ahead. What's your question?
This time of year, I find myself year after year, it just hit me while I was during the break. I think I love it. No dumb question. I love watching the women's softball tournament at this time of the year. I end up watching no games during the year. And I bet I'll watch 8, 9, 10 softball games. I'll watch more tournament softball games.
I'm rolling my eyes so much because what does it mean to watch a softball game?
Oh, if it's on, I'm on. I watch it. If I flip
to
over
the end,
I have, yeah.
Or you watch an inning or two.
Well, I get to watch this entire game. Michigan's been rolling. I've sat there like the.
What's your question?
Is that weird?
Is that normal?
I don't think you're really doing. I think you say you do it, but I don't think you're even doing it. Nobody's watching. I understand it's NCAA tournament. I get it. I understand what's happening.
I bet
there's zero chance you're watching innings. By the way, how many innings are in a women's softball game?
7.
Wrong.
See,
is it 7? Maybe it is 7. I thought it was 6.
Scott, I'll watch that women's beach volleyball anytime.
Okay, all right. You can watch it for probably like 45 seconds. That's all you need.
What are you talking about?
Oh, that's a dinger right there. Yeah. You got all of that one. Do you know how far the fences are for women's softball?
I have no idea. I'm going to guess.
Probably like 220.
No way. 180.
It's about 200 or so. Yeah, it's short.
I know because I watch them. I watch all the time.
I'm not trying to put down women's softball because I came to terms a long time ago. It's just a different sport than baseball.
Yep.
So I give them props because it's just a different sport, and I should never compare baseball to softball because it looks the same, but it's completely different. So I got to give them props for what they do.
Have you ever played fast pitch softball?
Nope.
No, I haven't. I've only done the stupid, slow pitch stuff, and it was idiotic. And
I refuse to do any league with grown men because I cannot handle the competitiveness of it. I can't do it.
Well,
so I'm not joining any league with grown men.
You'd fit right in with a bunch of the idiots that have softball tattoos and are like Mr. Softball.
Yeah.
The softball guy is like, oh, my Lord.
I played in a tournament with a traveling slow pitch team that these dudes are professional.
Yeah, I got you. They take it too seriously.
But
those guys probably play at like baseball fields. They're probably hitting 400-foot home runs.
Dude, we're playing on a Legion field with an 8-foot fence, and I watched this guy.
Yeah, they're crazy.
Your size second baseman with forearms that were developed at a steel mill.
It's nuts.
Jack won about 340, 360.
Yeah, they're crazy.
Over an 8-foot fence, and I'm like, oh my gosh. But I played fast pitch softball one game my entire life. And I was a good baseball player, and I'd come straight from Legion.
You would be awesome in slow pitch softball.
I'm playing fast pitch.
You probably wouldn't be as good at that.
It's scary as hell because you're playing on a little league diamond, and that ball
comes firing,
and it's always a riser. Like in baseball, the ball usually is coming down.
You think facing one of these women pitching would be scary?
Yes.
No.
All right, I got this. This really is a dumb question. I know this is a dumb question. But when you're playing like fast pitch softball as a grown man, what kind of bat do you use?
A softball bat.
Yeah, I don't remember. This might even been before it was like softball bats. Like I may have had a wood bat. Listen.
What? Really?
I had a ground out and a blooper over the second baseman for a hit. My softball career, I'm hitting 500. In fast pitch softball, I never played another game.
You're keeping your stats.
It's scary. Have you not ever seen the videos of Jenny Finch?
Yeah, Jenny Finch. She's like top of the world. She ain't some slug from the University of Michigan, throwing it in there at 42 miles an hour.
I guarantee you they have got pitchers in this NCAA tournament that you couldn't even put a bat on a ball.
I bet you're wrong about that.
Oh, I bet.
There's nothing. There's nothing scary about how
Jenny Finch striking
Jenny
out.
Finch is Jenny Finch.
Jenny Finch was striking out Major League Baseball
I got
players.
you. That's Jenny Finch. She's like top of the world.
Well, they still.
This is like a 19-year-old girl that plays at Michigan. I'm not scared of that.
Okay.
You don't think you could hit this? You don't think you could hit this pitching? Are you nuts?
No.
Of course you could.
No.
Oh my God, Scott.
The top teams that are NCAA going to win tournaments, you can't touch their pitchers.
Yes, you can.
You can't
It's
touch
not
them.
How
that
fast
impressive.
are we talking?
Like 50 miles an hour,
No,
Tyler.
you're talking like 60 to 70 mile an hour from little league distance.
Well, here's a 19-year-old girl throwing to an 18-year-old
Yeah, this
girl.
girl right here not throwing any.
Yeah, no kidding. This is what it looks like.
They're not throwing.
You'd be jacking home runs off her left and right.
When
Yes, you
when
would.
did they start making the pitchers wear a face mask?
Well, they're smart to wear face masks.
Really?
You don't have to. I don't
Well, that
think
goes
it's,
to Scott's point.
Well, it's dangerous. Yeah, she ain't even throwing hard. This girl from Michigan.
That was 62, not hard.
That's 62 slow.
From little league distance.
It's like 50 feet. It's not that big of a deal.
Oh my God.
Dude,
You've never played it and you're judging.
I promise you, all of us, not just me, could stand up there and rope this girl who's pitching right now. All of us would be, even Dan Tanner would be ripping home runs off her.
Dan
What if they throw a riser?
They're all risers. They're scary.
The ball is gargantuan. It's yellow. It couldn't be easier to hit, Tyler.
Highlighter yellow.
Highlighter yellow. We'd be jacking home runs left and right.
Tennessee's Carolyn Pickens throws it over 78 miles
All
an
right,
hour.
that's one pitcher.
Monica
That's
Abbott threw it 77. Top 10 college softball pitchers. I'm telling you, you couldn't touch them. You can't touch
I'm not
them.
saying I could touch the top 10. This ain't what we're looking at.
Sam Landry at Oklahoma had a 1.75 ERA and 110 strikeouts.
Tyler's
111.
bench pressing houses these
Yeah,
days.
and he blew his shoulder out trying to be
that would suck. Can you
He's
actually
trying-
swing a bat these days, or would that?
Right now, no.
No.
You know, after you put your He-Man 3-plate picture up, you like.
Yeah, but you know what, Scott? I
got it.
I benched 315.
Yeah.
That's right.
Go do it right
When
now.
was the last time you did that? Huh?
You want me to be honest with you?
Yeah.
The last time I blew my right shoulder out. That's honest.
And
not
you know
true.
what? It was worth it because I did 315.
Well, I could say I got it. But you know what? At what cost?
I know, right? No, it's killing me.
I blew. Did it feel like a knife went into your
No,
shoulder joint?
I didn't have like it. No, mine was like it was like a slow death. It was a slow death.
Not me. I got it once, twice, started going third, and I got it up, but it felt like a knife on fire was in my joint, and I haven't played with it since.
Dan, when was the last time you benched 315?
It'll be about 3 weeks ago tomorrow.
You want to know what I did 2 days ago? I went ahead and did 290 with a torn labrum.
How'd that feel?
Not good. I'm not saying
telling
I'm very
you, go-
smart. I'm not
go-
a very smart man.
Go
Jenny.
to dumbbells, and then you could turn it a little bit, and it takes that pressure off your shoulder.
Okay.
What other stupid thing are you going to do later today?
Yeah.
I'm going to go squat 315 today.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to strike out against any top flight All-American pitcher. Dude, listen, I watched Dave Logan, drafted in 3 sports, play Cynthia Cooper. I can't remember who it was, but it's like a Hall of Fame WNBA college Hall of Fame woman player.
Yeah, and basketball?
Basketball, beat his ass.
Oh, all right. That's a different sport.
You would not touch most of these pitchers.
I'd be hammering home runs left and right.
This
off
girl,
this.
maybe.
Scott
That's
might
a
be
good
on to
double
something
team.
here with the distance. I've been pretty quiet during this whole conversation because I'm trying to analyze it. Unlike DMac, I'm not trying to make some wild claim that I can't back up. I think the distance of the mound, that might be something.
And I was playing in a men's league, so maybe they threw it harder.
Of course they did.
It was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Jenny Finch strikes out Albert
Jenny
Pujols.
Finch strikes out Albert Pujols. There's the riser.
Damn, look how fat. Hold
Hey,
on.
hey.
Right there, when you see Pujols there, look how close she looks.
And the riser comes up in the and it's
She doesn't even look like she's at regulation softball distance.
Torrey
there.
Hunter don't want none of this. Albert Pujols, Hall of Famer.
Is the strike zone different?
No. See, everything rises. See how that thing's rising?
Yeah.
You think it's in the middle, and I'm telling you, it is fearful.
Jenny Finch.
Oh, there you go.
D-Mac's
1, 2,
full of
3.
it. D-Mac, you know what? D-Mac is so full of it. I need to make this bet happen now. I sat here quietly analyzing this. We need a college softball pitcher to call in.
All-American.
Fine.
Yes, let's go to
Whatever.
the park after the show.
Who cares?
I
Any day.
guarantee you he's going to strike out.
Show me the
no,
park.
actually, I will put anything on this.
Cool.
Now that I'm watching that,
Awesome.
you give me a real-life college pitcher.
You set it up.
You
Tell
have
me
no
the time and
chance.
place.
Somebody's got to know somebody.
Put it in front of me.
I will take this bet. I'm taking this bet right now.
Cool.
You are so
I'm not
full
lifting
of
a
it.
finger to arrange any of it, but if you can set it all up, just tell me what time
Do
to
it
show
for charity,
up.
right?
Charity, sure, yeah, okay. I mean, I don't
And
care.
maybe we do it before your walk of shame at the end of the
Screw
Rocket
it.
season.
You know what?
Combine
and
all
you have
of
to
it.
wear the girls'
Screw it.
jersey.
You know what?
on
I'll
the
take a
walk.
high school pitcher. Let's go.
He might be
Fine,
able,
no problem.
he might be able to hit a 14-year-old.
We got to
You
get
ain't
to the
hitting
big
an
question of the
All-American.
day. The
Come on,
big
somebody's
story
got
of
to
the
know
day.
somebody. We really need to make this happen.
And help us out.
He's gonna go. I'll give you 3 at bats, and you're not gonna get a single on base hit.
Okay, sure, go for it. I'm happy to prove you wrong on this one. It's
Okay.
not even difficult. We'll have Game 7. We're looking at that next.
Murray, guarded by Case Walls, gets a pick from Strawther. Throws it over to Jules in a three. Yeah! Julian Strawther coming up big. Denver leads it by 3, 83-80. Dribbles through the lane, throws out of it, three-pointer Strawther. Got it again! Julian Strawther in the third puts Denver up 8 on a 15-4 run.
Do you think Chet's okay after getting fouled so hard by Jokic?
He'll be all right. That's the least of my concerns right now.
All right, what was the biggest? Give me the best things from last night, and then we'll move on to what to expect in Game 7. Big question today. Best things from last night.
I'm just busy reading the text line. We
We'll
got
to that
pitchers
later.
from
We'll
U
get
of
to it
A
later. We'll get to
stepping
it later.
up. We got an All-American from Oklahoma. We got the AD at Cherry Creek High School offering to bring out a
Awesome.
girl to strike you out.
Kevin said he's on it. He can see the text line.
Now, how come now you're ready to move on?
It's time
now
for the big
that
story
we
of the
got
day.
people stepping up to the plate, ready to
I
actually
got
do
you.
it.
I got you. We're looking at all of it. If you text it in, Kevin's all excited about it. So text it in and we can see if we can happen. Last night, best parts of the game last night.
The emergence of a young player that, and I remember I told you this after Game 5, I think still has a possibility of being what we saw last night off the bench for the next 5-6 years. And I think that's exciting. Now the key for him is, can he do it in multiple games? And that's where young people kind of struggle. You get excited, get a lot of accolades, you get all happy, and then you go out and you miss your first couple shots and you don't look at the rim.
It's not like Julian Strawther hasn't had other good games in the NBA, just nothing like that in the playoffs. But he's had more points and more three-pointers than he had last night.
One thing that was cool to see, he got hot, and Adelman was like, all right, well, let's let it ride. Let's let it ride. You know, I mean, we're going to break. It could be a natural time to change things up. No, we're going to let this guy ride, which I like a lot. And we've seen Adelman do a very good job of managing that with Russell Westbrook. You know, when it's time to put Russ in timeout, when Russ is hot, let's let him ride. When he's got to go to timeout, let's go to timeout. I do like that. So, look, I mean, you got the flu game, which was cool, but it was all about Julian Strawther.
Well, he went back to what we heard all the way back to the Sacramento game. If you're going to struggle, I got to find somebody else. And Russ might have been struggling a little bit. Still needed to get a break for a guy who wasn't even sure whether they're going to play with Murray. So you need a little rest for him. And he went with Julian. Julian rewarded it by making a couple shots, and he rode with him. And and listen, as big as those threes were, and they were big, the heads-up play on that turnaround lob thing, that was heads up because he knew the clock. He knew what was going on, and he, instead of trying to screw around, coming down, facing up, head fake maybe, and then, whoop, there goes the 24-second clock, catches it in the air, turns and lays it in.
With the decisions that he made last night, did David Adelman separate himself as a coach from what Michael Malone would have done?
Ooh, that's a tough question.
And on top of that, if Malone was coaching that game, would they have lost?
It's all speculation and gut, and it feels
but this is the key question about the decision ownership made, because they said there's more juice to be squeezed out of this team.
Would you agree with ownership now?
See,
yes,
I struggle with that a little bit because I think if it's as simple as David Adelman is managing this roster differently than Michael Malone, I think Calvin Booth would still have his job. Because when they both went down together, I felt like that was an acknowledgement from ownership. Well, Michael Malone, yeah, we don't like the way things are going, but you also got your hands cuffed. And that's why we're going to get rid of the GM at the same time. So I don't necessarily feel like that's a fair question because management decided both were a problem.
To me, Adelman coached Game 5 exactly like Malone would have coached. Exactly. And I was critical of him for it. So if I'm being fair, if I'm critical about Game 5 and you make significant changes to how you operate that I don't think Malone would have made, I don't think he would have changed his tune. I think Malone was a little bit stubborn. I think he really leaned on veteran guys, not younger guys. I think he would have played Westbrook many more minutes last night. It would not have gone well. Julian Strawther, I don't know if would have even seen the court last night if Malone was coaching. And I think Malone would have started Jokic in the fourth quarter and Adelman didn't. I think there were significant changes between games 5 and game 6. And to me, for a guy who's fighting for that job, I say, way to go, DA. To me, you made yourself. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. And
That's
way
fair.
to go.
And because he did that, he saved some juice on the vine for game 7.
Yes. And you tell your team, I trust you.
Yeah.
We're good. We're a team. Like, it's not Kelly Leak. It's like, hey, we're all in this together, man. And I get it. There's still guys sitting on the bench that aren't playing at all. I got it. I gotcha. But at least the guys, Peyton Watson and specifically Strawther, you're really trusting. And you're upholding what you said when you said, if a guy's playing well, I'm just going to roll with them. And I do not think Malone would have done that. I think he would have leaned it. I think Westbrook would have got 30-plus minutes, and they would have lost last night the way that Michael Malone would be coaching. So to me, it's a gargantuan difference. Now, going into Game 7, I don't know. I seriously don't know.
I'll say this. I like Michael Malone, and so I don't want to pile on him because
I'm not trying to pile. I like him too.
Because he's gone.
We're just talking about coaching decisions. It's not a personal thing.
But I think DA coming in when he did, if not, this is duh. First, you change the voice in the locker room. And you change not only the voice of the locker room, you change the approach of the voice in the locker room. I think people early on want to get at him. Look, these guys are talking more on the bench. David wants that. David wants involvement with his team. And I keep reference that athletic article I sent you. I mean, he's talked to his dad about that. How did you handle these situations? What do you do? And you can say, well, okay, well, his dad's in the Hall of Fame. I mean, so he must have done something pretty good as a coach to never win a championship, but he's in the Hall of Fame. I think he's a fresh voice. I think he's a young, energetic guy that cares. And I think he likes these guys and respects these guys, but commands respect too. And I hate saying this, but no, I don't think they would have got to a Game 7. I don't even know if they'd have got to a Game 6. I'm not even sure if they would have got to a Game 7 in the first round.
Gotcha.
To be honest with you.
I know.
And I'm not so sure that they would have won all 3 games to end the season.
It's nothing personal, just an opinion on the coaching.
I don't know that I agree. And maybe I really like Michael Malone. I do. How many times could we point out something? And I've asked this question before, and we're all like, well, it's about the leadership, it's about the way these guys are talking. But how many times outside of last night could we point to and be like, yeah, that looks like something that was different? I don't think there's been a lot.
Sacramento game, I thought was a lot different. I thought Game 1 in Oklahoma City, after you just won a 7-game series, and you come out with that kind of juice, I don't think that team has that kind of juice after doing that. I think
juice to me, I don't know that juice is a fair one to use because I don't know how you put that on a coach.
That's a good question.
To me, it's got to be strategic.
If a coach can't bring the juice, and we're talking mentality probably because mentality controls effort. If he can't increase it, can he decrease it?
If guys are miserable.
So if to me there's a yin for a yang. So if a coach can make you miserable, coach can also lighten the load and make it more enjoyable.
Well, sure. And if guys were miserable, then they're miserable, and you had no choice. I don't know that.
Listen, this team was circling the drain. And when the change wasn't made because ownership hadn't I will say this though, because if you keep Adelman, what do you do for a GM? And to me, and we'll get to it in Let's Football Go, the Broncos have made some actually interesting changes in their personnel department, and we'll get to that coming up. If you do stay with Adelman as the head coach, I think you got to promote from within from the GM. Well, Scott, you got to get somebody that's on the same page with Adelman. You cannot have a situation where the GM and the coach are at odds about things.
No, I agree. I talked to Kevin Demoff about it because I asked him about the Rams. He's been with the Rams for a long time, and he says I've never seen a team that functions well when the GM and the coach are on the same page.
Yeah, well, okay.
And I'm going to go back to the Broncos. I really do think that Sean Payton was going to come in here with a heavy hand, and who's George Payton? He was just a scout. Who's him? Blah, 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 blah. And Greg Penner stepped in and said, no, this is my guy. You ain't going to get along with him? And I do think there's a kumbaya relationship now between George and Sean that I'm not sure was there when Sean was initially hired.
I'll tell you what's going on with the Broncos, too, which is very impressive because I did not think this was going to be the case. Greg Penner is incredibly hands-on.
Yep, more than you realize.
Way more than I thought he was going to be. Now, it seems on the hockey side of things, it's okay. But maybe on the basketball side of things, there does need to be a little bit more. So maybe it's, and I'm not saying it needs to be Josh or Stan, but maybe there does need to be a president of basketball hired that is going to sort of, well, your idea was Kevin Demoff, which is looking better and better, frankly. I mean, I cannot even argue with that. Kevin actually would be kind of perfect for that. And I don't know if you even need that big of a background in basketball, but you do need the concept of finances and organization.
Organization and leadership.
Yeah.
And that's what Kevin Demoff brings.
So maybe it's not as simple as just the GM, blah, blah, blah. Think of things a little bit differently. And that would be hiring somebody from within. Now, I'm putting all this pressure on Kevin. I don't mean to do that necessarily, but if not him, somebody like him. So the concept that, who's the guy? Bob, what's the guy everybody's talking about with the GM stuff, the TV guy, who said the Nuggets were going to lose last night, by the way. Bob Myers. You realize he picked Oklahoma City last night. Yeah, he did.
Well, so did everybody else.
No, they did not. Stephen A. picked the Nuggets, as did Kendrick Perkins. They both picked the Nuggets last night.
And both of them said they were dead after game 3.
What can I tell you? But Bob Myers picked against the Nuggets. But that guy is like Mr. High Profile, TV, showbiz, blah, 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 blah. I don't think that needs to be the guy.
Yeah, I think he's too big for this right now.
Okay. Is Adelman your guy, Tyler?
It would be really, really hard to not make him the guy at this point.
I agree.
I didn't necessarily feel that way after round 1. I didn't even necessarily feel that way halfway into this series. But getting Oklahoma City to a Game 7, come on.
I didn't feel that way until after the game was over last night. But I do feel like that now. And
Well,
I definitely didn't feel like that after Game 5.
You have an interim GM right now who's a really great guy.
Let me just say this, how impressive
guy.
that is that we're all sitting here saying it is David Adelman, because when you blow out a GM and a head coach, you don't go inside. That doesn't happen very often. You do not promote from within because you are saying we need to blow things up. We need a fresh approach from the outside this building. So for him to even be in the running and us be thinking about this, it tells you what a job he's done.
I think they were tired of the squabble between GM and coach. They were tired, and I guarantee you the internal fighting had to be way worse than any of us even realized. And they were tired of it.
Yeah.
They were tired of each other blaming each other instead of working with each other.
It had to be way worse than we knew.
Way worse than we
and
all
we
realized.
knew it wasn't good.
No, everybody knew it wasn't good, but it had to be way worse and far-reaching.
Right.
To where it was affecting performance on the team and everything else. And I agree with Tyler. Usually when that's that bad, you start it all over. Here's the difference with Adelman. Adelman, and I think he's proven it already, Adelman's a head coach. I mean, he's proved he's head coach material. And I think he said, listen, we got a guy that everybody in the league is asking permission to interview. Why don't we just do this now and see what we think? We got on-job training for a week. They probably thought it was going to be a week.
Yeah.
3 regular season games in a first round. What games on? And all of a sudden, now they've won more playoff games than the Rockies have won games.
That's amazing. And if you can somehow get past this game, and that is not going to be easy. It ain't going to be easy at all.
It's going to be a hell of a game, though, I think.
Oh. But if you can do it, and they do have the experience, and I'm going to hope experience does matter in this case.
I think it does.
Guys, if they can get past this, hey, I get you. Minnesota's been the kryptonite, but you know what? They ain't having a great year. And if Steph Curry don't get hurt, who knows?
Michigan just won in 7th inning. 7.
Yeah, I guess it is 7. Then you go to the East. How about the Knicks losing and the Celtics don't have Jason Tatum and you still lose? They ain't for real. And I think the Celtics are exhausted. And are we really scared of the Pacers? Really? Seriously? Pacers?
I don't know, but I get what you're saying. And let's just get past this one. This Nuggets team is going to be in a grind at every matchup.
They're used to it.
It doesn't matter who they play. It's going to be a freaking grind.
I agree.
Our pathetic talk to start the playoffs said if Denver gets the finals, they're going to have to probably win 3 7-game series. And does it not feel like that?
It does.
Because waiting on you, if you find a way to get by.
7-game series are the worst because every loss in a 7-game series, you think your team sucks and has no shot whatsoever. It happens in every loss when you go through a 7-game series. Because you inevitably blow a game you should have won if you're going in a 7-game series. It's like the worst. It's the most anxiety thing for the fans. But listen, another thing. By the way, what do you think the mood was in the locker room after that game? You think it was like popping champagne and
business?
If they're legit, it was a business demeanor.
They were in good moods. I see the guys. They're just on their phones. They're just like everybody else. They're just like every other 20-year-old. They're on their phones. They're chill. They're relaxed. They're kind of, having a little fun with each other like that. But it is business. FYI for the fans out there. That's what you want your team. There are games that we've gone to that they beat the Nuggets. You would think it's the 4th of July in the opposing locker room. The way they party and the music. And you realize there's never any of that with the Nuggets. But you've heard the room next to the press room. It's like we just won a championship.
Hey, I think it was that way with the Clippers won game 2.
I think you're right.
Remember, they had music going. We walked down the hall.
Okay. Oh, all right. I guess it was a really big win for you guys. Man, I like that. This is why I don't like T-shirts. Like, the towels are great. Towels are fine. Act like you've been there. We don't have to be like this rah-rah. Boy, are they going to be gripping. They're going to be gripping those T-shirts extra strong there in Oklahoma City. Oh, I hope it all impacts them. I hope they're all nervous Nellies. I hope they all realize they don't have any other good teams in Oklahoma City except for the Thunder. I hope it's just like, I hope it's all of it.
Hope you get cited next time you go in that arena. It's a Luke Combs concert.
They've done the all black. They've done the white and the blue. What do they do this time? All white?
I have no idea. I hope
light blue.
I hope they're obsessing about it. I hope they're all of it.
How about your marketing department is deciding what jersey you wear because of the T-shirts they're giving out? Think about that.
I hope it all comes to fruition there. And you know what? The Nuggets are, hey, let's face it, guys. Nuggets are playing with house money.
Yep.
There's no pressure on the Nuggets in Game 7. I think there was pressure last night. I do. I think they had to get that done last night. They did, especially because they had blown 2 fourth-quarter leads in Games 4 and 5. They had to get that done, and they did. Game 7, nobody expected the Nuggets to be here. And they're going to when are they giving that MVP to SGA, by the way? When are they doing that? When's that presentation happening?
I'll be surprised if it's not announced for like Monday.
Oh, we're not doing before Game 7?
Oh no,
we're not doing it on Saturday.
It's a hell of a risk. I mean, what if they don't? What if they don't win?
Tim McMahon said it on our show yesterday. He said, "I don't think the NBA wants to risk giving that MVP out and having the best player in the world have a little motivation." And I'm like, well, wait a minute. So
you're implying something pretty serious.
So you're saying the NBA wants somebody else to win it. Well, somebody else is going to win it, but going to play for them to get to the next round.
By the way, 30 seconds. That's all we got. We'll take a break. We got some Broncos news coming up. Heard this debated on ESPN, and Jay Williams, who really has supported the Nuggets and Jokic for years, said that the MVP should be awarded at the end of the entire season. And the playoffs should count towards the voting of the MVP. It shouldn't just be a regular season award. Agree or disagree?
I could be talked into it.
It's fine. I mean, it's a different animal, but I don't mind that at all.
Because why are we discounting the 2 most important months of the season? Why doesn't that matter? Why shouldn't this battle between SGA and Joker matter for the MVP of the league? It should matter. Why do the playoffs not matter? Why are we in a rush to give the award away during the season?
Why are you past your break?
Yeah. It's Let's Football Go. Good question.
Because it's 2 o'clock hour. This is just what we do with this one.
PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I know the feeling. It's a bad feeling. And if you're anything like me, you might have already gone online and you spent your hard-earned money on the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. You're frustrated because nothing's working the way that you want it to. Just invest in yourself. Make the commitment to call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration, and you're going to get your hair back. It's as simple as that. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Guys, Advanced Hair Restoration has changed tens of thousands of lives. I want you to be the next one. So pick up the phone, call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you will be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you're going to have the best of the best working with you. You're going to love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You're going to love the entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration because they're fantastic at what they do. Advanced Hair Restoration believes in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Own natural hair. It's going to start regrowing the very next day. No time to waste. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and check them out online at advancedhair.com.
All right, thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. The Broncos have made actually a bunch of moves behind the scenes. Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner, let's football go.
Yeah, let's go through some of these guys. The Broncos have promoted Reed Burkhart to assistant GM, Daryl Muji's old spot. They've also brought back former Buff Jordan Dizon as director of pro personnel. So he was the Broncos scout for 8 years, then joined the Eagles for 3 years, where he obviously had a heck of a run, won a Super Bowl with them. Played 2 years for the Lions in the NFL. And the Broncos have promoted Brian Chesson.
Are you not? Was Jordan a teammate of yours, Tyler?
Oh yeah, we were co-captains at CU.
You leaving off the bio?
Sorry, I forgot.
Okay. All right.
I remember Jordan very well, though, at CU. And Tyler.
Dude, Jordan was a freaking baller.
He was awesome.
The fact his NFL career did not work out because of injuries. He was undersized. He was a small linebacker. But he got drafted high. I think it was like second round, if I remember correctly. And then just knee was bad.
So you're saying he was a baller and he could have been taller?
I wish I was a little bit Wait, hold on.
Wish
I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a
taller.
girl in the Yep. Skilo.
All right, we interrupted Dan.
A good pull, though.
There you go. Well, it wasn't before 1990.
See, I
so
knew
good
that
job.
one.
Yeah,
There you go.
exactly. What was your question, Dan? Sorry.
Well, just lastly, I was going to say that they've also promoted Brian Chesson from national scout to college scouting director. He replaces Brian Stark, who moved on to the Raiders for a promotion. Kliss says that George Payton is taking care of his own. Do you guys like the fact that the Broncos are trying to promote from within?
These are George Payton guys. It's not Sean Payton guys. They're George Payton guys. Good, bad?
Look,
fine by me.
I only know anything about Jordan because I happen to know Jordan. So, cool. I mean, we had to make some adjustments here after moving on from Darren Muji. That's about all I got.
Yeah.
Do you guys know? I mean, do you guys know anything about any of these guys?
No. To me, inner workings of this nature, don't mean absolutely zero to me, unless you're the Rockies and you win 7 games out of your first 50.
I think what's more significant isn't the guys specifically. Good for them. I'm sure, hopefully, they're great. I think it's more to do with how the process is happening, and that there does seem to be a really good relationship with Sean Payton doing what he's doing, and a trust that George Payton and his department will just take care of his own guys, and they'll do their thing. We're all going to work well together, which I think they have.
Which is the biggest thing we just talked about in the last segment.
That is right. Next story, Dan.
All right, I did want to put this on the screen for you guys because I sent this to you last night. So, this has been going around. So it's the NFL teams ranked by how rich their owners are. Now, the Denver Broncos with the Walton Penner Group are head and shoulders above even the second richest ownership group in the NFL. Now, yesterday, DMac and
real quick, the Broncos are at $77.4 billion. Second place is the Chiefs at $24.8 billion, which really did surprise me because they are notoriously known as a cheap organization. Yeah. After that is the Panthers at 20.3, Seahawks at 20.3, Stan Kroenke at 16.2 with the Chargers, and it kind of goes from there. Sorry, Dan. I just want to frame it a little. The cheapest one, by the way. How about that? Steelers.
Yeah.
And cheap is relative at $1.2 billion. And you also have a lifelong NFL family, the McCaskey family with the Bears at $1.3 billion. I mean, it's still billions.
And obvious that's the ownership value and not tying in with the franchise value as well.
This is just the owners. How rich are your owners? That's it. It's as simple as that.
So I am curious, in our text thread, DMac, you said that money matters. Now, this is a salary cap league, so I am just curious your thoughts on why you think the Broncos having the richest ownership group by far in the NFL matters.
Oh, because everything is they don't skimp on a damn thing with the Broncos these days. There's nothing they skimp on. And once they figure out exactly where, and I do think the stadium is going to stay downtown. I think my Lone Tree Broncos dream is not going to happen. I can't wait to see what that's going to be. If people haven't seen, they are really moving pretty quickly ahead with the new training facility, what that's going to look like. It's pretty cool.
Does ownership matter? I mean, let's just look at the top, right? I mean, does money matter? Let's put it that way. Broncos, pretty good. Chiefs, damn good. Panthers, terrible. Seahawks,
We'll
pretty
see
good.
now.
Pretty good, I guess.
Good,
Yeah, Rams great. Jets terrible. Yeah, I mean, I would say money does matter, but then you do see some
Look
teams
at
down there.
Jacksonville, 12.2.
Exactly.
Been terrible.
But do you think it translates to wins? Like when you say it
No,
matters, in what
It
sense does
translates
it matter?
to, and this is what DMac just said. It also translates to, and this is where Pat Bowlen always struggled. Hey, we can get this guy at $50 million, but they're offering $12 million signing bonus, and all we can offer is $2 million.
You know what's pretty amazing, though? When you look at the bottom, you're like, okay, well, those teams don't have money. Most of them are pretty bad.
Except the Vikings.
Except for and the Steelers. Steelers are a damn good organization. They just figure it out. The rest of those teams, though, without money, they generally do struggle.
Listen, if your owner's a donut, your team's going to suck.
Yeah.
But if you have a pretty sharp owner and money means absolutely nothing, which is wild to say, you're going to be in an advantageous situation because people are going to be happier working there and it's going to be more attractive to free agents at the end of the day. Now, you still, because there is a salary cap, have to work within constraints, and that can be difficult to do. Of course, you don't if you own a Major League Baseball team. So it is damn tempting to look at this chart right here and say, what if the Walton Penner Group were to buy the Rockies? Wouldn't that be cool? Because then you would see a radical difference in the Rockies. It would be like a light switch if they were to buy
of all
the
the
Rockies.
sports that money could buy it in a season, you could turn it around in a year.
Like that. It'd be bananas. And that is what would happen, by the way.
That happened with the Dodgers.
It happened with the Red Sox. It did happen with the Red Sox. It's happened with a lot of teams. So, yes, the ideal situation for the Rockies is to be sold to a smart, very, very wealthy organization.
I'd love to see the baseball chart of that.
Well, yeah, that'd be interesting. But baseball is a little bit different because baseball does allow group ownership with things, so it gets a little like more, yeah.
So does the NFL.
Well, it's starting to.
Well, am I not understanding that right?
It
I mean,
is.
what's the
It's
difference?
starting to because the NFL just recently has allowed a larger group to own. But that chart right there, no, that's just like sole ownership. That is just like, one family, one guy, one sort of situation. But the NFL has realized we can't keep going. There's only so many people that can afford.
It's too much money.
But baseball has been kind of wide open in large groups for a long period of time.
Let me go top 3 or 4 NBA. And see
NBA? Okay.
Where they would rank. Well, first of all, we saw one.
But there is a salary cap in the NBA, though, too.
Steve Ballmer, 125.9.
Well, he's giving it a good shot, isn't he?
Pretty good.
He's giving it a good
Miriam
shot.
Adelson, who just bought the Mavericks, 32.
Well, they just got the number 1 pick, didn't they?
Dan Gilbert, Cleveland, 32
Well,
and
they
a
had
half.
a pretty disappointing end, but they're a team.
32 and a half. Jody Allen, the obviously, and they're
She
selling.
doesn't care. She just got the team because Paul died.
She's only worth 20.
Well, and it's not her hobby. It was her brother's hobby.
Yeah. And the ownership is named in Mrs. Kroenke is actually because of the football and so she's at 11.
Okay.
I mean, it is.
She's at 11.
She's at 11.
Golly, man.
So but it'd be funny to go back to like the 70s and see what the ownership values.
My God.
What these guys and gals were.
It was
worth
nothing. It was like semi-pro with Will Ferrell. It was getting traded for a washing machine.
Right.
It was a joke in the 70s. Oh my God. The NBA is lucky it survived the 70s. The NBA is lucky it existed
In the
until
80s,
Larry Bird and Magic Johnson got in 79. Thank God they hung in there. The NBA in the 70s was.
Well, go until David Stern and Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. You're right.
Oh, they know. They should know. You got anything else?
But they partied.
Ain't no doubt about it. The 80s were something else. It wasn't the 70s. The 70s NBA was like, I don't know, man. It was not good.
They partied.
Yeah. There's some good players and all, but I mean, it was a disaster. Who was the commissioner when Burt? Was it
Larry O'Brien, right?
It was. And when Stern wasn't Stern with Bird and Johnson?
Stern came in '83.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
think
it was Larry
I
O'Brien?
think Larry O'Brien for like 40 years, 36 years, something like that.
Is Roger Goodell the greatest commissioner of all time?
I don't know. How could you mess up the NFL?
Fair question. Could Eddie Moron run the NFL?
I mean, who was the commissioner when they decided to have the Super Bowl?
There you go.
Was that Rozelle?
Probably was Pete Rozelle.
Because that's when it started to,
It was okay then. It was really the TV deals that flipped the switch with the NFL.
Which Pat Bowlen had a lot to do with, too.
He was deeply involved with it, yeah.
Yes, he did.
All right, good stuff. Nate and Andy on the way, and we'll look forward to Game 7 coming up next. All right, thanks to our pals at Revitalized Health for sponsoring the old show. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. Revitalized Health. As we roll on here from the Backus and Shanker studios, they're serious lawyers for the seriously injured. And perhaps the emotionally injured are the Oklahoma City Thunder. Now, the Nuggets did lose Game 6 in L.A., when they had a chance to close it out, and it really didn't feel like it was that big of a deal. Do you get the same impression? Well, first of all, do you agree with me on that? That when the Nuggets did lose Game 6 in LA, it was kind of like, oh, okay. But, we're fine. We're coming back. We're good.
I'll make a stupid statement again early. I can't even remember Game 6 in LA.
You don't even remember it?
I know you lost. But I honestly, they competed. It was a game for a while, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can't even, and I called that game. I honestly can't even remember.
I don't blame you. That's how much that game meant. It was kind of like, well, I guess you kind of agree with me. It was just kind of like, all right.
I don't remember any of the games, how they
No, I
played
think
out.
Scott's just saying I blacked out.
Well, you certainly remember Game 7 of the Clippers when the Nuggets couldn't miss. They were unbelievable. They led by 30-something in the third. Yeah, I mean,
111, 105. You were in the game. Yeah, I remember. You kind of had a chance.
They couldn't get over that. They couldn't. The game wasn't getting away from them, but they just could not just get that extra.
Was that the game? They a couple guys missed some free throws. Joker might have missed some free throws late. They could have made it even closer. And
there's another stellar game for Michael Porter Jr.
Joker was only 1 or 2. What did Porter do?
Not much. 5 points, minus 24 plus minus. That wasn't good. Off the bench, how did oh, look at that game. We Julian Strawther didn't even get in that game. Didn't even play in the game. How about that? How about that for a little comparison?
Yeah, but there's 3 minutes for your DeAndre Jordan you were talking about. How'd he do in that game?
He was minus 6.
I don't know, Scott. You told us 3 minutes can matter a lot yesterday.
If Aaron, if Aaron Gordon can't go in Game 7, what do you think's going to happen?
I don't know what would happen.
I think
Seriously, what would happen?
Peyton Watson and Zeke Najee.
Really?
Yeah.
DeAndre still doesn't get in the game.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, you know better than me. I'm not going to argue.
No,
with
I may
you
be
on
wrong, but
I'm not going to argue with you on it. If you say that's it, that's it.
I think Peyton and Zeke.
Okay.
But I don't know.
I don't know either. We it's a mystery. How about that? Game 6, Julian Strawther, the hero today. The hero. Didn't get off the bench in that game.
It helped win you Game 6 a series later.
Be ready.
But that
be ready, young man.
That's a statement for be ready.
Be ready. Jalen Pickett, you never know, bro. Be ready. You never know. You just never know.
Good point.
Be ready, stay ready. Do you think, well, when you look at that game, to me, that was not emotionally devastating. I recall just thinking like, okay, Game 7, we're good. And we were. And what did... Do you think the Nuggets emotionally and physically exhausted themselves to win that game last night?
No.
No, because it came from people that didn't feel like they needed to be exhausted.
Okay. Do you think the Clippers had to emotionally and physically exhaust themselves to win Game 6?
I would say there would be more exhaustion from them if you looked at their faces than it was from Denver.
I agree. You get 2 days, these magic 2 days. By the way, the Nuggets today, total day off. 100%.
I love that from
nothing.
Adelman. Yeah.
Adelman said in the locker room, we've been around each other too much. We'll see you on Saturday.
Smart.
Pool day for Jokic.
Yep.
Katie said that to him as he was walking out the door. It was funny.
Call of Duty time.
All of it. Whatever you need to get in.
And Christian Brown will watch videos. And I mean game videos. That's his relaxing time. He'll watch the Celtics game tonight and game videos.
Oh, there'll be guys that get in the gym and put some shots up today. But for the most part, whatever.
Can I say this? No dumb question, off topic a little bit. Do you not cheer tonight for the Boston Celtics, if nothing more than from Stephen A? I watched whatever that morning show.
Are they going nuts for the Knicks right now?
They brought Spike Lee on. It's Stephen A and Spike Lee. And I mean, I'm watching. I'm thinking in morning show, you might talk about a huge game 6. You might have a little more conversation. It was all Nuggets. They're talking about the 70 championship.
About the Knicks.
And
About the
Stephen
Knicks.
A. was 13 at that game, and he was at that game.
Going down memory lane for Dave DeBuscher.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
Okay.
And I'm like, or Spike Lee was, well, I think Spike Lee was there. And I'm like,
remember Walt Frazier?
Because I watched that First Take, I guess it is, I watched that today, and I'm like, Lord, let the Celtics win.
Okay.
In my life, I've never cheered for the Celtics. And I'm a Knick. I got a Knick jersey.
You were drafted by the Knicks.
I was drafted by the Knicks.
Up yours, Knicks.
Yeah.
I got Peter and Eileen back home in Boston there, of course. So I am not a Celtics fan, but of course my parents, Peter and Eileen, so
Peter,
they just sit around watching TV. So they just, it's an easy thing for me to root against the Knicks. I've rooted against the Knicks my whole life. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
The most comical ESPN storyline over the last couple days. Vic tweeted it out. They had a story on ESPN that they spent time on discussing. The Los Angeles Lakers are in search of a new strength and conditioning.
Saw that.
Yes.
We are talking about that on ESPN.
Well,
There
I told you one of my buddies' sources from ESPN, they are basically ordered that you talk about the Lakers at least once every day.
It's a stretch
Bread and
sometimes.
butter.
And if you're looking for their strength and conditioning coach,
It's a stretch.
come on now.
Jeez.
Now I guess the bigger
Break
story.
down those candidates for
But
me.
here's the bigger story.
What are the bicep sizes?
So here's the bigger story. That means they're trying to find somebody that can get Tubby into shape with all the money you're paying him.
Oh,
That's
actually,
the
that's-
story.
See, you could be on
good.
ESPN, Scott. See how well you did that?
Well, you got to say that though.
Yeah.
No,
And
that's
so
good.
the reason it's such a big story is because you got a guy you're paying $70 million a year.
That's good.
That's a tub of goo.
Yeah, that's
He's
good.
Bob Horner.
Wow. Old Brave. Baseball guy.
Pre-90.
Back when that's definitely pre-90.
It was like 80.
That's back when
5.
baseball guys could just be fat slugs that chugged beer and smoked heaters in the locker room.
How about Terry Forrester and Bob Horner
he's
on the
another
same
one.
team for
I'm
a
not
while?
saying they weren't.
This dude is a stud.
I'm not saying they weren't strong.
I'm
I
down
am-
with Bob. I'm down with Bob. This guy is a stud. He's got a good looking beard, nice little belly on him.
Right?
Yeah.
He did a commercial, and he's sitting on a lounge. He's third baseman, sitting on a lounge chair by third base, eating a pizza while Granders were coming at him. That was Bob Horner.
John Kruk was a world champion.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just been some. Tony Gwynn, God rest his soul. Tony Gwynn
got a little big.
A little big.
That dude was a monster.
He got big late. Well, how about Kirby Puckett?
We could keep going.
Got
You want to
big
keep
leg.
going down the line?
Hey, look up Terry Forster.
How about Fielder?
Dad
Fielder.
Oh,
And, well,
yeah.
Prince Fielder too. They both, you know.
Oh, Terry, that's a pitcher now.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Who's that?
Give me some
Terry
Terry.
Forster.
Yeah, the hefty lefty. Let's go.
Yeah, but you're getting names like Hefty
Dude,
Lefty.
he could get that knee up there, though.
Who was the Hungarian guy? Grabowski?
Yeah, he wasn't really that.
He wasn't fat,
though.
though.
No,
We're talking about
he
big,
was, he
big
was
fat.
Oh, really? As soon as I walk in, is that a coincidence?
Brodsky might have been a cocaine addict, to where judging his, you know,
Or
his-
speed.
well, something.
Or that was just baseball.
The Mad Hungarian.
What was the one guy?
They were called greenies.
Okay.
Louis Tion wasn't
Louis
svelte.
Tion, he's got a little tire. He wasn't a fatso, but he definitely was not a fit guy either.
And Fernando Valenzuela.
Yeah, I was about to say the
Tubby.
Dodger pitcher.
Yeah.
Well, nobody's fatter than what's his face who hit
Prince Fielder.
Well, yeah, but
Cecil. Did you look up his
Cecil,
dad?
His dad, Cecil.
They're both fat. Runs in the family.
Big boned.
Actually, Vlad Guerrero, who was going fat baseball player, he got himself actually in pretty. He can hit, boy. No, I'm thinking of the pitcher
What about
there, Colon,
Galarraga?
Bartolo Colon.
Bartolo
Colon was probably
he spotted over 300.
he was
wasn't
he might have been the best fat athlete of all time because he pitched into his 40s.
Tony Gwynn won svelte.
Yeah, but Tony didn't have. I mean, no. God, who's a better fat athlete,
Hold
Tony
on.
Gwynn or
You guys
Bartolo
better. You guys all better get this right. Greatest fat golfer of all time.
John Daly. No.
Thank you, sir. Let's go.
Well,
but he wasn't.
Hey, give me
I
a
would say no.
16 pack of Diet Cokes, 18 heaters.
I would say the Walrus.
Living in Hooters before he came to see you.
I would
Look at
because
Craig Stadler.
Daly didn't get super fat until he was kind of done being competitive. Craig Stadler, the Walrus, was just a fatso
and won the Masters.
Was winning.
Yeah.
Daly was always just kind of big.
And Stadler went on a big diet to lose weight, and his game went to pot. So he said, "Screw that!" Went back and gained weight.
Stadler's just a fat.
Was Colin Powell chubby?
Who? Not Colin Powell.
No, Colin Montgomery.
Oh,
yeah, he was.
Well,
Well,
who did Patrick do the bid with?
He was bigger. Yeah.
He was like a doughboy. Like he had no muscle definition at all. And he was obnoxious because he was English. I hated Colin Montgomery.
Are any of those guys we mentioned better than Luka Doncic is at his sport?
Oh, they're. That's a good question. Or any of those fat? No, probably not. Luke is at the.
Hey,
Luke
man,
is a top
you want
10
a
guy.
big old.
Is he a top 10 player in the NBA?
Right now?
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah, could be.
How can you forget the fattest backside, and I love him to death, but the fattest backside I ever saw was our boy Pork Chop.
Yeah.
He's coaching now.
Yeah, Nebraska.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what's his
Why
name?
can't Terrence Knight?
There you
Terrence
go.
Knight.
Dude, the coolest guy ever.
Terrence Knight.
You know, one time we were doing a show. We used to do a Broncos show at Buffalo Wild Wings. And Terrence rolled in and grabbed some wings. And I was like, oh, you having a few of the guys over? He's like, no.
But you can't put fat guy in
by the
athlete
way,
in football.
I'm going off a little sidetrack here because I don't know if Tyler was teammates with him or not. Were you teammates with Kenny Peterson?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that.
Did you see what happens?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Did you see what happens?
I mean, you thought of that because fat?
A little bit. I don't know.
He's put on a little bit of. In fairness, we mentioned the defensive lineman and Terrence Knight.
Kenny's.
Was that in Colorado?
No,
I don't think so. He's from Canton.
He got out of a car and whooped some guy's butt.
He got spit on, and he got videotaped.
Oh, that's right.
Taking swings at the guy through an
he
open
whooped him.
window. Like the guy's in the car, and Kenny's just wailing away at him. I'm surprised you haven't seen the video of it.
I don't go down those.
Well, I don't know. It just pops
Stays
up.
off Twitter.
You know.
He's a smart man.
But I like Kenny. Kenny was a cool dude.
Kenny's a good dude.
But
Yeah.
can you talk fat
I don't know.
athletes?
I mean,
And
listen,
I'm not saying football players
hey,
aren't
call
athletes.
me old school. You spit on a dude's face, you deserve to get your butt
Well,
wet.
Kenny wasn't taking.
You need to be punched.
He was laying it out. You know what Kenny's doing for a living? You know what business he has?
No.
He's running Nothing But Cakes in Canton, Ohio.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Don't eat all your
But
profit.
do you
that's
want big
cool.
guys running cake shops? I mean
Hey, now. You want to react?
The reason you got some breaking news?
Oh, not really for us, but you guys talk plenty about it. This dude ain't fat. His wallet just got fat. Brock Purdy just got his contract.
Oh.
5 years, $265 million, $181 million guaranteed, and $165 million in the first 3 years.
Well, that's what they think about him then.
Whoa.
Okay.
All right.
I guess they're committed.
Would you have signed? Okay.
You know who's saying yippee-ki-yay?
Bo Nix.
So they cut their entire team to be able to afford Brock. That's what they did. I mean, they got rid of absolutely everybody so they could be able to afford it.
Why would you not call Aaron Rodgers? You know, he's not doing anything yet.
Because it's not
is Aaron
long-term.
Rodgers going to go to the Saints now, by the way?
What?
I'm
Is
just
that what
throwing
you're
it-
hearing?
No. I'm just throwing it
They're
out there.
thinking Pittsburgh. They're still thinking the Steelers.
I guess. I don't
That's
know.
why
Which team would you
they
rather go
conveniently
to?
They scheduled the Steelers
I guess I'd
and
rather
Jets
go to
to be the
Steelers.
I'd
first
rather
one.
go to the Steelers.
Well,
Yeah, I
no,
would too.
if you like Ossawaga and all that other stuff and psychomelamine stuff, go to New Orleans.
I thought some of those words I understood.
Yeah.
Who's the greatest fat athlete you played with?
Me? Oh.
You were skinny
Yeah,
in
I
your
used to
day.
be skinny.
Was Willis ever chubby?
Who?
Kevin Willis.
No.
Who
not
was
as
your
a player.
big? Who was your
No.
big?
Dude, he was ripped as a player.
Who was your rookie you just talked about on the podcast the other night? I'm not. You were his rookie. Your vet. Maurice Cheeks. Who were you telling me?
Oh, Maurice Lucas.
Lucas. Yeah.
No,
No,
he
he
wasn't
was in
bad
great
either.
shape.
Oliver
was
Miller.
a
Oliver
thin as
Miller
a
just
rail.
passed away.
No.
Big O was pretty big.
Did you ever play with Nat? Calvin Nat? He had a big backside.
I played against him. Yeah, didn't play with him. He wasn't fat either, though.
He was thick.
He was.
He
thick.
didn't look like a good time. What about Popeye Jones?
Was Calvin the one that ran the
You're gonna
funeral home?
You know who's a
Popeye got
free.
big.
I'm not saying he's one of the all-time
No, but
greats.
Popeye was big as a player. You didn't want to mess
But
with
he
Popeye
wasn't-
as a player.
you know what?
that?
Yeah, he's
Seriously, you did not want to mess with that dude as a player.
He
They
wasn't-
always would talk about that'd be the last guy you wanted to mess with.
okay. I'm just saying Popeyes. KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. How you doing? What do you think?
What are you trying to say? Say what you're going to
I'm
say.
not gonna say anything. Popeye's a great guy. What?
I wish we had his kid playing hockey wars.
Which one?
Seth.
Because we had one of his kids here.
Yeah, well, I'd have taken Seth.
Okay.
Seth might have been a good.
Didn't like
pickup at
Caleb,
the end
huh?
of the day.
Yeah.
No, I
Well, he
got
was
nothing
here.
against Caleb.
He
Caleb's
was here.
fine.
Caleb was
He's
fine.
not as
Seth
big
was
as
the
Seth,
dude.
though. Seth's still the dude. Didn't he get traded this year to
God, we could
Florida?
go from fat athletes to great brother combos. Which one was like the brother? The McCaffreys. Oh, I feel bad saying it, but the McCaffreys. Like, you want Christian?
Yeah. You don't want the other ones.
No,
Wait,
Luke's
hold on,
pretty good
hold on.
too.
Yeah, he's with
Luke's
the
pretty
Commanders.
good too.
He's like a regular player with the Commanders.
The oldest is my favorite though. Who is the
Max.
oldest? Max. I love Max.
He's the smallest one.
Is Max the smallest? I've never seen them all together.
Height-wise, Christian's the shortest, but Max is kind of like
Dylan was the tallest, right?
Yeah, Dylan's like 6'5" and change.
Yeah.
But Luke's pretty tall too.
Yeah,
not
Luke's
really.
a pretty good receiver.
Luke's not very tall.
But I'm
like
just saying,
6'3" or something.
Like, just because there's a family name there. Look, I got to know Dan Gronkowski. I love Dan Gronkowski. Matter of fact, I got to know both Dan and Chris. I would just ask them because I grew up with three little brothers, and we were always we were the hell
Dan and
family.
Chris, both ex-Broncos,
Dude,
by the way.
I know.
Both
Dan-
ex-Broncos.
Oh, Dan
Wait,
used to
which
come
one
on
was
my
my
show.
teammate that had the long hair?
Dan.
Dan.
That was Dan.
Because
tall
Chris
one.
was
Yeah, yeah.
short
He
blonde.
was so normal.
Yeah.
He was so
He was the-
un-Gronkowski-like.
He would tell me stories. He said that Rob one time got it. And again, I told Nate I got chased with a butter knife once because we wrestled all the time. But yeah, Dan said Rob grabbed a knife and chased him and actually got him. Like, actually stabbed him.
Like,
and then the dad, oh, dude, it just sounds like they were rolling around Rhode Island or whatever. Like, the dad sounds like the ultimate, like, bar bouncer dude that had 3 bar bouncer kids or whatever. I used to just sit in the locker room and BS with Dan. Oh, I love Dan. Dan was the greatest dude. Dan looked the part. Dan just wasn't Rob.
yeah, he.
Well, how about what was Champ Bailey's brother?
Boss.
Boss
He was
pretty
another
good
Bronco.
now.
Fantastic.
Another
He looked the
ex-Bronco.
part too.
Oh,
Yeah.
Boss was
Yep.
like, you want to just look at a freak of a human being
Yep.
that was made on Madden? Boss. Yeah.
Did he ever make the team with
Yes.
the Broncos?
Oh, yeah,
he
played
was.
all
year.
He
He was
played
really
for
good.
a year.
Yeah, he was
Okay.
starting linebacker.
He started? He was a starter.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Wasn't real good.
No,
Well, he wasn't here a long
He got
time.
like hurt or something. He had some weird injury. I just loved it. One time I was talking to Boss and he outed that Champ loved Days of Our Lives or some soap opera he was addicted to, and he'd always demand they like put practice around it or something. I don't know. I guess he watched it like daily. One of like the old school
You got time in the middle of the day.
Rock Hoover type soap
Hey,
opera.
Slide over because Nate refused to come in if he can't.
Where
stand.
is he?
He came in, looked at you stand there, and he left.
Well, tell him to come on back.
Well, you got to get
I
some.
want him to give us fat baseball pitchers. He'll know more than I do. Look, he's in there.
Yeah, he's waiting for you to slide over.
Hey,
What?
he's over your shoulder.
Come on in.
We
waving it.
this transition
Tell him to
thing is
get in
getting
here.
later and later.
No,
by
because
these
we're
two.
enjoying hanging out too much.
No,
It's-
our show just
I
continues.
came in at 2:55.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
I did.
Yeah.
It was last week that my pizza guys, I had to go say goodbye to them.
And again, back to the fat stores.
Yeah.
I can walk out. Oh, okay, Scott's stopping out.
I'm the one always left without a home. I'm like the homeless guy.
Well, you
Nobody
usually,
really wants to sit
you
next to me.
usually just hover over my shoulder until I get up, and I'm like, okay, I'll get up. No worries.
No, today I was curious what you're looking at. You had fat baseball players.
I did.
All right, what's your gut tell you? I
greatest-
heard you press
I
these
don't know.
guys.
I don't actually. We actually did not make a prediction. We did not get to that today. It's because I don't know. I wanna hope for the best. I want to think experience matters. I don't know. I really don't know what to say. Probably Oklahoma City wins, I guess. I guess.
Oh, you're going negative this
No,
time.
I don't want to, but I'm trying to figure out.
You do
I'm
have to
hoping for
kind
the
of lean
best.
towards the home team.
Yeah, kind of.
But I feel like this is.
But it was an awesome win last night. I don't want to rain
honestly,
on any parades.
my gut is telling me that Oklahoma City, they're a year or two further away than what they think.
I hope that's the case.
And,
Let me
and
ask you
they
this.
they got to get battle tested.
I hope that's the case.
Could we be in the midst of watching Nikola Jokic's greatest accomplishment, and we just don't know it yet?
What do you mean?
Dragging this team to a championship. Dragon's probably too strong a term.
No, I don't know if it
but
is.
for considering how deep the Clippers and OKC were, and we know how deep Minnesota is.
Well, it begs
if you get all the way to the championship.
It begs a huge question. If they can get past them, what do you think their odds are of winning the championship?
Not as high as you think they are.
The Minnesota matchup bothers me, and I do think Indiana is a tougher team than anybody's given them credit for. They had a big breakdown on Indiana a couple weeks ago on Get Up about how they are a really good team. They just had a very bad start. Remember, they were in the conference final last year, but they had a rough start to the year. They had the hangover after losing that thing to Boston, and they finally picked up their play around January and made this big charge. So they're a team that you shouldn't sleep on. But it just wouldn't shock me if Nikola Jokic found a way to lead a team that shouldn't have been here, a la John Elway back in the Super Bowls where he's getting his butt kicked by the Giants and Washington and the Niners, where he finds a way to get him there because we all expected him not to. Because that's Nikola Jokic. Whenever we check out on this guy, he pulls stuff like helping a team get – they shouldn't be in this set. All right, how about this? And I want Nate to weigh in on this. Which team has more regrets about this going to Game 7?
Got to be Oklahoma City.
Or should it?
Oklahoma
Because
City.
if you would have got just one of those, if you would have got one more game from Strawther, the Nuggets would be done with this thing.
Yeah, but Game 1's the worst loss of the series.
Oh, by far.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the Nuggets can worry about Game 4 and 5.
Yeah,
if you'd have just had a little Strawther time,
Nuggets
you'd be done
have
with this crap.
some bad losses, but I still think Game 1's the worst loss. The Thunder should be kicking themselves, I think, more than anyone. And really, I mean, guys, we all felt it last night. In the second quarter, when the Thunder go up 12, and the Nuggets' offense is just in gridlock. They couldn't do anything. Did you guys feel it? I felt it.
Hey,
I was
what happened to change that, though?
I was like, this is toast.
What happened to change that?
This is bad.
This guy knows.
What
happened?
Christian Brown hit a huge three.
No, Andy Lindahl left the suite. And I announced to everybody, as soon as I leave, they're going on a run.
So
And
we're
by the
talking.
time I got to the car,
so
they
we're
were tied.
We're going to talk juju here a little bit. We're going to talk a little juju here.
Yeah, I
why did Nate Kreckman shave his beard? I mean, it wasn't.
Oh no, this is his thing.
Oh, this is it's just
He's
it
got
was
a
time.
process.
Yeah, there's
this. Oh, this is time.
This is the process.
What
All right,
you're
explain
seeing
the process
here,
for me.
What you're seeing there
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
he gets to a point, and I don't know. Usually it's vacation. Okay, he hasn't had a vacation.
I mean,
He's been very busy.
It was looking,
Yeah, he likes to grow a beard.
I was a little bushy.
We were looking like manifesto time
But
last
then
night.
he always goes to the "Are you a cop?" look right now.
Okay.
He's got Barney
We
Miller
go from
detective.
manifesto
to the
cop,
Barney Miller mustache
to what, soccer dad?
No, I think Abby allows him 3 or 4 days, and then or it's either Abby or Lucy. Then request it goes away.
Eventually, the stash wears out. It's welcome.
But the stash, I've not seen the stash last more than a week. But I mean, it's a hell of a stash. Look at that thing.
I appreciate
it's glorious.
it.
No, but I just
feel
last
strong
night
in it.
though it was like Ted Kaczynski Jr. over
Yeah,
here.
but see, he never goes full naked again. He's got to leave the stash.
All right, but
He's got a lot of ladies on
Steps.
Twitch. Funny enough, I'm not kidding. There's a lot of
steps to
ladies on
this.
Twitch like his stash.
Hey.
The guys all hate it.
Well, it's funny because Nick Rothschild from Channel 7.
They hate it because they ain't it.
Nick Rothschild from Channel 7 grew that mustache, and I thought it was a joke. He's stuck with it for like 3 years now.
I got to tell you,
I guess
like
after a certain time, I'm like, I guess this is you.
It's his
I was
face.
like, Nick,
I guess.
Nick, are we being ironic? What are we doing?
It's a new face. He went for a new face. No,
Now, who
mine's,
am I to say he's on TV and better looking? But
well, not with
why
the
cover that
not
face
with the
up with a
mustache.
stash?
I wouldn't. If I look
mine's
like
a
that.
cycle. is really what it is.
He'll get it going a lot now because we're about to all have the vacation times of summer, and that's where he'll grow the beard.
We'll see.
There was one time
we'll
he
see
went
what the
full
Nuggets
Baker
do, won't we?
Mayfield. Remember the game where Baker started beard, then we noticed he shaved it half,
Yeah.
and then he had something weird after the game. Remember that Browns game a few years ago?
I did that.
Yeah. So Nate
during
did
the
it.
show.
Yeah, he could do it.
That's funny.
I've got the
Different looks during the show. That's a riot.
Yeah.
Well, you got enough time.
Not opposed to it. I got things to do in commercial break.
We got bathrooms here and hot water. And
Absolutely.
Listen, this show isn't based on some ex-athlete's career. We got to come up with stuff, man.
What was it like when you lost that game?
Tell me about
it. You notice how the three radio guys are usually the ones left in here most days. So
we have no lives. We're like an Almost Famous. Of course, I'm home on a Friday night.
We're the little writer boy that
Sure,
nobody learns
of course,
about.
of course
at the end
I'm
of the movie.
here.
Only to find out Penny Lane was messing with us the whole time. You whore.
Hey, let me run through this really quick, guys. This series, okay? Tell me if you disagree with any of these. Game 1 was the Jokic game.
Yeah.
That was 42 and 22. And I know AG hit the buzzer beater, but that was the Jokic game.
Okay.
Game 2 was all the Thunder.
Blowout. Yeah.
Game 3 to me was the MPJ game. That was the one where he
15-15.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can go with that.
Yeah, I'll go with
7 to 10 from the field.
Yep.
Game 4 was the Aaron Wiggins and Case and Wallace game.
Okay, right. The bench is strong.
The bench
we
killed
have no
you.
bench.
They hit like 6 threes
Yeah.
combined. Game 5, and I know Shea was brilliant, was the Lou Dort game.
Oh, yeah, because
Okay.
Lou Dort,
Yeah.
Shea got to be brilliant because Lou Dort erased the lead.
Exactly.
I'll go with you.
And last night was the Julian Strawther game.
Yeah.
That right there is the series. to me.
Okay.
It is.
So it's more that than Jamal Murray.
No, you already said it. Or no, maybe the morning sprint said it. We're still waiting on the true Jamal game.
Wow.
Like Jamal
we're
was-
not heroic coming
Last
off
night
the
was
death.
pretty, but you're right. It wasn't like he wasn't unconscious
He wasn't
last night.
nuclear
He
Jamal.
was awesome last
was.
night, but he wasn't unconscious.
And he was legitimately sick, though. I mean, that's
no, you can tell.
You know
Even
what's
my wife
weird,
kept
though?
saying he's got the sick eyes. He's got when
Oh,
the kids
he-
get those eyes, I know he's sick. He's
you know
really
what's
sick.
so weird about it though is like you could see he was sick. And anytime there was like a stoppage, you could see his fatigue, whether it was on the bench. There was one time he was laying on the floor, just like huffing and puffing after he got hacked.
Yep.
But also, like, here's the weird thing about it. I thought his bounce was really good.
Yeah.
Like, I thought he played with great, like, energy, verve, whatever you want to call it. Like, he had all of that. He didn't look like dead-legged. He looked like a dude that was not feeling well, clearly. But, like, if you were just watching the game and didn't know anything about his physical condition, I would have been like, damn, Jamal's kind of got it tonight.
You know when I knew it was okay? We got into the suite after doing the altitude social thing, and he was messing around with DJ in the warm up, like the final warm up before the anthem and all that.
Yeah.
And he took a couple goofy shots, and he was joking with. And I go, all right,
He's good.
He's good.
How'd you guys like that? Like seeing the whole doing your whole show like with all of that going on in front of you.
It was awesome.
Pretty cool, right?
Yeah, it was
hope
awesome.
With the schedule, with the way the schedule, boy, the NBA really wants to get this thing done, don't they?
Game 1,
they're
Tuesday
doing
night.
No days off.
We'll be there.
That schedule, I hope we do more of them.
Yeah.
I think for your show in particular, it was a little rocky for our show because literally there's nothing going on.
Yeah, you're in a
we've
quiet
done
arena.
that show.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But it starts building and it's fun. But your show is, I think, really interesting to see how everything lays out. And you guys had the Jamal Murray drama.
Yeah.
Is he going to warm up? Is
Right.
he not going to warm up?
And
What's
he never
going
did.
on?
He never did warm up.
He never did.
And yet we got the tweet that he was available.
Yeah.
Alan Baca kept telling us.
Right.
Alan Baca finally gave us about 20 till he goes, all right, now
He should be out
he
here.
should be
He
out
should
here
be
now.
out
He's
here.
usually the last one out there with AG.
Yeah.
That's how it usually
That's what Baca
Adelman's
was saying.
Pre-game comments, though, were so weird.
What do you mean? What part?
The part where
yeah.
he's referencing the movie Outbreak is
Oh,
like,
well, he goes, I'm not a doctor, but I have seen Outbreak.
how sick is
Yeah.
he
Is he
right
bleeding
now?
out the eyes?
Well-
He got Ebola? What are you talking about?
Adelman's had these. Well, that's the second reference. It's been X-Files and now Outbreak.
Okay.
That's his sense. That is funny. I'm not a doctor, but I have seen Outbreak. Like of all the medical
Right.
movies in the world.
Like I've seen ER.
Right.
I've seen House.
Right. Outbreak.
Doogie Howser.
Grey's Anatomy.
All right.
You could have.
General Hospital.
All right, here we go.
Outbreak.
TV Doctor Draft 303-504-0925.
No, hold on. What
Get
All
in the
right.
hunt.
You know what? I've got one.
Yeah?
Who is it? Bones from Star Trek? Damn it, Jim. I'm a doctor, not a bricklayer.
303-504-0925. Get in the hunt. TV doctors. Katie Wingy coming up here in just a minute. We're reliving an unbelievable Game 6 last night. Kreckman and Lindahl. The great Darren McKee, everybody. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Scott Friday, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio, Game 7 Sunday. You'll listen to all of it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Plus, we're going to have a great watch party out at Stoney's on Lincoln, Game 7. So be out there Sunday afternoon at 1:30. Nuggets win it by 12 last night over the Thunder to force that Game 7. Ball Arena was absolutely popping. Our next guest was there last night, down on the floor, talking to Julian Strawther after the game. She is Katie Wingy of Altitude. Katie, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
We're doing great. Katie, I want to start the conversation right here. What is it that makes this Denver Nuggets team so tough, so resilient? Why are they like this?
I think they've just been there before. I really do. There's such a calm, a confidence, a poise about them because you think back to, the first couple of playoff series that Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic played through, Portland, San Antonio. They faced adversity there. And then you go to the bubble and all the Game 7s that they played there. And as new players have come aboard of this team, it's like the new identity has just gotten better and bigger, but the foundation of it has stayed the same, right? Of like, we know what to do when times get hard. We know what to do when our backs are against the wall. There's this increased level of focus, this increased attention to detail. And I don't know, I think when your leaders are that way, everybody else just kind of falls in place and falls behind. And this team truly believes that they're never out of any situations or of very many games. So I think, honestly, like Coach Malone established that. Now David Adelman has had this team fully buy into it even more. So it's when your leaders are that way, I think it's easy for the whole team to take on that identity.
All right, how surprised were you by what we're now calling the Julian Strawther game? How surprised were you by that I guess an outburst is the only appropriate term.
Yeah, outburst is a great description of it. I was surprised, but also Julian Strawther was just waiting for his moment. He truly is a player that has worked so hard to stay ready, and injuries have really plagued him in big moments. And you feel for a player like that because he was in the rotation, was doing some really great things, having some big games. So you know what he's capable of. Then he gets hurt, gets out of the rotation, but then he finds himself in a situation like last night where, okay, Jamal's not feeling 100%. You need a little bit of a lift off the bench. You're hoping for some scoring production, and especially being at home in that atmosphere at Ball Arena, a player like Julian Strawther, he absolutely thrives. And so him getting the extra minutes, being given that opportunity from Coach Adelman, he was ready, and he stepped right in, and it was so fun to watch. The electricity in the building, the electricity of his play on the floor. He caught fire, and you could feel that he knew that. It was like everybody was like, okay, we have to find Julian on the floor because he's feeling it right now. It was so fun.
You mentioned it a little bit right there, but how frustrating has it been, Katie? Because like that version of him, like that 3-level score version of Julian Strawther, like we have seen it, but we have only seen it in glimpses. And his rookie year was disrupted by injury. This year, like I think I saw the number, he's played fewer than 100 minutes since March 1st, which just sucks. And that's right when he suffered the injury this season. Like, he is a guy that has that kind of offensive game. Defensive end of the floor, it's still an absolute and total adventure, but that's the kind of stuff that comes along with playing. Like, Julian Strawther is a guy that, like, unfortunately is not as far along as he should be and maybe doesn't have the trust of the coaching staff the way that he should, and yet he showed last night what he's capable of.
Yeah, and David Adelman gave him credit after the game because he held water on the defensive end last night too. So to your point, I think the trust is not on the offensive side of the basketball. They know he can make shots. They know he can get hot. They know that he can catch fire. The trust is we're in a playoff game where every single possession matters, and you put Julian Strawther on the floor in a situation where his defense hasn't been steady. It hasn't been reliable. And he will be the first to tell you that that's an area that he's actively working on improving. But a team's going to see him step on the floor and say, how run a pick and roll, switch him onto the ball handler, which in this case is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and he's going to take him right to the hole every single time. So you do have to kind of mix and match, figure out what moments and what stretches you can maybe risk that. The Nuggets have been playing a lot of zone, so that also helps too. It's much harder to kind of switch hunt in pick and roll scenarios when you are mixing in a zone. But to Strawther's credit, he was solid defensively last night. And I think that every little moment like that he has that's an opportunity for him to earn more and more trust. So I would imagine in Game 7 he will get playing time. He will get another opportunity to show what he's capable of. Obviously, that's a different environment, being in hostile territory on the road. But you're right. Experience is the best teacher in so many ways. It's just a matter of how much can I risk in a playoff scenario.
All right, I'm going to ask you what might sound like a weird question the way this season has gone, but are the Nuggets a better defensive team than they were 2 months ago, month and a half ago?
I think so I think their attention to defensive detail is better. I think their care on that side of the floor is better. And I also think that care comes from some creativity that has been put in place on that side of the floor.
Well, I mean, here's the other question, Katie. Like, honestly, like, are they a zone team now? Are they just the
right?
Miami Heat now?
I think when it works, you stay with it,
Yeah.
right? Like, and that lifts the spirits of the defensive end. When you're in the grind of an 82-game regular season and you are just, getting pick and rolled to death, and Jokic is having to go from being up to being in drop to having rotations to all these things, and that becomes so defeating and so deflating. And you're switching things up so often that you don't really know what works and what doesn't or what's consistent. In the playoffs, everything is so situational. So it's like, let's try something. Let's throw the kitchen sink at a really good, a really deep offensive team. It mixed it up a little bit with the Clippers. You're seeing it even more with the Oklahoma City Thunder. And what I love, especially in the last game, the Nuggets have been playing a lot of zone in 3, 4, 5-ish. 6, they mixed it up a lot. There were times where the Thunder figured out the zone and they said, okay, we're going to abort that mission right now. We're going to go back to man. And that would throw the Thunder off rhythm. Then they would go back to zone. It's a lot of like mucking it up defensively. But most importantly, out of any of that, regardless of what you're doing schematically, is are you communicating? Are you bought in? And are you playing with effort and energy on that side of the floor? And I think because there is so much changing and there is so much adjusting of like, that's not working. We need to do something different. Everybody's so bought in and everybody believes in what they're doing, and changing it up if it's not working, that's created this spark defensively.
We're talking to Katie Winge, Altitude Television. We got Game 7 coming up on Sunday. Katie will be right there on Altitude TV, pre-post, all that good stuff. All right, Katie, Jokic last night, just 29, 14, and 8. It almost felt like a routine one. Make a couple of more buckets off of his kickouts, and he's got a triple-double right there. But based on what we've seen in games 5 and 6, and especially when you compare it to what we saw games 2, 3, and 4, are the Thunder just out of ideas of how to deal with him? Because you're watching him just solve everything in real time.
Similarly to what the Nuggets have had to do with the Thunder's offense, I think that's kind of OKC's approach to Jokic, too. They're showing him a bunch of different looks and a bunch of different scenarios, depending on who they have defending him at different times. And I think, like you said, he's just so good at figuring it out in real time. And when his teammates are making shots around him, I think obviously that happened in Game 6. It did happen more in Game 5 as well. Then you're forced to have to say, okay, we're getting beat off of the way that we're defending Nikola Jokic. We have to change something up. When Jokic forces that, or when his teammates, I should say, force that, then Jokic has even more room and space to go to work and to read defenses, and he gets more opportunities in one-on-one coverages. I think the Nuggets have done such a great job of getting creative in how they get him the basketball. We saw a few more post-up scenarios, different screening actions to get him in positions where he's known to be successful, the elbows, the posts, the low block, that sort of thing. And then the Thunder, it's almost too late in the possession, or they haven't had time to adjust enough, so Jokic has been able to take guys one-on-one. Mm-hmm. And the Nuggets have been so relentless about, like, okay, we're going to feed Jokic. If he kicks it out, I'm just going to go right back into him and make the Thunder have to be disciplined defensively. And there were a couple possessions in that Game 6 where I watched the Nuggets do that, and it was just so purposeful in the way, like, no, Jokic, go to work. You have just Isaiah Hartenstein on you, or you have Chet Holmgren, the only one defending you. Like, you're in a position where we need you to score in these situations. So I think it's a combination of all of that, truly. And when his teammates are making shots, again, it's the most unselfish thing that they can do is take and make those outside shots, because then the Thunder defense, they have to honor them, pay closer to attention to them, which opens everything up more for Jokic.
All right, what's your level of concern for Aaron Gordon, that little grabbing at the hammy at the end of the game?
Yeah. after the game last night in the locker room, he was very short about it, I will say. He said he felt okay. He was going to start getting into the rehab process right away and then would see kind of how he feels today, tomorrow, and determine what he thought he could give to a Game 7. I think there has to be a level of concern, right? Because he didn't say, oh, that was just a cramp, or,
right.
oh, I I'll be fine, and I'm absolutely playing. He didn't say explicitly, I will absolutely be playing in Game 7. So naturally, I think there's worry and concern in that. And I instantly, obviously, I don't know anything more about the injury than what he spoke of post-game last night, and they didn't deem it anything yet specifically, but you think of like Steph Curry hurting his hamstring, and it's not like Michael Porter Jr. and his shoulder, right? A hamstring is something that if you try and play through it, you can absolutely make it worse. So it becomes this question of like, how bad is it? Can you just rehab it and make it so he can play in it? But there is that potential of like, you could injure it further. I don't know. You're going to have to wait and see. I know that the training staff and Aaron Gordon, they're absolutely doing everything they possibly can around the clock to make sure that they're taking the proper precautions and getting it as close to ready to go as it possibly can for Sunday. But I truthfully have no idea, guys, in the way that he was grabbing at it and the way that he talked about it post-game. It's just enough to make me say, I'm not entirely sure what we're going to get if we get anything in Game 7.
Yeah,
leg of Aaron Gordon.
Leg injuries all year for AG. I mean, he's had the calf, he's had the ankle, now he's got the hammy. Not great. Katie, how do you go about explaining Jamal Murray's performance last night in the context of how he was feeling, the illness that he was dealing with, how bad it seemed to be, and then for him to go out and just play that well? How do you explain the way that he went out and did that last night? Because I thought, like, yes, he looked sick, but also his energy was phenomenal.
Yeah, I think David Adelman said it best after the game. He said something like, the situations get harder and Jamal Murray gets better. The situations get tougher and Jamal Murray gets better. Because we've seen that in his shot making, and it's become a part of his character on the floor. Like, the tougher the shot, the more likely he is to make it and rise to that moment. And I feel like it was similar with his focus last night. I was doing sideline with Kaz on the radio, and so I was in all the huddles, and I was very closely watching him just to see what type of energy he had, what type of stamina he had. And, I mean, I'm sure this was on the TV broadcast as well, but, like, he had towels around him. He was breathing heavy. He was hunched over. There were times where it looked like he might actually, like, throw up in the huddles. Like, you could tell that he was sick. Like, this was not something that was like, oh, he has a little bit of a cough. He was tired. But to that point, I mean, you think about like the Michael Jordan flu game. Sometimes when you get hit with adversity in that way, it almost it forces you to hone in on what you're doing even more and be even mentally tougher in those situations to be like, I'm going to give what I can give. I'm going to be so tunnel vision with my performance. And then during the timeouts is when it was like, okay, wow, he's really fighting through something right now. So again, Jamal Murray is so tough on so many different levels. And when the situation becomes more difficult, he just proves everybody wrong and rises to the occasion even further. And that was just another case of that last night.
All right, I'm not asking you to reveal your exact age. I just know you're younger. Have you seen the movie Outbreak? That's my question. I mean, why that movie?
I have not.
Yeah.
I know. But here's the thing. Just to give myself a little bit of slack, I'm not a movie person.
Okay.
So you could ask me like some of the most popular award-winning movies, and the odds of me seeing them are not very high.
Have you seen Caddyshack?
So I don't think I'm the right. I don't think I'm the right audience. I have seen Caddyshack. Yes.
There you go.
Oh, she's beat me on that.
How about as either a Minnetonka skipper or as an Illinois State Redbird, have you ever had somebody vomit in the huddle, or have you yourself ever vomited in a huddle?
Yes, I have.
Wait,
I
you
had
have?
someone do it. Yeah.
You saw someone do it?
One of my teammates was really sick, and it happened. Yeah. I have like almost like PTSD just from we would run. We ran so much in college, you guys, that I would run. That was during practice, so not during a game, but I would run until I puked during practice or be forced to run.
Sure.
But like there were times in games. I definitely had a teammate that was sick and played through it and was puking. I don't know if I did. I feel like I did.
You never puked on the ball, though, right?
No. There's always garbage cans around.
You
Like,
didn't
they're
barf
they're
on
always
the
just-
clipboard during a huddle, did you?
Katie,
No.
there was a famous
No.
preseason moment in a Bronco game where our nose tackle trying to make the team puked on the ball. So,
No, that's insane.
and Monday Night Football kept running replays of it. It was not cool.
Okay. Yeah, I hope they at least came with like a warning.
No.
Please look away if you have a sensitive stomach.
Nope, it's just one of the highlights.
That was the 90s.
Wow.
Katie, we didn't warn anybody
Or
about that.
lowlights.
Just here, look at this.
Straight out of Normal, Illinois, everybody. That's Katie Wingy. Katie, she'll be on altitude on Sunday. Everybody, watch her right there. Katie, are you going back to OKC or are you going to be in Denver?
I am.
Okay.
No, I'll be in OKC. I actually think I'm going to jump on with Kaz on Sunday too. So I
Nice.
should be on the radio broadcast.
Okay, so
yeah.
Katie will be on the call with Kaz coming up on Sunday for Game 7.
Assuming he'll have me. I shouldn't say that before I speak to him.
Oh,
but that's
come on.
typically how this goes.
All right. Katie, well done as always.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
All right, Katie Wingy. She has seen vomit in a huddle before.
Boy, you better make the can on at least on a basketball court, you can get that thing cleaned up. When that happens on a field, grass, you ain't doing anything about it.
Nah, has anybody got a hose?
Yeah. Can we not play over there? we not be over there?
There's ants. It's really gross.
Ants. Yeah, the ants are what I was worried about.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey, join Altitude Sports Radio at Stoney's on Lincoln this Sunday for a Game 7 viewing party. We'll have awesome prizes, including an autographed Nuggets jersey, a live broadcast, and a chance to watch your Nuggets in the biggest game of the season, all brought to you by Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila, and Michelob Ultra, the official beer of the NBA. We'll see you on Sunday at Stoney's.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's Friday. It's the weekend. It's time to go on a date. It's time to get a little love action in your life again, but you can if you have erectile dysfunction. So, if you're dealing with this, if it's a problem, don't live with this as a problem anymore because the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is here to help you out. Make sure that Fridays start to get a little more exciting if you get this fixed. All you have to do is head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They can get the old feeling back for you. They can find the right treatment for you, and finding the right treatment really is the key. Finding the right treatment's how you get exciting back, the home run, the grand slam back. You don't want to get a treatment that just brings back the doubles to your sex life, right? No, that's not what you want. So if you need to go and talk to somebody about this and see what your options are, again, it's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, treatments with success rates well over 90%, and they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. You can schedule a consult at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. And when you go in, your first visit's only $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. But if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free, so nothing to lose. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, they could have you feeling your old self the next day. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
See, I know we normally play the ska on the Fridays, but sometimes we just got to play the punk rock.
Guess who I first saw these guys with?
I don't know.
Less than Jake.
Hey, all right.
So it all works.
Legends, punk rock legends, the Bouncing Souls will be playing Monday, May the 26th at the Ogden Theater, the great Ogden Theater right there on Colfax, legendary venue. You want to be there? You want to win a pair of tickets to see punk rock legends, the Bouncing Souls at the Ogden, Monday, May the 26th? Well, you need to answer the following question correctly at 303-504-0925. Text your answer in. First 5 texters that get the question correct win a pair of tickets to see the Bouncing Souls on May the 26th at the Ogden. The question is, are the Bouncing Souls?
Yes.
I like that one right there.
What about Lean On Sheena?
That was the jam right there.
Is that too deep a cut?
That's wow, you're going in right there on the catalog. Well done. 303-504-0925. Text your answer in right now. What state are the legendary Bouncing Souls from? 303-504-0925. Text your answer in now. First 5 listeners with the correct answer will win a pair of tickets to see the Bouncing Souls coming up on Monday, the 26th at
That's
the
a week
Ogden.
from Monday. That's Memorial Day, though.
Week
So you'll
from
be
Monday.
off. You'll have time to hit
So
the...
you'll have the full
It'll
day.
all- yeah.
Get primed. Yes. So
By
go
the way,
enjoy
they
it,
don't
everybody.
have a basketball team playing the state that they're from.
They don't have one anymore. They used to have one.
That makes it hard to have a basketball team playing right
It
now.
really does.
But they did once.
They used to have a team, and
Yeah.
now they don't have a team anymore.
With a Russian owner.
I remember that guy.
Wow, a lot of people know this answer.
Good job,
All
everybody.
right.
Nice job. We asked Katie about this, about the toughness of this team. This team that is now about to embark on their second straight 7-game series. It'll be Jokic's 7th game, 7 Jokic and Murray, 7th game, 7 ever. Well, I guess not technically Jokic and Murray, but yeah, you know what I'm saying. This group, and Katie said they can rely on the notion that they've been there before. Like the moment doesn't get too big for this team. I think there's a ton of truth to that as to why this team is so damn tough. I feel like we really talked about it a lot after game 1.
We did, but then the let's be honest, the Thunder flipped the script mid-series.
Yeah.
They got 4 and 5 in the close ones.
And the Thunder have shown it. And again, like, Andy, this is a team, we don't have to remind anybody. They fired the coach. They fired the GM. Like, the segments we would do on the show of, like, is anybody enjoying this season? It didn't seem like anybody is, and yet here they are. They're a win away from going to the Western Conference Finals. They're right. They're exactly where they need to be right now, playing a 68-win team, Thunder team that is really, really good. Okay, this Thunder team is outstanding, and yet here's Denver just going toe-to-toe with these guys, okay? And where does this come from? Where does this team that has seemingly underachieved all year, where do they get it from? Katie talked about the experience of having been there. I think that's a huge, huge part of it. The other part of it that I think that this team has got going for themselves, Andy, and I know last night was like they got down 12 in the second quarter. Shea picked up that 4th foul. He had to leave the game. Like that was a huge factor right there. And good job on Jokic. Gets the swipe. Dumb foul by Shea. He'd probably be the first one to tell you that, but he commits it. And he's got to go to the bench, and they go on that run. And then it was basically like all Nuggets the rest of the way. There was a stretch of that game. Let me make sure I got the number right from my notes here. The Thunder outscored them 38-16. From like late first quarter to like late second quarter.
So the Nuggets basically went on their own little run to tie it up again.
Yeah, it was really bad. And I just think like, and some of this is born out of exactly what Katie is talking about, like they've been there before. And also I just think like with Jokic, again, all that dude ever cares about is just like, okay, let's make the winning play on the next possession. Let's do the right thing on the next possession. And if we just stick to our process and create the looks that we're supposed to and continue to execute, like you can erase a 10-point deficit anytime that you need to. Like, cool, they went on their run. We're going to go on ours. We know what's going to happen. We don't need to hit grand slams every single time down. We don't need to jack up 35-footers or anything else like that. Like, we can't get back into the game with one shot, so let's have a good possession right here. I think it is born of the composure of Nikola Jokic, and everybody else just feeds off of it of, if we do the right thing, the game is long, we will give ourselves a chance to win.
Yeah. The Nuggets have stuck to this thing, though, more than I think we've seen in a long time. Do you not feel like there's maybe... Wait, Nate, I don't want to make too much of it. I don't know. All I know is this team seems focused on the small tasks and not, as you said, not worried, not hitting the grand slams, not going for like making the lead up all at once, or if you get down 8, you know what I mean? Just having good possessions. And I look, some of it I'm sure is Adelman. Adelman deserves his credit, but I also think Josh Kroenke deserves some credit because he said, I think we can get more out of this. So he removed the two warring factions that were going on between the coach and the GM. And now I think everybody's just focused on the day-to-day, if you will.
Yeah.
Just the next game. And we hear the cliche in sports all the time. It feels like this team is actually literally living that way.
They're empowered. One of the things that I love about the way this team plays is they don't ever think like, because look, the Nuggets are going to make fewer threes than their opponents. They almost always do. It's okay to get a 2 after the other guys hit a 3. That's okay. Yeah. That's still a good possession. Just create the good look. If Shea hits another 3 or Cason Wallace is hitting another 3, whatever it may be, like, okay, go down, run a good possession, get a bucket. We know and we trust in our defense right now. I think the biggest thing is they trust in the rebounding right now so much. The way the Nuggets have rebounded in this series has been absolutely outstanding. And not surprisingly, when you look at the numbers over the balance of the series, they're winning this series on the board, especially on the offensive glass where they dominate. They know if we just stay with what we do. And that's why when you start to talk about a game 7, okay, and this goes back to Katie's point of like, the Thunder they've never been to this place before. Now, the Thunder have executed very well in crunch time. Games 4 and Game 5, they're really, really good. They know what works for them, and Shea is unbelievable. Those things are all true, but also, like, this is a Denver team that as long as their legs are underneath them, I think that they'll continue to run good offense. They will continue to rebound. They're going to give up some open looks because they're not the greatest defensive team in the world. Sometimes the Thunder are going to miss those. Don't let them get a second chance opportunity and get the ball up the floor and go. Like it is so composed with this group. And it's why I love their chances in a Game 7 back in that building. It's a damn beehive in that place, and I don't think they're going to be bothered by it.
You know why I love it? The Thunder are dealing with, what did we feel like 2 weeks ago? Whatever it's been. I'm going to call it 2 weeks ago when the Avs and the Nuggets both had Game 7s.
Mm-hmm.
The Avs knew we can't knock these guys out.
Right.
We always seem, and let's be honest, the Avs under, unfortunately, Coach Bednar don't have the best Game 7 record, period.
Yeah, there's a mental block there.
Well, the Thunder are battling a little of this. Can we get out of this round?
Right.
Everybody expects us to. We haven't been able to, it looked like guys got tight trying to make that comeback last night. Now, Shea didn't because Shea never does.
Mm-hmm.
But look, Jalen Williams, his second straight year, is starting to lose his shot as we get deeper in a series.
He's been terrible.
So
he really has been.
Remember, he disappeared last year. It was Shea's the only one that showed up for the elimination game against Dallas.
Right now, J-Dub is averaging 16.5 points per game in this series on 34-21 shooting splits. He's making 21% of his threes right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
thanks,
so,
dude.
Yeah, keep that up. But I just think there's going to be big pressure that they're going to feel come Sunday. And look, the best thing the Nuggets have going, because we can't ignore it. Great home field advantage in Oklahoma City, and they've got it. Mm-hmm. And they may ride that energy to a win, maybe be a blowout win. But the Nuggets are not Really, it is kind of crazy what the Nuggets are doing. They've got a shallow roster. They've got an interim coach. He'll probably be the new head coach, but right now he's just the interim.
Right.
And they don't have a GM. And they've had they have put this new little thing they're doing together because I do believe they're a better defensive team. I don't know how they're doing it. And you brought up the zone. That's got to be the secret.
It's
but
helped.
They're not brutally bad the way they were.
Right. There was really like last night, the breakdowns that there was like a stretch of the second quarter where there were a couple of too many breakdowns, and then that third quarter stretch, Hartenstein kept getting dunks that was pretty annoying.
The backside dunker's still a bit of an issue.
Yeah, but like Shea made shots because he's a shot maker. That's what he does. Other than that, like I loved what the Nuggets did defensively last night. I really did.
Well, and they're getting up and they're contesting shots. You know what else I think is great? And I give Peyton Watson a ton of credit for this. He's not giving up on shots. Like they had that stretch last night where I was like, oh my gosh, they had 3 turnovers in a row.
Mm-hmm.
The lead's starting to whittle down. There's a little bit of deja vu popping in. And guys buckled down and played some defense. They contested shots. I didn't Watson block one from behind.
Yeah, chase down.
And
led to that Strawther missed a layup, but Russ got the putback.
There you go.
That was a huge moment in the game.
Yeah, because it erased
Hustle
the
play.
deja vu.
Yep. Hustle play. Huge moment in that game. Bouncing Souls, New Jersey.
Yeah. and
New
a lot
Jersey's
a lot of you
own.
knew it.
Yeah, the Bouncing Souls. Apparently, a few of them went to Rutgers, so there you go. Kreckman and Lindahl rolling with you on a Ska Friday edition of the show. Congratulations to all of our listeners that won tickets to that show coming up on Monday, May the 26th. Yeah, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, talking about Game 6 last night, who was the hero? And think about this more than just the obvious answer of Julian Strawther. And maybe that's what we come back to. But I've got a couple of other candidates I think we need to talk about, including one guy I don't think is getting nearly enough credit for the way that he played last night. I'll tell you who that is next. Yeah, it is a Scott Friday with Kreckman and Lindahl. It is a Nuggets win Game 6, Force Game 7 kind of Friday edition of the show. It's Brock Purdy has generational wealth kind of Friday. Yes, the 49ers decided they were just going to puke all the money in the world all over Brock Purdy today. A 5-year, $265 million deal that he has signed with the San Francisco 49ers. So, way to go, Brock Purdy. From Mr. Irrelevant to a 9-figure contract. Not bad.
All right.
Not bad if you can get it.
We're going to talk plenty more Nuggets. I do have to get you. Would you have?
No.
Yeah, I'm with you.
No.
I don't even have to get the sentence out.
No.
I mean, look, and I'm not knocking Brock Purdy. He's been
fine.
a very good quarterback.
He's fine.
But when he's not the same quarterback, when you lose the all-star team around him, that's just facts.
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine.
And I realize Jeff Legwold's told me this forever. By the way, Leggy on assignment, we like to say today, so we'll talk to Leggy again Monday. Leggy always says you got to understand the cost of a quarterback is the cost of a quarterback, and it's going to go up kind of like the real estate market usually does. But seriously, can you really feel good that's a raise all boats guy? You can't. Not with the evidence of what happens when a used check disappears, or Kittle, or Debo, or and Debo's not even there anymore. So I'm going to be real curious to see how that thing goes.
I don't think that's the zip code that guy lives in. Good on him and good on his agent for convincing the 49ers that
it is cool that a Mr. Irrelevant, though, is going to make that kind of money.
Yes.
I don't hate the story. I love, and frankly, I don't care at all. They're not my team.
Yeah, it's not my money. Yeah.
Sign them to 3 of those deals for all I care.
Exactly. Not my money. Enjoy it. But, not what I would have done, but.
Why would you not just call Aaron Rodgers for a year or two?
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
Why not?
I'd rather have Brock Purdy than Aaron Rodgers.
Not so sure. But Aaron Rodgers played well towards the end of that year. Last year? Yeah.
Okay. I still would take Brock Purdy over Aaron Rodgers. I just wouldn't pay Brock Purdy like that.
It's a smaller commitment to Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, because he's a weirdo. You don't know he's going to...
No, because he's old.
Especially, do you want that guy in the Bay Area? You want that guy that close to all the LSD labs? No, that's it. Get that guy. No. I'm not bringing him back there. Yeah.
I think Kyle could have got it done. I think strong coaching would have helped him.
I think 5 years ago that would have been the case. This series, Andy... Okay, there's a little bit mathy, but follow me on this, all right? Total points scored in this series. Oklahoma City 683, Denver 651. All right? Plus 32 to the Thunder. I know this is a little cherry picking, but subtract game 2 when the Nuggets didn't show up or try. Nuggets are plus 11 in the series. If you take away a 43-point loss in game 2, which the Nuggets got game 1, they played for the split, they got it, the team was exhausted, they didn't show up. They missed a couple of shots early and then just packed it in. Outside of that, and that game was silly, and I do think that game, now that we have the full context of the 6 games that we have watched, you can look back on it and say, okay, that was born completely out of fatigue. The Nuggets were toast. We were talking about it early on in the series of I thought game 1 would look like that, and then game 2 would be the tight one that they would pull out. The Nuggets they got game 1, so they mailed in game 2. Take that game out of it, because that game is the weird outlier in this series, and Denver is plus 11 in the other games so far in this series. That's crazy. This Nuggets team has been in so many ways... I don't know if the better team is the right thing to say because we're going to a game 7, but I generally think that when the game has been in its tightest moments, the Nuggets have been the team to out-execute the Thunder.
Yeah.
At least they've done it 3 times, and the Thunder have done it twice.
No, I would agree with that. I'm telling you, if there's a team, I know I got you guys talking about this start of the hour last hour, about an hour ago. I really do think the Nuggets could be the ones kicking themselves if this doesn't go their way. Now, you made good points about how the Thunder should have closed out game 1 the proper way and not taken the timeout or the Thunder, the 5,000 fouls or whatever they did.
Mm-hmm.
And so they definitely could rue that one.
Yeah. Bad execution, letting
man,
Jokic get back on the floor.
If you could have just gotten Julian Strawther, and you know what? I'll just focus on Game 5 because we talked about this yesterday prior to Game 6. If you just could have banked, just could have put in the cup a couple of the open shots you created for yourself.
Literally anybody not named Nikola Jokic
you would have won that darn
anything.
game, right? And then last night we're moving on.
Yeah. There's I think there's credence to your argument. Absolutely.
How about I ask you this? Are we witnessing, and we don't know it yet, Nikola Jokic's greatest piece of work? Is he in the middle of authoring what could be his greatest achievement? And look, I know it's not all Nikola, but come on.
It kind
this
of is.
The guy that stirs the drink.
It kind of
We're going
is.
off about Strawther,
Yeah.
and well-deserved.
Yeah.
I am so happy to praise Julian Strawther today, and I'm happy to praise Jamal after getting on him after Game 5. Nikola still led you in scoring.
Andy,
He's still the one that settles it all down.
I want to do a thing really quick called paying off the tees. Okay,
Let's do it.
That's what I want to do here.
That's my fault.
Yeah, it's all right. We do things.
We upset people.
It's the Julian Strawther game. Okay, Dave Pasch yelled it. It was fun. And in many ways, it is the Julian Strawther game. That's what I'm going to remember about last night more than anything else. And Joker was absolutely magnificent. I can't wait. By the way, 5:20. We're going to go back, playoff playback, Kaz's highlights. I got some Jokic highlights circled. There was one bucket that he made last night that was, by Jokic standards, was absolutely nothing special. I think I went back and rewatched it like 9 times in a row because I watched him in real time move the Thunder around like chess pieces, only for him to get himself an easy turnaround. It was an unbelievable play, and I want to talk about it a little bit later. But Christian Braun last night, Andy, had 23 points on 14 shots. He made 3 of 6 from 3. If Christian Braun wants to shoot 50% from 3 anytime, I will absolutely take it. He had 11 rebounds last night. He had 5 assists. By the way, the Nuggets had at least 3 dudes go for 20 or more points, 8 or more rebounds, and 5 or more assists in that game last night between Jokic, Brown, and Jamal Murray. But Christian Braun, the defense that he has played throughout this series, his energy, last night I think he's another guy, and with Jokic's aid, has sort of figured out how to dissect Oklahoma City's defense in real time. He got himself some easy buckets last night, which have been tough to come by. Christian Braun, to me, is the kind of the unsung hero of that victory last night. His play was 10 out of 10 Christian Braun. If you want to have the argument of that's the greatest game that Christian Braun has ever played in an NBA uniform, I'd be down to have that debate because I thought he was absolutely magnificent last night.
Yeah, it's tough to argue. Now, I was mad at him for that failed inbounds pass.
Sure.
There's some shenanigans
that was an annoying
That was a little
moment.
frustrating. You're right.
That was the part of the game where the Thunder just locked the Nuggets down and the Nuggets couldn't do anything.
Right, and Nikola was out.
Yeah.
I didn't really know what to. That was where Aaron was getting a little frustrated with Caruso, for those that don't remember. But look, he shot 50% from 3, which is exactly what you need. 3%, and you know what? Not just 50% from 3. This is crazy. I was looking at this earlier. Just a bigger stat. Do you realize you had said that the Nuggets have not usually shot more threes than the other team? Do you realize they made 1 more 3 last night than Oklahoma City, but they took 8 less? 12 of 32 for the Nuggets, 11 of 40 for the Thunder.
And the Thunder had a stretch. I remember Pasch saying, I'm weird. I was at that game last night, and then I went home and I rewatched the entire game.
When it's a win, it's easy to do.
Exactly.
I get it.
I was going to do it anyway for the show, but I went back and I just sat there and
enjoyed it.
Exactly. I really enjoyed my rewatch last night, sitting there watching basketball by myself until 12:30 at night and breaking these plays down. But at one point, I think the Thunder had missed 13 straight threes or something like that.
They just kept jacking them up.
They did. They were making their shots in the second quarter. It went away for them, and this is what I would say to them. Very similarly to what I said to Denver after Game 5 was those are good shots. You're not making them right now. The Thunder were taking good shots, and they just were missing them, which. Things to be concerned about for Game 7. If they make those shots, well, it's going to be really, really tough.
And everybody usually shoots better on their home floor.
Yeah.
But back to your point about Christian Braun, absolutely an outstanding game. 23 points out of him. He went to the hoop a lot. He had that great cut that finished off a phenomenal Joker no-look pass under the hoop, and that's
Yeah.
a pass the Nuggets have not been able to find. That is a play, that backside dunker that we keep talking about, because of the size of the Thunder, it just feels like they have avoided that play so much. And even, was that Chet right next to him? Do you remember that play?
It was.
Where Christian was right there on the block?
I do. So J-Dub was defending Jokic. SGA and Isaiah Joe were in the paint as well, but all three of them were staring right at Jokic as he's backing. And Christian he saw it, he cut, and Jokic found him. Like, it was textbook Nuggets offense, the kind of stuff that, like, they get regularly in regular season basketball that gets so much harder to do in the postseason, because everything's harder to do in the postseason. But over the long course of a series, it's like, again, like, Jokic has figured out, how do I open these things up? How do I open up these high percentage possessions right here? And he got one right there.
Well, and Legler was quick to praise not only the heat that Joker put on the pass, but you got to credit Brown for catching that one.
Yeah.
That is one that we've seen a couple other guys not be able to hold on to.
Yeah.
And take advantage of that positioning under the basket.
Yeah, CB's got some hands out there. That dude could play some receiver. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, I thought Christian Brown was absolutely magnificent in that victory last night. Nuggets get the win. 119-107 was the final. Jamal Murray, how the hell did he do that? Plus the stat you need to know, a la Dan Hyatt, about Jamal Murray's importance in this series. That's next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid/altitude. Sign up right now. By the way, if you go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up to bid at Roller Auction, you will be entered to win great monthly prizes from Altitude, concert tickets, sporting event tickets, all that good stuff. So make sure you sign up to be able to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Bidding is available right now. This auction not closing until next week. Surplus assets selling for local energy companies. Some great tools available for you to be able to go and bid on: cranes, bandsaws, chargers, air compressors, automotive parts, shop equipment, and so much more. Go to roller.bid and check out this auction right now. But you can outfit your shop with some great tools that they have got available to be able to bid right now at roller.bid. And when you sign up, go to roller.bid/altitude. It's roller.bid/altitude, and you will be signed up, you will be able to bid, and you will be eligible to win great prizes. But some great tools, great equipment available right now. Surplus assets selling for a local energy company. That's roller.bid. We play ska music on Fridays. We call it Ska Friday very creatively. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. And
this is the super villains.
The super
Are you
villains.
hip to them?
I am not hip to them.
First time they came. Matter of fact, this is another band I saw with Less Than Jake, but the guy was wearing. So it's wild. The singer is the drummer, and he was wearing a Tebow jersey back when I first saw them.
That's unusual.
Yeah,
that's like Genesis.
Yeah, I don't know of many because he's back there playing the drums and singing.
Yeah,
I was like, all right.
How many other bands? The band.
They're from Florida,
Yeah.
so they were big Tebow fans.
How many different? Now I got to Google this.
Yeah, I don't know. That feels like sometimes, bass player's common,
With
obviously guitar player, but not a lot of drums.
Yeah, I got the band and I got Genesis off the top of my head. Oh, the Eagles, Don Henley.
Oh, by the way, not quite as big, but our friends in The Whale are playing their final shows. They hit the Oriental Theater, I believe it's tonight. Eric, the drummer, does sing as well.
Nice.
But yeah.
The Carpenters. Karen Carpenter.
Karen Carpenter.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Dude, she ripped on drums, by the way.
Yeah.
She was unbelievable. Yeah, not a ton of those bands out there.
Well, I would think it would be hard.
I
Like, I
would
think
too,
about
yes.
what Travis Barker does. Are you going to sing during that? Although he has a song he sings on now, too.
Yes, I would think that would be a challenge to be able to pull off.
Plus, how do you not have the mic catch? You know what I mean? You got enough of the drums going anyway.
Yeah.
You're going to open the mic to sing? That's a lot of drum.
Hey, that's that. You know what that is? That's versatility right there, like we saw out of Jamal Murray last night. How did he do it? And he was it was weird in this way, okay? Like we've seen athletes overcome like physical ailments before. It's not surprising. Guys have gone out and played great games when they're sick. But like, I thought Jamal had like great energy last night. I loved like his bounce was good. He was getting good elevation. He was getting some tough finishes at the rim. Like I thought like, okay, Jamal is going to play. He's going to gut it. And he's going to hit shots because he's Jamal and he's tough. But I thought like at various different points in that game, he fully was dictating what was happening out on the floor, just in control. I know like not every game has been a 10 out of 10. Balance of this series, I think Jamal Murray's been great. And I thought he was excellent again last night. But like after one of the layups where he got clobbered, I think it was an and one opportunity. He was laying on the floor and I was like, that guy didn't look good.
Yeah.
You could tell like breathing was labored, and anytime you saw him on the bench, he looked absolutely terrible. And yet, though, like his energy was great when he was on the floor.
I did feel like, and you and I were in the suite for the first half together, and then I bailed. Again, I announced to everybody, I'll be leaving, and they'll make a run, and sure enough, they did. But I did feel like towards the end of the first quarter, he did start to look a little winded. Like I felt like that initial adrenaline wore off. But to your point, he got it back. He made it through the game. Gosh, they don't win that game without him. Played some good D.
He had one possession last night where he got the layup. It was the one where he got after the refs. I want to say it was third quarter. He got a layup in transition. He got fouled. I think it was Hartenstein that fouled him. There was no whistle, and he like went off on the refs. And all I could think is just like, he's just that pissed because he had to run that hard down the floor. Like that. He's so exhausted right now. It's like, you got to reward me, refs. Come on. I'm playing harder than these guys. Give me the damn whistle. He didn't get it right there. After the game, David Adelman talked about Jamal's performance last night.
Yeah, shout out to the training staff and our medical staff. I mean, he woke up. There was a high likelihood he may not play. And, you get the IV in you, you get the meds in you, fluids all day. And I kind of was watching the first 6 minutes like, is this real? Can he do it? And I thought he had good energy and good juice. There was a couple times where he really didn't want to go back to get the ball because he was so gassed, having a hard time breathing. But that's Jamal Murray. It's almost like the worse it is, the better off it's going to be. And what a tough-minded man. Now I can say that. I mean, this guy's a dad and shows up, finds a way to play, and gives us 25, 8, and 7 in a elimination game.
25, 8, and 7. Also, by the way, Andy, he was and this is the stat you need to know, he was a plus 28 last night.
That's beautiful.
Plus 28 in a game you won by 12, meaning you went minus 16 in the non-Murray minutes last night. This has been a series that the non-Murray minutes have been more negatively impactful on the Nuggets than the non-Jokic minutes.
All right, is this because of Russ? Were Russ's 2 good games? What was that, game 3 and 4? Is that where Russ?
It's Westbrook's penchant for turning the ball over has not helped. I think yes, Westbrook gets those minutes, so you could simply point to Westbrook and you wouldn't be wrong necessarily. Last night was another Westbrook adventure, although he made some huge buckets in that game late, but he didn't play great last night. He hadn't played great for a few games now.
Yeah, it's been about 3 that have been a little rough.
But I also think this when Jamal's not out there is no threat for anybody to shoot off the dribble on this team.
Now, weren't you and Sanford talking about that last night? Just talking about how
their possessions just get really stagnant when he's not out there because the Thunder aren't worried about anybody else because they don't need to be.
Well, and you've been saying this for a while. Nobody else knows how to find their own shot unless Jamal's out there, unfortunately. Yeah. So, the Jamal, it's a good thing you didn't have a lot of those non-Jamal minutes. I cannot get over the fact that he played 42 minutes. I really thought you were going to have to dial him down by 5 or 7 minutes, but he got 42 minutes in last night.
Tough dude, man.
But they did get him a rest. And again, you know what? I thought David Adelman, what I've enjoyed about David Adelman is he admits to something in a press conference, then we see the adjustment.
And then he adjusts, right.
You know, he made sure he gave Murray his rest. He made sure not all the key dudes are out there to start the fourth quarter, including Jokic, might add. He gave Jokic. Now, again, I still agree with you guys.
Joker did not come back until under the 8-minute mark.
Because they survived it.
Yeah.
They survived it. Now, look, that would be all that I would ask. Although, again, the other night in Game 5, Joker looked like he was fine for the fourth quarter. Adelman is right to point to Jamal is the one that was probably too tired. It felt like even Aaron Gordon was maybe a little too tired at the start of the fourth quarter because they all played towards the end of the third quarter where sometimes Adelman will try to stagger who actually gets out and who doesn't. But they did it well last night. They're going to need it again coming up in Oklahoma City. I've got to ask you, let's go back to Katie Wingy bringing up Aaron Gordon did not brush off the questions. I thought she made an astute observation when she said, when asked in the locker room, Aaron Gordon didn't give us the demonstrative, I'm playing, it's Game 7. No, he admitted, I'm going to need to get I'm going to need to get some rehab, this, that, the other. If he doesn't feel good, we need to talk about who jumps into that position.
Aaron Gordon, after the game last night, the very answer that Andy just referred to. Let's hear it from AG himself.
So you're limping a little bit. How are you feeling, and how nice is it to have actually a couple days off for once?
I feel okay. We'll see. I'm going to start the recovery process now and make sure I'm getting ready for Game 7.
You kind of grabbed at your left hammy. Did you feel it on that kickball play? Was it before that?
I just reached out and just not entirely sure what happened. So, like I said, I'm just going to recover, see what I can do Game 7.
See what I can do Game 7.
Yeah, that's we're right to be nervous about that. Adelman last night was asked about his level of concern and the impact. And again, David Adelman, there were some phrases in here that were not the most reassuring.
I mean, at this point, I have no idea. It would be high. Obviously, I mean, Aaron is one of our guys that he's the reason why we've won games and won series and have a banner hanging up in there. So it's really nice to have 2 days, obviously, for all the guys to, have treatment and all those things. But I haven't gotten a clear answer. He'll get checked out. But I mean, having 2 days off, I don't think you guys realize, at least the people that cover us do, wow, like this has been a marathon. So the guys in there look like they were happier that they have tomorrow off than they were going to a Game 7. So it's going to be really nice. But to your question, it's nice to have 2 days to get guys right, going into a Sunday matinee. So, concern for Aaron is so high. He's played through a lot through this whole season, so we'll see where he's at.
All right, I'm going to bring it up to you. Does Zeke Najee have to get a look if Gordon can't go? Because we talked about it with Katie. You got to be careful. If you win this Game 7, but Gordon tweaks it further, you got a problem. You need Gordon against Minnesota.
I don't think Zeke is going to play. I think it would just be that Peyton Watson will get more minutes, and they'll. One of the benefits of last night is an increased trust in Julian Strawther to be able to get minutes out of him in the backcourt. You can swing Russ around a little bit. I don't I don't think somebody new would come into the rotation. I think they'd just be going with 7. And it would be subtracting Aaron Gordon, unless there's foul trouble, in which case somebody could have to play. But I don't think any new bodies are going to get introduced in this series. I don't see it happening at this stage. Not at Game 7.
I can't give you a strong argument for it, but you've got to be so careful with this.
Yeah.
You just cannot afford, if you find a way to win Game 7, and I like their chances just because you got Jokic.
Yeah.
And I think there's pressure on Oklahoma City. But seriously, you got to have AG, or that'll be a quick trip.
It was the Nuggets' 9th game in 17 days last night.
That is unreal.
Yeah.
And we just got the schedule today, folks. If they win Sunday, every other day starting Tuesday.
Pick it right up. That's it. No rest again.
Not a single 2-day break, the entire conference finals.
Today's the big day.
Yeah.
I hope every Denver Nugget is sleeping right now.
Get your groceries, do your laundry, vacuum the house.
Whatever is required of you. But yeah, hopefully they're all just asleep at this very moment. Jamal Murray was asked how his day went yesterday, if he ever viewed himself as questionable to play.
No. I woke up, was feeling it, went to the clinic, got tested for a couple different things. It was negative, so happy about that. But I was always going to play in my mind. So I'm glad we got the win. Give ourselves some life and a chance to win the series.
Always going to play, man.
I like the no.
Right. Nah.
No.
Sean, how do you feel?
Yeah.
No.
Nah.
Oof. That's a very for sure no.
Do we know what he has?
I told you, my wife was dead serious, and she must have said it 3 times. But you've got kids. I think most parents know this.
Get droopy face.
My wife is always a big thing with the eyes. You got the sick eyes. You got the sick eyes. Now, I give her credit.
Face.
She's a great mom, so she knows.
Yeah.
If she tells me one of the kids have the sick eyes, I know they're getting sick.
Yep.
And she said he's got the sick eyes last. So, which would assume normally when she tells me that, they've got some sort of head, chest, cold thing going on.
Do you prefer sick eyes, snake eyes, or hungry eyes?
I like snake eyes because I'm a huge G.I. Joe fan.
There you are. Uh-huh.
Snake eyes, when rolling the dice, I know is not
as good. No.
And I don't give a crap about the song Hungry Eyes from the 80s. I feel like that was a dedication too often with Casey Kasem.
What, I'm trying, what movie was Hungry Eyes in? Give me a minute. Jamal Murray, on how he was doing during the game last night.
Yeah, everything was kind of bothering me, but kind of once the game starts and the team needs you and adrenaline kicks in, you see a couple shots go in or whatever, you just kind of suck it up and then get through it. So
suck it up and get through it.
You know what he was doing last night? He was dirty dancing with the guards.
That's what Hungry Eyes was in. I Googled it too.
Oh, I had no idea, but yeah. No, he was. You know what I loved? I loved when he was kind of mocking Shea flopping.
That was good.
It was a lot of fun.
That's just like I'm sick and I don't have time for this crap.
Boy, I'll tell you what. X blew up with both fan bases really sick of SGA and Joker.
And finally, Jamal Murray on, and this is really the topic we've been talking about all day long, like team resiliency. What about his personal resiliency? Where does that come from?
Just from being down all the time. It builds, like I said, it builds a lot of character. You get to find out about not just yourself, but your teammates, and that sets you up for the next time you guys are down, and then you guys fight through and you build something else. You maybe figure something else out, and then sets you up for the next time. And just over the years, we've kind of caught a rhythm of playing from behind. So, like I said, I think we just need to turn that same energy into hitting first and bringing it. Not waiting to see what happens or working us up into the game or waiting to get hit first, stuff like that. I think we do just a better job of hitting.
That's such a good answer. We're always losing. That's why.
Yeah. We haven't exactly led a lot during this season.
We're not big on necessarily playing 4 perfect quarters. That's not our thing, okay? But it's true. Like this team, they do get down in games, and that's where they always. This is such a good plug away team. That's what they do. They plug away, even if you can't bite into the deficit immediately. Keep doing the right things. Get the game to turn back your direction. The other guys, like, they're going to miss. Eventually, they're going to miss. Get rebounds, get out, run good offense, get yourself good shots. You're going to be able to come back in games. That's how they did it last night. I'm telling you, man, that second quarter, I did not have a good feeling about where that game was going.
That's why I left.
Yeah. The Nuggets
That's
offense
why I left.
was a disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was really bad, and it was like, okay. And the possession that changed it was just a CB3. And it was, honestly, that was a little bit of a hero play. It was just, he penetrated, and then he backed it back out and was just like, all right, you're going to give me space. I'm going to go ahead and take it, which, like, a Christian Brown top of the key three is not the greatest shot this offense can generate, but he buried it. And they just sort of, they picked it up from there. They got it going. They finished the half on a strong run. Shea got the fourth foul, which, like, it's funny too. And I'm seeing some of this on Twitter of like Thunder fans are complaining about the whistle. Like, you guys you've been whistled for fouls all year long because that's the defense that you play. You're the swipey, grabby defense team, so you're going to get called for fouls. The other team is always going to shoot more free throws than you. This is just your DNA. Like, you can't complain about it right now just because it's late in a playoff series.
No, and you got a fish flapper on one end.
Yep.
And, look, there were some wild calls last night. The Chet call, the invisible Chet call, where, like, it's funny because I think the Thunder players and the refs both expected contact. Like Jalen Williams, and at the end, the refs didn't buy it.
Yeah.
But they just let him go. And Joker let Chet jump that one time, and I think he was trying to brace himself for contact and then didn't get it, and it screwed them all up. And then they called the foul anyway. It's been a weird way.
This series is a freaking war.
Well, it is.
It is,
but
man.
It's also tough to tell. Like, the refs, what I liked about the Clippers series, that it felt like when they decided, whatever you thought of the whistle, when they said we're going to let you duke each other, just beat the crap out of each other, they let them do it.
Yeah.
And they didn't change. It feels like for both teams this series, they're having to adjust like halfway through. Now you kind of want to call that now, but you weren't earlier. Just whatever you decide on Sunday, just stick with it. So both teams know, and they can adjust accordingly. Because it was pretty physical yesterday.
How many free throws did Joker take last night? He took 12, I want to say.
I think it was 14.
Yeah, 10 to 12.
On.
10
okay,
to 12
10 to
last
12.
night. And some of those were just, the Thunder were in foul trouble, and so the Nuggets were in the bonus, and Jokic had the ball, and he ended up going to the line. 29 points last night on 14 shots out of Nikola Jokic. Really, like, good efficiency all around. CB had 23 on 14 last night. I mean, Strawther 15 points on 8 shots. That's absolutely fantastic. Jamal was 9 of 19. And I know, like, the other thing about Jamal is, like, isn't Jamal's shooting percentage always going to suffer with the second unit because he's the one that always has to take the bailout shots, where it's like late in the shot clock and the ball just finds Jamal because nobody else can generate a look.
Right.
And then he's got to take a tough off-balance shot. And I think that's always going to impact his shooting percentage negatively. I'm not making excuses for him. Like, that's the reality of what the Nuggets second unit does, because it's almost as though this team has never found a reliable bench scorer. It's Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Scott Friday, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Julian Strawther, Andy, goes off for 15 last night.
Oh, I'm going to tell you my favorite part of the game.
The Julian Strawther 8-0 run. That was pretty good.
My favorite part is that he finally hit some threes.
Mm-hmm.
You and I watched him warming up, and it was why I asked Vic, what can you glean from this? Anything, right? I've always been curious. You know what was interesting? You and I don't normally get to go do that. Again, we were just talking in the break how cool it is.
Yeah.
That we were able to go there and actually watch him do the warm-ups, because a lot of times
we're usually here.
Yeah, we're either here or, it's not a big enough deal to go down there. The game is so late for these playoff games, you and I going there isn't going to lead to anything because we don't get to watch anything. But to be able to watch them all warm up, and I was just thinking to myself, I am curious who's hitting, because you know what? Nicola's 1 for 3 from 3.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have a great 3-point warm-up last night. I was like, all right, now I'm kind of curious how this is going to go. And look, I trust Vic and enough people that, I'm sure sometimes they have great warm-ups and shoot poorly, and and vice versa.
Yeah.
But Julian did hit a couple of the corner threes he was nailing. Remember, you and I were watching it. He had a good warm-up from the corner three. Wasn't necessarily as great from the top of the arc, but good from the corner three. This is what they need, the three-point shooting. You and I talked about the fact that if they just could hit a couple of threes down the stretch in Game 5, we're previewing Minnesota right now.
Well, it's, we kept having this conversation yesterday, and I actually called for Strawther to have that kind of performance yesterday.
You did.
But, who's going to be the Lou Dort?
Yes.
And Julian Strawther was the Lou Dort, which I'm sure Oklahoma City's broadcaster was as disgusted by what he saw last night as Kaz was from the Lou Dort game.
Yeah. Was that their guy across from us, by the way? Very distinguished looking.
Yes, very
radio
much so.
guy.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he
Looked
smelled
very serious.
He looked like he smelled of rich mahogany. No doubt about that.
I don't know. You went quite Ron Burgundy. He didn't have enough hair to be Ron Burgundy, but he looked distinguished.
So Strawther goes off last night. Julian's a good NBA player. I think he's got to learn to defend. Too often on the defensive end of the floor, he just, he's the chicken with his head cut off, and he's lost out there. I do think running zone, Katie brought this up before, running zone defense helps him. It's just, you don't have to worry about switches as much as any, because you got an area and not a man. So I do think that helped him last night. And Adelman singularly brought that up of the defensive end of the court was why I could keep him in the game. But also his ability because I think he's a true 3-level scorer. He's a huge energy guy coming off the bench. The Nuggets have not had consistent bench scoring, bench shooting in that way, I don't know, since Bruce Brown was around these parts, probably.
It's been 2 years.
Yeah, exactly. Julian can be that kind of player. Again, it just comes back to, can you trust him on the defensive end of the court, or is he just going to kill you? And on the possessions where he's not scoring, he made his first one last night. That was massive. I don't know, Andy, if he misses those first couple of shots, does he even see minutes in the fourth quarter? No, I think Adelman's riding the hot hand because that's what he's got going in that moment, and Strawther completely responded to it.
Yeah, and now I would hope it would lead to a little longer leash for him. Again, depending on what this lineup looks come Sunday.
Yeah,
if
depending
Gordon
on whatever
can play, and
AG,
and hopefully, Jamal looked fine yesterday. Hopefully, it doesn't set in any worse and all that kind of stuff. But all right. I got a different question for you because I don't think I've heard anybody talk about this much. What would you assign to Adelman that you give him credit for? What is David Adelman doing? And I think there's plenty, by the way. But what can we truly what can we say, what can we point to as evidence?
Okay, couple of things.
This is his effect.
Tactically, I do think the biggest strategic change that they have made has become being a zone-heavy defensive team. And they mixed it up a lot, and they've done more of it as the series has gone on. But being a zone-heavy team, the way that it's made life tough on Shea, and again, what did Shea have? 32 on 14 shots last night. He was 16 shots, excuse me. He was amazing last night, but nobody else really got going. And, Shea had 6 assists. I heard this stat earlier today, by the way. Shea in this series does not have any assists to Jalen Williams. Jalen Williams does not have any assists to SGA.
Wow.
I know.
Okay.
It's a weird stat, but also it's like, okay, like those two dudes right now aren't necessarily elevating each other in those moments. And I think the zone is a part of it. You know, I do think that Michael Malone got what's the Sean Payton line? There's a slim margin between a groove and a rut.
Yes. Yes.
I think that like one of the things that we can see with some hindsight on it now is like Malone, I think, was coaching in a rut.
Sure.
I think Malone had very specific ideas about what this team is supposed to do and supposed to do well and have done well in the past. And I don't think he always necessarily had a willingness to evolve because he had seen such great success with what they had done. I think that David Adelman is more willing to try some stuff right here with this team. And quite frankly, that should have been what he was charged with when he was given the job of like, okay, the last guy, your boss, and you know, I don't David Adelman, I don't think would ever say a negative thing about Michael Malone, but I think he would look at it and say, okay, it's time to try some different stuff. There's a reason why I'm in this seat and he is no longer here. So tactically, I think that's something really good that Adelman has done for this team. And I think the other thing that David Adelman has done has been that the player's voice is the loudest one right now.
Yeah, I think everybody's off the edge. But see, I don't know if I credit Adelman for that, for, you know, the day-to-day guy that's taking the temperature down in the room when we're seeing the results of that's what it needed to do.
Yeah.
But I think Josh Kroenke deserves a lot of credit for that. And I'm not just fluffing the guy that owns this place. I'm telling a lot of us weren't sure, why are you doing this right now? Right? I mean, if anyone wants to go back and listen to the podcast, we were saying for quite a while.
Yeah.
Are you really sure you want to do this right now? This seems a little late in the season to be trying this. What are you really going to accomplish? Well, they're in a game 7 of a playoff, and I wasn't sure they were destined to get past the first round.
Sure.
But I do think getting rid of both the warring factions, as I said earlier, of Booth and Malone, has had an effect on everybody maybe just calming down and worry about basketball. Nonetheless, Adelman still has to manage that environment. To your point, and look, I just remember, when I was coaching, I got to coach lacrosse before I came to join you. And I just remember when you were the assistant, there are different things you worry about.
Yeah.
My job was not to worry about the rotations. I was asked my opinion on who should go in and play, but my job was to worry about skill-specific things and maybe the defense or one, but not everything.
Yeah.
He's had to worry about everything. And what I do admire is I think he's done a better job of seeing if other guys can play, and I think he really did that in those last 3 games. But I don't think he falls into a rut. And back to your point about the groove or the rut, I don't think he's in a rotation rut. And I do think, I do feel like Russ might have been in there towards the end last night. Simply, look, I'm not sure if Malone's still there with the intensity of the way everything felt, if they're even to this point right now. Not because he was a bad coach, just because everybody felt like they needed to break away from him, right?
Sure.
But I do feel like I don't think Adelman has been subscribing to, I've got to play this guy because that's what I do. I don't think he has that going, and that's why Julian, for the most part, closed out.
He has ridden game flow better.
Right.
We talked
It's a
about
good
this the
way to
other
put
day.
it.
Like in game, he's read and coached to this specific game, I think, better than Malone did. And generally, Malone was a trust my guys, trust my plan, and it will work its way out. You can't sit here and say, well, that was idiotic. They won a freaking championship doing that. So Michael Malone had a long track record of that having worked. It's just for whatever reason, a couple of years removed, injuries that everyone has battled with, lack of consistency, some roster turnover, all those things. It wasn't working as well with this team. And I do think that, again, last night, going with Strawther down the stretch in place of Porter. And by the way, I actually thought Mike played okay last night. For what he's capable of right now, Mike made some shot. He had some terrible moments, okay? He airballed a floater, all right? We saw it.
He did, but let's just go off the Mike Sanford caused me to yell meter.
Yeah.
Mike wasn't doing that.
Not as
There was
much.
one specific player that had Mike yelling at all of us.
Yeah.
and demanding he leave the game.
Yeah.
You can probably guess who that was.
Hey, you know what, though?
Were you there for his long speech in
That
the
guy
first
closed
quarter?
it. Sanford?
Yes.
I probably wasn't paying attention. I'm sure I was there. I was in the room.
I was big mad at Russ.
Okay. Yeah.
I was like, wow, this must be how my family feels when I'm yelling at home. Because I told you, I get less bothered being at the game for some reason than when I'm actually in front of my TV. I don't know why.
When I'm off the clock, takes are invisible to me. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here on a Ska Friday. We've got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the Game 6 victory, headed to Game 7, and then at 5:20, playoff playback, so keep it here. Coming up on Sunday, join Altitude Sports Radio at Stoney's on Lincoln for a Game 7 viewing party. We'll have awesome prizes, including an autographed Nuggets jersey, a live broadcast, and a chance to watch your Nuggets in the biggest game of the season. All brought to you by Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila, and Michelob Ultra, the official beer of the NBA. We'll see you on Sunday at Stoney's. Let's hit the high five right now. Mark Springer, give me that Tesh.
It's Tesh time. It's the high five brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Nuggets get a must-win win in Game 6.
Literally.
They avoid elimination. They beat the Thunder 119-107 last night. After the game, David Adelman talked about the Nuggets' team resiliency.
Yeah, hyper-focused, hyper-honest with one another, and I think more importantly, hyper-honest with themselves. And I think if you are that way, you can bounce back from things very quickly. People that find excuses and point all over the room usually lose and fail. And this group is not that way. They're tough-minded. They know they can be better each game as an individual or as a teammate. And that's who we've been for a long time. And what that means for Sunday doesn't mean you're going to win or lose. I don't know. But I do know this. They'll be mentally prepared because they'll spend tomorrow thinking about how they can be better. Schematically, we'll talk Saturday, and we will throw this saying, man, we will be ready to roll on Sunday. I'm very excited for the opportunity because of the people I'm about to do it with.
Nikola Jokic will play in his 7th career Game 7. In the 6 prior, Andy, he is 4-2 all-time. His 2 losses coming against Portland back in 2019 and Minnesota last year, but I don't remember anything about that. Of course, most recently, the victory over the Clippers in the opening round for this team. The Nuggets and Thunder will play the 7th game of this series for the Nuggets. It'll be their 14th game already of this postseason, which think about that for a second. Like when they won the championship, they played 20 total games, and now just getting out of round 2, they're already going to be up to 14, which is absolutely crazy. But
they may surpass that to get out of the Western Conference
seriously,
Final.
Yeah, but this team is just they're comfortable in these moments. They're never bothered. They will go through rough patches, and God, that second quarter last night. It was awful. They were really struggling. They struggled from the moment the first wave of substitutions went in. They put Russ and P-Watt and Strawther in. They were immediately -7, 8-1 Thunder run to the end of the first quarter. Second quarter was absolutely terrible. OKC's defense was giving them all the problems in the world, but the Nuggets never let it get out of reach. They only, got down by 12. Yeah, that's not a comfortable place to be, but then they started to make some shots. They got some stops. SGA gets his 4th foul. Boom, they're right back in the game. I just think this team has got such a good commitment to process every single time that they play.
Okay, take the bubble games out of it. Is this the first road game for this crew? Bubble games don't count.
Yes, this is their first true road Game 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting then. We'll see. Again, I think the experience is a big thing. I think the Nuggets are less worried about what lies beyond this than the Thunder are.
Yeah.
But this is the first time the Nuggets are going to have to stare down this beast inside someone else's building.
Yeah, where role players always play better. So everybody look out for Isaiah Joe and Aaron Wiggins.
High five. Hey, Julian Strawther got 20 minutes off
Sure
the bench
did.
last night. Scored 15 points, 3 of 4 from 3, 4 of 8 from the field. Was a +4 off the bench. Julian Strawther went on the morning sprint today on 92.5, and he was asked about staying ready. You never know when your name and number will be called.
Just understanding how the playoffs work, just watching years past and see how you never know when it'll be your night, and you never know when someone will be asked to step up, and understanding that I was in a situation where, any given night in the playoffs I could be thrown in, any given night I could get a DMP. Sticking with the same routine, being consistent, and treating it like a professional. That's what my vet, DeAndre Jordan, always tell me what to do.
Yeah, before the series started, David Adelman met with Julian Strawther and let him know, you're not in the rotation, but stay ready because your opportunity could be coming your way. Strawther, this is not unfamiliar. Strawther was basically the bottom rotation player all year long. I guess maybe he was like one rung up on the ladder from Zeke, but he was basically like the bottom of the rotation player. Go out there, get loose, get your shots, do your scout, watch your film, do all those right things. Like he said, he mentioned DJ right there. You got to do that. Plus, he's been putting the work in. Did you happen to notice, I think it was on his second three that he made last night, he high-fived a dude in the seats?
Yes.
So that dude is Peyton Watson's like business manager, who also works out with Porter and Watson and Strawther, and they do a lot of late nights at the gym together. So like that guy is like, he's like in the crew that they go and put up shots with every single night. So in some ways it's like, you know, Julian, like all of that hard work is getting celebrated in that moment, and it's kind of cool that he got to do that.
I absolutely love it. Now we need you to come back and do it again on Sunday.
Yeah.
They're going to need you to do it again. It was a great surprise last night. And look, what I love the most, I love the three ball. And not just because he was hitting three-pointers. He was sold to us as a three-point shooter, okay? We haven't seen it. It's been a rough go of that this year. He's not been great from three during the regular season. So to see that part of his game uncorked and actually used to the Nuggets' advantage, that was fantastic. That's what gives me hope. If he can do it again Sunday, I like their chances. If he goes back to what he was before, I don't know.
That guy needs a full healthy season.
He does.
He just needs a year of being healthy, and I think his role will only increase going forward because I think he's got the stuff to be a good NBA player.
I also think he needs to get through, with all due respect to Michael Malone, he needs a chance in November and December to play in games where the hook is not so quick.
Yeah.
Because you're frustrated with young guys.
Yeah, because you're frustrated because they don't do the right things that young guys don't do.
Because I understand why Adelman can have a quick hook. It's the playoffs.
Yeah.
You don't have time to let too many mistakes pass.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right about that. He just needs to be in the rotation. Spring.
High five. Nikola Jokic after the game on how this series has evolved and what he expects in Game 7.
It's interesting, I think, some seems like I think this is the first time we had the lead even in the last game, and they took it. In the end, I think we even Game 4 we had the lead, and they took it. This is the first game that we kind of had the lead, and we finished the game. It's interesting, It's hopefully it's gonna be a close one.
They didn't blow it. Is basically
You and I
what he's
talked
saying
about it.
right
They
there.
tried to, though.
Yeah. The very end of the game was annoying. But I think one of the huge keys last night, something that they did very poorly in Game 5 that they did very well mostly last night, was finishing quarters. They finished the second quarter. They finished the third quarter. I believe it was a 12-3 run to finish the second quarter. It was a 10-0 run to finish the third quarter last night. And when they gave themselves that lead and that cushion, that meant Adelman could take Jokic out of the game to start the fourth quarter and trust it. And then they played pretty well in the fourth quarter, non-Jokic minutes. It actually it went okay, and they didn't have to be in a giant rush to get him back in. And then Jokic could come back onto the floor and essentially be the closer last night. I think he scored like 5 points immediately when he got back into the game. That's it, man. That's you just got to, when you have a lead, you just got to keep scoring.
Well, you know what? It's so funny because I was about to say to you, there's two similarities between Games 3 and Game 6, the two they've last won. And that was they survived the non-Jokic minutes. And I remember that because a week ago today, I was hosting that watch party at number 38, right? And I remember talking with our guy, Rob Trujillo, and we were both commenting on how they'd survived the non-Jokic minutes and blah, blah, blah. And they gave the lead up in that game, if you remember, because they had it for a bit, then they gave it back, then they had to get it tied, then they took it to overtime. I hope yesterday is the mark of the start of not giving up your fourth quarter lead.
Speaking of Mark Springer, let's get the next story, which is Aaron Gordon and his hamstring.
High five. Yeah, Aaron Gordon after the game asked about the Nuggets actually having an extra day off between last night and Game 7 and an update on his hamstring.
So you're limping a little bit. How are you feeling, and how nice is it to have actually a couple days off for once?
I feel okay. We'll see. I'm going to start the recovery process now and make sure I'm getting ready for Game 7.
You kind of grabbed at your left hammy. Did you feel it on that kickball play? Was it before that?
Yeah. I just reached out and just not entirely sure what happened. So, like I said, I'm just going to recover, see what I can do Game 7.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want to have to give the Thunder credit for anything, but they do deserve credit on this. And I don't mean like they meant to get Aaron Gordon hurt or anything like that. But down double digits inside 3 minutes to play, they did keep playing.
Yep.
And they did pressure the Nuggets, and they forced some stupid turnovers, and it led to runouts, and the game got kind of annoying there for a minute. And you had to look at it and go, what are the Nuggets doing right now? But it was just the Thunder kept their foot on the gas defensively till the very end of the game. And as a result, because of the pressure and the ball getting knocked away the way that it did on that play by Caruso, is that Aaron Gordon gets banged up. And now he's a question mark. I'm assuming they're going to list him as questionable for Game 7. He's a question mark to play in this game because if you're the Thunder, you got to think about the series. It's you lost the battle, but can you still win the war? Well, fatigue Denver as much as you can down the stretch. And in this case, maybe a guy now is physically compromised.
Yeah, and the Nuggets have to be smart about this. We said it before. You cannot afford, if you find a way to get past Game 7 and nothing's guaranteed.
Yeah, you don't need a torn
You cannot
hamstring.
have him missing for the
Right.
Minnesota series.
No.
You don't have enough big dudes to begin with for that team.
You don't have enough dudes, period. Big, small, or otherwise. And finally,
High five. Jamal Murray played sick last night in a back against the wall game. How much does he enjoy those types of games?
I'd rather be up. I don't know. We've had our fair share. I think it just adds to the character that we build and experience. Chemistry, the trust, another big word. I just think, with that being said, I think we can do a lot better job of being the first to throw the punches and just be up.
Jamal Murray last night, by the way, was a plus 28. They were up when he was out on the floor. Back against the wall, head in the toilet, whatever was going on with Jamal Murray. He was absolutely fantastic. Playoff playback coming up. Kaz had all of the calls last night, losing his mind. You will want to hear it from the Nuggets' great start in the first quarter to their atrocious second quarter to a third quarter in which they basically treaded water until Julian Strawther time arrived, to a fourth quarter that was an absolute party out at Ball Arena. You're going to hear all of it when we come back. Playoff playback, Game 6. That game ruled. You need to hear it again next. Final score last night, Ball Arena, Game 6. It was a party, 119-107. Denver gets the victory. They force a Game 7 on Sunday. You'll listen to it right here. Jason Kosmiski, Katie Wingy, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Berto's got your pregame at 1 o'clock. We'll tip it at 1:30. ABC, by the way, Andy, this is a Mike Breen, Doris Burke, Richard Jefferson affair. So the finals crew is coming out to do the big Game 7 on ABC on Sunday. This is going to be a freaking event, man.
Are they going to give out that trophy?
Much like it was last night. Great question.
Tim McMahon telling us yesterday they don't want to have a situation where, what was it, the Admiral and Akeem?
Yeah.
Didn't the Admiral get it and Akeem destroyed him, or was it the other way around?
Just do it. Just give the guy his trophy. What are we worried about here? Why is everybody overthinking this so much?
Because the NBA wants OKC to move on, and they don't want to activate Dr. Doom Jokic, where he just goes and lays waste to everybody.
Wait, you think the NBA wants OKC to move on?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
I think part of it's right there. They don't want to motivate Joker to go and – because I think they love Shea, and Shea's – look, we all love new things. Shea's going to be the new MVP. He's their hot new young star. Everybody dubbing him one of the faces of the league, and I think they'd like to see he and Ant do battle in the next round.
No. They don't. The NBA is not hot to get tiny market Oklahoma City moving on. Not that Denver's that much bigger, but I don't think the league's biggest concern is that the Knicks get to the finals.
Yeah, I also think they'd be very excited to push Shea versus Ant for a whole series, and then it wouldn't matter market size. Those are two guards that get all the big highlights because they do the sweet dunking and all the stuff that they. Yeah. You can shake your head no all you want.
That's not a thing. No,
okay, we'll see.
They merely care about how many human beings live in your city. Like the NBA wants the Lakers in this thing right now. Honestly,
I'm sure they're not psyched about that. They want Boston to keep going with the New York thing for at least what?
The thought of a Indiana-Minnesota finals.
Oh, they're screwed.
They're not happy
They're going to
about
be
it.
screwed.
Yeah.
But whether it's Indiana, Denver, OKC, or Minnesota,
yeah,
their only hope is a series. If they could really craft it their way, that Boston Knicks thing would have been next round.
Very much so. Yes,
But I do think that they want to continue to show, because why not give him his trophy? Get this done.
Who cares?
Why haven't we done this?
Give him the trophy.
Should have done it beginning of the series.
Who cares? Give him the trophy. What's the difference?
They've always done it in the semifinal, like first two games, have they not?
It's also wild. I saw like a graph about it. Like this is the latest they have done it since like the 90s.
Do you buy at all that it's going to be a surprise Joker thing and that's why they're waiting?
No.
I don't either.
No. Shea's going to win it.
Right. The last straw poll that's always like the ironclad way it's going to go.
Well,
that's the Bontemps one. Who does it?
Yeah, Tim Bontemps. Well, and the thing that makes no sense about it is like if they wait, well, then they might not get like the event where it's like silvers at the game and all of that. Also, didn't McMahon say it's a TNT thing? Like TNT has the rights to that. So, yeah, so I don't think it would be on Sunday then because it's an ESPN ABC affair.
Then you risk the guy being at home.
Because remember when Joker got it when he was at the stable in Sombor, that was on
Ernie
TNT.
Johnson was talking to him.
Yeah.
So was Shaq, right?
Yes, they almost always do. Yeah, I think that's a TNT thing, which again, all right.
Yeah, whatever.
Do the networks is that a part of what they bid for in the process?
It has to be.
Yes.
Has to be.
Playoff playback time. Game 6 last night. So Jamal Murray was questionable. We were worried about Jamal's health all day long, and then immediately, minute 18 into the game, Jamal Murray lets you know it's all good.
Nuggets still looking to score here. Mike has it, top of the key over to Jokic. Has it travel. Jokic has it in the paint over to Christian Brown. Kicks it out over to Gordon. Now Murray in a three. Got it in the foul as well on Hartenstein.
Yeah, boom, right away. Also, I don't think Jamal saw that go through the bucket because Hartenstein plowed him over.
Yeah,
he was just laying on the ground.
I don't think so either.
I think he heard the crowd and was like, cool, it went in. But I don't know if he knew. Good possession. CB got crowded in the paint. Kick out AG. Extra pass to Jamal. And boom, right off the jump, Jamal looked good. Made a 4-point play early on.
Didn't Hartenstein get pushed in? Did it look like he got pushed into Jamal by
SGA was right out there too. Yeah, there was 2 defenders right out on him. Let's go a little bit later in the first quarter. We talked about it before, man. Christian Brown. It's weird to call somebody with a 23-point, 11-rebound performance the unsung hero of the game, and yet I really think he was. Nuggets doing it with defense, getting out in transition.
Caruso on top over to Alexander. Alexander has the ball deflected and stolen by Gordon. Front corner over to Christian. Dog! 2 hands! You call that timeout, Gagno! Denver's up 6!
18-12, Denver. A little 18-12 overture right there. Nuggets were plus 10. They were up 10, 8-1 run by OKC to finish the quarter. That was so the first round of substitutions. Westbrook, P. Watt, Strawther all came in. Nuggets were -7 the rest of the way in the first quarter after those guys came in. Jamal Murray had 11 of Denver's 31 points in the first. So great start for Jamal Murray last night. We go to the second quarter, and good news, Andy, the Nuggets broke even in the non-Jokic minutes. That was huge. 5:08 to go in the half. Some quality defense getting played by MPJ after a bad miss, and Christian Brown is on the break.
Williams drives right past Porter. Reverse side layup might have been blocked by Porter. Loose ball, Jokic, front court, Christian, right to the rim he goes. Layup is on the way and in.
Yeah, damn right. That was good to see. Jokic ahead to CB. They were up 2. Nuggets would not get another field goal for the next 3.5 minutes. Thunder pushed it to 12. Basically, late first, late second, the Thunder put up a 38-16 stretch. That was their dominant stretch of the basketball game last night. Chet hit a corner 3, made it 58-46. However, Shea got his 4th foul at 1:29, and Aaron Gordon pre-hamstring injury with one of his biggest buckets of the game, and he didn't have many.
Williams left side over to Caruso. Catch and go to the dotted line. Finger roll layup won't go. Rebound comes down to Gordon. Denver's got the numbers here. 5-on-3 for a moment. Gordon puts it on the floor. He's in the paint. Leans in. Dunk! 2 hands.
Yeah, that was one of his 2 made buckets last night. He got a 3, and that was it. 2 of 7 last night for
only
AG.
5 points.
Yeah.
Which speaks to good for them for winning, because they were not doing well unless he scored 20 points.
He had 7 rebounds and 7 assists last night, and he was a plus 17. Yeah, that's good to see right there. Tied at 58. Lou Dort 3 at the buzzer. Put OKC back up by 3. Boom.
Tell me you didn't hear that. You can't lose to Lou Dort.
I think
Kaz, by the way, did not say that again.
He didn't say it last night?
So I got out to the parking lot. That's when I was getting close to my truck, and they had the radio call on as I was outside, and he just mentioned Lou Dort. And
Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
Cannot let it happen. We go to the third quarter. Third quarter was basically break-even time in the third quarter. But I highlighted this one particular bucket by Jokic because this bucket right here, you're going to hear Kaz's call, and it's probably going to sound like a rote Jokic turnaround, but this to me is indicative of the way that Nikola Jokic has completely solved the Thunder.
Jokic has it up the right sideline, guarded by Hartenstein. He's at the elbow. Throws out of it over to Murray, right back over to Jokic. Jokic against the former Nugget, Hartenstein. Fakes a spin move, little hook shots on the way. That one's up and in. Nifty move.
Okay, so you heard Kaz right there say he faked the spin move. So Jokic had the ball on the block. He was basically like mid-block. He faked to go over to his left shoulder. He knew Caruso was waiting to come on the double. That shoulder fake, and Caruso bit. And Caruso bolted for the high post. And Joker just calmly, one dribble, turn over his other shoulder. But knowing exactly where the pressure was going to come from OKC, it was, okay, how do I basically move myself to free space on the floor and get myself a one-on-one? Shooting over Hartenstein has been no problem for Joker this entire series, but that put the Nuggets up 2 right there. That, to me, Andy, is one of those possessions in game 2, 3, and 4 where he was getting frustrated and passing.
Yeah, and
or
probably
having the ball stolen from him.
Or, yeah, because he would turn into that pressure because he was more focused on kind of banging with Hartenstein and trying to get the foul called on him and then getting a 3-point play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 80 82-78. Nuggets are up right there. Let's go to the final 2 minutes, and let's do it all in one. Let's just have a big Julian Strawther party right now to wrap up the third quarter. Let's listen to Kaz lose his mind.
Murray, guarded by Case Walls, gets a pick from Strawther. Throws it over to Jules. In a three. Yeah! Julian Strawther coming up big. Murray walks it across the timeline. He's guarded out there by Dort. He gets a pick from Jokic. Moves off of that. He's at the wing now as Murray dribbles through the lane. Throws out of it. Three-pointer Strawther. Got it again! Julian Strawther in the third puts Denver up 8 on a 15-4 run. Alexander misses a three on the other end. Denver will wind this puppy down. The hot hand is Julian Strawther. Left side of the midcourt circle is Jamal Murray. He gets a high pick from Christian Brown. Another one from Jokic. 6 on the clock for Jamal. He goes to the left hand. He backs up in the paint. Strawther layup. Got it again! That's 8 in the quarter for Strawther. Denver matches their big lead of 10.
Boom! That was some good cause right there. Julian Strawther, the layup on the lob, that was just him feeling himself right there.
Well, but he needed it because that clock was ticking down.
That and Chet was coming.
Yeah, no, I was going to say he was smart because no rim protector was able to show up. Great play by Strawther. And you're right. That's when you thought, all right, there's the Gonzaga basketball star back in his element.
That's what I'm talking about right there. By the way, going with Jules is the nickname on Strawther right there. Jules draft today?
The Jules.
So you got Samuel L. Jackson, Pulp Fiction, little Jules Winfield. Jules Verne, he was around the world in 80 days.
Spelled differently, but there was Jewel, the artist.
There was, singular. Jewel.
And we're going to different Jules. Mint Julep.
That's awesome.
That's as close as I can get. Do I have another race in the Belmont this weekend or something?
Sure, probably. I don't know.
Don't know. Neither do I, Coach Bednar.
Sounds good to me. Yeah. Let's go to the fourth.
Freakness, I think that's a second.
There you go. That sounds good. The fourth quarter.
Just start naming races.
I'll just keep agreeing.
Is it the Indy 500 this weekend?
It's got to be.
It's next weekend. Don't write in.
Fourth quarter we go, and here we go. Non-Jokic minutes. Jamal Murray is out there, and Jamal Murray is still making shots despite the illness.
Inbound on top over to Aaron Gordon. Gordon peels off to the right wing, throws out of Murray for three. Yes! 11-point lead for Denver, 93-82. And this is Denver's big lead of the night.
Yeah, punishing a slow recovery by Case and Wallace. Jamal hit that three. Huge shot right there. Peyton Watson did not have a good offensive game, at all last night. But ultimately, I thought his minutes were still valuable. This one leading to a bucket from another guy who did not have a good offensive game at all.
Westbrook throws it away again. It's a 2-on-1. Jalen Williams, reverse side layup, blocked by Peyton Watson. Loose ball comes down to Strawther. What a play. Strawther has it to the rim. He leans in. Layup no good. Put back by Westbrook is in.
Yeah, place was going bonkers by then. Good non-Jokic minutes in the fourth. In fact, the lead actually grew in the fourth quarter. Then Joker came back into the game and immediately scored a quick 5 points, highlighted by this three.
Christian Brown looks in. Michael Porter Jr. gets the breather. Inbound goes over to Jamal Murray. Murray behind the three-point line. Back over to Jokic. Jokic for three. Yeah! 12-point lead for Denver. Their big lead of the night. 100-88.
And his only three of the night.
His only three. That he did not come back in until the 7:53 mark. In fact, he was up at the scorer's table, and there was a couple of possessions that went by, and I was just like, just call timeout. Just get him back in the game. There. Yeah, just get him in there. No, it worked out for the Nuggets. We mentioned earlier the no-look pass to CB. Let's listen to Kaz call it right now.
Here comes Aaron Gordon the other way. Time is your friend. Gordon has it, bottom part of the midcourt circle. Don't turn it over. Throws it off over to Jokic. Jokic has it to high post. No look down to Christian. Layup good. What a pass by Joker. 15-point lead for Denver, their largest of the series.
J-Dub, SGA, Isaiah Joe, all three of them had eyes directly on Jokic, and Christian Brown snuck in backdoor. Beautiful bullet pass, by the way, from Jokic. You pointed that out before, Andy. Good hands on the part of CB. Let's go inside. 4 minutes to go. 4 Oklahoma City defenders are crowding Nikola Jokic in the paint, which left Julian Strawther wide open in the corner.
Gordon has it behind the three-point line. Throws it off over to Jokic. Nice flop by Holmgren there. Jokic has it inside the arc. He starts backing down Holmgren to the dotted line. Throws out of it. Strawther 3. You the man! Julian Strawther, you the man! In game number 6. Timeout Thunder. Nuggets lead it by 16.
I don't think I've ever heard that one out of Kaz before. That was good.
Well, unfortunately, he hasn't been able to yell "you the man" to too many people during
No,
this
not
series,
really.
but that one works.
No.
It
You the
works.
man!
That's right.
That was good. And finally, after a shaky few minutes from the Nuggets, an annoyingly shaky few minutes from the Nuggets that included an Aaron Gordon hamstring injury, of all people, it was Russell Westbrook who said that this thing is over.
Williams 3. That one's no good. Rebound down on the floor, grabbed by Murray. Murray hugs the basketball, throws out of it over to Westbrook. Westbrook guarded by Holmgren. Holmgren. Now Westbrook goes in the rim, leans in. Layup good! 11-point lead for Denver, $1:20 to go.
Oh, good on Kaz, not getting ahead of himself right there. That thing was over. It would go white flag time soon for Dagenhalt after that. 119-107, your final. Nuggets made their free throws last night. They basically did pretty much everything really well outside of like a very bad stretch in the second quarter. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll discuss what What must the Nuggets do to be victorious on Sunday? Well, you can be victorious no matter the outcome by heading down to Stoney's to watch the game. You're going to win life by joining Altitude Sports Radio at Stoney's on Lincoln this Sunday for a Game 7 viewing party. Going to have some awesome prizes available, including an autographed Nuggets jersey. We'll have a live broadcast and a chance to watch your Nuggets in the biggest game of the season. All brought to you by Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila, and Michelob Ultra, the official beer of the NBA. We will see you on Sunday afternoon at Stoney's. All right, Andy, what did you see in Game 6 last night where you say, I believe that carries over, that goes to the Paycom Center and Oklahoma City?
Oh, Nate, that's a great question. But I've told you this whole series, you tell me, Nate, you and I have watched a ton of sports. We've been paid to do it. It's been a great career, great run. Whether it's been my professional career or just as a fan prior to that, I'm trying to remember the last time, and really, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. This goes for the whole playoff, going back to the LA Clippers series.
Mm-hmm.
This has been the wildest playoff run where, like, the superstar, like, you think a guy's going to get going, right? I'd like to say, frankly, that it's going to be Strawther shooting. All right, young man got his touch back. He's feeling he's got to feel good.
Yeah.
He's going to go in tomorrow and show it again. Man, even our guy Jamal, who's usually the perfect Robin to Joker's Batman, has not been that consistent over the playoffs. So what I think, the only thing I think is going to stay consistent, that we're going to be sweating this thing almost all the way till the end. That's what I don't think it'll be a blowout either way. And I think whoever makes, you know what, who doesn't, Nuggets can't do this. They can't do that dumb turnover thing. They had too many scary, dumb turnovers and too many turnovers in bunches that kept Oklahoma City in that game in the fourth quarter when they shouldn't have been.
So I was looking today at stats over the balance of this series. The Thunder are plus 33 in turnovers. That's huge. They have 68 to Denver's 101. And granted, we know this is what they do, okay? They led the NBA in turnovers forced. They commit a lot of fouls because they swipe at everything. They play a uber aggressive brand of defense. They force the officials to have to make a decision on a given play. This is what they do really, really well. But they have dominated that part of it. Now, the Nuggets have won basically by beating these guys on the glass, especially offensive rebounds. Denver is plus 11 in offensive rebounds in this series. They are plus 21 in total rebounds so far in the series. So you got to figure Denver was going to be better in those areas, and they certainly have been. The Thunder have 58 steals in this series to 46 for the Nuggets. The Thunder have blocked 37 shots to 30 in this series for the Nuggets. It screams exactly what this series has been. The Thunder are the best defensive team in the NBA, and that's how they've basically been able to stay in games. The critical other side of that is their two other stars have not been great offensively in this series. Jalen Williams basically has had one good game, and it was game 2, and it was a blowout. His shooting has been awful. He's been lost. What was he, 3 of 16 last night? He was absolutely terrible out there. Now, defensively, he's still made his mark on this series, but he hadn't been able to score. Chet's offensive contributions have been, and I thought Chet was pretty good last night, but he hasn't had a dominant game. It's just been Shea consistently offensively, and then they chip in with unexpected bench performances, either Caruso or Wiggins or Case and Wallace or something like that. Going into this game right here, Andy, what is there to count on? What carries over? I think it's just that Jokic is going to be awesome. And after that, the question is, does anybody go with him?
Well, and for those asking, we don't have an update on Aaron Gordon.
We don't know.
Probably won't get one prior to the game. Katie Wingy was on with us at 3:20. If you want to go hit the podcast, go back and listen on the podcast.
Have the Nuggets released an injury report today?
I haven't seen it, but I haven't necessarily looked on X in a bit, so we could do that. But maybe Vic has one.
Maybe by tomorrow they'll come out and say.
Isn't everybody off today anyway?
Yeah, they'll come out tomorrow and say he's. I don't know, probably list him as questionable. If it's doubtful, get worried.
We will reiterate to everybody. He didn't say after the game, I'm playing for sure. He said, I'm going to get rehab and we'll see what I can give him.
Yeah.
Coach Adelman said that if the game was tomorrow, he'd be real concerned. He's hoping this extra day buys him some time. But we're just in wait and see mode with Aaron Gordon, even if he could play. I would ask you this too, real quick point. I'm looking at the fouls. 28 fouls on Oklahoma City last night to 16 for the Nuggets. How do you think this one gets officiated?
I think it'll stay in that balance. For the series, the Nuggets, let's see, the Denver has shot 170 free throws to 151 for Oklahoma City. I think it'll probably just stay there.
And do you think they let them play a bit? Because, look, there's a lot of handsy, a lot of elbows, it's been a rough and tumble series.
Yeah, it's going to be a war of a series. But the Thunder have been called for more fouls because they foul all the time. They even foul when they don't foul, or when they don't get called for fouls, they're still fouling. So I think the whistle will probably stay consistent. I'll be surprised if we're here on Monday talking about a game where the Thunder take more free throws than the Nuggets will.
Sure. But I think Denver needs to be ready. Again, the biggest thing for Nikola tomorrow, because I've loved it since the Game 4 or even the Game 5.
Don't get frustrated.
Yes, let it go.
Yeah, let it go.
Your 2 games, you didn't play well in Denver. You also were hyper concerned about the officials.
Yeah, don't get too frustrated. Keep getting to the line and, win the fourth quarter. That's it. The games you lost the fourth quarter. The games you won the fourth quarter. That's oversimplified basketball analysis for you, folks. Before we get out of here, because Andy, we got to live in the bath of awkward that Bill Belichick constantly is providing us.
Concocting.
Okay, so Bill goes on Good Morning America today. He's talking to Strahan.
Yeah, he's going to make sure he does this publicity tour.
He's got to sell that book, okay? Jordan Hudson is not there. So a la the CBS interview, she can't interrupt anything. Strahan has been told, I'm not talking about my personal relationships. However, Michael Strahan doesn't care. He asks about it anyway. Bill goes along with it for a second, but Belichick got a Belichick at the very end right here. Let's all enjoy this little exchange here between Michael Strahan and Bill Belichick on Good Morning America devolve into a world of discomfort.
And I know that a lot has been made also in the professional life, but also of your personal life, because it's spilled over into your professional life in a lot of ways. And a lot has been made about your relationship with Jordan Hudson. It's been getting a lot of attention. She isn't here this morning, but what do you think about all the attention that your relationship has been getting?
Yeah, well, she's been terrific, through the whole process, and she's been very helpful to me. She does the business things that don't relate to North Carolina that come up in my life, so I can concentrate on football, and that's really what I want to do. I acknowledged her in the book. She was very helpful on that with the tribute pages, and also giving a perspective of the book from kind of a business side. Sometimes I get a little football technical, and so she did a good job of keeping me on balance there.
So what did Jordan mean to you?
Well, we have a good personal relationship, and I'm not talking about personal relationships, Michael. You know that.
Okay, I know that, Coach. But I'm saying, are you happy?
Yeah.
You look happy.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd see you doing yoga. Only happy people do yoga, Coach. Only happy people do yoga. Well, I know a lot's been made about all of this, and I just hope that the focus gets back on you and if you're happy, we're all happy for you.
I appreciate it, Michael.
And I wish you well at UNC. Good luck this year coaching, and the art of winning. You know a lot about that, and I appreciate you being here this morning.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Got a little stilted at the end there.
There's a total just awkward. Like that thing hit the brakes, and I can imagine just staring at each other.
Also, okay, she's 24 years old, and she's like very bad at the PR part of her job, as we have all witnessed. But did Bill